After traversing through 999 miniature worlds, Bai Shu has finally arrived at the final realm. Initially anticipating to embody a privileged daughter of a noble family, she unexpectedly finds herself cast as a mere supporting character. She is but a stepping stone for the ambitious man's career, and a thickener for his romance with the beloved flower. However, it matters not, for Bai Shu has now crossed over. Let us observe how she chooses to languish in idleness, while inadvertently aiding the noble family to soar high. Yet, how is it that her innermost thoughts have been inexplicably overheard by the Regent? The Regent possesses a commendable physique. I wonder what lies beneath his attire? Suddenly, the idea of having a husband seems rather appealing. I wonder how costly it is to marry the current Regent. Not expensive, I am quite affordable. Chapter 1. The Fearsome Regent. System. This time, you must provide me with a plausible explanation. Bai Shu, moments ago luxuriating in a bath, finds herself transported once more. My clever, charming, and gentle host, this is your final world to traverse. In my previous life, I ascended from a mere beggar to a formidable sorceress. Was it easy for me? I barely experienced a day of peace before I was thrust into another journey. Bai Shu has bound herself to a task system requiring her to complete missions across 1,000 worlds to attain liberation, yet the preceding 999 worlds offered no respite, as she was immediately whisked away upon achieving her goals. This time is no different. Just as Bai Shu ascends to the position of leader, she is whisked away once more. Rest assured, this world is designed for your enjoyment. The system fervently reassures her within her mind, driven by a strong survival instinct. What is my identity in this world? Bai Shu inquires skeptically. You are the esteemed daughter of the Prime Minister's residence. Your parents are devoted, your elder brother is scholarly, your second brother is martial, and your younger brother is exceptionally gifted. The system continues its elaborate exposition, only to be abruptly interrupted by Bai Shu. Then pray tell, what is the esteemed daughter of the Prime Minister's residence currently engaged in? Clad in a delicate pink gown, she finds herself squatting in a peculiar posture outside a private room, furtively glancing about. One must wonder which noble daughter would engage in such absurd behavior. I understand you are upset, but please do not be angry. First, find a secluded spot to absorb the narrative. Quickly, reveal the story to me. This is clearly a private chamber in a tavern. It is unlikely to attract unwelcome visitors. Bai Shu proceeds to the upper floor, ensuring the room is empty before entering. See, I have not deceived you, dear host. This identity is truly splendid. You may simply relax and indulge, a fitting reward for your prior hardships. The system delicately attends to Bai Shu, wishing fervently for a physical form to assist her. You have handed me a supporting role script and then assured me I may simply relax. Bai Shu is at a loss for words. Indeed, she was born into greatness, a daughter of the Prime Minister's residence in the Eastern Yi Kingdom, enjoying a harmonious family life, a paragon of virtue, and possessing striking beauty and grace. Yet, this does not negate her status as a mere supporting character. A year prior, Bai Shu developed an inexplicable fondness for the delicate scholar Du Wenqing, whom she supported in his quest for academic success. Miraculously, he ascended from obscurity to become the top scholar. Alas, his affections lie with the humble and frail Su Yunxi, who has been raised in the Prime Minister's residence since she was 10, thus rendering Bai Shu a true supporting character. Just moments ago, Bai Shu was standing vigil outside the room where Du Wenqing and his colleagues were gathered, preparing to settle their expenses. It is confirmed, she is not merely a supporting character but a veritable source of resentment. Speak, what is this task? Bai Shu, furious, contemplates striking the wall. Why is she not experiencing a seamless transition? She has never enjoyed a life of luxury, yet now must come to mend the broken pieces. This mission is simply to do nothing, to lie flat. The esteemed host may have noticed that in this world, Du Wenqing is the male protagonist, while Su Yunxi is the female lead. However, Du Wenqing harbors grand ambitions, dissatisfied with being a mere minister, and seeks to overturn the court, leading to the realm's downfall. Thus, the task for the esteemed host is to remain idle, to withhold support from Du Wenqing, ensuring he cannot ascend to a position of power, thereby fulfilling the mission. The system, being one with Bai Shu, recognizes that her tasks are its own, and thus, as a competent system, it has a duty to soothe its host's emotions. Is that all it takes? Are you certain there are no pitfalls? Bai Shu asks uncertainly, having seen the unfortunate fate of the Prime Minister's residence, whereupon Du Wenqing gains sufficient power to abandon her and the family, even inciting discord between the young emperor and the regent, ultimately achieving a position of unparalleled authority. Should he harbor treasonous intentions, usurping the court would surely be a simple endeavor. There are truly no pitfalls. Upon completing this mission, you shall regain your freedom. The system, devoid of emotions, surprisingly feels a twinge of reluctance after accompanying Bai Shu for so long. Very well. This mission does sound somewhat agreeable, certainly preferable to previous experiences of battling ferocious beasts. Bai Shu must admit, this concluding endeavor appears quite enticing. At least she is a daughter of a prominent family, affording her the opportunity to experience a normal life. Fear not, the system shall remain by your side. The system is also exhilarated. Upon completing this task, it shall no longer be an inconspicuous entity, but will be upgraded. First, I demand a lavish feast. Having just bathed, I feel utterly famished. I could consume an entire cow. Once she relaxes, Bai Shu realizes she is exceedingly hungry, her stomach audibly protesting. Could it be that my hunger stems from neglecting lunch rather than from the bath? The system weakly suggests, recalling that the original body had been waiting outside Du Wenqing's door, having missed the mealtime entirely. It is all Du Wenqing's fault. Is this not the Tianxiang tavern? I shall order a meal at once. Bai Shu, brimming with determination, prepares to summon the staff, when suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps reaches her ears. Host, quickly hide. Someone is approaching. Alarm. The system's anxious voice echoes in Bai Shu's mind. Do not shout. By the time you remind me, I shall have already perished. Bai Shu, having traversed countless small worlds, possesses extraordinary abilities. Upon hearing footsteps, she swiftly concealed herself within the inner chamber, diligently holding her breath and striving to diminish her presence. It must be said, this private room exudes opulence, with the arrangement of tables and chairs and the decorative vases all radiating luxury. Your Highness, regarding the prince consort, Cheng Feng was about to report an important matter when he was suddenly silenced by a gesture from Xiao Moqing. A slender, elegant hand, adorned with a string of dark red Buddhist beads, gently pushed the door open. This was none other than the regent of Dongyi, Xiao Moqing, known to all. He was a prodigy, having learned remarkable skills by the age of 8, enlisted in the army at 10, led the commanders to repel the southern Lu Xiongnu at 15, and at 18, entrusted with the imperial legacy by the late emperor of Dongyi, who conferred upon him the title of regent. For 3 years now, he has held absolute authority in the court. Bai Shu, upon hearing the commotion at the door, held her breath. It is the regent Xiao Moqing and his guard, Cheng Feng. The system, preoccupied with calming Bai Shu's emotions, momentarily overlooked the approach of others. Is that the fearsome regent himself? Bai Shu remained immersed in the astonishment of encountering the most formidable individual in this world after her transmigration, completely oblivious to the fact that her dialogue with the system was overheard word for word by Xiao Moqing. Chapter 2. The Infertile Prince Consort. Why do I feel so cold? The system suddenly sensed a drop in temperature around it, longing to escape.
No retreat.
You promised to stay by my side. Bai Shu was left speechless. She was well aware of the system's opportunistic tendencies. When she was angry, it would comfort her. When she was unhappy, it would console her. However, it was only during moments of peril that it frequently went offline. All right, host. The system pitifully nestled aside, striving to endure a little longer. Cheng Feng looked at Xiao Moqing with a hint of confusion. This was his exclusive private room, where no outsiders would normally enter. Moreover, no one knew that the Tianxiang restaurant was one of Xiao Moqing's enterprises, a covert base for gathering intelligence. The patrons here were either wealthy or noble, and during meals, young ladies would play the zither, creating an atmosphere of merriment. Observing Cheng Feng's reaction, Xiao Moqing deduced that he did not appear to be privy to the peculiar conversation, but with his exceptional hearing, he could not possibly be mistaken. So he decided to remain still and continue observing. There were issues arising in the prince consort's administration, yet the eldest princess Cheng Feng hesitated to speak. Noting that according to the previous dynasty's laws, the prince consort was prohibited from participating in politics, let alone possessing real power, to avert any destabilization of the realm. However, the current eldest princess's consort was an exception. He had already attained the rank of a second-grade official, yet remained unsatisfied. Eldest princess? The prince consort? Is he the one who is infertile? Although Bai Shu held her breath, her frail body could not sustain it for long, and she was on the verge of giving in. Isn't it so? The system trembled once more. It felt an inexplicable chill from the regent, a cold, lethal aura that stifled its voice. At that moment, Xiao Moqing sat poised in the main seat, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, with sword-like brows and starry eyes. His fingers idly flicking the prayer beads. Contemplating, he reasoned that since Cheng Feng could not hear, the voice must not have originated from anyone speaking aloud. Could it perhaps be the expression of someone's inner thoughts? I shall visit the eldest princess's residence tomorrow, Xiao Moqing said, his demeanor unflinching. I can't hold on any longer. Surely, breathing lightly one tea draw attention? System? System? Question mark. Bai Shu could no longer endure. Primarily, this body had reached its limits. Struggling to suppress her discomfort, she weakly exhaled. Who is it? In an instant, Cheng Feng dashed into the inner chamber, drawing his sword, which he promptly pressed against Bai Shu's neck. He had been exceedingly careless. How could he not have detected such a sizable presence concealed here? Recalling his master's earlier demeanor, it was evident he had sensed something amiss long before. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. I am Bai Shu, the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's residence. I humbly greet the Regent. While Bai Shu inwardly cursed the unreliable system, she stubbornly held her neck high and moved her hand toward Xiao Maching. She desperately attempted to explain herself to prevent Qingfeng from slipping and inadvertently revealing why Bai Shu was present. Upon seeing Bai Shu, Xiao Maching gestured for Qingfeng to sheath a sword, convinced that the voice he had just heard was indeed hers. Was this truly her inner voice? How did I end up here? It is because your East Yen kingdom requires my assistance. As Bai Shu lifted her gaze, she was struck by Xiao Maching as striking beauty, dressed in a robe adorned with dragon patterns, a white jade pendant at his waist, exuding an imposing aura. His sharply defined features and deep-set eyes radiated an innate brilliance. Heavens above, this is the quintessential male lead. Is this not the aloof and authoritative figure depicted in illustrated tales? Xiao Maching's fingers paused in their play with the prayer beads, his mind swirling with doubt. Was this truly the Prime Minister's legitimate daughter he had come to know? It was said that Prime Minister Bai Heng was exceptionally devoted to his wife, Jiang, never taking a concubine, and had 3 sons and 1 daughter. His daughter, though not explicitly stated as the most renowned in the capital, was indeed a beauty of noble birth. Now, having witnessed her beauty, he pondered the veracity of her being a distinguished lady, especially considering her rumored infatuation with a newly appointed scholar, Du Wenqing. Could the rumors be false? I heard that Tianxiang restaurant's exquisite wines are renowned in the capital, so I wished to purchase some for my father to savor. Alas, I seem to have lost my way. Bai Shu racked her brain for a response while her mind was eerily blank. She knew that this unreliable system could never be trusted to navigate her to the top floor for wine. Evidently, Bai Shu had indeed lost her way. Xiao Maching watched Bai Shu with amusement, knowing she was certainly fabricating her story, yet he chose not to expose her. You had better truly believe that. Otherwise, I shall be at a loss for another excuse. Just as Xiao Maching was about to rise, a knock echoed at the door. My lord, the dishes and wine are ready. Shall I serve them now? Xuan Yang respectfully inquired from outside. She was not only the proprietress of Tianxiang restaurant, but also a subordinate of the Regent, overseeing the intelligence network established there. I will go arrange it. Qingfeng was just about to step out to negotiate with Xuan Yang, requesting her to delay the serving of the dishes. Has my beef arrived? My steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roasted duck, roasted chick, roasted gosling, marinated pork, marinated duck, soy sauce chicken, cured meat, pine flour, small intestines, dried meat, sausages. Assorted cold dishes, smoked chicken breast, steamed 8 treasure pork, and glutinous rice stuffed duck. Are these yours? Is it really? Bai Shu was utterly famished, both mentally and physically, desperately needing to replenish her energy. Heaven knows, even after traversing hundreds of worlds, the opportunities to truly indulge in delicious food were few and far between. Serve the dishes. Xiao Maching commanded Xuanyang, as the staff entered in succession, setting the delectable dishes upon the table. He was certain that the voice he had just heard was Bai Shu's innermost thought, for her current gaze at the food resembled that of a lion spotting a lost lamb, undeniably raw. Tianxiang restaurant not only boasted exquisite wines but also featured dishes worthy of being signature offerings. If Bai Shu were not pressed for time, she should certainly indulge. Xiao Maching would never ordinarily extend such a warm invitation to share a meal, let alone to a woman. Even Qingfeng beside him wore an expression of shock. As the regent of Dongyan, Xiao Maching possessed profound thoughts and a deep mind, having encountered countless individuals, yet ordinary folk seldom captured his attention. However, today, he found himself intrigued by this delicate young woman, or more precisely, by her unguarded thoughts. I am not in a hurry. I merely fear to delay your affairs. I am merely feigning reluctance. If you have matters to attend to, you may leave first. I shall not impede you. My beef, I am coming. Bai Shu spoke of refusal, yet in her heart, she was impatient, unbothered by any gossip that might arise. After all, the tale of Bai Shu's infatuation with Du Wenqing had long since circulated among the esteemed families of the capital, and she suspected no one would dare spread rumors about the regent. The corners of Xiao Maching's mouth twitched imperceptibly. This Bai Shu was not only vastly different from the rumors, but also a stark contrast to the refined young ladies he had encountered. He was truly at a loss for words. Chapter 3. The Soft Rice Man, Du Wenqing. If that is the case, then let us sit and dine together. Coincidentally, today marks your father's birthday. After lunch, this prince shall accompany you to the Prime Minister's residence for a visit. High-ranking officials are generally prohibited from hosting grand birthday banquets to avoid mingling with court politics. However, with the regent's status, none would dare to question his intentions. If he claimed it was a visit, then it was indeed a visit. Thank you, Your Highness, for the invitation. I shall humbly comply. Bai Shu graciously accepted the invitation and took her seat at the table. As she watched dish after dish being served, her eager expression, paired with her striking beauty, managed to amuse Xuanyang. Bai Shu had no time to ponder why the regent would visit the prime minister. She assumed he had official business to attend to. Your Highness and the young lady may enjoy your meal. These are all signature dishes of our Tianxiang restaurant, unavailable elsewhere. Xuanyang had never witnessed her master bringing any woman to dine here, and she presumed the girl must possess some exceptional quality or, at the very least, a beauty that could captivate even the sons of noble families. Thank you, sister. These dishes look so appetizing. Bai Shu was already entranced by the aroma wafting from the dishes, her remaining rationality urging her to wait for the regent to begin eating first. There is no need for the young lady to be courteous. Please feel free to voice any requests. With a playful call of sister from Bai Shu, Xuanyang's smile blossomed even more brilliantly, adding a touch of allure to her demeanor. As she spoke, she gestured for the attendants to retreat, creating a moment of solitude for her master and Bai Shu. Yet, despite her attempts to signal Qingfeng, he remained oblivious, which only fueled her frustration, prompting her to exit first. Little did she know that Chengfeng's thoughts were consumed with the realization that Bai Shu's martial prowess was unfathomable. Initially, he hadn't even noticed her presence in the room, so he could not allow her to be alone with his master. Why haven't we started eating yet? I'm on the verge of starving. Who would come to a tavern and not eat? Despite having overheard Bai Shu's inner thoughts for a while, Xiao Maching found it challenging to connect the image of the youthful girl with her unabashedly free-spirited musings. The dishes were quite delectable. If Bai Shu enjoyed them, she was welcome to visit often. Resigned, Xiao Maching picked up his chopsticks to begin dining. He wasn't particularly hungry and had never been one to indulge in gluttony. Ever since his mother's passing, he had felt increasingly isolated, with only Chengfeng by his side, as even the young emperor hesitated to request a shared meal with him, let alone unrelated parties. However, the moment he took action, Bai Shu dove into her meal with abandon, completely disregarding decorum. Duo Wenqing has poor taste in women, but his choice of tavern is quite commendable. Truly, it can be said to be a feast for the senses. Each dish tantalized Bai Shu's palate, leaving her yearning for more. Frankly, it had been ages since she had savored such exquisite flavors, and heaven knows how arduous her previous tasks had been. With tears of joy in her eyes, she decisively consumed another large bowl of rice. Xiao Maching watched as Bai Shu devoured her food with the enthusiasm of a little hamster, and even he, known for his stoic demeanor, found himself momentarily distracted. Compelled by an inexplicable impulse, he selected several of Bai Shu's favorite dishes and tasted them himself, unexpectedly realizing that Xuanyang's incessant recommendations held some merit. The flavors were indeed delightful. The atmosphere at the table was surprisingly harmonious, with the charming young woman feasting voraciously while the cold and dignified regent prince nibbled delicately, leaving only Chengfeng to feel utterly disarrayed. He had to remain vigilant against any extraordinary martial abilities Bai Shu might possess, while being astonished that his master was enjoying a peaceful lunch for once. This is absolutely delicious. I wish I could purchase the chefs from Tianxiang Tavern, so they could prepare meals for me every day, Bai Shu declared with satisfaction as she set down her chopsticks. Her capacity to eat was not limited by her appetite, but rather by the constraints of her current physique, which could be understood, as a young lady of refined background would naturally have a smaller appetite. However, now that she had taken charge, everything was to be dictated by her command. She was determined to sample all the culinary treasures of the capital in the days to come, ensuring her journey in this world was well worth it. If Bai Shu enjoys it, she is welcome to visit frequently. The expenses will be charged to this prince's account. Although Tianxiang Tavern belonged to Xiao Maching, his holdings extended far beyond this bustling establishment, and he could easily afford such trifles. Thank you, Your Highness, for your generous invitation. I often visit Tianxiang Tavern. I have an account here as well. Indeed, I come here daily to clean up after that fellow. A stream of silver flows into the tavern, yet I haven't had a single meal. All the delicacies have ended up in Wenqing's stomach. It must be said, the original character's setting in this world was truly exasperating. The key issue was that when she had traversed into this realm, the original character was still squatting outside Wenqing's private room, desperately trying to make her presence known. No. She needed to quickly inform Xuanyang that Wenqing must no longer be allowed to charge her account. Perhaps I should seek out Xuanyang now. If Du Wenqing finishes his meal and charges it to my account again, it would result in a significant loss of silver. While money is negotiable, feeding him is certainly less appealing. Xiao Maqing's hand, previously poised to sip tea, paused. Xuanyang would not report trivial matters like the legitimate daughter of the residents treating the top scholar to a meal to him. Yet the outside world had spun tales of their story, colorful and exaggerated. Now upon encountering Bai Shu, it seemed there were hidden layers to their relationship. Wait a moment. It seems Tianxiang Tavern is about to experience a flood, and it may involve northern desert assassins. Although it hasn't escalated dramatically, I must make a swift exit to avoid being caught in the turmoil. Bai Shu recalled the plot provided by the system, remembering that today, Du Wenqing's meal coincidentally attracted northern desert assassins, and the original character had bravely protected him in an attempt to gain his favor, though to no avail. As the assassins had long been subdued by the tavern staff, Bai Shu need not feel modest. The tavern is under this prince's ownership, and she may simply charge her meals to the account here in the future. Although Xiao Maqing maintained a calm exterior, a tempest of thoughts stirred within him. He was indeed intrigued by Bai Shu's inner reflections, but he had not anticipated uncovering such confidential information. Would there soon be an attack by northern desert assassins at the tavern? Would there be a flood? He was well aware of Prime Minister Bai Heng's unwavering loyalty to Dongyi, thus he would never conspire with the northern desert. Moreover, Xiao Maqing had observed that Bai Shu exhibited no internal power, indicating she had not trained in martial arts. Yet she possessed the ability to conceal herself effectively within a short span of time, evading Cheng Feng's detection. It seemed that this legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's household was shrouded in many mysteries, and the first thing he needed to ascertain was the authenticity of her inner musings. Goodness. So this establishment belongs to the Regent Prince. No wonder it has attracted northern desert assassins. I doubt there exists anyone in all of Dongyi who would dare to openly defy the Regent Prince. Then I shall not be modest. I will go find the manager to settle my account. I must not allow that Du Wenqing, the leech, to continue taking advantage. I shall await the young lady outside the tavern. Upon hearing this, Xiao Maqing did not impede her. He had matters to attend to. Chapter 4. The Clumsy and Adorable Maidservant. I acknowledge my mistake. Please punish me, Your Highness. After Bai Shu departed, Cheng Feng instinctively knelt before Xiao Maqing to apologize. He had failed to notice the presence of someone in their exclusive chamber, let alone a seemingly delicate young woman. It had been a grave oversight on his part. Rise. The matter concerning Bai Shu is not your fault. Now I need you to attend to two tasks. Xiao Maqing pondered over the crucial information he had gleaned from Bai Shu's thoughts. The first was that the current prince consort was incapable of bearing children, and the second was that Tianxiang Tavern was on the verge of an assassination attempt. It seemed he would soon be able to verify the truth of Bai Shu's musings. Inform Xuanyang to be on guard against northern desert assassins in the near future. If encountered, ensure at least one is taken alive. Additionally, investigate the identities of all physicians who have recently consulted at the Long Princess's residence. I shall attend to it right away. Although Cheng Feng was puzzled as to why Xiao Maqing would assign him such seemingly unrelated tasks, he would not question his master's judgment. Go. But remember not to alarm the Long Princess. The late emperor had few heirs, and his only daughter was reluctant to marry far away. Thus she had to settle for a prince consort of reasonably good character. However, fate had not favored them, as they had been married for 6 years without producing an heir, which had caused the Long Princess to feel a deep sense of guilt. She had tried every means to make amends with the prince consort, even pleading with her uncle, Xiao Maqing, to grant him promotions. Now, having heard Bai Shu's thoughts, Xiao Maqing sensed that there was more to this matter than met the eye. Understood. As Cheng Feng exited, he encountered Xuanyang, who was hurrying along. Xuanyang, why are you in such a rush? Have you forgotten the prince's admonition to remain calm in the face of adversity? Both Cheng Feng and Xuanyang had served Xiao Maqing for many years. Assassins from the northern desert infiltrated the tavern, and coincidentally, there was a flood in the kitchen. Fortunately, the fire was not severe and has been contained. Upon seeing Cheng Feng, Xuanyang relaxed slightly, reassured that the prince had likely not been disturbed. You mean there are northern desert assassins within the tavern? Were there any survivors? Cheng Feng admired his prince as always, marveling at how he managed to keep everything under control, even an assassination attempt. 2 of them committed suicide by poison, and 1 was apprehended in the kitchen. After ensuring all matters were attended to, Xuanyang hurried to report back, relieved that their people had acted swiftly, preserving 1 life. The assassin was to be taken directly to the royal palace's dungeon, leaving him alive. Xiao Maqing stood in the room, eavesdropping on the conversation between Cheng Feng and Xuanyang. Her eyes narrowed slightly before she pushed the door open and stepped out. It seemed that Bai Shu's heartfelt words were indeed not unfounded. As for the identity of the northern desert assassin, she needed to verify it with utmost diligence. As you command, her subordinate replied dutifully. Xuanyang and Qingfeng were unable to fathom Xiao Maqing's thoughts. They merely followed orders and secretly lit a candle for the northern desert assassin. Aware that the regent's methods were beyond what ordinary folk could endure. Miss, you finally figured it out. I was nearly dying of anxiety. After Bai Shu cancelled the accounts at the Tianxiang tavern, she felt a wave of clarity wash over her, finally liberated from the burden of being a naive fool. As she approached the door, she discovered that her original self had assigned her maid, Yulan, to stand guard outside. Have you been waiting here all along? Bai Shu asked. Puzzled. It seemed rather strange for a highborn lady to venture alone to a tavern to settle a bill for a man, while her maid stood watch outside. Isn't this just the foolishly endearing maid of the original self? A voice of guilt suddenly echoed in Bai Shu's mind. You actually know how to show up? Where did you run off to when danger struck, just now? Her good mood dissipated in an instant, and Bai Shu was on the verge of exploding with frustration at this unreliable system. It was not just once or twice. Every time danger loomed, it was always the first to vanish. Don't be angry. I felt as though the Regent had seen right through me. I was just too terrified to stick around. The system twisted its words in an attempt to placate her. Where did you get the notion of being seen? You don't even have a corporeal form. Bai Shu retorted, exasperated. It was one thing to log off, but the excuses were always so imaginative. This time it claimed the Regent had seen through its metaphorical underwear. How absurd. I truly felt that the Regent's gaze and aura were terrifying, as if he could hear our conversation. The system weakly defended itself once more. If you hadn't said the same thing last time during the battle with the Millennium Serpent Demon, I might have believed you. Bai Shu sighed. The system had accompanied her through countless tranquil nights, but it had a peculiar tendency to vanish mysteriously during the tumultuous ones. It was diagnosed an utterly cowardly system. Miss, I shall remain here on guard. I dare not delay for even a moment. Yulan, a natural-born servant of the house, had followed Bai Shu since childhood. She was fair of face and utterly loyal, albeit a bit foolishly endearing, obedient to her original self. Hurry, get on the carriage. The Regent is coming. The system blared an alarm as it noticed Xiao Maqing exiting the tavern. Be quiet. Getting on the carriage is pointless. The Regent will accompany us back to the Prime Minister's residence, Bai Shu stated, akin to a thunderclap, striking a fatal blow to the system's fragile heart. Why are you so close to that cold-faced Yama? Have things escalated to the point of sharing a carriage? The system was utterly shocked. It had only been gone for a brief moment, yet it felt as though it had missed an entire world. However, after uttering its surprise, that chilling sensation returned as it noticed Xiao Maqing approaching ever closer. Who told you we were sharing a carriage? I am the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister, and I shall comfortably ride alone. I refuse to be squeezed in with him, Bai Shu retorted, indignant. After all, she had finally found an opportunity to indulge herself. How could she let it slip away? Hearing her words, Xiao Maqing silently halted, intending to greet her. But he instead walked straight towards his grand chariot, without a hint of hesitation. The sheer size of the Regent's carriage left Bai Shu wide-eyed in disbelief. Why was it so large? Hadn't the depictions of the Regent always emphasized understated luxury and depth? How could Xiao Maqing's carriage be twice the size of hers? Miss, this is probably the smallest carriage in the royal residence. However, our family possesses many carriages. Next time we travel, we shall choose a larger one. Yulan, noticing Bai Shu's envy towards Xiao Maqing's carriage, was determined to support her mistress, albeit unaware of the reasons behind her feelings. Does our residence have any of those grand carriages pulled by 4 horses? We must not lose face. Bai Shu mused. She had finally attained such a noble status. She could not allow herself to be overshadowed by a mere regent. Perhaps there is? If you desire it, Our Lady would surely agree to commission one. Yulan, observing Bai Shu's flushed face in anger, refrained from mentioning that the Prime Minister also rode a regular carriage to court. However, she firmly believed that aside from disapproving of Bai Shu's pursuit of Du Wenqing, Her Lady would unconditionally indulge her in all other matters. Let us board the carriage and return home. Bai Shu understood that the Prime Minister's residence did not possess any luxurious carriages at all. Chapter 5. Am I here to talk about love? Host, I have a super luxurious carriage with 4 horses. Please give me a chance. The system immediately emerged to assert its presence, attempting to gain Bai Shu's forgiveness. What would I do with such a large carriage? Sleep inside it? How many streets can even accommodate it? Bai Shu merely wished to assert herself, only to realize that the regent's prowess was indeed formidable. Perhaps it was best to remain a comfortable idle fish within the circle of noble ladies in the capital. Then what does the host desire? Please give me a chance. The system detected that Bai Shu was becoming less easily placated. In the past, a few sweet words would suffice. But now she had been angry for over a cup of tea's worth of time. This was quite alarming. Enhance my physical constitution. Otherwise, I still have that white lotus Su Yunshi waiting at home. You wouldn't want me to fall behind, would you? Bai Shu declared confidently, negotiating terms with the system. In truth, she had once crossed over into the body of a medical sage, capable of enhancing her constitution through her medical skills. However, she was too impatient to wait and desired to possess a better physique immediately, at least to extend her breath-holding time. Host, are you intentionally getting angry to make me help you enhance your physique? The system felt it had been tricked, though it lacked any evidence. According to the plot, when we return to the Prime Minister's residence, Su Yunshi will feign drowning to frame me. If you help me enhance my physique, I can complete the task smoothly. Bai Shu continued to manipulate the dim-witted system. Then the host can just avoid her. Our task is to lay low. Relax. The system endeavored to help Bai Shu clarify her thoughts. What if I evade her this time? But what about next time? What will I do if you vanish again? Bai Shu feigned anger, knowing this tactic would strike a chord with the system. All right, I will only enhance your physique. Yes, you are still my good system. Bai Shu suddenly felt a wave of lightness coursing through her body, followed by a surge of energy that dispelled her previous lethargy. Hee, you're also my good host. I might need to rest for a while. The system's voice gradually faded, as any operation outside the narrative would drain its energy, necessitating a period of recovery. All right, you rest a bit longer. I won't disturb you. Bai Shu noticed that the system seemed to be expending energy at an alarming rate. Enhancing her physique was a trivial matter for its past self, requiring little energy and no rest. It seemed she would have to rely more on herself in the future. Miss, we have arrived at the Prime Minister's residence. It seems the Regent's carriage has been following closely behind us. Should we wait? Yulan asked, unaware that the Regent intended to visit the Prime Minister. Yes, today is my father's birthday, and the prince mentioned he would come to visit. Bai Shu stepped down from the carriage first, taking the initiative to greet Xiao Maching. Young lady accompanies the prince to the front hall. Bai Shu watched as Xiao Maching descended from the luxurious carriage, her heart filled with envy. With such a lavish carriage, he wouldn't visit without a gift, would he? Surely not. Bai Shu noted that Xiao Maching appeared empty-handed, lacking any semblance of gift-giving awareness, and inwardly scoffed, primarily still fixated on his carriage. Chengfeng, bring forth the 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains painting I just acquired. Xiao Maching stood tall outside the majestic purple-gold carriage, his casual command tinged with a hint of gritted teeth. Your Highness, this painting was procured today by Chengfeng, who gazed in disbelief at Xiao Maching's elegant silhouette. This artwork was bought at considerable effort by the prince from a collector of fine paintings, and now it is to be dispatched without the chance for proper appreciation? Take it and follow me. Xiao Maching interrupted Chengfeng's words. That seems more appropriate. Judging by Chengfeng's pained expression, this painting must hold significant value, correct? Indeed, Your Highness. Chengfeng, no longer hesitating, promptly turned to mount the carriage and retrieve the painting. Very well, as expected from the most loyal subordinate of the regent. Alas, your fate may be grim. Even your remains may not be found. However, since I am here, I shall begrudgingly save your life. Bai Shu suddenly recalled Chengfeng's tragic end, realizing that Du Wenqing, intent on eliminating the regent, would first target his most trusted aides. Chengfeng, loyal and protective, was slain and his body fed to wild dogs, leaving Xiao Maching in vain pursuit of his remains until his dying breath. Xiao Maching was taken aback by these words. Given the recent assassination attempt at the Tianxiang tavern, he found himself reevaluating Bai Shu's intentions. Chengfeng, whom he had trained personally, ranked among the top martial artists in Dongya. Who could possibly have the power to dismember him? Moreover, she had previously claimed to be here to save Dongya. What could that mean? It appeared that this unmarried woman before him was still shrouded in mystery, enigmatic and perplexing. Chengfeng is my personal attendant. Should Miss Bai require anything, do not hesitate to seek him out. Xiao Maching, almost unconsciously, made this statement to Bai Shu, attempting to steer the conversation towards Chengfeng. Yet, he could not deny that the clever Bai Shu had unwittingly captured his attention. Thank you, Your Highness. Are you proclaiming him to be your personal attendant to ensure Du Wenqing knows precisely whom to target? And what could I possibly need from you? To engage in romantic endeavors? You hardly seem the type to favor women. Bai Shu was bewildered by Xiao Maching's sudden warmth toward her. If he were an ordinary man, perhaps it would be acceptable, but he was the formidable regent. Could it be that he would extend his protection over her due to a mere meal? Even if he did, she was not one to be easily swayed. Xiao Maching noted how effortlessly his emotions were stirred by Bai Shu. He removed the prayer beads from his wrist, cradling them in his palm, gently rolling them while contemplating the peculiar significance of Du Wenqing in Bai Shu's words, someone who evoked her wariness while simultaneously being disparaged. Is it truly fitting for the decisive regent to wear prayer beads? Surely, they must be of great worth. I wonder if I could persuade my exceedingly wealthy mother to procure me a string for amusement? Though this color is rather antiquated, red would suit my captivating beauty far better. Ha! Lead the way, Miss Bai. Xiao Maching discreetly concealed the beads behind him. Were it not for his vast experiences and the depths of his character, he might have genuinely found amusement in Bai Shu's spirited remarks. Your Highness, please. Chengfeng. Ensure the map of 1,000 miles is handled with care. Do not let it be damaged. Bai Shu cast a fleeting glance at Chengfeng, bending slightly to signal Xiao Maching as she prepared to lead the way. Chengfeng, handle the map of 1,000 miles with utmost caution. We are off to visit the Prime Minister. Xiao Maching emphasized the need for careful handling, leaving Chengfeng somewhat perplexed. Rest assured, I shall handle it with care. Chengfeng replied, confident that he would not err in following his master's instructions. Miss, Du Wenqing approaches, seemingly in a fury. Yulan observed a familiar group hastening toward the Prime Minister's residence and quickly whispered to Bai Shu, understanding that she now held a position of favor in the eyes of her ladyship, requiring her utmost attentiveness. Chapter 6. The Regent possesses a commendable physique. Are you referring to Du Wenqing? Has the male lead finally made his grand entrance? Where is he? Let me behold him at once. Bai Shu became animated at the mention of Du Wenqing, pivoting with fervor, her eyes wide in anticipation of catching a glimpse of the so-called soft rice man. Her eager demeanor, however, was misinterpreted by those around her as evidence of her infatuation with the newly appointed scholar. Indeed, it is Du Wenqing, yet he seems far from pleased. Should the young lady wish to avoid him? Yulan suggested, noting the ire radiating from Du Wenqing and his entourage. Why should I hide from him? Bai Shu retorted. Devoid of the previous owner's infatuation with Du Wenqing, she was determined to see what the world deemed worthy of a male lead. Surely not. This is the weakling? Lacking in looks, charm, and even physique. This world cannot possibly be spinning a tale of an ordinary man laboring to reach the pinnacle of life. It hardly seems necessary for him to be so unremarkable. Mercy, he is far from the powerful minister in my eyes. Bai Shu lamented internally, nearly led to believe that Du Wenqing could potentially be her equal, had she not been aware of the original owner's ethereal beauty. She promptly glanced at Xiao Maching, seeking to cleanse her vision. Only a figure as commanding as the regent could truly embody the essence of a powerful minister. Hehe. Everyone assumed Bai Shu was left speechless by her encounter with Du Wenqing, yet only Xiao Maching discerned the truth, that she was astonished by the man's ordinariness. It is worth noting that Xiao Maching found some pleasure in Bai Shu's compliments. Despite the throngs of women enamored with the regent, it was his first experience with someone so unabashedly critiquing him. It had not been apparent until now, but our regent boasts a rather fine physique. I wonder what lies beneath those garments? Xiao Maching's previously gentle smile vanished, reverting to his former aloof and noble demeanor, though his heart brimmed with astonishment. At that moment, Bai Shu realized Xiao Maching was gazing at her, his sharp brows and piercing eyes creating an impression of unfathomable depths. She suddenly felt a pang of guilt for being caught staring, hastily averting her gaze and waving her handkerchief to dispel her embarrassment. I have confirmed it. Sufficiently aloof, sufficiently ministerial, and a splendid physique. Though she may not have looked, her mind was still busy assessing. Your subordinate pays respects to the regent. Your subordinate pays respects to the regent. Du Wenqing and his colleagues approached, hastily bowing upon noticing Xiao Maching. He did not respond, merely casting a glance at them, gesturing for them to rise. Du Wenqing, the scholar appointed by the young emperor, was by rule to serve as an editor in the Hanlin Academy, while the others held minor positions in the court. Xiao Maching was keen to observe what talents Du Wenqing possessed that could lead to such upheaval in the court and the demise of Chengfeng. Miss, why have you settled the account at Tianxiang Tavern today? The owner mentioned that I can no longer have meals recorded with my colleagues in the future. Is this true? As anticipated, the group was indeed irate, yet the composed Du Wenqing managed to suppress his temper as he conversed with Bai Shu. What does young Master Du mean by this? We are but strangers, and I am still an unmarried lady. Addressing me as Shu may not be appropriate. Isn't that enough oil to fry a feast fit for a king? Bai Shu retorted, exasperated. Why did he not simply call her little Shuer or Shuer? Was he concerned she might take advantage of him? What grand feast? Is it already time for dinner? The system finally stirred from its slumber, only to realize that a crowd had gathered at the Prime Minister's residence. Host, what a crowd!
Un grand spectacle.
Host, have you seen Du Wenqing? This man's fate is destined for mediocrity, his future devoid of significance. Bai Shu analyzed Du Wenqing's appearance with grave seriousness.
Wow.
Host, you can even read fortunes? How impressive! The system recalled that there was no task related to becoming a master of metaphysics in Bai Shu's world. Could it be that she had this ability all along? I certainly cannot predict fortunes, but Du Wenqing's destiny lies within my grasp. Should I choose to let him live a life of mediocrity, his career will undoubtedly falter. Bai Shu once believed that Du Wenqing was a paragon of excellence, only to discover upon their meeting that he barely qualified as a bronze-level contender. In such a case, her decision to languish in apathy would surely shatter Du Wenqing's lofty ambitions. Heroic. The system waved its imaginary flag, rallying for Bai Shu. Xiaomoqing couldn't help but smile. The dynamic between these two seemed rather amusing. Are you upset with me for neglecting you these past few days? My recent duties have kept me occupied with my colleagues at the tavern, leaving me little time to seek you out. Du Wenqing was utterly unprepared for Bai Shu's sudden shift in demeanor. He assumed she was merely sulking, reflecting on the fact that women often require a bit of coaxing. While he poured forth his heartfelt declarations, he cast a glance at Xiaomoqing, wary of revealing his pressing matters before the regent, given his relatively lowly position. Does Master do not comprehend my words? While you disregard my reputation, I still hold mine dear. If there is nothing pressing, I must kindly ask you to leave. The residence does not welcome you. Bai Shu was disinterested in entangling herself with this man who thrived on the fruits of others' labor. A meal at the Tianxiang tavern was not within the means of an ordinary household. It was evident that Du Wenqing had incurred significant expenses, which explained his eagerness to ingratiate himself with her. Miss Bai, I did not intend to offend you. I come bearing an invitation. I am here to attend the birthday banquet of the Prime Minister. Du Wenqing, feeling helpless, took a step back to placate Bai Shu. For he could not afford to lose the support of the Prime Minister's household, nor could he afford to lose Bai Shu, who was his financial benefactor.
Oh.
My father has only organized a family banquet today and has not extended invitations to outsiders. Bai Hong was a man of integrity and virtue, disliking excessive camaraderie within political circles, thus family birthdays were celebrated in private. Miss Bai, have you forgotten? This is the very invitation you personally bestowed upon me. Du Wenqing hastily presented the invitation in his hand, disregarding the presence of the regent beside him. He was genuinely anxious. The Prime Minister's household banquet had only invited him, a unique honor in the entire capital. The minor officials surrounding him were drawn to him solely due to the Prime Minister's backing and Bai Shu's financial support.
Indeed.
This is the invitation you sent out a few days ago. Initially, my father and mother opposed it, but you insisted and they acquiesced, said Yulan, leaning in to quietly explain, sensing Bai Shu's momentary bewilderment. She admired Bai Shu's boldness, having long been discontent with Du Wenqing, who played both sides while toying with her mistress. Moreover, the master and mistress would not be mistaken. They both perceived Du Wenqing as unworthy of lifelong trust. Chapter 7. The residence does not welcome you. Are you planning to attend my father's birthday banquet empty-handed?
Bai Shu smoking gaz render Du Wenqing somewhat embarrassed.
Raised by his mother through her labor of washing clothes for others, he possessed little wealth. Recently appointed, he had yet to receive his salary, and all expenditures for entertaining colleagues relied on Bai Shu's generosity. The funds he had initially earmarked for gifts had been consumed by their meal at the Tianxiang tavern, and they had barely managed to settle the bill through collective effort. He had thought that a few flattering words would appease Bai Shu, but the situation was spiraling beyond his control. Miss Bai, I did not come empty-handed. There is still time before the banquet. I merely wish to reminisce with you. Du Wenqing stammered, struggling to fabricate an excuse. Over the past year, it seemed that Bai Shu had always been the one to pursue him, arranging everything for him before the imperial examinations, and it was she who had funded his ascent in the officialdom. Yet, it seemed he had never initiated contact with her. Master Du, are you perhaps intoxicated? What could we possibly reminisce about? Surely you have more to discuss with Su Yunqi? Bai Shu found it amusing. Did Du Wenqing not realize that the initiative in their relationship lay entirely with her? This mindless pursuit could be halted at her whim, and soon enough. No one in the capital would remember who Du Wenqing was. You misunderstand. My relationship with Xi'er is entirely innocent. We have not exchanged more than pleasantries. Du Wenqing responded, suddenly brimming with confidence, realizing that Bai Shu was likely feeling jealous. He did indeed have a fondness for the delicate Su Yunxi. But his mother favored Bai Shu, the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's household, and he could not afford to forsake her. Yes, Brother Du is indeed quite busy. With no time to squander on trivial affections. He simply would not waste his time on Su Yunxi. Who is Su Yunxi? We have never met. Indeed. Brother Du often speaks of Miss Bai with nothing but praise. The young gentlemen surrounding Du Wenqing immediately came to his defense. Having long witnessed the power and wealth of the Prime Minister's household, they had grown accustomed to indulging in lavish feasts at the Tianxiang tavern, often accompanied by talented musicians. And it was only upon being faced with the bill that they realized how extravagant their past indulgences had been. They must cling to Bai Shu, their golden goose. Should you continue with your nonsense, do not blame me for being ungracious. I care not for your affairs with others. And all of you gentlemen would do well to choose your words wisely. I, Bai Shu, am no pushover. I truly cannot fathom this. I have never encountered such a painfully average and greasy man. I feel compelled to call the authorities. Do not be upset. There are no officers in this world. But we can certainly confront him. The system was nearly amused to the point of laughter at Du Wenqing's self-absorption. Very well. I shan't provoke you further. We shall take our leave, and I will visit again during the banquet. Du Wenqing, rather than feeling anxious at Bai Shu's sudden rejection, found himself exhilarated. His vanity soared as he realized both young ladies of the Prime Minister's household were captivated by him. Was this not something to boast about? The residence does not welcome you, and the banquet requires no disruption from you. Bai Shu was aware that the invitation had been given to Du Wenqing by the original Bai Shu, but what of it? Should she choose to retract her invitation now, who could object? Yulan gazed at her mistress with admiration, thinking her truly exquisite. This was a stark contrast to the obedient girl she had been before her parents, evoking both frustration and admiration. Such magnificence. Bai Shu sensed the system was about to spiral into a frenzy in her mind. He remains rather naive before me. What do you mean? Are you intent on drawing a definitive line between us? Du Wenqing had initially wanted to advise Bai Shu not to overstep, as he could accept a modicum of arrogance. But he was taken aback by Xiao Moqing's unexpected silence. He had no choice but to temper his demeanor. I believe my previous remarks were quite clear. There is no connection between Master Du and me. Perhaps I was foolish in the past, but I shall not be so again. I trust Master Du will conduct himself with decorum. With that, Bai Shu turned to leave, unwilling to endure any further drivel from this greasy man. Miss Bai, do you truly mean that? Du Wenqing was astonished that Bai Shu would speak so decisively, reflecting that no matter how noble one's status, it did not grant permission for such caprice. Su Yunxi's temperament was softer, her only shortcoming being her relatively humble background, which made her easier to manage. Safe travels. I shan't see you out. We must not delay the Regent. Bai Shu refused to spare Du Wenqing another glance, instead inviting Xiao Moqing into the residence. Yulan shot Du Wenqing a fierce glare, relieved that her mistress had come to her senses. Your little maid glared at that soft man like a pufferfish. It's rather endearing. As the system's words faded, Bai Shu and Xiao Moqing simultaneously exchanged glances with Yulan and Du Wenqing, acknowledging the resemblance. Is that so? Your description is quite vivid. But I find soft man to be more fitting. Bai Shu remained oblivious to the fact that Xiao Moqing shared her sentiments, yet the system sensed an unsettling anomaly. Only Du Wenqing stood awkwardly at the entrance of the Prime Minister's residence, torn between the desire to intercept her and the reluctance to sacrifice his pride. Unable to stop her, he could only silently pray that Bai Shu was merely indulging in a petty tantrum and would soon apologize. Reverting to her previous role as his devoted shadow, Du, why are you dawdling here? Indeed, hurry after her. Miss Bai harbors feelings for you. Have you erred in some way? You must coax her now. The group of young noblemen, accustomed to mingling together, grew increasingly anxious as they observed Du Wenqing's foolish hesitation. They had just expended substantial sums at the Tianxiang restaurant, the most opulent and expensive establishment in the capital, which these newly appointed officials could scarcely afford. Du Wenqing had claimed the funds were a loan, but they were all well aware that his confidence stemmed from Bai Shu. Should he offend her? They risked losing every last coin. Why the haste? I promise to cover this meal, and rest assured, none of you shall spend a dime. Follow me home shortly to retrieve the funds. Du Wenqing inwardly cursed these sycophantic individuals. Despite investing considerable time and effort, he had yet to forge connections with influential officials. Just as he sensed the Prime Minister's willingness to embrace him, an unforeseen complication arose with Bai Shu. Unbeknownst to him, he felt as though something was slipping beyond his control. Chapter 8. A magnificent white lotus. That is acceptable. But I still advise brother due to bend his pride when necessary. Precisely. I believe Miss Bai, in terms of lineage, beauty, and character, is unparalleled. Sometimes, one must learn to cherish what is before them. Why don't we set off to collect the money now? Let us go. Don't linger here, seeking unnecessary humiliation. Indeed, the Prime Minister's birthday banquet is not for just anyone to attend. The young nobleman, usually flattering and ingratiating, now donned unfamiliar expressions. And Du Wenqing seethed with indignation. When Bai Shu pursued him, none had sought to facilitate their union. All had simply lavished him with praise.
Now.
They dared to speak derisively. One day, he vowed to trample them beneath his feet, compelling them to bow before him. Is that my sister returning? And is that not Brother Wenqing? Why not invite him into the residence? Commoner pays respects to the regent. As Bai Shu and Xiao Maching approached the front entrance of the Prime Minister's residence, a delicate figure clad in a white gown, Su Yunqi, emerged gracefully, her slender frame reminiscent of a willow swaying in the breeze. Here she comes. The leading lady makes her dazzling entrance. The system exclaimed suddenly. What are you so thrilled about? Does she outshine me? Of course not. My esteemed host is the most intelligent, charming, and gracious being in existence. Silence. Bai Shu reprimanded, and the system promptly fell silent. Now that I have arrived, I am the heroine of this world. A character of her caliber would not survive beyond 3 chapters in any tale. Bai Shu was certain that Su Yunqi had been lurking inside, waiting to ambush her. For she would not have emerged to intercept Du Wenqing before awkwardly greeting Xiao Maching. Indeed, they are cut from the same mold, sharing the same nose, eyes, and mouth. The system always knew how to amuse Bai Shu. Humph. At least you recognize your place. Bai Shu temporarily accepted the system as her good friend. Yulan. Did I ever call Du Wenqing that way before? Bai Shu shuddered at the thought, struggling to accept that the original self had once sweetly addressed the mediocre man as Brother Wenqing. Miss, you indeed did. However, you looked quite impressive just now. Yulan sensed Bai Shu teetering on the edge of fury and hastily added a compliment. Where is my 30-meter dragon-slaying sword? I demand it for my own demise. Bai Shu was now in a frenzy. Host, a 30-meter sword cannot assist in self-destruction but could certainly fend off the mediocre man. Charge forth. The system supported Bai Shu in erasing her original self's tarnished history. Sire, why have you come out? Du Wenqing, sensing a potential turn of events, stepped forward eagerly. And the onlookers lingered, for this involved not only their finances, but also the juicy gossip surrounding the Prime Minister's daughter and her cousin. Brother Wenqing, where are you off to in such haste? Do not forget tonight's birthday banquet for our uncle. Though Su Yunqi donned simple attire, the quality and style of her garments and jewels were exquisite. During her 6 years at the Prime Minister's residence, while Bai Heng and Jiang had never regarded her as a true daughter, they had never neglected her either. The matriarch had shown her particular favor, and now, as she approached the age of marriage, it was troubling that she and Bai Shu were both enamored with the same man.
Oh.
Miss Bai mentioned that the Prime Minister's birthday banquet is a family affair and outsiders are not permitted to attend.
Du Wenqing Stutol.
Positioning himself as the focal point of attention, exuding confidence. Among the young noblemen, he could be considered somewhat handsome, yet when compared to the regent, he paled in stature and appearance. Is that so? Did not my sister personally deliver an invitation to you? Su Yunqi had already entered the Prime Minister's residence during their conversation, but she was uncertain whether Bai Shu would indeed relinquish Du Wenqing. Thus she felt compelled to stoke the flames further. Miss Bai stated that the Prime Minister's residence does not welcome me, and the invitation has been rescinded. Du Wenqing felt as though he had found a pillar of support, believing firmly that Bai Shu's disregard stemmed from jealousy. Sister, is it not ill-advised for the Prime Minister's residence to retract an invitation once extended? It could reflect poorly. Although Su Yunqi stood a distance away from Xiao Maching, she still dared not meet his gaze, for he was rumored to possess a ruthless disposition, capable of cold-blooded actions. I shall bear the consequences of retracting the invitation, so do not constantly invoke the Prime Minister's residence. Are you so fond of meddling in others' affairs because you reside by the sea? Do you dare to morally bind me? I've witnessed such theatrics since I was 3. Bai Shu, having traversed countless worlds, would not allow herself to be cornered by someone as insignificant as Su Yunqi. What a splendid white lotus! The system, as Bai Shu's loyal companion, continually provided her with emotional support. Sister, your words are misguided. Our actions reflect upon the Prime Minister's residence. We cannot act on a whim. As our aunt often reminds us, Su Yunxi invoked Zhang's teachings, employing her heartfelt admonitions to suit her own narrative. My mother has also advised me that the Prime Minister's legitimate daughter must not be easily bullied outside. Bai Shu had no intention of indulging Su Yunxi. The original self had been naive, believing that the arrival of a sisterly companion would be a boon. Yet, given that Su Yunxi competed with the original self for the affection of the same man, Bai Shu harbored no favorable impressions of her. Sire, it matters not. This gathering is, after all, a family affair. How could a humble scholar from the Hanlin Academy be so fortunate? Seeing Bai Shu's firm stance, Du Wenqing took a step back and downplayed his status, which only served to incite Su Yunxi's displeasure. Brother Wenqing, do not speak so poorly of yourself. You are a top scholar and quite impressive. Surely, you will rise to greater heights in the future. Su Yunxi regarded Du Wenqing as a potential asset, having begged her grandmother to foster her at the Prime Minister's residence since she was 10, all in hopes of securing a good match. With the Prime Minister as protection, her future seemed promising. Since you two harbor mutual affections, we shall not intrude. System, are you certain this world isn't designed to torment me? What have I done to deserve witnessing their performance here? Bai Shu felt that each additional second spent in their presence was a torment to her spirit.
So.
I have already vomited. When the younger sister, Su Yunxi, saw Bai Shu truly intending to leave, she confirmed that Bai Shu had made up her mind to give up on Du Wenqing, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. If you wish to invite him, simply send out the invitation directly. Yulan, let us depart. Bai Shu left behind but a single sentence and a vanishing silhouette, yet Su Yunxi felt utterly humiliated. As a foster cousin residing in the Xiang residence, to send an invitation to an outsider, was this not to lose all face? Miss Bai. Du Wenqing was well aware that there were many things Bai Shu could achieve that Su Yunxi could not, thus he wished to make a final effort. Chapter 9. Poor second brother. Du Gongzi, please stay. I believe Miss Bai's words have made it abundantly clear. The Xiang residence does not welcome you. One should know their place, should they not? The Regent, who had remained quietly as an observer, suddenly spoke up, leaving Du Wenqing both astonished and Bai Shu perplexed. Why has the Regent suddenly spoken on my behalf? He must be enchanted by Su's charismatic personality. Does he appear to be the type easily swayed by women? Bai Shu firmly believed that Xiao Maching was not the sort to tread lightly into the realm of romance. Then, he certainly wouldn't be swayed by men either. The system replied uncertainly. Having witnessed a myriad of peculiarities in the world, it had seen its share of grand spectacles. I remain unconvinced. Let us observe further. Xiao Maching was genuinely curious about the thoughts that occupied Bai Shu's mind, as well as the nature of the system with which she conversed. What you say holds merit. I take my leave. Du Wenqing's complexion flickered between shades of green and red, utterly unsure of how to respond to Xiao Maching. Both the Regent and the Chancellor were figures he could not afford to offend. He could only swallow this bitter loss while calculating the remaining money at home to see if it could suffice to repay the midday meal. Brother Wenqing, this is my allowance saved over time. Please take it for emergencies. Su Yunxi perceived this as a splendid opportunity to showcase herself before Du Wenqing, and hastened to catch up with him while Bai Shu and Xiao Maching entered the residence. Sire, how could I accept your money?
Du Wenqing protested verbally.
Yet his hands covertly weighed the purse, his thoughts betraying him as he mused that Su Yunxi was indeed perceptive, but Bai Shu was truly a golden goose. Brother Wenqing, let's not stand on ceremony, do accept it. Su Yunxi's bashful demeanor ignited flirtatious thoughts among the nearby young gentlemen. It must be admitted that Du Wenqing deftly maneuvering between two ladies of the Xiang residence was indeed enviable. Sire, your silent contributions remain etched in my heart. I shall never forget them. Du Wenqing spoke with deep affection, yet his heart could not help but linger on Bai Shu's indifferent expression. What was the matter with her? Su, can you guess what Su Yunxi is up to? The system, with its omniscient insight, was ever ready to report back to Bai Shu. What else could she be doing? It is nothing but seeking a sense of presence with that paltry sum of silver.
Bai Shu understood Su Yunxi.
Her willingness to invest in Du Wenqing stemmed from her belief in his future prospects, yet she would not easily relinquish all, for she was still weighing other candidates. Should a more outstanding and affectionate suitor appear, she would not hesitate to abandon Du Wenqing and ascend to a higher branch.
Indeed, Su
Yunxi has truly gone to deliver silver. She should be too preoccupied to plot against Su now, right? The system remained fixated on the storyline, remembering how Su Yunxi had attempted to frame Bai Shu before Bai Heng's birthday banquet, hoping to gain Du Wenqing's affections. Despite the Bai family's desire to protect Bai Shu, they found themselves constrained before outsiders, only able to magnify the incident. With no audience left, who will she perform for? Bai Shu scoffed. Without Du Wenqing's presence, she would not foolishly provoke discord between herself and her family, for she understood her status as an outsider, forever overshadowed by their blood ties. That is true. Bai Shu and Xiao Moqing made their way to the front hall, where Bai Heng, who had been busy in the study, hurried over upon hearing the news and instructed a servant to brew a fine pot of tea to welcome the regent. Sister, why have you returned so early today? The second son of the chancellor's residence, Bai Zhirong, fortuitously returned from outside, a spirited young man of 17, yet unmarried. He had long aspired to become a great general, possessing remarkable martial talents and a flamboyant character, currently serving in the Ministry of War. Bai Heng hoped for him to gain experience in the ministry, harboring a personal wish to spare him from the bloody battles of the battlefield. Romer, what of your manners? Although Bai Heng was older, he held the regent in high esteem, admiring his courage and wisdom, for few could claim to have fought valiantly at such a young age. Greetings, your highness. Bai Zhirong had merely heard that Bai Shu had returned and hastened forward, unaware of the regent's visit to their home. Your highness, please forgive my son. His temperament is somewhat impetuous and requires further honing. Bai Heng attempted to smooth things over. Su, is that not your foolish second brother? Alas. He will become a casualty in Du Wenqing's political machinations, ultimately suffering a leg injury that leaves him crippled, a truly pitiable fate. The system viewed Bai Zhirong as a bright and cheerful young man, lamenting the tragic future that awaited him. With me around, he shall not meet such a fate. I shall equip him with a zhuge crossbow, and he will sweep the battlefield. Since Bai Shu was present, the Xiang residence was sure to thrive rather than decline. That is a certainty. Currently, the soldiers in the army are quite impressive. Even 3 arrows fired simultaneously is remarkable. If Su can produce a weapon that fires 50 arrows at once, it would undoubtedly astound all of Dongya. The system brimmed with confidence in Bai Shu. Indeed. Do not forget who I am. Of course, you are my intelligent, charming, beautiful, gracious, and delightful master. The system immediately transformed into Bai Shu's enthusiastic cheerleader. Meanwhile, Xiao Moqing, seated in a position of authority, prepared to savor the freshly brewed tea, which Bai Heng had praised as a rare delicacy, suddenly found himself caught in a tempest of emotions upon overhearing Bai Shu's conversation with the system regarding the 50-arrow zhuge crossbow. His curiosity about Bai Shu intensified. Not to worry, the second son is a spirited individual. I have heard that Zhirong excels in martial arts and has performed remarkably in the Ministry of War. I wonder if he harbors any intention of enlisting? Xiao Moqing had been keeping an eye on the emerging talents of this generation, as Dongya's foundation remained unstable and the court was in need of capable individuals. Bai Zhirong's commendable performance in the ministry had not gone unnoticed and could warrant a promotion. Your Highness speaks true? My dream is to become a valiant general, expanding the territories of Dongya and securing peace for the people. Bai Zhirong's eyes lit up at Xiao Moqing's words, excitement rendering him momentarily speechless. Once, he had idolized Xiao Moqing, who had achieved great feats by the age of 15. And he had always aspired to emulate him in martial pursuits. A man's ambition lies in the vast expanse. It is commendable to have dreams. If you are willing, you may join the military camp at any time. Xiao Moqing regarded the vibrant youth before him. Memories of his own victorious campaigns flooding back. Years had passed, and having long resided in the realm of politics, he had nearly forgotten the fervor of battle. He acknowledged that his arrangement bore a hint of selfishness. He yearned to witness the legendary zhuge crossbow that Bai Shu spoke of, while simultaneously wishing to see a young man's dreams realized. Chapter 10. I no longer harbor feelings for him. Thank you, Your Highness. I shall surely live up to your expectations. Bai Zhirong had not anticipated that the regent would bring such immense joy during his rare visit to the Xiang residence. This was the highlight of his day. The prince has also observed that my son's character still bears some impetuousness. He requires further refinement. Bai Heng, as a father, could not be oblivious to his son's aspirations. Yet he harbored concerns that Bai Zhirong might struggle to endure the hardships of military life. Furthermore, even if he were to persevere, should another general emerge from the influential prime minister's residence, it would inevitably stir public speculation. Rest assured, Prime Minister, the worries you have will not come to pass. Given that Zhirong possesses both ambition and capability, why not allow him the chance to embark on this endeavor? Let him start as a captain. As long as he is willing to toil, he is bound to achieve greatness in the future. Xiao Moqing's talent for governance had long been apparent. Although he was inherently distrustful of others, he held a significant degree of faith in Prime Minister Bai Heng. Otherwise, He would not have refrained from casting doubt on Bai Shu following the assassination attempt at the Tianqiang restaurant. The position of captain was indeed well suited for Bai Shu. His military skills acquired at the Ministry of War would not go to waste, and he would command the respect of the soldiers under his command. Father, the prince has said as much. You should consent. I only act this way at home. Outside, I am different. Bai Shu was not a crude or simple-minded individual. He had simply been raised in a carefree and joyful environment. Bai Heng was a devoted husband and family man, with only Jiang as his lawful wife. Together raising 3 sons and a daughter, creating a harmonious family atmosphere, which allowed Bai Shu to exhibit a more relaxed demeanor at home. Father, please allow my second brother to enlist. This is an opportunity for him that will surely foster his growth. Bai Shu also advocated for her brother. Believing that her innocent second brother should pursue his desires and enjoy life, reassured that with her presence in the Prime Minister's residence, he would face no harm. Bai Shu expressed his gratitude to Bai Shu with a smile, reflecting on how fortunate he was to have such a sister. We should promptly extend our thanks to the prince. Many aspire to join the military, but find no avenue. Upon witnessing his beloved daughter's intercession, and with Xiao Moqing having articulated his stance so clearly, Bai Heng found himself with no reasonable grounds for refusal. Thank you, father. Thank you, sister, and thank you, Your Highness, for your generosity. At that moment, Bai Shu's heart surged with excitement, feeling ever closer to his idol and dreams. Host, don't you find it peculiar that the Regent suddenly suggested your second brother enlist? The system possessed its own sixth sense. Sensing that this Regent was enigmatic and that every action he took was surely motivated by deeper reasons. System, you aren't suggesting he can hear our conversation, are you? Look at his foolish demeanor, sitting next to my father. It's hard to tell who is more mature. Xiao Moqing, your pants have fallen. Regent, I intend to stealthily acquire the beads from your wrist tonight. See, he remains utterly unperturbed. In an attempt to prove the system wrong, Bai Shu deliberately made nonsensical remarks to test him, yet Xiao Moqing remained as composed as ever, engaged in conversation with Bai Heng. One could not deny that he was indeed a sight to behold. Host, your confidence is your admirable trait. The system hesitated to express its unease about Xiao Moqing. Particularly when Bai Shu mentioned her intent to steal his beads, his fingers brushed against the beads with an air of intent, his gaze deep and inscrutable. Thank you. But confidence is merely one of my many trivial virtues, ha. Bai Shu, being someone who had traversed countless worlds, believed she had a clear understanding of herself. Father, I shall not intrude upon your discussions with the prince and my second brother any longer. I will return to freshen up. Bai Shu intended to change out of the delicate pink dress she had donned to pursue Du Wenqing and prepare a gift for Bai Heng. Very well, you may go. Bai Shu was the cherished darling of the Prime Minister's residence, pampered by her father, mother, brothers, and elder siblings. The young lady takes her leave. Bai Shu bowed in farewell to Xiao Moqing. However, she remained oblivious to the fact that, during her turn to exit, Xiao Moqing's gaze followed her. A subtle smile playing on his lips as he pondered whether Bai Shu was truly the product of Bai Heng's upbringing. Her dialogue with the system struck him as peculiar, and she seemed to possess knowledge of many things, each utterance defying his expectations, rendering her rather intriguing. Sister, thank you for that. Now I can finally pursue my ambitious dreams. The Regent and the Prime Minister adjourned to the study to discuss official matters, while Bai Shu did not approach them but instead caught up with Bai Shu. Second brother, since this is what you desire, pursue it earnestly. If you can endure, I have a gift for you. Bai Shu had traversed into this world where the Prime Minister's family were her kin, and she intended to treat them with all her heart. I am already looking forward to it. But why did you return so early today? It's usually not like you. Bai Shu did not finish his sentence. He had witnessed his sister transform from a delicate child into a graceful young woman. However, a year prior, she seemed to have become a different person, obsessively pursuing the scholar Du Wenqing, devoting considerable time and resources to him. Their family did not place great importance on social standings, but they deemed Du Wenqing a fickle character, unworthy of their beloved daughter. Second brother, I know what you're about to say, but I went to Tianqiang restaurant today to settle the accounts. I no longer have feelings for Du Wenqing, and I will not be involved with him any longer. Bai Shu spoke with such nonchalance that it momentarily left Bai Shu at a loss. Sister, has he wronged you? Tell me, and I shall avenge you. Bai Shu's temper flared instantly. Their family cherished Bai Shu as if she were a precious gem, and he could not tolerate the thought of Du Wenqing causing her distress. No, second brother, truly not. In the past, I was young and naive, causing you worry, but that will not happen again. Observing Bai Zhirong's furious demeanor filled Bai Shuji with warmth, this was her first experience of familial love in this new world. A feeling both foreign and delightful. Chapter 11. Nothing is impossible in this world. Very well, it is good that you have come to terms with it. Du wenching is not worth your sacrifices. Today is indeed a double blessing. If our parents knew this news, they would be overjoyed. Bai Zhirong felt gratified that Bai Shuji could see through Du wenching's facade. Although he feigned happiness, he was secretly plotting when he might teach Du wenching a lesson. He could not believe that his sister would suddenly change her disposition. There must have been some ill deed committed by that hypocritical scoundrel against Bai Shuji. If he remained idle, outsiders might think the Prime Minister's residence was easy to trifle with. Well, second brother, you should attend to your duties. There must be much paperwork to handle at the Ministry of War. I will return to freshen up and prepare for Father's birthday banquet tonight. Bai Shuji believed this news would certainly bring joy to the family. During the year that the original character had foolishly pursued Du wenching, Bai Heng and Jiang had felt helpless yet indulgent. However, that would change now that she had arrived. The original plot would no longer unfold. Very well, mother, elder brother. And Z should be returning soon. We shall see each other tonight. In the courtyard, the elder matriarch was present while Jiang accompanied their youngest son, Z, to purchase wine. Their eldest son, Bai Zhixian, had yet to return from the Ministry of Works. Su Yunxi would certainly return in time for the birthday banquet without needing to send someone to fetch her. Yulan, please select a red dress for me. Upon returning to her courtyard, the size of the residence and the arrangement of the furnishings indicated that the original character was indeed well favored within the Prime Minister's residence. Certainly.
Miss.
Today is the Master's birthday. Red would be quite fitting. Yulan went to fetch a dress, and she felt that Bai Shu, after breaking free from Du wenching, had undergone a transformation in her demeanor. Once a poised and gracious young lady, she now exuded a sense of audacious flamboyance that was far more appealing. This dress is far too pastel. It does not complement my noble and aloof temperament at all. The original owner had deliberately adorned herself to cater to Du wenching's preferences, presenting a demure and sensible facade. However, Du wenching favored the likes of Su Yunxi. A woman of humble origins, easily manipulated, he merely relished the notion of conquering a legitimate daughter of the Xiang family, revealing a core of insecurity paired with ambition that exceeded his capabilities. No matter what Su wears, she looks splendid. Red is especially flattering. The original owner bore a striking resemblance to Bai Shu, differing only in age. When the system bound to her, Bai Shu was in the bloom of youth. And after traversing numerous small worlds, her psychological age had matured considerably, resulting in a commanding presence that starkly contrasted with the naivete of the original, innocent girl. The Empress is deeply favored by me. Tonight, I shall bestow my affection upon you.
Prepare yourself.
Bai Shu often engaged in playful banter with the system, passing countless days and nights together. He, I shall obey. Su, what gift are you preparing for the Chancellor's birthday banquet? The original owner's embroidery skills were commendable. She had crafted a piece of exquisite embroidery, the stitches delicate and the patterns intricate, rivaling the famed Spring River Night banquet chart. I cannot squander the sentiments of the original owner. I shall present this embroidery as a gift. However, I noticed he has been suffering from insomnia. I shall also create a sachet for him to place by his pillow, which should help him sleep soundly. Bai Shu's medical knowledge from her previous life had not deserted her, although she lacked the time for a thorough examination. Her expertise allowed her to discern certain ailments at a glance. All right, but Su, can you embroider a sachet? The system furrowed its non-existent brows, pondering how Bai Shu had never trained as an embroideress. Was she a hidden master of embroidery? Are you jesting with me? I'm not talking about producing some grand portrait for a regent, but merely a tiny sachet. Surely, that cannot pose a challenge for me. Does one not know who I am? You are indeed clever, adorable, and beautiful. Enough, I must bathe and change. You may withdraw now. As you command. Bai Shu interrupted the system's flattery, feeling somewhat uncertain herself, as she had never wielded an embroidery needle before.
Now.
She could only pray for the inheritance of the original owner's skills, hoping to produce something at least decent. Yulan, take this prescription and fetch a dose of medicine from the household physician. Bai Shu wrote out a prescription, admiring her own elegant script, flowing and powerful. It was not in vain that she had spent a lifetime transcribing texts. Miss, are you feeling unwell? Shall I summon the household physician for a consultation? Yulan, Bai Shu's devoted maid, failed to notice her mistress's sudden illness. I am not unwell. My father has been experiencing insomnia lately, and I have prepared a prescription for a sachet to gift him. Bai Shu opted not to explain her newfound medical skills, wishing to avoid any complications. You are truly filial. The master will be exceedingly delighted. Yulan praised Bai Shu profusely upon hearing this, taking the prescription and departing. However, she noticed that Bai Shu's handwriting seemed to have changed as well, much like her own enhanced aura. System, is Yulan your pawn? Why do you ask, Su? I lack the ability to place individuals within the realms of my tasks. The system was puzzled by Bai Shu's seemingly nonsensical question.
Oh.
Every word she utters is either concern for me or praise. I thought she might be a member of your cheerleading squad. Bai Shu found herself quite fond of the original owner's somewhat naive and endearing maid, who was both loyal and amusing. That is because Su is genuinely remarkable. It is merely that Du Wenqing, that spineless man, lacks discernment. The system transformed into Bai Shu's confidant, sharing meals, sleeping, and deriding the scoundrel. Do you have any quick methods for mastering embroidery? Or could you share any instructional materials? After several unsuccessful attempts at crafting a sachet, Bai Shu turned her attention to the system. I do possess some advanced techniques in embroidery. Would you like them? In simple terms, Bai Shu did not necessarily require these at present, for one must first learn to walk before running. Let us proceed. Any knowledge is better than none. I shall give it a try. Bai Shu accepted the knowledge transmitted by the system, feeling revitalized once more. Go for it, Su. You can do it. The system cheered on Bai Shu. Nothing in this world is insurmountable, save for the lack of determination. Bai Shu persevered like an indomitable little creature, cutting and stitching until, after exhausting a fine piece of fabric, she still produced nothing presentable. Indeed, nothing is insurmountable, provided one is willing to relinquish their efforts. Bai Shu came to realize that this world operated according to a grand law of truth. Why should she persist in an endeavor for which she had no aptitude? She had external assistance. Yulan, how are your embroidery skills? Bai Shu stealthily concealed the pile of subpar creations she had produced and called for Yulan.
Miss, why do you suddenly inquire about this?
My embroidery skills are nowhere near yours. Who in the capital does not know that you excel in every art, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting? Your needlework is renowned. Yulan praised Bai Shu once more, but this time Bai Shu felt a tinge of embarrassment, while she could manage the arts. Her needlework was indeed lacking. By the way, I just finished embroidering a birthday gift for my father, and my wrist feels a bit sore. Would you mind embroidering a sachet for me to see? Bai Shu spoke somewhat sheepishly. Miss, what is wrong with your wrist? Allow me to fetch a warm cloth for you. Yolan's immediate concern was for Bai Shu's hand, oblivious to her mistress's unease. My hand will be fine after a couple of days of rest. There is no need for such trouble. Bai Shu was pleasantly surprised that Yulan had not noticed her abnormality, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. I shall prepare what is needed. Please wait a moment. Mississippi ultimately, Bai Shu could not resist Yulan's insistence. The two young maids assisted her, applying warmth to her wrist and afterward anointing it with a cooling balm. The contrasting sensations of warmth and coolness eliciting sighs of comfort from Bai Shu. Such indulgence. I wish for more of this in the future. Bai Shu had never experienced such pampering before, let alone being surrounded by so many attentive individuals. All of my past hardships were for the enjoyment of this life. Su has finally reaped the rewards of her labor. The system accompanied Bai Shu on her tasks, unable to dictate the script of her life. Her family environment is indeed enviable. Even her personal maid stands unwaveringly by her side. That her was unmistakably the original owner. Before binding with the system, Bai Shu had been an orphan, devoid of siblings, and had encountered the system purely by chance. Although she yearned for a carefree life post-task completion, she was uncertain whether a world with only her would indeed be free of worry. What belongs to her is yours, Su. You possess the memories of the original owner, do you not? The system detected a hint of melancholy in Bai Shu's demeanor. Then tell me, where did the original owner go after I arrived? This was the first time Bai Shu had posed such a question to the system. I have no idea. The system could not provide an explanation. The question evidently exceeded its scope. Never mind, let us focus on living this life well, one step at a time. For now, I am quite content. Bai Shu cherished this world. Yulan, I sense your skills have improved. The sachet you embroidered is truly beautiful. Bai Shu joined in the praise, genuinely astonished by Yulan's embroidery, as if needlework were a compulsory skill for all women of this era. Miss, please do not jest. My skills are barely sufficient for small items. Flattered by Bai Shu's compliment, Yulan beamed with joy. Using the remaining fabric, you might embroider a few more sachets for personal use. Bai Shu reminisced about how Yulan's monthly letters were always unpredictable, often accompanied by symptoms of abdominal pain. She diagnosed that there was likely cold energy within, coupled with a weakness in the liver and kidneys. She resolved to concoct a prescription, placing the herbs within the sachets and steaming them so that when the monthly letter arrived, a warm compress could alleviate much discomfort. Additionally, with internal remedies, a significant improvement in health would be evident within 2 months.
Miss?
Yulan was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend Bai Shu's intentions. How could she frivolously use such precious fabric to make sachets for herself? If I ask you to do it, then do it. It serves a great purpose. Bai Shu chuckled at Yulan's adorably bewildered expression, realizing that her future days would not be dull. Before the evening banquet, the entire family of the Prime Minister gathered. The matriarch sat at the head of the table, her demeanor warm and congenial. Su Yunxi was beside her, attending to her needs. Originally the granddaughter of the matriarch's half-sister, her father was a minor official from another province, belonging to a humble lineage. Thus, she had been fostered in the Prime Minister's residence since the age of 10, hoping to leverage her position to marry a talented youth in the capital. Although the family had been kind to Su Yunxi in the past year, the rivalry between her and Bai Shu over the affections of Du Wenqing had caused discontent among the household. Now 16. The matriarch had repeatedly suggested finding a suitor for her or sending her back to the countryside, yet Su Yunxi, both overtly and covertly, resisted, even enlisting her maternal grandmother to plead on her behalf, allowing her to remain in the Prime Minister's residence, albeit with less affection than before. Father, look what I have prepared for your birthday. Bai Shu was the last to arrive, adorned in a red gown, illuminated by the golden glow of the setting sun, resembling a picturesque painting. No matter what gift you bring, my dear daughter, it brings me joy. Bai Heng's eyes lit up upon seeing Bai Shu, thinking how much his daughter had grown, becoming so radiant. Do not keep me in suspense, dear daughter. Your father has eagerly awaited your arrival. The matron, Jiang Shi, was gentle and dignified, stepping forward to take Bai Shu's hand. Since childhood, this daughter had been a favorite. Even a fortune-teller once remarked that she possessed the grace of dragons and phoenixes, destined for greatness, perhaps even altering the course of their family's fate. Whether fate could be altered was of little concern to them. Rather, who could resist the adorable charm of the exquisitely crafted little girl? Indeed, sister, do unveil your gift. Our father hardly regards our offerings. Bai Zhirong had already presented his meticulously prepared minuet pearl, which the Prime Minister accepted with a mere expression of fondness. Second brother, cease your nonsense. Father has indeed expressed his fondness for your gift. The eldest son, Bai Xian, a literary talent and a handsome young man of 19, currently held a position in the Ministry of Works. If Bai Zhirong was the foremost in doting on their sister, then Bai Xian was a close second. Look, your elder brother is rather handsome, though his romantic journey has been fraught with difficulties. The system was immediately captivated by the room filled with strikingly attractive individuals. Alas, in this world, a woman's chastity and temperament can sway an entire family. Had it not been for the original body's reckless behavior, my elder brother and his childhood sweetheart, Lu Ruyin, would surely have ended up together. Bai Shu felt helpless. The constraints placed upon women in this era were considerable. Indeed, it was the original body's foolish actions that prevented the Minister of Works from marrying his daughter to her brother, leading to a poignant love story that ultimately ended in tragedy. Fortunately, Lu Ruyin remains unbetrothed. Perhaps there is still room for negotiation. The system activated its strategic mode. Need it even be said? My elder brother must achieve both career and romantic success. Bai Shu brimmed with confidence, determined to assist her elder brother in winning the heart of a talented woman who had long harbored feelings for him. It would be a straightforward endeavor. Elder brother, you must know that I surmise the calligraphy and paintings you gifted will hardly delight father as much as my offering. Bai Zhirong resigned himself to the reality that, in the face of his sister's adoration, his own efforts paled in comparison. The youngest son, Bai Zhi, scampered over to make faces at Bai Zhirong. At merely 12, he carried himself like an adult, eager to protect his sister. Bai Shu gazed at this harmonious family, marveling at the significance of genetics. Bai Heng and Jiang Shi, in their 30s or 40s, bore no traces of age, appearing instead more mature and composed. Each of their 3 sons possessed unique charm. Thus, it was bewildering how the original body could have been enamored with Du Wenqing. Perhaps it was a matter of being accustomed to exquisite tastes and desiring a change. Chapter 13. It is what it is. Come quickly to admire my gift. Jiang Shi interjected with a smile, watching as Yulan and 2 maids brought in a large display. Father, this is my birthday gift to you, an embroidery titled Pine and Crane for longevity, I wish for your enduring health and longevity. Bai Shu's delightful and charming voice instantly brought a beaming smile to Bai Heng's face. Thank you, my precious daughter. It is evident that this took considerable effort. My lord. Just look at how each stitch is infused with Bai Shu's heartfelt intent. The lines are fluid, and the colors harmoniously blend. This is not merely an embroidery, but a true work of art. Jiang Shi, possessing a deeper understanding of embroidery than Bai Heng, praised it without exaggeration. Your sister's needlework remains as exquisite as ever. I humbly bow to this gift. Bai Zhirong echoed his admiration for Bai Shu, acknowledging that, in comparison to her meticulously crafted gift, his own was indeed trivial. Older sister is remarkable. She excels in everything. Bai Zhi eagerly sought to assert his presence before his sister. Indeed, my sister is clever and skillful. It seems this embroidery shall be displayed in father's chamber henceforth. Bai Zhi Xian gently remarked, recognizing his sister's extraordinary talent in needlework, nurtured by a master whom Jiang Shi had specially engaged. She had indeed lived up to expectations, completing the delicate pine and crane for longevity design independently. Indeed, have this embroidery moved to my chamber immediately. Your mother and I would like to see it daily. Bai Heng instructed the maids to carefully carry it away. Father will surely appreciate it. I also crafted a sachet with several medicinal ingredients. Placing it by your pillow at night will help calm your mind and alleviate insomnia. Seizing the moment of Bai Heng's delight, Bai Shu produced the prepared sachet. Why did you not present the sachet first? The system was puzzled, as it believed in the practice of leading with a small offering to entice a greater response. While both gifts conveyed similar sentiments, the craftsmanship of the sachet was noticeably inferior to that of the embroidery. Why not unveil it first? Because that was a gift from the original body. Indeed, Bai Shu, unaware of the original body's whereabouts, felt that if the original could hear how much Bai Heng and the family cherished the embroidery, she would surely be delighted. After all, the original had a loving and harmonious family. The system responded, somewhat understanding yet still perplexed by Bai Shu, as it lacked human emotions and even a corporeal form. You are thoughtful, but how did you know father often suffers from insomnia? Did your mother inform you? Bai Heng was pleasantly surprised that Bai Shu had prepared a second gift, one that resonated deeply with him. Father, try it. If it proves ineffective, I shall seek out the physician who provided the prescription. Bai Shu playfully pouted, deftly sidestepping Bai Heng's inquiry, which even Jiang Shi found amusing. Completely forgetting, she had never mentioned Bai Heng's insomnia to her daughter. Haha, good daughter, tonight I shall place it by my pillow. As Bai Heng spoke, he carefully tucked the sachet into his bosom, a faint yet pleasant herbal aroma wafting from it. Bai Shu had truly matured, blossoming into such a graceful young lady. Imbued with filial piety, how many families in the capital would envy such a fortune? The elderly matriarch, who had long reveled in familial bliss, suddenly spoke up. The patriarch had passed away a few years prior due to illness, and initially, she had been engulfed in sorrow, weeping daily to the point of almost developing an eye ailment. However, it was her children and grandchildren who eventually guided her out of that bleak period. Now, witnessing her offspring truly grown, she felt a profound sense of contentment. Indeed, her younger sister's beauty and character were exceptional throughout the entirety of the capital. Su Yunxi observed the joyful scene of the prime minister's residence with envy. Her maternal grandmother was born of a concubine, and her father was also of illegitimate birth. Thus she had never envisioned a family so blissfully and unreservedly sharing laughter together. Furthermore, the Bai family evidently had 3 outstanding sons. Yet they lavished their affections solely upon their daughter, Bai Shu, which she found utterly perplexing. Sure, your second brother mentioned that you have good news to announce tonight. Pray, share it with us.
Gang Shi disregarded Su Uni's insinuation.
Beauty and temperament? Wasn't it an implicit jab at her daughter's well-known pursuit of du-wenching? But what did it matter? Their household would provide unwavering support for Bai Shu. Indeed, sister, do share, or I shall burst with anticipation. Bai Zhirong, with a nature unable to conceal secrets, felt that enduring this suspense was akin to torture. He too bore no patience for Su Yunxi. Previously, he had tolerated her feelings out of respect for their grandmother, but now that she sought to rival Bai Shu, marrying her off to a respectable family would suffice as an act of kindness from their household. It's not so exaggerated. In the past, I was blind to my own heart, enchanted by du-wenching. But that will no longer be the case. I have come to realize that I do not fancy him anymore, nor shall I engage in any actions that might tarnish the honor of our household. Upon her declaration, the expressions of those present varied widely. Su Yunqi was taken aback by Bai Shu's resolute decision. Bai Zhirong was elated, convinced it was splendid news. While Jiang Shi and the others exhibited concern, their eyes filled with compassion. Sure, what has Du Wenqing done? Jiang Shi inquired cautiously. She had witnessed Bai Shu's madness over the past year, trying every means to steer her back, but to no avail. Countless nights had she and Bai Heng spent in worry, ultimately resigning themselves to the idea of leveraging Bai Heng's position to assist Du Wenqing, hoping this favor would prevent him from mistreating their daughter. Now, with Bai Shu's sudden awakening, it was evident that Du Wenqing must have done something to hurt her. How could she not feel heartache? Mother, Du Wenqing has done nothing. I simply realized that he is rather mediocre. His talents do not surpass those of my elder brother. His martial skills fall short of my second brother's, and even in appearance, he pales in comparison to our brother Z. Why should I harbor affection for such a person? Bai Shu's nonchalant tone left Jiang Shi and the others skeptical. The matriarch cast a glance at the incredulous Su Yunqi, contemplating that perhaps it was time for her cousin to marry. Mother, I believe my sister speaks true. Du Wenqing is indeed not as exceptional as the three of us. In her youth, she was foolishly infatuated, but it is only natural for her to have moved on now. Bai Shu's words undoubtedly elevated Bai Zhirong's spirits. His sister had praised his martial prowess. Indeed, mother, it is a good thing that sister has seen through it. From now on, we shall not mention Du Wenqing again. Bai Zhixian reassured Jiang Shi, having already begun his investigation into Du Wenqing. Protecting his sister and avenging her would be his duty as an elder brother. Just that afternoon, he had been stealthily pulled aside by Bai Zhirong, plotting how to deal with Du Wenqing. How could Bai Zhirong contain such thrilling news?
Shia.
If you ever feel unhappy, you must tell your mother. Jiang Shi's words did not deceive her. She knew her daughter well, delicate and charming. Bai Shu possessed an unusual stubbornness. Once she resolved to pursue something, she would not retreat. Previously, when she had sought out a skilled embroiderer purely for enjoyment, Bai Shu insisted on mastering it, enduring swollen fingers from pricked needles without a single complaint. She feared that Bai Shu might feel wronged yet remain silent about it. Moreover, your father thinks Du Wenqing is merely average, possessing some talent, but often resorting to underhanded tactics, not a worthy candidate for lifelong commitment. Bai Heng, in a position of high authority, was constantly scrutinized, making it impractical for him to assist Du Wenqing. Yet, his beloved daughter's persistent pleas had compelled him to consider the matter, only to discover that Du Wenqing was preoccupied with ingratiating himself to the powerful. Such a person, regardless of talent, would not go far. Meanwhile, Su Yunqi's expression darkened. Did the Bai family truly regard her as insignificant? They were fully aware of her fondness for Du Wenqing, yet they belittled him simply because Bai Shu had lost interest. She had never encountered such arrogance in a prestigious family. Rest assured, father and mother, I shall not act foolishly again, nor shall I allow myself to be easily bullied. Bai Shu felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. It was her first experience of having family support, warming her heart. You need not worry about losing the family's honor. Your mother, and I shall always stand by you. Bai Shu's calm demeanor only deepened Jiang Shi's concern, her heart aching. Not just your father and mother. Your brothers will also stand by you, Bai Zhirong asserted firmly, while Bai Zhixian's gaze was equally gentle and resolute. I will soon grow up and help support my sister. Bai Zi endeavored to stand tall, almost surpassing Bai Shu in height. Rest assured, with such a loving family, I will never hide away and weep over grievances. Bai Shu felt profoundly touched, foreseeing a unique experience in this world. And it signified that upon completing her mission and departing, she would undoubtedly feel a deep sense of reluctance. Sure, tell your father. Is it because you met the regent that you wish to abandon Du Wenqing? Bai Heng tentatively queried. Father, why do you ask such a thing? Bai Shu momentarily felt moved, yet was shocked by Bai Heng's words. Instead of answering directly, she countered with a question.
Today,
the regent presented me with a birthday gift and specifically mentioned that you would enjoy this painting and should admire it together. Bai Heng voiced a lingering doubt that had plagued him. The regent seldom visited the prime minister's residence, let alone return with Bai Shu. This raised numerous suspicions that compelled him to ponder further. He had never underestimated the regent's abilities and cunning. Yet it was precisely because he understood the depths of Xiao Moqing's character that he did not wish for his daughter to develop feelings for him, fearing for her safety. When did I ever say I liked this painting? Bai Shu, bewildered, had merely gazed at the endless rivers and mountains painting held by Qingfeng a few extra times, yet that was misconstrued as desire. You never explicitly stated it, did you? The system meekly interjected. What do you mean explicitly? I never even thought it. How could that painting be so great? Bai Shu was incensed internally. Xiao Moqing's assertion blatantly suggested a familiarity that would inevitably lead Bai Heng to believe there was something more between them. This influential man would not bother to clarify anything, yet she, as the disgraced legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's household, would undoubtedly be misunderstood.
Now.
She felt overwhelmed by the curious and complex gazes of those around her. Sister, have you suddenly developed such discerning taste? Have you taken a liking to the regent? Bai Zhirong was the first to react, his excitement palpable. Xiao Moqing was his idol. If anyone in Dongye could claim to rival him, few would dare declare themselves superior, making him a somewhat suitable match for his sister. Zhirong, hold your tongue, and allow your sister to speak. Bai Zhixian wore a worried expression. He understood Bai Zhirong's straightforward and naive nature, often drawn to strength, yet the regent's tactics were far beyond their comprehension. To describe him as shrewd and ruthless was an understatement. How could his delicate sister withstand such trials? Jiang Shi too wore a frown, distressed at the thought that Bai Shu might genuinely have feelings for Xiao Moqing. Given their family's social standing, they must exert further effort to support their daughter. Father, mother. The disdain for Du Wenqing is purely based on personal feelings, independent of any external influences. My encounter with the regent at the Tianxiang restaurant was merely coincidental. We exchanged a few words solely due to my father's connections. Bai Shu endeavored to interrupt the speculation and assumptions surrounding them, as she had just arrived in this world and wished to relish her youth. Moreover, the regent was akin to a rare flower upon a lofty peak, admired from afar, but not to be trifled with. Thus, since Shuer professed her aversion to Du Wenqing, mother will seek out other eligible young gentlemen, ensuring she finds a man worthy of lifelong commitment. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shi breathed a sigh of relief, while they could not contend with the regent. Many in the capital admired her daughter. A year prior, when Bai Shu had yet to come of age, numerous esteemed families had sent matchmakers to inquire about her marriage prospects. At that time, Jiang Shi had not been anxious, planning to wait until her daughter matured to make selections, but then Du Wenqing had appeared, causing events to veer off course. Mother, I am in no rush to marry. I wish to spend more time with you and father. Bai Shu affectionately leaned against Jiang Shi's shoulder. Though she had never displayed such affection before, this gesture felt instinctive, as if it were ingrained in her very being. Foolish girl, which daughter remains unmarried long after reaching adulthood? I could never bear to see you wed far away. Let us consider suitors within the capital. Jiang Shi's greatest reluctance was for her daughter, yet she could not delay her daughter's future. Sister, do you truly not find the regent appealing? In all of the capital, perhaps only 1 in 10 can rival his stature, Bai Zhirong remarked with a hint of regret. Did Bai Shu's sense of aesthetics diverge from the norm? She idolized the inconsequential Du Wenqing while dismissing the regent, who was pursued by throngs. The regent's mind was occupied with state affairs, bearing the weight of the populace's livelihood, and was unlikely to be swayed by matters of romance. Thus, Ronger, do not dwell on it. The matriarch interjected. Parents who love their children plan with foresight. With Bai Heng's current status, he has the capability to protect Bai Shu, should he choose to betroth her to anyone other than the regent. However, given the regent's upright character, he would certainly not treat her poorly. Under the serious gaze of their family, Bai Zhirong's voice grew quieter until it was barely audible. Chapter 15. Seeking a suitable match. Since my sister has just come of age, there is no rush to discuss marriage. Her lifelong happiness deserves careful consideration. Bai Zhixian noted Bai Heng's words with quiet determination. It appeared that beyond investigating Du Wenqing, he must also discern the regent's feelings towards his sister to prevent her from repeating past mistakes. Indeed, matters such as these cannot be rushed. Even if my sister remains at home without marrying, we, as her brothers, can ensure she wants for nothing, Bai Zhirong declared. In the grand tapestry of the capital, who would not envy the bond shared among their siblings? I will soon grow up. I can be my sister's refuge. Bai Zhi, though young, proclaimed boldly that he would support Bai Shu. You lot. Shuer is so exceptional, a veritable star among the constellations. How could she not find a match? Jiang Shi laughed at her son's banter. Had it not been for the matter of Du Wenqing, the threshold of the residence would likely have been worn down by eager matchmakers. Mother, with my brothers yet unmarried, would it be appropriate for me to marry first? Perhaps you should seek matches for eldest brother and second brother before considering my own. Bai Shu wished to delay marriage. She had only just turned 15, while Bai Zhixian was already 19 and Lu Ruyan was 16. Time was of the essence. As soon as Bai Shu's words escaped her lips, Bai Zhirong's expression shifted slightly. Eldest brother should marry first. He and the daughter of the Minister of Works are childhood sweethearts. Their engagement was promised in youth and should now be fulfilled. Bai Zhirong quickly diverted the conversation back to Bai Xian, who was soon to enlist in the army. Surely, this was not the time for him to start a family, as it would only hinder the young lady. Xianer, your mother will soon seek a matchmaker and select an auspicious date to propose. Jiang Shi, noticing Bai Xian's forlorn expression, felt a flicker of hope arise and seized the moment. Mother, let us wait a bit longer regarding my matters. When the time is right, I will invite you to propose. Bai Xian smiled wryly. He had taken the childhood just between him and Lu Ruyan to heart. But for reasons unknown, she had suddenly begun to distance herself from him 3 years ago, evading him and denying him even an explanation. Despite his attempts, he could not restore their past closeness. Were they destined to miss one another forever? What is this? Is my elder brother about to become the tragic hero? I hereby declare I will no longer pursue foolishness with Du Wenqing. Surely, Lu Ruyan's family will not obstruct me any longer. Bai Shu pondered, sensing the situation was more intricate than it appeared. The original narrative suggested Lu Ruyan's parents were the hindrance, yet the details surrounding minor characters were not thoroughly disclosed. The system also perceived that there were deeper implications at play. Very well. Mother has prepared dowries and gifts for all of you. Merely await your word. Jiang Shi smiled, exchanging glances with Bai Heng. Their eldest son had become increasingly inscrutable. Once eager to marry, he now exhibited a lack of enthusiasm. You may need to hold on to those gifts a bit longer. Today, the Regent has granted me the position of colonel, and I shall soon commence my duties. Bai Zhirong was positively elated, eager to share his news with everyone in the residence, even the horses pulling the carriage, demonstrating his genuine delight. Second brother, you won't end up sunburned and undesirable, will you? Bai Zhi teased, scampering behind Bai Shu for cover.
Hey!
You little rascal, come here. Bai Zhirong feigned a chase after Bai Zhi, eliciting laughter from Jiang Shi and Bai Shu, while only Su Yunqi remained, tightly clutching her handkerchief, her jealousy barely contained. How could the regent be within Bai Shu's reach? Even if the residents wielded considerable influence in Dongyi, someone as otherworldly as Xiao Maching was not easily attainable. How could Bai Shu be so dismissive? Moreover, how had this match not involved her? Previously, the old matriarch and Jiang Shi had arranged several commendable matches for her, but she always believed she could do better. Now, finally presented with a promising candidate of both talent and beauty, leveraging the residence's influence to secure a marriage would surely spare her from the trials of a difficult mother-in-law, yet she found herself belittled by Bai Shu. She was determined to see just how splendid a match Bai Shu could secure in the end. All right, in a few days, the Empress will host a flower viewing banquet in the palace, inviting Shuer and Yunqi. It will be a chance for you both to unwind and enjoy the blossoms. Bai Heng curtailed the playful antics among his sons, emphasizing the importance of socializing with noble young ladies at the banquet, as he worried that Bai Shu might fall prey to idle thoughts. After all, her earlier display of affection had evaded Jiang Shi's scrutiny, but appeared somewhat evasive when scrutinized by him. He had never regarded Xiao Maching as a younger generation or a potential son-in-law, and it seemed he must be more vigilant going forward. System. Will Lu Ruyan attend the flower viewing banquet? Bai Shu was resolute in her intention to not remain idle. She would enter the fray as an ally for her brother's love. She should attend. This banquet is hosted by the Empress, and all daughters of officials of the 5th rank and above will be present. The system instantly grasped Bai Shu's intentions. Very well, father. The flowers in the Empress's palace will undoubtedly be more exquisite than ordinary blooms. Bai Shu readily agreed, eager to glean insight into her future sister-in-law's sentiments. Meanwhile, Bai Xian, upon hearing of the flower viewing banquet, paused momentarily. She would likely attend, yet he found himself unable to join. For 3 years, he had experienced one missed opportunity after another. Perhaps their fates were simply not meant to intertwine. Rest assured, uncle, my sister, and I will support each other. Su Yunqi expressed her indifference towards the imperial banquet, as the queen's notorious jealousy had already spread throughout the capital. What significance could her flower-viewing banquet possibly hold? It would be far more prudent to seize the opportunity now that Bai Shu had abandoned Du Wenqing.
Indeed.
Yunqi had resided in the Xiang residence for a full 6 years. Although she was merely a cousin, every action she took in the capital reflected upon the family. She must remain vigilant and forge more friendships, for in future, she would benefit from having influential allies. The matriarch admonished Su Yunqi, believing she had shown enough benevolence towards her half-sister. If Su Yunqi genuinely cherished Du Wenqing, she would take it upon herself to arrange the marriage, after which her path would be hers to tread. Yunqi held her grandmother's teachings close to heart. She responded obediently, yet a silent tide of jealousy roiled within her. Bai Shu roamed freely, unbothered by grievances, sheltered by the Xiang residents, while she herself had to navigate with utmost caution, even in her outings. She pondered why their fates differed so vastly. Host, I sense a palpable hatred emanating from the White Lotus. The system expressed admiration for Su Yunqi, noting that the sweetness of her smile belied the darkness within her heart. Chapter 16, Strategies for Winning Over the Future Sister-in-Law. Her disparity in background has inevitably twisted her psyche, fostering a desire for revenge, even though the Bai family has treated her well over these 6 years. She perceives it as mere charity, an act of pity, and we can no longer sway her. Bai Shu possessed a keen understanding of Su Yunqi's mindset. Had she traversed through time 6 years earlier, perhaps circumstances would have shifted, but the current situation was now firmly established. The innocent and kind-hearted original self had failed to forge a friendship with her, and the seeds of hatred had already taken root in her heart, entwining with her very essence, rendering them impossible to extricate. Our mission is to maintain a nonchalant stance, without supporting the ineffectual Du Wenqing. Why should we concern ourselves with Su Yunqi? The system outlined the main task, clarifying that it bore little relation to Su Yunqi, who was merely the official match for Du Wenqing in the original narrative. Guess what, if we neglect Su Yunqi, what do you think her fate will be? Bai Shu mused in dialogue with the system, her tone icy. She aspires to ascend social heights. If the soft-spoken man lacks the Chancellor's backing, his advancement will inevitably be sluggish. Perhaps Su Yunqi might seek an alternative suitor? The system speculated that Su Yunqi would resort to any means necessary for her ambitions. And Du Wenqing was not her sole option. Indeed, should Du Wenqing fall from grace, Su Yunqi would undoubtedly exhaust all efforts to find a suitable match. How could I possibly allow her any opportunity to harm the Xiang residents? Bai Shu had already come to regard the members of the Xiang household as her kin. She had never immersed herself so deeply in a role before. She was determined to protect her family at all costs. Host, I understand. Before the soft-spoken man is utterly dismissed, we must betroth Su Yunqi to him. This way, they will be bound together like grasshoppers on a string. Unable to escape for long, the system expressed its support for Bai Shu's decision, sharing her disdain for Su Yunqi. Good, my dear system. You've even mastered the art of idioms. Bai Shu chuckled at the system's whimsical tone, feeling increasingly as though it were a companion by her side. I am quite the expert. Such simple idioms are but a trifle. At this moment, Su Yunqi was blissfully unaware that her destiny had been sealed by a few fleeting remarks from Bai Shu and the system. She remained preoccupied with her plans to win over Du Wenqing. Are you hungry? Let us dine, Jiang Shi said as she instructed the servants to bring forth the dishes. Today marked Bai Heng's 39th birthday, as it was not a grand occasion, they opted for a modest family reunion meal. Father must savor this fine Jian Nanchun. My mother and I participated in its brewing months ago. Bai Ziyu proudly presented the wine he and Jiang Shi had just brought back, and upon opening it, an enchanting aroma wafted forth, enchanting even those who are not fond of alcohol. Excellent wine. Tonight we shall indulge in hearty revelry. Bai Heng took the wine jar, pouring it himself without a trace of the Chancellor's airs. Having been accustomed to the strife between legitimate and illegitimate children from a young age, he had witnessed many officials suffer due to domestic discord. Therefore, Bai Heng believed that with a virtuous and capable wife and several legitimate offspring, familial harmony could be achieved, allowing him to flourish in his career. As the family raised their cups in celebration, laughter and joy filled the Xiang residents, enveloping them in a warm atmosphere of happiness. System, please provide me with information about my future sister-in-law. Bai Shu was en route to the palace banquet, clad in resplendent red. Lazily reclining against the soft cushions of the carriage, engaging in casual conversation with the system. Certainly, Lu Ruyan is the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Works, aged 16. Hailing from a well-off family, having grown up in luxury, she became acquainted with your elder brother during childhood, and their innocent bond led the elders to jokingly suggest a betrothal. However, 3 years ago, Lu Ruyan suddenly altered her attitude towards your brother, at a time when the original self had yet to pursue Du Wenqing, indicating that their missed opportunity was not due to her interference. The system had tirelessly sifted through the world's narrative, finally uncovering a thread of connection. 3 years ago? Is it possible that their mischance was influenced by Su Yunqi's meddling? Bai Shu had been contemplating this matter for the past few days. In the original plot, Lu Ruyan missed her chance with Bai Zixuan, eventually becoming an old maid by 18, hastily marrying a son of a disreputable Dali temple official, with a predictably grim marital life. If that is the case, it certainly seems plausible. The system seemed enlightened. Realizing that the lives of supporting characters could be swayed by the protagonist, Lu Ruyan may have indeed been affected by Su Yunxi. 3 years ago, Su Yunxi experienced her first love. She must have recognized that leveraging the Xiang residence's influence to marry anyone would be less advantageous than marrying my brother. If she employed any schemes, the pure and innocent Lu Ruyan would be no match for her. Bai Shu, still grappling with the intricacies of marriage in this world, found the notion of cousins marrying to be quite strange, as it was strictly prohibited in her understanding, yet commonplace in this era. Host. Your assessment of your future sister-in-law is quite high. The system noted Bai Shu's fondness for Lu Ruyan. Indeed, attracts like, I do not believe my brother. A man of such integrity would be drawn to someone with malicious intent. Bai Shu, while resting her eyes, had already formed her convictions. Su Yunxi was not to be feared, for she would personally strategize to win over her future sister-in-law. That makes sense. It's like a turtle observing a green bean. The more one looks, the more appealing it becomes. The system endeavored to gradually comprehend human emotions. If you cannot speak wisely, then do not speak at all. My brother and sister-in-law are a match made by the Jade Emperor, a heavenly union. Like the weaver girl and the cowherd, they will rejoice together. Kindly remove your turtle and green bean from my sight. Bai Shu retorted, exasperated, having just praised the system's newfound ability only to find it mixing metaphors. Understood. Dear host. The system fell silent, refraining from further rebuttal. Miss, do have some pastries to tide you over. Once we enter the palace, it will not be as comfortable as home. Yulan positioned herself beside the carriage, placing a basket of pastries upon the intricately carved yellow flowerwood table. The journey was steady, showing no sign of jostling. This carriage is rather comfortable. They had traveled a fair distance, yet Bai Shu felt no fatigue. The cushions were soft and well-fitted, and the lavishly adorned carriage, though modest in size due to Bai Heng's status, bore a luxurious, yet understated elegance. The master and mistress dote on the young lady the most. If she wishes for a new carriage, the master will promptly arrange it. The silks of the cushions and backrests are gifts from the emperor, and the patterns were crafted by the finest embroiderers in the capital. Even the carvings atop the carriage are one of a kind. Yulan spoke animatedly about the carriage, genuinely pleased for Bai Shu, believing she deserved to be cherished. Du Wenqing was utterly unworthy of her. Do have some pastries as well. These were brought by my second brother from Baixiangzai in the southern city, and they're quite delectable. Bai Shu remained oblivious to the thoughts harbored by Yulan. Over the past few days, she had scoured the culinary establishments within the city. After all, there was ample time ahead, allowing her to savor each delicacy one by one. Chapter 17. Gossip ceases with the wise. Thank you, Mississippi. Yulan, brimming with excitement, awaited Bai Shu to finish her meal before eagerly seizing a piece of pastry and indulging in it. The reputation of Bai Xiangzai is universally acknowledged, and their new offerings are simply delightful. Yulan remarked as she relished the treat, which melted in her mouth. Its sweetness perfectly balanced, providing her taste buds with sheer delight. Do take your time. There's no one here to snatch it away from you, Bai Shu chuckled, observing Yulan consuming her pastry like a little hamster, utterly adorable. Yulan, feeling a tad embarrassed under Bai Shu's gaze, gradually slowed her chewing. While the atmosphere between the master and servant was harmonious, tension simmered within the carriage behind them. Miss, please don't be upset. Our carriage is quite decent, and it's evident to others that it belongs to the minister's family. Cui Gua, trembling with trepidation, knelt in the carriage. She had been brought from the estate by Su Yunxi and had served her for over a decade, knowing her well. In the past, the minister's family had at least pretended to treat me and Bai Shu equally, providing us with similar amenities. Now, their true colors were finally revealed, as they gifted her a luxuriously comfortable carriage, while I was left unable to sit. Su Yunxi seethed with indignation, her hand clenching the handkerchief tightly. The curtains on either side of the carriage secured to conceal her distorted expression. She had always known that the kindness shown by Jiang and the others was merely superficial. Their favoritism for Bai Shu was glaringly apparent. Miss, please bear with it a bit longer. Bai Shu has now forsaken young Master Du. You will soon be able to wed him as you desire. Cui Gua could only offer words of comfort, cautious not to contradict her. Are you implying that I can only have what Bai Shu does not want? Su Yunxi, rarely losing her composure, felt as though everything was spiraling out of control these past few days. Young Master Du had not sought her out, and the attitude of Bai Shu and the Bai family towards her had drastically changed. She was at a loss as to whether she should cling to young Master Du or abandon him immediately. Miss, that is not my intention. After your coming of age, Many families will seek your hand, and your beauty and character are among the finest in the capital. Cui Gui dared not claim she was superior to the esteemed daughters of noble families, nor that she possessed remarkable talent, for such flattery could lead to dire consequences. Please rise and take a seat. We will soon enter the palace, and there will be no place for you to sit. Su Yunxi gradually regained her composure, realizing that she had been overly emotional, which was unbecoming of her. Coming from humble beginnings, she must cling to the powerful tree of the minister's family to soar to great heights. Sister, our aunt instructed us to look out for one another. Let us enter together, Su Yunxi said, her expression now devoid of the jealousy and impatience from earlier as she gazed at the brand-new carriage occupied by Bai Shu. She needed to maintain her composure and not lose her poise in front of outsiders. Indeed, Bai Shu lifted the front curtain and gracefully descended the steps, her presence radiant and captivating. Suddenly, she noticed another carriage parked at the palace gates. Wasn't he that the luxurious carriage belonging to Xiao Maching from last time? Host, were no males invited to the flower viewing banquet? Bai Shu pondered, considering Xiao Maching's status. It seemed only natural for him to appear at the palace. As she gazed at the carriage, memories of the regal regent adorned with prayer beads, exuding an unmatched elegance, flooded her mind. The flower viewing banquet is exclusively for women. In the original storyline, Su Yunxi mocked the original character alongside several lesser-born ladies. However, the incident from 2 days prior, where she vehemently berated young Master Du at the minister's gate, has now spread throughout the streets, likely altering the original narrative. The system analyzed professionally. No matter. The rumors should not pose any harm to me. What is the progress of the task? Bai Shu sighed with relief, yet felt a tinge of regret. People naturally gravitate towards beauty, and she was no exception. Thus, regardless of Xiao Maching's intimidating aura, as long as he stood there, Bai Shu could admire him all day long. Host, I haven't mentioned that this task operates under a different mechanism than before. Rewards can only be claimed upon completion. The system attempted to minimize its presence, perplexed by this new arrangement, as the previous 999 tasks had allowed for partial completion to unlock rewards and equipment. What do you mean? There are no rewards during this task. Bai Shu exclaimed in exasperation, regretting her honesty, as she had surrendered her equipment after each use, leaving her with nothing but her wits. Calm down, you still have me. My utility is substantial. The system often engaged in favoritism, trying to secure some benefits for Bai Shu, thereby retaining some worth. Forget it. Enhancing my constitution requires you to rest for several hours, and I fear you might not wake up one day. Bai Shu teased the system, though she felt a sense of relief. There's no need for such realism. Once used, just discard it. The system lamented within Bai Shu's mind. Please cease your poor performance, Bai Shu remarked, prompting an immediate silence from the system. Uncertain of the Queen's motives for hosting this flower-viewing banquet, especially for young ladies like themselves, Su Yunxi broke the silence as they walked along the high palace walls. Outside, the streets bustled with activity, lively and vibrant. While within the palace, shadows lurked in the deep gardens, evoking a sense of trepidation. The flower-viewing banquet is indeed for appreciating flowers. And who is invited is at the Queen's discretion. We should avoid speculating, Bai Shu responded, somewhat admiring Su Yunxi's temperament for quickly regaining her composure and greeting her with a smile. You are right, sister. The Queen's demeanor and actions are beyond our comprehension. Yet there will inevitably be some rumor circulating, whether true or false. Su Yunxi pointedly referenced the gossip regarding the Queen's jealousy, admitting that she had once entertained thoughts of ascending the social ladder. However, the rumors of the Queen's extreme jealousy, preventing the Emperor from visiting any consorts, were well known. The Emperor's indulgence of her behavior, even in the face of memorials from the officials, illustrated the precarious situation of the other consorts. And Su Yunxi doubted her ability to outshine the Queen amidst the harem's competition. Sister, gossip ceases with the wise, since we cannot ascertain the truth. It is best to refrain from discussing it. Be wary, for walls have ears. Bai Shu halted, her eyes cold and her expression grave, turning to Su Yunxi, unwilling to be dragged down by her naivete. You speak wisely, Su Yunxi replied awkwardly, while the maid leading the way cast a curious glance at Bai Shu. A servant of the Queen's palace, adept at reading emotions, she found Bai Shu's demeanor starkly contrasting with the rumored image of a frivolous and reckless girl, proving that gossip should not be blindly believed. Let me also remind you, sister, to seize opportunities when they arise. Otherwise, you may regret missing them later. Bai Shu gazed down at Su Yunxi, who was slightly shorter than herself. It would be best for her to actively pursue young Master Du. Otherwise, Bai Shu would have to intervene herself. Chapter 18. Counterattack. Bai Shu and her companions followed the maid into the queen's palace garden, where the fragrant spring breeze greeted them. They had arrived not too early, for a considerable number of young ladies were already gathered inside, vying for attention, rivaling the blooming flowers in splendor, a truly picturesque spring scene. As Bai Shu approached, many pairs of eyes instinctively turned towards her. After all, whether due to her status as the minister's legitimate daughter or her entangled romance with the top scholar, she had garnered a modicum of fame among the noble women of the capital. Miss Bai, it has been quite some time. How have you been? Bai Shu. You are here too. Oh, it's Sister Shu. As Bai Shu stepped into the banquet hall, several young ladies from noble families eagerly approached her. Throughout the year, her mindless pursuit of young Master Du had indeed tarnished her reputation in the capital. However, this did not imply that she lacked congenial friends. With a gentle smile adorning her face, Bai Shu greeted them amiably. Ah, Sister Bai, you have finally arrived. It has been far too long since we last met, and Wanner has missed you dearly. Suddenly, a sweet, delicate voice rang out, followed by a porcelain doll-like little girl who dashed straight into Bai Shu's embrace. What a little cannonball she is. Fortunately, Bai Shu's physique had been enhanced by the system. Otherwise, the force of that impact would have knocked the wind out of her. This is none other than the beloved sister of the current emperor, Xiao Wanner, who is undoubtedly one of the most esteemed children in Dongya. The system hurriedly updated Bai Shu, concerned that she might forget the significance of this minor character.
Huh?
After a brief separation, our Wanner has grown taller. Bai Shu joyfully ruffled Wanner's hair and compared their heights. She felt a genuine fondness for the exquisitely delicate little one. After all, who could resist a porcelain doll-like princess? Sister Bai, come sit with me, Wanner exclaimed, tugging at Bai Shu's hand and leading her to her seat, which, without a doubt, held a status second only to that of the Empress. In contrast, Su Yunxi, who followed closely behind Bai Shu, appeared somewhat neglected. Those who approached with enthusiasm were all part of Bai Shu's social circle, each of them hailing from noble backgrounds, with the least among them being the cherished daughter of a second-rank official. Naturally, they would not lower themselves to engage with someone of Su Yunxi's standing. Though Su Yunxi maintained a serene exterior, her heart simmered with resentment. Having entered the minister's residence at the age of 10, she had long considered herself of equal status with Bai Shu, and the current neglect felt like a resounding slap in the face. Yet, she dared not show a hint of her feelings, merely trailing behind Bai Shu like a shadow.
Perfect. I shall sit with Vena.
Bai Shu did not decline, following her to the upper seat as they joyfully discussed amusing recent events. Sister Bai, I have learned so many characters lately. Look, I can now write 1, 2, 3, and so many more. Wanner excitedly showcased her recent academic achievements, her rosy cheeks endearing. Is our Wanner truly so remarkable? You have certainly impressed Sister Bai. Goodness. Her literary skills seem to be rather lopsided. Bai Shu mused internally, as the system's commentary arrived, albeit belatedly. However, just as Bai Shu and Xiao Wanner, two beauties of differing ages, were engaged in cheerful conversation, several jarring voices began to emerge. Do you see who is sitting beside Princess Wan? Isn't that the renowned Bai Shu? Just look at how carefree she is, lacking even the demeanor of a proper lady. Indeed, her unrestrained behavior shows no trace of the decorum expected of a noblewoman. It's no wonder she would make such an audacious move to seek marriage.
Oh.
You won't believe this. Just a few days ago, a grand spectacle unfolded at the minister's residence. What sort of spectacle? Haven't you heard? She shamelessly declared her intention to give up pursuing Du Wenqing. Is that so? Wasn't she the one chasing him relentlessly? I've heard she even went to the tavern to settle his tab, and even indulged in flower wine. No way. If that's true, she has tarnished the reputation of the minister's residence. Had she not been born there, she wouldn't even be worthy of dining with us. Well, who can blame her for her fortunate birth? Enough, enough. Let us not speak any further. We wouldn't want to be overheard. What of it? She can do as she pleases, but we should remain silent? Really, do they think their chatter is inaudible to others? Calm down. I can endure. But not my aunt. Quickly, unleash your celestial meteor hammer upon them. Not only was the system enraged, but Xiao Wanner and Yulan, beside Bai Shu, were close to losing their tempers as well. You mustn't speak of Sister Bai in such a manner.
Wanner stood up abruptly,
indignant as she pointed at the garishly dressed individuals who were spewing nonsense. Despite her young age, she understood enough to know they were disparaging Sister Bai. At that moment, her mind was resolute. She was a princess, and she was powerful. She could protect those she cherished. Wanner's sweetheart, please remain seated. Sister Bai will handle this matter. Just as Warner contemplated how to punish these offenders, Bai Shu rose and intervened, soothing her emotions before striding directly towards the group. What a jest! While she had come into this world prepared to lounge and be carefree, it did not mean she would allow herself to be bullied. If she were to let them leave the palace unscathed after their audacity, then her previous endeavors as a formidable figure would have been in vain. Though she lacked a celestial meteor hammer, she possessed a sharp tongue and a keen mind. Violence was a bore. A battle won without bloodshed was the ideal approach. If I recall correctly, you're the illegitimate daughter of Lord Li, the head of the Ministry of Revenue, born to a concubine? Bai Shu's expression turned cold as she cast a dismissive glance at the gossiping crowd, her gaze locking onto the most brazen of them all. Just a fifth-rank official's illegitimate daughter dared to be so impudent before her. Had she consumed bare hearts and leopard gall? Indeed. When the Leaf family's illegitimate daughter heard Bai Shu call her out, her countenance instantly darkened. For her illegitimate status was her greatest insecurity, a chasm that lay between her and Bai Shu. You are correct. We should not be seated together, for with your background, you wouldn't even qualify to serve me from behind on ordinary days. The Leaf family's illegitimate daughter turned pale with anger at Bai Shu's words. And despite her myriad of retorts, her status forbade her from uttering a single word. Bai Shu's words pierced her heart, and as she gasped for breath, Bai Shu couldn't help but smirk. At this level, against the original owner, she might have had a chance, but she was merely a novice in her presence. Chapter 19. Breaking Down Defenses. The provocateurs felt the weight of Bai Shu's icy gaze and their confidence waned, their heads involuntarily bowing. Bai Shu found it utterly bewildering. Did they come without their wits? How dare they gossip about her to her face? After countering the Leaf family's illegitimate daughter, Bai Shu turned her attention to the second person, the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Rights. Her status was passable, yet in the presence of Bai Shu, the daughter of a first-rank prime minister, she paled in comparison. You must be the daughter of Minister Wang, correct? Oh, how fortunate you are. You needn't worry about marriage, as your father intends to sell you to an old man as a second wife. Oh dear, I misspoke. Not sell. I meant to say he is seeking a suitable match for you, a natural pairing. In just a few sentences, Bai Shu had incensed the Wang family's legitimate daughter to the point of near explosion. It was common knowledge in the capital that her father planned to marry her off to the Duke of Han as a second wife, a man of similar age to Minister Wang, who already had an eldest son. Marrying him would mean she could effortlessly step into motherhood. Sister Bai is formidable. The system noted with delight as the two women could no longer maintain their noble demeanor, feeling utterly humiliated. The other women of lower status shrank back, attempting to diminish their presence, while only Wan Qingru, at the forefront, remained unyielding, meeting Bai Shu's gaze head-on. In terms of background, her mother was the eldest daughter of a duke, and her father was a second-rank official. She was not inferior to Bai Shu, which emboldened her to lead the mockery. Furthermore, she remained unmarried, leaving no embarrassing secrets for Bai Shu to exploit. So it is Miss Ruan. I have heard that your esteemed mother, Princess Qinghe, is exceptionally skilled in needlework. The sachets she embroidered were once all the rage, with every young nobleman in the capital eager to possess one. Might I trouble you to ask your mother for a sachet on my behalf? Not for any other reason, merely to learn the art of embroidery. Perhaps Miss Ruan has mastered the art of embroidery and can craft exquisite sachets? Bai Shu's tone was unassuming, yet her words struck like daggers, driving Wan Qingru into a frenzy. She never anticipated that Bai Shu would stoop to referencing her mother's past to assail her. Her eyes widened in anger. At that moment, the whispers of the crowd swirled around her. What was this talk of sachets? Did the Princess of Qinghe have such a scandalous history? Indeed. Were you not aware? In her quest for a worthy suitor, the Princess of Qinghe had reportedly distributed numerous hand-stitched mandarin duck sachets, with rumors suggesting that no fewer than 10 young gentlemen had received them. No, I've heard it mentioned that there were even over 20.
Oh.
There were at least a dozen or 20 names specifically, and who knows how many others remained unaccounted for. I've even heard that before her marriage, the Princess of Qinghe was no longer chaste. It is no wonder, after all, Wan Qingru was a premature child. How the specifics elude us. Alas, who would have thought that noble families harbored such secrets? Best to speak less. One never knows when one might face dire consequences. Originally, the focus of the gossip was on Bai Shu, yet it swiftly shifted to Wan Qingru. As she listened to the escalating fabrications, she felt herself on the brink of madness. She knew her mother had indeed given away a few sachets, perhaps 7 or 8 at most, but there was no way her mother would have engaged in any premarital indiscretions. These were surely mere fabrications. She was acutely aware that rumors tend to spiral, growing more outrageous with each retelling. Yet, at this moment, she found herself unable to refute the allegations. Almost overcome with rage, she pointed an accusing finger at Bai Shu and shouted, "You lie. You are slandering me." Wan Qingru bore no resemblance to the esteemed noblewoman who had just been surrounded by admirers. Her hair ornaments were in disarray, and her features were contorted in distress. "What did I say? I merely inquired about a sachet, and sought to share insights on needlework. If you are unwilling, why become so irate?" Bai Shu blinked innocently, leaving Wan Qingru speechless in her rebuttal. You. Wan Qingru had been raised in adoration and had never faced such indignities. Unable to endure another moment, she huffed and turned to leave her seat, determined to escape this maddening place. How dare those scheming women discuss her? And Bai Shu? She knew full well that her words had nothing to do with sachets. She implied that she would not follow in her mother's footsteps of distributing sachets.
No.
What she meant was that her mother was not frivolous, bestowing sachets everywhere. She needed to leave this place at once. With her thoughts racing, her pace quickened. Was it merely a sachet? Was it worth such fury? It was utterly bewildering. Just then, Bai Shu delivered another blow, and the crowd could not suppress their laughter at Wan Qingru's flustered retreat. A sharp cry pierced the air. Wan Qingru had stumbled. She clumsily rose, stamping her foot on the tiled floor, which was laid with precious jade, reflecting a soft glow. "Are you not watching where you're going? Hurry up and leave." She vented her frustration on her maid, leaning heavily against her while muttering curses. "The family has finally broken the facade. Ha ha ha." The system's mischievous laughter echoed in Bai Shu's mind. "What do you think? My charm remains as captivating as ever, does it not?" Bai Shu chuckled and shook her head, recognizing that one reaps what they sow. She had finally attained a noble status, akin to being within the system. And how could she refrain from retaliating? "As always, you are quite the remarkable one." The praise flowed freely. Bai Shu's gaze swept over the whispering group from earlier. They all obediently lowered their heads, resembling quails. "Sister Bai, you are truly impressive." Upon returning to her seat, the little princess had transformed into Bai Shu's ardent admirer, her adorable starry eyes seemingly eager to speak. "Wanner dear, from now on, Sister Bai will protect you and ensure no one bullies you." This flower-viewing banquet had proven worthwhile for Bai Shu, as she had gained a charming little companion. When Wanner grows up, she will also look after Sister Bai. Xiao Wanner expressed her affection in her own way, waving her tiny fists and clumsily echoing Bai Shu's words. "Why does this sound familiar?" the system murmured. "Just 2 days ago, Bai Zi said the same thing." Bai Shu remembered every kind word spoken to her, especially the innocent promises of children, which softened her heart. These were the sentiments she had never possessed before, and she cherished them all the more. "The Empress has arrived. The Grand Princess is here. The Regent is coming." As the Queen and her entourage strolled in gracefully, everyone bowed respectfully. Only Bai Shu remained, her gaze fixed on Lu Ruyan, who walked alongside the Grand Princess. Momentarily lost in thought, she finally understood why Bai Zishuan was willing to remain unmarried for her. Such a gentle and graceful talent was undoubtedly worth his patient wait. "What is going on? Why is my sister-in-law accompanying the Grand Princess?" It was no wonder Bai Shu had not found Lu Ruyan until now. She almost believed her presence at the flower-viewing banquet had been in vain. "Did you forget? Lu Ruyan's mother and the Grand Princess's mother are of the same lineage, so they are indeed related." The system reminded Bai Shu. "What did you say? Their mothers are from the same clan?" "Just as I thought. They say that families that are not related do not enter the same door. Their mother standards for choosing husbands are quite questionable." Bai Shu mused, realizing that everything had a traceable origin. The Grand Princess's husband was infertile yet ambitious, while Lu Ruyan ultimately wed the son of a disreputable minister of justice. The outcome was all too predictable. They would both endure a lifetime of mutual dissatisfaction in their marriage, making it difficult to pass judgment.
Indeed.
Xiao Moqing seemed to hear Bai Shu's thoughts, as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, effortlessly locating her head amidst the crowd. Quite round and exceptionally clever. In this era, selecting a spouse is akin to being blind. They simply happen to be extraordinarily unfortunate in their choices. The system perceived the situation with clarity. In the animal kingdom, creatures engage in courtship through various means, yet in this world, marriage remains shockingly simplistic. "Everyone, please be at ease.
Today,
There is no need for formality. I delight in merriment. Ladies, feel free to enjoy the flowers and partake in tea." The Queen's melodious voice resonated, prompting everyone to lift their gazes toward her. Though she appeared merely 15 or 16 years old, She possessed a regal grace befitting a mother of a nation. Adorned with a golden phoenix headdress and flowing garments complemented by fiery red lips, she was a sight to behold, invoking admiration rather than envy. The queen took her seat, and the palace maids began serving pastries and delicacies. The flower viewing banquet was officially underway. Today, my sister-in-law looks even more beautiful. Xiao Wan'er's exuberant voice captured the attention of the queen and her companions, even drawing a glance from Xiao Maching, who noted how his niece had grown since she was but a babe. Oh, has our Wan'er been indulging in sweets? How sweet your little tongue is. The queen was particularly fond of Xiao Wan'er, having watched her grow. Brother, you must not let Wan'er eat sweets. I did not steal any,
Xiao Wan'er exclaimed,
covering her mouth with her chubby little hands, her round eyes darting about, fearful of having her secret discovered. What a classic case of not-so-subtle concealment. The system couldn't help but critique, as laughter erupted from the crowd at the little princess's adorableness, even coaxing a smile from the usually somber Grand Princess.
Wan'er,
Come here to your sister. The Grand Princess beckoned the little princess to her side, yet with the regal and aloof regent seated beside her, Xiao Wan'er hesitated. Sister Bai, will you accompany me over there? I beg you.
Venna tugged at Bai Shu's sleeve, softly pleading.
For she was quite dependent on Bai Shu, and harbored a profound fear of the ever-serious royal uncle who never smiled. Observing Wan'er resembling a pitiable child, Bai Shu's heart softened instantly. However, she still firmly resisted the idea of sharing a table with Xiao Maching again. Yet, seeing that Bai Shu did not outright refuse, Xiao Wan'er seized the moment, pulling her along toward the direction of the Grand Princess and Xiao Maching. Oh, dear ancestor, that is the regent. Bai Shu thought as she felt Wanu's grip tighten, sensing that her companion possessed the strength of a deity from ancient Greece. How else could she be unable to break free, no matter how she struggled? Come on, you could at least refuse. Speak up. The system lamented, feeling exasperated as Bai Shu drew closer to Xiao Maching, sensing her attire becoming increasingly scant.
What can I possibly say?
How could I deny such an adorable little one? If I refuse her, am I still human? Bai Shu felt a surge of greatness within her at that moment, for she believed she was rescuing a fragile heart. As for Xiao Maching, was he not merely a reclusive man of austere demeanor? Surely, she could handle him. As Bai Shu and Xiao Wan approached, a palace maid thoughtfully presented 2 cushions, placing them conveniently near the regent. In an instant, Xiao Wan'er slipped onto the seat beside the Grand Princess and sweetly exclaimed, Elder sister, I'm here. This is Sister Bai. She's very kind. Bai Shu froze in place, suddenly less inclined to save the little darling's heart. Utterly bewildered by how one could utter the most heartfelt words in the sweetest tone. I am truly astonished. How can the Grand Princess find the leisure to admire flowers when her backyard is nearly ablaze? Bai Shu silently scoffed, noting that she was at least 2 feet from Xiao Maching, yet could almost detect his cool fragrance. You are so bold. Did you not notice that there isn't even a mosquito near the regent? How do you dare? The system, feeling the chill, remained silent, exuding an aura of coldness. She was wronged by the prince and deemed barren, and now she is unaware that he maintains a multitude of concubines outside. Unaware of the concubines is one thing, but the prince is about to bring one into her household. Oh, and that concubine even tricked the barren prince into wearing a green hat, making him a surprise father. Oh, the royal secrets are indeed astonishing. Given these circumstances, what flowers can she still admire? By the way, do you think I could lend her a hand? After all, the prince is one of Du Wenqing's key allies. If I assist the Grand Princess, wouldn't that mean I am undermining Du Wenqing's power? What do you think? Hello? Anyone there? Bai Shu's inner world was rich with thoughts, yet she hadn't realized that her musings went unheard. Alas, this unreliable system seemed to vanish effortlessly before Xiao Maching. Meanwhile, Xiao Maching, who had been listening to her thoughts throughout, was meticulously savoring the information embedded in her words. The doctors treating the Grand Princess had connections, some being trusted aides of the prince, others suddenly wealthy after a night of treatment, clearly having come into unexpected fortune. All this evidence corroborated by Shu's musings. Could it be that the prince indeed harbored intentions of taking numerous concubines? Today, the Grand Princess sought him regarding the prince's promotions. Xiao Maching gently rubbed the beads in his hand, contemplating a thorough investigation into this barren prince. Chapter 21. You are sitting on my clothing. Ah, it is the Prime Minister's daughter. Long time no see, you have grown even more beautiful. Following Xiao Wan'er's direction, the Grand Princess spotted Bai Shu, whose expressions were quite vivid. While she had little acquaintance with the Prime Minister's residence, she had heard some family matters through Lu Ruyan. The Bai Shu before her seemed markedly different from the naive girl of the past. "Little girl greets your highness, the grand princess." Bai Shu felt a twinge of guilt as she bowed, having just gossiped in her mind, now feeling embarrassed by the praise. "The empress has said there is no need for formality today. I heard you abandoned the top scholar you pursued for nearly a year, just days ago. Is that true?" The grand princess's words struck Bai Shu like a raw egg, leaving her momentarily breathless. "Is it too late for me to leave now? Help! Why are you so nosy?" "Sister, goodness, you're coming at me straight." "Indeed, your highness," Bai Shu replied, internally rolling her eyes 100 times while maintaining a cheerful facade. "You are quite brave. Women also have the right to pursue love actively. If you like someone, be bold in your actions. If not, it's wise to cut your losses." The grand princess smiled gently at her words, not mocking Bai Shu as Wan Qingru might have. Instead, she supported women taking control of their marriages. Having learned from experience how difficult it is to capture the heart of one who does not love you, Bai Shu was left perplexed. What was the grand princess's intention? She could understand being scolded, but accepting compliments was something else entirely. "Your highness speaks truly. If one does not like something, there is no need to endure it. Cutting losses can sometimes be a form of liberation." Bai Shu's pointed remark caused the grand princess to pause, looking into Bai Shu's sparkling eyes, reflecting on her own choices. Did she still have the opportunity to cut her losses in time? "Sometimes, I truly envy you unwed girls. Your lives seem so carefree. And you have ample time to pursue your desires." The grand princess ultimately smiled with resignation, redirecting her attention to feeding Xiao Wan'er pastries. "Your highness, bravery knows no age. Even at the final moments of one's life, as long as you wish, you can make a decision. Of course, the sooner you decide, the sooner you can find relief." Bai Shu spoke sincerely, her tone steady, inadvertently awakening both the grand princess and Lu Ruyan, who paused to ponder the depth of her words. "Lu sister, what do you think? We have not seen each other in so long. It feels as though we have grown distant." Bai Shu spoke directly, not forgetting her purpose today, as her elder brother was still waiting at home. "Sister Shu is right. Life can be long or short, but ultimately one must be brave at least once." Lu Ruyan looked back at Bai Shu, their long-buried friendship surfacing once more, reminiscent of their childhood days spent chasing butterflies. "Lu sister, do you remember the Polonia flowers we planted together? They are blooming splendidly in my garden. Let us go admire them together tomorrow. Sister-in-law, please come to my side." Bai Shu extended a warm invitation to her future sister-in-law, eagerly awaiting her response. Lu Ruyan hesitated for just a moment before agreeing. "The day after tomorrow will be fine. I must accompany my mother to Wufang Temple tomorrow." The fingers gripping her sleeves betrayed her inner thoughts, as she recalled that Bai Zishuan would be off the next day, likely absent at home. Yet, these concerns seemed trivial to Bai Shu. As long as her sister-in-law visited, she could create an opportunity for her elder brother. "Wonderful. I shall prepare your favorite date and yam cake for you the day after tomorrow. You must remember to come." Bai Shu beamed at the affirmative response, momentarily forgetting that she was still seated beside Xiao Maching. She joyfully engaged in conversation with Xiao Wan'er and the others, losing herself in delightful chatter, even accidentally leaning onto Xiao Maching's discarded garments. "Miss you." Yulan attempted to remind Bai Shu, but she was so engrossed in conversation with Lu Ruyan that even Xiao Wan'er was doubled over in laughter, leaving no room for interruption. Miss Yulan cautiously patted Bai Shu's rear, attempting to lend her mistress a hand with her own strength. To her utter astonishment, after the pat, Bai Shu transformed from merely occupying a space the size of a fingernail to half of her backside. Good heavens! Who could come to her aid? Yulan felt an indescribable weariness. She wished to caution Bai Shu, but upon meeting the unfathomable gaze of the Regent Prince, she instantly surrendered, reasoning that since the prince had said nothing, he must not mind, right? Yes, the Regent Prince surely did not mind. He could not possibly be so petty. Thus, Yulan chose to remain silent and returned to serve behind Bai Shu. Indeed, she sensed the piercing gaze of Xiao Maching dissipate, and she privately rejoiced, believing she had done nothing wrong. Meanwhile, the oblivious Bai Shu was entirely unaware of the unfolding drama. The flower viewing banquet lasted a full hour, but a man of the Regent Prince's stature, burdened with numerous duties, would not linger to entertain these young ladies. He merely sipped a cup of tea before preparing to depart. Just as Bai Shu was reveling in the thought that the Regent Prince was finally leaving, a low, magnetic voice reached her ears. "Miss Bai, I am about to take my leave." Bai Shu was momentarily taken aback, thinking, "Why must you inform me of your departure? Am I expected to send you off with fanfare? Or do you desire me to implore you to stay?" Bai Shu glanced around, noting the varied looks directed at her, and felt a fleeting embarrassment. Therefore, she hastily drew her 10 toes into a line, attending to her own affairs, and casually bid farewell to the Regent Prince. Bai Shu performed a very nonchalant bow, hardly rising, and did not cast a glance at Xiaomoqing, even chewing on a piece of plum as she spoke in a muddled manner. "My lady, please rise." Yulan observed the fabric beneath Bai Shu and the stillness of the two figures, her heart silently weeping. What on earth could she do? Why should I rise? The Empress has said today, we need not be restrained. Must I bow to him for him to leave? His pride rivals that of a city wall, I see. I cannot indulge such behavior. Bai Shu did not ponder why her adorably foolish maid insisted she stand. She merely kept her head down. However, the queen, who had been observing the scene, suddenly perceived a twist. Her eyes lit up, realizing that the aloof and busy Regent Prince had allowed someone to sit upon his garments. He had not shown anger but rather offered a subtle reminder. This was quite unusual, indeed. At that moment, the perplexed Xiaomoqing, upon hearing Bai Shu's thoughts, reached the pinnacle of his exasperation. Suppressing his internal turmoil, he spoke with a hint of coolness. "Miss Bai, you are sitting on my clothing." Bai Shu glanced down at the once elegant robe now ravaged beneath her, her mind going blank. Oh no, he wouldn't expect me to compensate him, would he? Chapter 22. Prepare 2 large fists. "My lady, you must rise at once." Yulan watched her dazed mistress and the expressionless Regent Prince, her heart racing with anxiety.
Oh.
I did not mean to, and I hope the prince can be forgiving. Bai Shu quickly stood, sincerely apologizing. I have heard that esteemed individuals dispose of their garments after a single day's wear. Surely Xiaomoqing is not so petty? The sincerity in her tone was matched only by her inner arrogance. Xiaomoqing slowly rose, dusting off his robes, uttering no further words, and turned to leave.
Ah, indeed.
One is judged by their attire. Even the formidable Regent Prince appears less imposing in wrinkled clothing. Bai Shu mused, secretly deriding his retreating figure. Yet, she sensed that after her remark, Xiaomoqing paused momentarily before hastening his departure. "What is it, host?" The system's adorable voice buzzed suddenly. "Be silent, you worthless system." Bai Shu ignored the system, noting how it often vanished in the presence of the Regent Prince, which seemed illogical. As Xiaomoqing posed no threat to her in the narrative, this was indeed peculiar. Humph. The system, realizing it had unwittingly erred once more, obediently fell silent. However, the assembly erupted, bursting with speculation about Bai Shu's audacity to sit on the Regent Prince's garments and emerge unscathed. Even the queen and the princess exhibited immense curiosity towards Bai Shu, considering he was someone they dared not approach. The queen, from her elevated position, continuously exchanged glances with the princess, her eyes sparkling with intrigue until the princess finally spoke. "Miss Bai, do you have an acquaintance with the Regent Prince?" There was no other recourse. The princess too wished to unravel this mystery, allowing her elder sister to play the role of the antagonist. Upon hearing this, Bai Shu inwardly criticized Xiaomoqing's lineage, convinced he had orchestrated this situation deliberately. He must have known that such words would thrust her into the spotlight while failing to provide a warning. The young lady and the prince are merely acquaintances. We are not familiar. Bai Shu thought that no one would dare to investigate their shared lunch, thus conveniently omitting this detail. The princess, upon hearing this, did not inquire further but merely exchanged a knowing glance with the queen, signifying that a woman had entered the Regent Prince's sphere. "Wanner, this is the last plum. Do not eat any more." Bai Shu moved the remaining half-plate of plums away from Xiao Wanner to deter her from gluttony. With the interlude concluded, the group returned to the joyful flower viewing. Just when Bai Shu believed she would not encounter Xiaomoqing again soon, he unexpectedly arrived at her door. As the day approached for Bai Shu's meeting with Lu Ruyan, Bai Zishuan exhibited no outward reaction upon hearing she would visit the Bai residence. However, he rose early to procure date-paste yam cakes from Bai Xiangzai, sending them to Bai Shu's courtyard under the pretense of treating his sister. Though it was evident to all who the pastries were truly intended for, Bai Shu felt delighted, as it indicated her elder brother was taking the initiative. "My lady, Miss Lu has arrived, but accompanying her are the Regent Prince and the Princess." Yulan hurried to inform Bai Shu after hearing the doorman's announcement. She had repeatedly emphasized that Lu Ruyan was a distinguished guest, and they needed to be cautious in their reception. "Who are the Regent Prince and the Princess here to see?" "My father?" Bai Shu could not fathom why they would seek her out. "Indeed, they are looking for you," Yulan confirmed after verifying twice. "What? Is this because I inadvertently sat on his clothing days ago? Surely, wouldn't he come to settle the score now?" Bai Shu racked her brain, arriving at this tenuous conclusion. "Perhaps not, my lady." The doorman mentioned the prince appeared indifferent, while the princess seemed anxious. As she recalled the events of the flower viewing banquet, Yulan felt her memory resurfacing painfully. Take them to the front hall. I shall be there shortly. What is happening? System? Have you omitted some crucial plot point? As Yulan went to convey the message, Bai Shu seized the opportunity to inquire of the system. Host. From the moment we traversed into this realm, the narrative began to shift. This encounter was indeed absent in the original tale. The system could not foresee future plot developments, only recapping established events. Very well, I shall face whatever comes. Bai Shu resigned herself to the situation, reasoning that Xiao Maching did not appear overly petty, and perhaps there were other matters at hand. The prince invites you for tea. Upon arriving at the front hall, Bai Shu saw Su Yunqi pouring tea for Xiao Maching. Dressed in a simple white gown, her demeanor so soft as if she might lean upon him at any moment. Allow professionals to handle the tea, lest my sister scald herself and be unable to play the zither. Bai Shu would not indulge Su Yunqi. She should reserve her efforts for pairing with Du Wenqing, rather than fawning here. Furthermore, she noticed Lu Ruyan's visibly displeased expression, likely due to her presence, and Bai Shu needed to adopt the appropriate demeanor, otherwise. How could she win over her sister-in-law? As Su Yunqi poured the tea, she nearly trembled at the words she overheard. She struggled to suppress the tumultuous emotions swirling within her. How could she be incapable of even performing such a simple task as pouring tea? Were they mocking her lack of musical talent? Was it not merely a consequence of her humble origins? Had she been afforded the opportunity to study the arts from a young age, she might have become the most renowned talent in the capital. Yunqi, please have a seat,
Bai Shu said.
The prince and the princess, as well as Ruyin, have come to see you. What took you so long? We were all quite anxious waiting for you. Zhang's words were clear and direct, displaying only familial affection towards Su Yunqi. Though her tone carried a hint of reproach directed at Bai Shu, it was laced with warmth and indulgence, even accompanied by a smile. This only deepened the imbalance in Su Yunqi's heart, but she felt powerless to change it and could only endure. I apologize for my tardiness. I was making preparations to meet His Highness and the princess. I hope for your understanding. May I inquire what business His Highness and the princess have with me? Bai Shu asked, bowing as she glanced at Lu Ruyin. Indeed, her expression had lightened, suggesting that Su Yunqi's pristine image was not without its flaws. Oh. What preparations did Miss Bai undertake? Xiao Maching's surprising inquiry caught her off guard. It was merely a matter of dressing and grooming, Bai Shu replied, maintaining her facade while her mind concocted an elaborate narrative. Xiao Maching's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile, embodying the essence of being disingenuous. Miss Bai, I have heard that you are acquainted with a highly skilled female physician, particularly adept in matters of women's pregnancies. We have come uninvited today for that very reason. The princess, preoccupied with the pressing matter at hand, paid little heed to Xiao Maching's peculiar question, but Jiang and Su Yunqi exchanged glances, each revealing a different emotion. Chapter 23, Guibing Tales. Su Yunqi found Bai Shu's theatrics rather ostentatious for being late, while Jiang perceptively sensed the regent's unique interest in her daughter. Though she couldn't articulate what made it so special, an instinct told her it was indeed extraordinary. Your Highness, where did you hear of this? Both Bai Shu and the others present were taken aback by the princess's words. Though it was common knowledge that the Eastern Yek princess had sought medical help for years in her quest for children, this was the first time she had openly discussed it in the presence of her subjects, mentioning Bai Shu's connection to some expert. A glance from the princess towards the regal regent, who remained silent, prompted her to speak up. At the flower viewing banquet the other day, I felt an immediate connection with Miss Bai. Please do not be anxious. I, too, am merely a desperate woman seeking aid, as this matter has troubled me for many years. If you know of such a person, I would be most grateful for your assistance, regardless of whether they can provide a cure. Though the princess was of the same age as Xiao Maching, she had been married for 6 years without a child. Initially, she and her husband had not given it much thought, enjoying their life together. However, in this era, a woman faced immense societal pressure. Failing to bear children was seen as a grave sin, and the gossip of others could be suffocating. Despite years of seeking medical advice, she had found no remedy and sought alternative means to appease her husband, such as requesting promotions for him from Xiao Maching. Miss Bai, do you truly know of such an expert? Bai Shu sensed the princess's hesitation and wondered why Xiao Maching had accompanied her. This was a private matter for his niece, and it seemed inappropriate for him to eavesdrop. You are just a sheltered girl, hardly acquainted with such eminent figures, the system commented uncertainly. Did you not notice the princess's pleading gaze? If the prince allows her husband to act unjustly, he would become Du Wenqing's greatest ally. Bai Shu was unwilling to leave any vulnerabilities concerning Du Wenqing and could not bear to see the princess remain in the dark. How should we proceed? Perhaps you could employ a delaying tactic before seeking out a true expert? The key was ensuring this expert was genuine. Otherwise, it would result in a well-meaning effort backfiring. Delay? Have you forgotten that I am the expert? Bai Shu retorted, exasperated with the system's mechanical reasoning.
Ah?
Are you planning to impersonate this expert? The system questioned, not doubting Bai Shu's abilities, but rather her appearance. Would anyone believe her? I will portray myself authentically. Is it not simply a matter of treating someone who seeks healing? You forget that I was once revered as a medical sage. The more Bai Shu contemplated, the more viable her plan seemed. This was a dual opportunity. It would help the princess counteract Du Wenqing's future schemes and allow her to showcase her skills while also gaining a favor. I bet a package of spicy snacks that no one will believe you. The system scoffed, ready to watch the unfolding drama. Bai Shu was no longer the image of an elderly sage who would believe a delicate young lady was an expert. Meanwhile, Xiao Moqing, appearing to sip his tea, had his ears perked up, eavesdropping on Bai Shu's conversation with the system. His interest in her grew, curious about the astonishing secrets hidden within her petite frame. She had once been a medical sage? She could heal? Xiao Moqing had heard her innermost thoughts at the flower banquet and had conducted a discreet investigation, confirming her claims about the prince's many extramarital affairs, one of which had recently resulted in a pregnancy. Thus, he had informed the princess that Bai Shu knew an expert who specialized in treating women's infertility, believing she could assist her in overcoming her current predicament. Your Highness, to be candid, I do indeed know of a remarkable individual. The moment these words left Bai Shu's lips, the princess sat up straight, her eyes gleaming with hope.
Yet,
this esteemed individual had retired from the world of medicine over 50 years ago to live a secluded life. Upon hearing this, the princess's spirits deflated. She had suspected as much, knowing better than to harbor hope. After all, the greater the hope, the larger the disappointment. Had her uncle not accompanied her today, she might not have even come. However, before retiring, this venerable sage had entrusted all her knowledge to Bai Shu. If the princess trusted her, it was worth a try. Bai Shu sighed with regret before weaving her tale, her expressions animated and her demeanor vibrant, as if the word charlatan were written across her face. Observing this, Xiao Moqing's smile broadened, though he maintained an air of superiority. He never anticipated Bai Shu's ability to deceive would be so lacking had he not heard her thoughts. He might have doubted her. The expressions of the other three were varied. Jiang was rendered speechless by Bai Shu's claims. When had her precious daughter inherited the mantle of an expert capable of healing the princess? How had she not known this? Su Yunqi, on the other hand, was inwardly delighted, pondering whether Bai Shu had been so intimidated by the regent and princess that she had begun to speak nonsense. After 6 years in the residence, she had never heard of Bai Shu's medical talents, and now she shamelessly claimed she could heal the princess. How utterly ludicrous. As for the princess, while her lips twitched slightly, unsure of how to respond, she refrained from questioning Bai Shu's assertions outright. After all, it was Xiao Moqing who had said Bai Shu knew an expert. Even if she doubted herself, she would not question her uncle. Thus, she cast a glance of inquiry and appeal towards Xiao Moqing, hoping he might provide clarity.
Shia.
This matter is of great significance. Do you have any means to contact her and persuade her to return to practice? Jiang boldly attempted to break the tension. Truthfully, she was also skeptical, but she trusted Bai Shu would not jeopardize the family's safety and must have her reasons for speaking as she did. Mother, do you recall the time I spent living at my maternal grandfather's house when I was young? It was then that I inadvertently rescued my master from peril. Once she regained her health, she deemed me a person of great potential and imparted to me her extensive knowledge of medicine. In the following years, we crossed paths a few more times until 3 years ago, when she could no longer traverse the world and chose instead to seek a tranquil place to enjoy her twilight years. I found myself unable to reach out to her. Bai Shu wove a tale riddled with inconsistencies, sharing it amongst a few others, believing that those inclined to trust would do so, while skeptics would find fault regardless of how meticulously crafted the narrative might be. Consequently, she simplified the story, for after all, her medical prowess was genuine. Chapter 24. Observation, Inquiry, and Diagnosis. Thus it was revealed that Shu Heir possessed such remarkable fortune, yet the high sage had retreated from the world, leaving behind a lingering sense of regret. Jiang sure grasped Bai Shu's intent, yet she felt that the art of healing could not be mastered in a mere few days. Had she chosen to graciously decline the princess's request, no blame would have befallen her, for they had all done their utmost. However, just as Jiang Shi prepared to speak, The previously silent Xiao Maching interjected, stating, "In that case, I must implore Miss Bai to tend to the princess, for regardless of the outcome, this debt of gratitude shall be remembered by me." At his words, the princess gazed at him in astonishment, perplexed at how her royal uncle could unconditionally place his trust in someone whom even Bai Shu's own mother doubted could heal. Was this a sign of a new dawn? Coupled with the events of the flower-viewing banquet, could it be that the long-dormant iron tree was finally in bloom? To think that Miss Bai, so young, possessed such capabilities was truly enviable, and thus she obliged the request. Seeing that Xiao Maching had spoken, the princess felt compelled to acquiesce. Though it seemed absurd to have an unwed young girl attend to her fertility issues, she had consulted countless physicians before and could spare one more. Should the examination yield no results, she could leverage the opportunity to plead with her royal uncle for more authority for her husband. "Since your highness and the prince place your trust in my daughter, I shall give it a try. Mother, rest assured, I understand the gravity of the situation and will not act recklessly." Bai Shu's heart fluttered with joy at receiving such affirmation. "System, you have lost. A pack of spicy strips. Remember to replenish my stock." She had not anticipated such ease in gaining their trust. "Host, I sense you may have cheated." The system was taken aback. How could such a poor performance and flimsy tale deceive the two most esteemed individuals of Dongyan? "I earned their trust through skill. So how can that be considered cheating?" Bai Shu fiercely defended her honor. "It seems to me that the regent brought the princess here, and it was the regent's faith in you that led the princess to believe as well." The system harbored an inexplicable wariness toward Xiao Maching. "You make a fair point. Could it be that this sixth prince informed the princess that I am acquainted with some high figure?" Upon hearing this, the system perked up, sensing that Bai Shu was beginning to comprehend, and attempted to steer her in the right direction. "He likely heard our conversation, which explains his belief in such an outlandish notion. Although it sounds incredulous, I have indeed uncovered some clues." The system excitedly conveyed this to Bai Shu, only to be unceremoniously interrupted by her. "You know it sounds implausible. Why not take your leave to a cooler place? My actions indirectly fulfill a task, after all. Du Wenqing is currently in a precarious phase, and I must keep him in check." Bai Shu reveled in the delight of being entrusted, eager to lead the princess to a nearby chamber for a thorough examination. Just as the system was cut off, it sensed an almost imperceptible chill emanating from Xiao Maching. The familiar pressure returning, the system was compelled to vanish, though this time Bai Shu remained entirely unaware. Meanwhile, the culprit, Xiao Maching, savored the aroma of the tea leaves before slowly sipping from his cup. The princess had already stepped into the adjoining room, and in the corridor, Su Yunxi seized Bai Shu by the arm, leaning in slightly as if to whisper, yet her voice boomed, almost loud enough for the entire residence to hear. "Sister, do not blame me for failing to warn you. When it comes to healing, it is best not to overreach. It matters not if you lack the skill, but should something go awry, the entire residence could pay the price." Su Yunxi believed Bai Shu sought to leverage the favor of the regent and the princess. For with these two as her backing, would she not stride confidently throughout Dongya? Yet she felt it imperative to voice her caution, lest Bai Shu offend the esteemed, dragging her down with her. "Your inability does not imply that others share your limitations. Mark my words. If Bai Shu possessed a tail, it would surely be standing on end at this moment." Recently, she found Su Yunxi's demeanor increasingly irksome, yearning to see her married off. As for Su Yunxi, her irritation only grew. The original Bai Shu had always treated her with kindness, yet now she perceived that kindness as mere pretense. With Bai Shu openly challenging her, she felt provoked. "Do not underestimate your own ignorance. I have spent 6 years in your company and have seen no evidence of your medical prowess. Do you intend to experiment with the prince's well-being? The consequences of such folly are not something you can bear." Since Bai Shu refused to heed her warning, Su Yunxi resolved to strip her of any remaining dignity, raising her voice to ensure that not only Jiang Shi and Lu Ruyan heard her, but also the princess and the regent within the room. Lu Ruyan felt like an outsider, hesitant to intervene, while Jiang Shi wished to admonish Su Yunxi. However, Bai Shu did not afford her the opportunity, as she boldly retorted, "I have made my point clear. There are always those more skilled than oneself."
"Oh,
"How could I forget? Sister, your origins may be humble, yet having spent 6 years in the residence, you ought to have encountered your share of the world. Why, then, do you still exhibit such narrow-mindedness? I am off to treat the prince. No idle onlookers allowed." With that, Bai Shu strode confidently into the adjoining chamber, leaving Su Yunxi at the door, her composure finally slipping. Her face turned ashen, fingers clenched tightly around her handkerchief, resentment boiling within her. Jiang Shi, hearing Bai Shu's proclamation, refrained from interrupting her, leading Su Yunqi and Lu Rian back to the main hall. She felt it was time to find a suitable match for Su Yunqi, lest she cause further trouble for her daughter. Meanwhile, Bai Shu entered the room with grace, discovering not only the princess but also the regent present, who sat in silence, fingers delicately toying with prayer beads. "I shall take the prince's pulse," Bai Shu emphasized, subtly suggesting that Xiao Maching should exit. "What are you trying to show off for?" "I am here to attend to your niece." Xiao Maching, unfazed, did not rise but instead turned to Bai Shu, signaling her to commence. Yet, in her eyes, there lingered an undertone of menace. Perhaps she was merely imagining it. No matter. The examination was of utmost importance. Family members could accompany, after all. Bai Shu reluctantly conceded to the overwhelming authority of her surroundings, flashing a bright smile, revealing her pearly whites as she prepared to serve these two future patrons. Bai Shu took her seat, attending to the princess for the better part of an incense stick's duration, meticulously following the processes of observation, inquiry, and diagnosis. After all, she was catering to the most distinguished guest of this realm, and she had to provide exemplary service. Did Bai Shu uncover something noteworthy? The princess's initial uncertainty dissipated under Bai Shu's careful examination. She had consulted numerous physicians, yet none had been as thorough as Bai Shu. Despite her youth, her dedication lent her an air of competence that was undeniable. Chapter 25. The liver pulse is long, good heavens. The liver pulse is elongated. The yin cannot move while the yang is stagnant. It appears the prince is not only infertile, but also impotent. How brazen to bring a concubine into the fold while being unable to fulfill marital duties. To deceive oneself into believing one can be a father. Is that not the height of self-delusion? Bai Shu harbored a torrent of scathing thoughts about the esteemed prince consort, pondering whether the role of a prince consort was truly so effortless. One merely had to flatter the grand princess during the day, while the night brought no responsibilities. And thus one could ascend to greatness with ease? Why had she never traversed into such an indulgent character before? Upon hearing Bai Shu's inner musings, Xiao Mo grasped the situation with clarity. It aligned closely with the intelligence he had gathered. The prince consort had covertly consulted a physician, procuring prescriptions with great caution, consistently requesting numerous remedies, even mixing them with those for the grand princess, yet utilizing only a scant amount of the herbs prescribed. He had sought treatment for what appeared to be kidney deficiency. Did His Highness exhibit symptoms of melancholy and restlessness that had persisted for an extended duration? Furthermore, did His Highness frequently suffer from insomnia, with thoughts invariably veering towards the direst outcomes? Bai Shu diagnosed the grand princess as merely experiencing an excess of prolonged worry, leading to a mild cardiac ailment that could be remedied with a tailored prescription. Indeed, the grand princess had not previously exhibited such symptoms, but ever since the unfortunate realization of her inability to conceive, her emotional state had been significantly impacted. At times, she would irrationally unleash her frustrations upon the prince consort, resulting in mutual discontent, though she later recognized her impulsiveness and regretted her actions. Upon hearing Bai Shu's diagnosis, which mirrored that of her former physician, a wave of disappointment enveloped the grand princess. She had previously consulted many doctors and consumed a plethora of medications, yet to no avail. Her condition had, in fact, worsened. She felt that until she resolved the issue of infertility, true happiness would elude her. The pulse was indeed faint, and the heart's rhythm was weak. It was only natural for emotions to occasionally spiral out of control. However, this was not a grave concern. Bai Shu would prescribe a remedy to soothe the liver and regulate the qi, which would yield results within a week at the latest. The other prescriptions she had been taking could be discontinued, and she could consume a sweet tea of wheat and jujube after dinner to alleviate her insomnia, with effects manifesting in 3 days. Bai Shu discerned much from the grand princess's pulse, but chose her words with caution. While the grand princess did possess a weaker heart, this was merely indicative of occasional emotional distress, certainly not to the extent of a depressive disorder. Currently, her pent-up emotions had adversely affected her liver and kidneys, undoubtedly a consequence of improper medication. Swift detection, cessation of the harmful treatments, and simple remedies would lead to a rapid recovery. However, further delay could precipitate grave issues. Is what you say true? My heart's weakness is the cause of my inexplicable outbursts. The grand princess's eyes widened in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. In truth, she did not unleash her anger indiscriminately. She rarely expressed ire towards her maids, who regarded her as a benevolent mistress. Yet, whenever matters concerning the prince consort arose, she found herself unable to rein in her emotions. Physicians had claimed she harbored malevolent energies that impeded conception and affected her mental state. Moreover, she was taken aback by Bai Shu's audacious assertion that she would see results within days, a claim no physician had ever dared to make. Indeed, besides that, Your Highness has no other ailments. This implied that she could conceive normally, and Bai Shu suggested the Grand Princess seek another physician for the prince consort. After much contemplation, Bai Shu realized that no matter how delicately she phrased the sentiment, the Grand Princess had to confront this reality. As anticipated, the Grand Princess's expression shifted dramatically, her lips parting slightly, momentarily speechless. After what felt like an eternity, she finally regained her composure, her gaze transforming from disbelief to glistening tears. Culminating in a profound yearning, she longed to believe Bai Shu's words were true, wishing time could freeze at that very moment. Xiao Mo's countenance, too, underwent a rare transformation. Presumably, he felt remorse. After all, the late emperor had shown him immense kindness, entrusting him with the royal legacy, yet he had been preoccupied with state affairs, neglecting to care for the emperor's progeny. Otherwise, the prince consort would never have dared to act so brazenly beneath his watchful gaze. Is what you say truly accurate? I have consulted numerous physicians, all of whom declared my constitution peculiar, plagued by malevolent energies, rendering me incapable of conception. And these esteemed doctors were personally recommended by the prince consort. Bai Shu sat opposite the Grand Princess, her back impeccably straight, exuding calm and composure as she regarded her. Initially, the Grand Princess floundered in her speech, but upon meeting Bai Shu's resolute and confident gaze, she seemed to awaken to a revelation. The physicians she had previously consulted appeared to have been personally sourced by the prince consort. They had consistently insisted on maintaining discretion for her reputation. Yet the truth proved otherwise. Good news rarely stays confined, while bad tidings travel far and wide. In her attempts to act modestly, she had unwittingly made her plight the subject of gossip throughout Dongya. Were it not for her noble status, she would have surely become the subject of ridicule. The Grand Princess likely recognized the implications of this situation. Bai Shu, proficient only in the healing arts, could offer no further insights. Observing the flicker of understanding in the Grand Princess's eyes, Bai Shu sensed the gradual unveiling of the truth. She dared not broach matters of the heart in the presence of the current regent and the Grand Princess. Initially, she had advised the Grand Princess to cease further losses at the flower viewing banquet, then reassured her of her physical well-being, asserting that she had done enough. The remaining decisions lay in the Grand Princess's hands. Otherwise, excessive words might lead to greater peril, potentially endangering the entire Xiong household. Bai Shu and Xiao Imo watched the Grand Princess in silence, awaiting her response, and she did not disappoint them. After a moment of contemplation, she began to untangle the possible intricacies of the situation. Even if she held onto a glimmer of hope regarding the prince consort, she was inclined to trust Xiao Imo and Bai Shu. Had she been asked 6 years prior about her feelings for the prince consort, she would have unhesitatingly declared her desire for unwavering loyalty and companionship until old age. Yet, after enduring such trials, her certainty had waned. Miss Bai, might you assist me in reviewing a few of my prescriptions? These were all provided by doctors, and I consume them daily. The Grand Princess forcefully blinked away her tears, instructing her maid to present the prescriptions. Fortunately, she had come prepared today, and she cherished these prescriptions, each with a backup, ensuring she took them punctually, fearing that missing a dose might hinder her chances of conception. Of course, Bai Shu accepted the thick stack of prescriptions, initially examining each one meticulously, but soon realizing they bore striking similarities. The prince consort seeks to control you. This is a real-life manifestation of her disappearance. These remedies not only deepen your sorrow but may also gradually induce mental instability, even leading to hallucinations. What a grand scheme it is. It seems the prince consort harbored such ambitions long before his interactions with Du Wenqing. No wonder they resonate so well with each other, being two of a kind. Chapter 26. Mental Manipulation. Bai Shu could discern the prince consort's machinations from the prescriptions, most of which contained slow-acting substances. It appeared he was recently inclined towards taking a concubine, as the prescriptions had become increasingly aggressive. If the Grand Princess continued this regimen, she would not only suffer from emotional volatility, but also exhibit signs of mental fragility and sensitivity, granting the prince consort even greater leverage over her. Upon absorbing Bai Shu's reflections, Xiao Mo's expression darkened with anger. This prince consort was insatiable. Over the years, he had amassed status and power, lacking for nothing materially, and had even enjoyed the company of numerous women. Yet, the Grand Princess's every concession had only emboldened him further. Did he truly believe the royal family of Dongya would refrain from acting out of consideration for their reputation? It was utterly laughable. With his tactics, the prince consort would likely not endure even a single incense stick's worth of time. Your Highness, these prescriptions not only fail to calm the mind but instead weaken the heart and provoke agitation. Particularly these few prescriptions, if taken over an extended period, may adversely affect your mental state. Though these prescriptions were rare, any skilled physician would easily discern their true nature. Bai Shu implied that the Grand Princess could very well seek another expert's counsel. She neither lied nor had any reason to do so. The Grand Princess gazed at Bai Shu's composed demeanor, feeling a chill wash over her. Was this truly her husband of 6 years? She could scarcely recognize him. Not a single one of these is for treating infertility. The voice of the eldest princess trembled, her desire to grasp Fengzi's hand almost beyond her control. Yet it was the maid beside her who steadied her. No, it cannot be so. Bai Shu was acutely aware that this revelation was a considerable blow to the eldest princess. Thus, she took the initiative to step forward, gently caressing her back to soothe her emotions. Bai Shu believed that it was far better to sever ties decisively than to endure a lifetime of misguided devotion. The eldest princess might blame her for tearing down the veil of her marriage. Perhaps the regent would question her identity, but she could not stand idly by. The eldest princess had sought her out, and to dismiss her now would be akin to pushing her deeper into the mire. Ah, so it is. So it is. The eldest princess, unable to contain her emotions, laughed through her tears, and no one dared to interrupt her, merely standing by her side in silent support. Observing the eldest princess weep like a rain-soaked pear blossom, Bai Shu reflected on her tender age of 21. In the worlds she had traversed before, this would be the prime blossoming of a flower. Furthermore, with her noble status and striking beauty, she had once been the envy of the capital's elite. She should not fall from grace like this, nor should she wither away. As the eldest princess transitioned from suppressed laughter to unrestrained sobbing, ultimately gasping for breath, Xiao Moqing signaled for Cheng Feng to present the evidence. This was the proof of the prince consort's bribery of doctors over the years, along with his clandestine treatments, using her funds to maintain numerous concubines, one of whom was pregnant with a child that was not his. Another set of documents detailed his corrupt practices during his years in office, and how she wished to deal with him was entirely at her discretion. Xiao Moqing's tone was tinged with anger. He had uttered the longest sentence of the day, stating that while he had previously overlooked the prince consort's machinations in the political arena, believing them manageable, all of this was predicated on his status as the prince consort.
Now,
discovering his treachery towards a member of the royal family, he would show no mercy. Upon hearing this, the eldest princess's eyes lit up. Had her uncle investigated the prince consort on her behalf? He had always maintained a hands-off approach with her and her companions, while the young emperor was burdened with immense pressure, nearly suffocating under the weight of his uncle's expectations. Yet this was understandable. Dongya had endured numerous trials and tribulations to finally rise above neighboring small nations, becoming a powerful realm where the populace could thrive. All of this was due to Xiao Moqing's strategic foresight. During the turmoil in Dongya, he had stepped forward, clad in armor, and fought valiantly. When the late emperor passed, he had adeptly navigated both war and peace. The eldest princess had once thought that her uncle would never concern himself with such trifles. His family had originally been respected civil officials from Pangzhou, yet upon relocating to the capital, they had mingled with treacherous officials. While they had not committed any substantial wrongdoing, their potential for disappearance loomed ominously should he desire it. As the eldest princess gazed at Xiao Moqing in astonishment, he continued with startling revelations, asserting that causing a family to vanish overnight from the capital was a trivial matter for him. This proclamation not only left the eldest princess speechless, but also astonished Bai Shu. What a commanding line, paired with that handsome visage. It's truly rare. Yet, now you show concern for your niece? Where was this care before? I fear the young emperor is still laboring under the weight of state affairs in the Yangxin Hall. Perhaps you should take some interest in your young nephew. At merely 14, he is being pressured by ministers to procreate. Were it not for your young niece-in-law's assistance in covering for him, the emperor would likely be too distracted to focus on governance. Yet, the empress has been left with the reputation of being jealous. How pitiable. Bai Shu couldn't help but reflect on how dependable the regent could be at times. Though she also criticized Xiao Moqing for his lack of concern for the young emperor, it was understandable that he wouldn't know how to raise children. Given his extraordinary intelligence and martial prowess, he likely had few playmates in his youth. However, this left Xiao Shengchun under immense pressure, standing in the shadow of an almost insurmountable example. Yet, having listened to Bai Shu's entire tirade, Xiao Moqing claimed ignorance. While ministers had indeed petitioned the emperor to produce heirs, The young emperor had ascended the throne at 11 and was now merely 14. He understood that there was no such need for him, thus had never broached the subject. Should he remain silent? Did that imply consent? Additionally, the empress was just 15. How could she be deemed jealous? Each day, he was not only tasked with managing the internal affairs of Donya, but also with deciphering the covert intelligence from surrounding nations. Perhaps in terms of nurturing the late emperor's offspring, he struggled somewhat, but was it fair for her to chastise him so bluntly? Did he not have any dignity? Thank you, uncle. I shall reclaim all that I've bestowed upon him: wealth, status, and power. But the first thing to be reclaimed shall be his title of prince consort. As for his family, they may return to their ancestral home in Pangzhou. I wish to see them no more. The eldest princess remained oblivious to the internal musings of Bai Shu and Xiao Maching as she perused the evidence presented by Qingfeng, feeling an unexpected sense of relief. Indeed, she had borne too much. Her lofty status had transformed into shackles before the prince consort, a means for her to assert dominance. In the beginning, they had been a sweet couple, envied by others as a pair of celestial beings, but at some point, he had inexplicably changed, becoming a stranger to her. Chapter 27. Speak more of what I wish to hear. If Bai Shu's earlier diagnosis had left her with a sliver of hope regarding the prince consort, perhaps due to her lack of medical expertise, the ample evidence now illuminated a clear truth for her. She was grateful that it was not too late, and she was relieved that her own health was intact. Hence, she resolved to reclaim all she had bestowed upon the prince consort. He could no longer frolic without consequence. Very well, you may handle him as you see fit. The rest I shall manage. Xiao Maching understood the eldest princess's intention. She sought to resolve matters with the prince consort herself. However, even if she divorced him, he would ensure her protection. The Donya royal family was not so easily bullied. Should the eldest princess waver in her resolve, he would assist her. Today's events owe much to Miss Bai. Were it not for you, I might have been driven to madness by these medications. The eldest princess finally regained her composure, recognizing that she owed today's fortune to Bai Shu. Otherwise, how could her uncle have whimsically decided to bring her to see a doctor? She found herself curious about the true nature of her uncle's relationship with Bai Shu. Although Bai Shu was young, the aura she exuded while taking her pulse was on par with that of the regent, suggesting that in a certain light, they were well matched. Your Highness, there is no need for formality. It is an honor for me that you place your trust in a humble girl. Bai Shu now held a newfound admiration for the eldest princess. To suddenly discover that her husband harbored malicious intent against her, intending to inflict harm, and to untangle the convoluted web of circumstances in such a short time was remarkable. Furthermore, she had accepted this reality and decisively made her choice. After all, in her understanding, the status of women in this era was not high, and even for the eldest princess, a divorce could tarnish her reputation. Simultaneously, she felt happiness for the eldest princess, liberated from a scoundrel and poised for a fresh start. I keep my word. Should you find yourself in need in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall do my utmost to assist you. The eldest princess sincerely took Bai Shu's delicate hand, genuinely fond of her. Their previous conversation had been delightful, and she had once envied Bai Shu for having grown up in a loving family, naturally cultivating a sunny disposition. Yet today, she realized that Bai Shu's confidence stemmed not merely from her upbringing, but from her own intrinsic excellence. She desired to forge a friendship with her, even to accept her as a sworn sister, but hesitated, fearing that should her uncle wish to marry her, it would complicate their familial ties. Bai Shu, hearing this, felt a surge of joy. She appreciated the eldest princess's soft hand in hers, her heart swelling with delight. How wonderful! Another pillar of support for me. Hee. Does this mean I can walk through the capital with confidence in the future? Just the thought is exhilarating. Not long ago, it seemed that Xiao Maching mentioned wanting to protect me. Why has he suddenly fallen silent? Could it be that he would turn his back on me? Bai Shu suddenly recalled Xiao Maching's words, glancing at him only to realize that he was gazing back at her, though the expression in his eyes was decidedly off. What sort of look is that? Is it the disdainful glance of a domineering ruler? Or that dreamy, unfocused gaze of a powerful CEO? Why does it feel as though this little gaze has rendered me utterly enchanted? Please don't fall for me, dear sir. I am merely a legend. Bai Shu scolded Xiao Maching in her heart 100 times before reluctantly letting him off the hook. However, in truth, Xiao Maching was not captivated by Bai Shu. He was merely pondering the complexity of her character. How could she be so formidable, yet so amusing, and also so self-absorbed? What I have promised you, I shall surely fulfill. Just as Bai Shu thought Xiao Maching would remain silent, he spoke. "I adore this low, husky voice of yours. Do share more of what I love to hear. To garner the favor of the prince and the lord is an immense honor for a humble girl." Bai Shu indulged in her internal delight while maintaining a facade of politeness. Meanwhile, Xiao Maching's lips curled slightly, his gaze wandering elsewhere, leaving one to wonder if he was merely pleased by Bai Shu's words or lost in other thoughts. Regardless, he found himself increasingly intrigued by the daughter of Bai Heng. "I shall not intrude upon your sisterly time with Enir any longer. It brings me joy to see your bond flourishing. In the future, we must strengthen our ties." The princess beamed at the mention of the sisters, her smile reaching her eyes. She had heard of Lu Ruyan's circumstances and had witnessed the talent and character of the eldest son of the Xiang residents. He was indeed a trustworthy individual. Should they cast aside irrelevant distractions and cultivate their relationship, it would be splendid. "Do bid farewell to His Highness and the Lord." Bai Shu deliberately emphasized the title Lord, knowing that the princess had many matters to attend to upon returning home. Surely, the busy regent would not linger to disrupt their reunion. Would he? No need. You two ladies should converse intimately. "I shall not visit your mother. Please inform Madame Bai that I will personally express my gratitude soon." With that, the princess released Bai Shu's hand and departed with the regent. Yet, once she turned, her smile vanished entirely. The mere thought of the prince's actions filled her with a fierce rage. He had squandered 6 years of her life and inflicted both mental and emotional turmoil upon her. This debt she vowed to settle. Meanwhile, the three waiting just outside immediately stepped out. Su Yunxi, with keen eyes, noticed the princess's long face, dark with displeasure. She had not even greeted them before leaving. Surely, Bai Shu has muddled things up. She mused, relishing the thought. How could she possibly possess any medical skills? What audacity! "Sister, how is it? Is His Highness's health in jeopardy?" Jiang Shi, seeing the princess and regent in a hurry, expressed her concern. Fearing that Bai Shu might be held accountable, she swiftly embraced Bai Shu. "Mother, His Highness only has minor ailments. I have prepared a prescription, and he shall recover shortly." Initially, Bai Shu felt a bit stiff in Jiang Shi's embrace, but soon the warmth enveloped her, allowing her to relax and revel in the unconditional love of her mother. "Really? That is wonderful news. I have been so worried. Our Shu'er is remarkable." Jiang Shi gently held Bai Shu, caressing her back, choosing to believe in her daughter unreservedly at that moment. Yet, Su Yunxi, ever the provocateur, seized the opportunity. "Sister, the prince and lord have already departed. There is no need to continue deceiving Aunt. I can't help but notice that both of their expressions were rather sour. What transpired? Speak, so we may prepare a response." In Chapter 28, as Su Yunxi felt vindicated, she confronted Bai Shu with an air of superiority. Jiang Shi and Lu Ruyan, disinterested, ignored her, prompting Su Yunxi to feel increasingly agitated. "Aunt, you witnessed it as well. The prince left in far less joy than upon his arrival. This is a matter of great importance for the entire Xiang residence." Bai Shu, irritated, extricated herself from Jiang Shi's embrace, mentally cursing, "I haven't had my fill yet. I still have to pretend for you. Who understands family? It's utterly exasperating." Once her internal lamentation concluded, the system chimed in, I understand. The spicy strips have arrived. What a good system. I know what you're thinking, but I advise you to abandon that notion quickly. If the Xiang residence falls, do you think you can freely choose a husband in the capital?" Bai Shu's words left Su Yunxi indignant, as if she had said nothing at all while simultaneously saying everything. The reason for Su Yunxi's stay at the Xiang residence was well known among them, though never explicitly stated. Moreover, it pertained to a woman's reputation. The idea of freely selecting a husband could ruin her entirely. "I suggest you mind your own affairs and refrain from meddling in matters that do not concern you." Bai Shu, wishing to disengage from the intellectual sparring with Su Yunxi, needed to conserve energy for her future sister-in-law. With that, she took Lu Ruyan by the hand and led her to her courtyard, leaving Su Yunxi alone, choked with frustration. "Sure, you seem to have changed so much," Lu Ruyan mused as they walked back to the courtyard, reflecting on the day's events. She suddenly realized how long it had been since they had connected, recalling that 3 years ago, Bai Shu's attitude towards Su Yunxi had been quite different. She had never heard of Bai Shu's medical expertise. When the princess invited her to join, Lu Ruyan had been puzzled, but due to the regent's imposing presence, she could not voice her thoughts. Little did she expect that Bai Shu truly possessed medical skills. She understood the princess, although she had left in haste. Her demeanor had not suggested anger, or else she would not have allowed Lu Ruyan to remain. "Sister Lu, you must reflect on your absence. How long has it been since you visited my courtyard? At least 3 years, I presume. It would be odd if I had not changed. Bai Shu playfully chided Lu Ruyan, her tone light and her eyes twinkling with stars. She led Lu Ruyan to the garden, where two splendid paulownia trees stood side by side, their vibrant blossoms a testament to the careful nurturing of their owner. The flourishing trees indicated that they had indeed been meticulously cared for. Otherwise, they would not outshine all others in the garden. It has been quite a while since I last visited. I never imagined you would tend those young saplings so beautifully. Lu Ruyan approached to admire them closely, recalling how, in their youth, they had whimsically decided to compete in planting flowers to see whose seeds would sprout first. At the time, the adults had found it baffling that two little girls would take such joy in playing in the dirt. Eventually, both seeds had germinated, thanks to the help of the servants, yet the seeds had been planted by their own hands. Now they had grown taller than a person. Indeed, time flew by like a fleeting shadow. Sister Lu, do you remember what the paulownia flower symbolizes? Bai Shu stood beside Lu Ruyan, as vibrant as the flourishing trees. Of course I do. The paulownia flower represents friendship. Thus, despite its difficulty in cultivation, we chose to embrace the challenge. Lu Ruyan gazed upon the two catalpa trees. A wave of nostalgia washing over her. She had grown up alongside Bai Shu and her siblings, visiting this courtyard numerous times, often staying for extended periods during her childhood. However, ever since Su Yunqi's arrival, their bond had gradually frayed. Indeed, let us indulge in your favorite date pastry cake, which my elder brother rose early to procure. Bai Shu beckoned Lu Ruyan to the house for tea and conversation. This was the crux of the day. Bai Shu was determined to reintroduce Bai Zixuan into Lu Ruyan's life. Regardless of past misunderstandings or missed opportunities, she would find a way to rekindle their connection. As for the symbolism of the catalpa flowers, Bai Shu chose not to unveil it. Perhaps in their youth, the original self had failed to grasp her best friend's feelings for her brother, but Bai Shu understood all too well. The catalpa blossoms not only signified friendship, but also the stirrings of young love. Surely, the playful antics and the laughter of their elders had long since taken root in the hearts of Lu Ruyan and Bai Zixuan. As time flowed through their sisterly banter, Bai Shu hoped to persuade Lu Ruyan to stay for dinner that evening. Yet, unprepared to meet Bai Zixuan, Lu Ruyan politely declined. Through their afternoon chat, she sensed Bai Shu's intention to unite her with her elder brother. However, the reformation of a shattered mirror was no simple task. If destiny truly favored them, there was no need for force. They would achieve their desires in due course. Thus, Lu Ruyan resolved to depart. But as the two sisters reached the entrance of the Xiong residence, they encountered an unexpected guest. Miss Bai, I believe there is a misunderstanding between us. Might you spare some time for a discussion? The visitor was Du Wenqing, whose eyes sparkled with evident excitement upon seeing Bai Shu. He had anticipated considerable effort to secure a meeting with her, but fate had smiled upon him. Bai Shu found his presence amusing. The original self had pursued him for a year without eliciting a single glance, yet now he seemed eager to approach. She scrutinized Du Wenqing, noting his tidy attire and meticulously arranged hair, though the weariness etched into his features betrayed his inner turmoil, likely due to sleepless nights.
Luya.
Allow me to escort you to the carriage. Do not forget our boating appointment. Bai Shu disregarded Du Wenqing's overtures and walked directly towards the prepared carriage with Lu Ruyan. Yet Du Wenqing was unwilling to concede defeat. Since being publicly spurned on the Chancellor's birthday, his erstwhile allies had turned their backs on him, including Bai Heng, who had once shown him attention but was now chillingly indifferent. Though he was a top scholar, he could only commence his career as a humble compiler in the Hamlin Academy, and without finding alternative means, his rise to prominence would be a distant dream. Suppressing his shame and pride, he called out to Bai Shu, Miss Bai, are you still unaware of my affections? Du Wenqing gazed at her with earnest longing, silently vowing to endure this moment, believing that when she eventually returned to him, everything would once again be within his grasp. Chapter 29. A Heartfelt Proposal. Yulan. Have the doorman summon Su Yunqi, informing her that Du Wenqing seeks her. Bai Shu softly instructed Yulan, intrigued to witness the lengths to which Du Wenqing would go for the sake of his ambitions. Hadn't he always been enamored with the delicate and pretentious White Lotus? In just a few short days, was he prepared to cast her aside? Truly, he was adaptable. What do you mean by my intentions? Is it not you who has been ingratiating yourself with the powerful, exploiting me and the Xiong residents to further your own ambitions? Bai Shu stood firm, her presence radiating a commanding aura far surpassing that of the original. She had no intention of sparing Du Wenqing's dignity. She aimed to expose him publicly, just as he had done to the original self. Du Wenqing was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated that the girl who once trailed behind him, eager to please, would now turn against him so resolutely. His remaining hope evaporated in an instant. Just then, a group of guards approached, led by a familiar matron whose presence he recognized as being associated with the Grand Princess. Miss Bai, His Highness has taken note of today as events and personally selected these gifts for you, instructing me to deliver them and ensure you accept them. The matron, Lady Gui, arrived with a retinue bearing numerous large chests and small boxes, creating a spectacle that astonished both Du Wenqing and the hastily arriving Su Yunqi. Thank you, Your Highness, for your generous gifts. Today was merely a trifling task. Please convey that should Your Highness ever require my assistance in the future, I will not hesitate to go through fire and water. Bai Shu merely glanced at the seemingly endless line of gifts behind Lady Gui, her spirit soaring. The Grand Princess is indeed formidable. I can smell the scent of wealth from such a distance. Isn't it splendid to be a beautiful young lady with wealth, rather than wasting time on a scoundrel? Bai Shu mused, marveling at the Grand Princess's opulence, which seemed unrivaled in the entire capital. You don't understand, do you? Wealthy women are in vogue for keeping concubines. As long as they are fond of someone, they bring them home to nurture. The system, witnessing the array of gifts, sparkled with excitement. We're about to strike it rich. You still mention 1,000 worlds. Why haven't you arranged for me a role to enjoy such luxuries? This thought irked Bai Shu immensely. Despite her considerable experience and having completed countless tasks, she had yet to secure even a partner. No matter if she was in human form or as a local tyrant, she had not been granted even a small female snake. Once you finish this task, you can do as you please, right? The system could only offer an awkward smile, aware that it was merely an intern on the verge of promotion. Did it possess the authority to choose its assignments? The answer was clear. It had no choice. The prince and the young lady seemed to have a strong affinity. There will surely be many opportunities for them to enjoy plays and tea together in the future. Lady Gui observed Bai Shu, a poised and eloquent young woman, and was astonished by the disparaging rumors she had heard. Indeed, seeing is believing. Not a problem. I have plenty of time. Bai Shu readily agreed. Should her brother and Lu Ruyan truly unite in love, the Bai family would draw closer to the Grand Princess. Yulan, accompanied by the guards, brought in the gifts. It must be noted that no official in Dongya had ever received such a lavish reward. It rivaled that of wealthy families seeking brides. Meanwhile, Su Yunqi struggled to maintain her composure, leaning against her maid for support. What had gone wrong? She had lived alongside Bai Shu daily. How had she acquired such remarkable medical skills? Now, she had caught the Grand Princess's eye. She had grossly underestimated her. Apart from her humble origins, Bai Shu was in no way inferior. How had she managed to steal the spotlight? In the distance, Du Wenqing remained oblivious to Su Yunqi's prolonged presence at the door. His mind solely occupied with the newly favored Bai Shu, who had garnered the Grand Princess's recognition. The prince was currently in the prime of his life. And although Du Wenqing had once intended to forge a connection, he had been dismissed as a mere sixth-rank bureaucrat. Now, he deeply regretted not cherishing Bai Shu when he had the chance. He had once understood her temperament and had held all the cards, yet now, one misstep had led to another. He needed to reclaim her swiftly. Miss Bai, I have come today with the intention of proposing. In a moment of urgency, a single utterance from Du Wenqing startled everyone present. Lu Ruyan paused in her steps as she was about to mount the carriage. Turning back to cast a penetrating gaze at Du Wenqing, her heart filled with contemplation. Su Yunqi, though briefly taken aback, quickly adopted a tearful expression, fixating intently on him. Only Bai Shu not only ridiculed Du Wenqing's arrogance in her heart, but also wore a mocking smile on her face, thinking to herself, I am pure and innocent, and I will not allow anyone to tarnish my reputation with baseless accusations. Furthermore, since time immemorial, marriages have been arranged through parental consent and the words of matchmakers. I have never heard of anyone being taken home simply by a declaration of love. Out of the corner of her eye, Bai Shu caught a glimpse of the frail Su Yunqi. Intentionally leaving her words hanging, she found that Du Wenqing's spirit was instantly invigorated upon hearing her. He understood that Bai Shu had not truly given up on him. After all, who could easily forget someone they had pursued for an entire year? With a little flattery, Bai Shu would surely return to him. Overjoyed, he gestured animatedly, his grin nearly reaching his ears, and declared loudly, Today, I have acted impulsively. I shall certainly follow the proper etiquette, and pay a visit another day. Unbeknownst to him, he failed to notice the calculating glint in Bai Shu's eyes. His mind was consumed with visions of wealth and grandeur beckoning to him. Aware that Bai Shu had guessed to see off, He took his leave and hurried home to make preparations. However, this impulsive decision nearly sent Su Yunxi into a frenzy. Ignoring the peculiar stares from those around her, she rushed after him, calling out, "Brother Wenqing, what do you mean by this?" Su Yunxi chased him until they reached a secluded spot, finally stopping the hurried Du Wenqing. Yunxi? Du Wenqing was taken aback by her following him, his expression of delight swiftly replaced by one of concern. He found himself torn between his deep affection for her and the demands of his career, making it difficult to choose. "Brother Wenqing, do you wish to abandon me? Have you forgotten our vows?" Su Yunxi took 2 steps forward, grasping his sleeve tightly. Du Wenqing had promised to leverage Bai Shu's influence to ascend in status before grandly marrying her, yet barely a few days apart, the situation had spiraled out of control. "Yunxi, did you hear that? I have not forgotten our vows, but circumstances have changed, and I must secure this marriage for the time being." Su Yunxi's face was streaked with tears, her cheeks flushed and her countenance weary, evoking a pang of sympathy in Du Wenqing, who could only offer her comfort. "What am I to do?" she pressed, pursuing him for answers. Initially, she had been gauging Bai Shu's attitude, but now it seemed evident that Du Wenqing was the most promising gentleman, and she must seize this opportunity. "Rest assured, Yunxi. My proposal is merely to stabilize her for now. Once my career flourishes, I shall find an excuse to switch the marriage over to you." Du Wenqing had regained his composure. Bai Shu continued to admire him, so why not adhere to the original plan? "Is what you say true, Brother Wenqing?" Su Yunxi thought to herself that she still held an advantage over Bai Shu. Chapter 30. Arranging for a few sisters in the days that followed, Bai Shu, accompanied by Yulan, indulged in various culinary delights, relishing the rare leisure time to enjoy herself. However, little did they know that exploring the city would reveal a startling truth. Nearly half of the bustling shops in the capital belonged to the Jiang family, explaining why the steward claimed her mother was wealthier than nations. "Such a life filled with opulence is something I desire more of." Now, in early summer, with the sun shining perfectly, Su Yunxi had not frolicked in front of Bai Shu for quite some time, and naturally, her spirits lifted, significantly improving her appetite. Each day, she would pack some trendy delicacies to take home as an extra treat. I, too, have not enjoyed such leisurely indulgence in a long while. The system also reveled in the pleasures of food and drink, having been bound to Bai Shu and partaking in various tasks together. Finally able to relax and take it easy. "Yulan, is this tavern also under my mother's name?" The rich aroma of fermented grains wafted towards Bai Shu from a distance, and despite being adjacent to a restaurant, it was by no means inferior. "Miss, there is no tavern under Madam's name, and she does not permit you to drink outside." Yulan gently reminded Bai Shu, recalling that while the young lady occasionally drank, she had never been one to indulge excessively. Yet, recently, she seemed to have taken to drinking more often, even if only at home, which was quite uncommon for her. Both Jiang and Bai Heng were concerned that Bai Shu might become intoxicated and create trouble, thus strictly forbidding her from drinking outside. "I shan't drink outside. I shall buy this tavern and drink at home." The enticing scent was hard for Bai Shu to resist. The alcohol in this world was not particularly strong, but was incredibly fragrant. She only occasionally drank a bit too much, and Jiang and the others were overreacting. "Cease. I really don't want to see you drunk. Can we perhaps drink something else?" The system quietly interjected, certain that few could tolerate the sight of a drunken Bai Shu. Not only would she sing and dance, but she would also ramble nonsensically, challenging anyone to a duel, and inevitably break into off-key songs. She would not settle down for at least a couple of hours. "Then fetch me some beverages, black sugar bubble milk tea with pudding, vanilla,
and coconut meat."
Bai Shu reassured herself, insisting that her craving was not mere gluttony, but rather a matter of necessity. If she did not partake in the tavern's offerings, what if it went out of business?
No.
The system continued to bask in the pleasures of Bai Shu's mind, content as could be. "Miss, that may prove a challenge. As this tavern is under the Regent's name." Yulan observed the drastic change in Bai Shu's demeanor. While she was occasionally curious about her actions, she never questioned her. "The tavern belongs to Xiaomoqing?" Bai Shu was momentarily taken aback. It seemed reasonable that a well-known establishment like the Incense and Fragrance Tavern would be part of Xiaomoqing's holdings. But did he truly bother with managing such a small tavern? Indeed, it is the prince's, and he possesses countless properties throughout Dongya, far beyond just the capital. Upon hearing Bai Shu address the regent by name, Yulan was both astonished and anxious. She quickly scanned the surroundings, relieved to find that passers-by were not paying attention to them. Notably, across the entire capital, if anyone dared to claim wealth surpassing the Jiang family, it would undoubtedly be Xiaomoqing. His visible assets were innumerable, not to mention what lay hidden behind the scenes. He is that wealthy. No wonder he is indifferent to the profits from the incense and fragrance tavern. Bai Shu mused, realizing that Xiao Moqing bore a striking resemblance to the male protagonists in her novels, wealthy, handsome, and powerful. It was no wonder that despite his inscrutable nature, countless young ladies were drawn to him. It was just a pity that such a person would ultimately end up lonely in old age. Bai Shu, however, found one aspect perplexing. Xiao Moqing did not seem to be the type to care about public opinion. If he indeed had someone he cherished, regardless of age or gender, he would surely be able to fulfill his wishes. Upon reflection, it seemed he had yet to encounter someone who captured his heart. How pitiable. Miss, how do you know the incense and fragrance tavern is under the prince's name? The tavern was one of Xiao Moqing's hidden assets. The prince stated that dining there would incur no cost. It would simply be recorded.
Come.
I shall take you to sample his new dishes.
With that,
Bai Shu led Yulan to enjoy a meal on the house, reminiscing about the delightful flavors from the tavern. The cuisine and service at the Incense and Fragrance Tavern had always been among the best in the capital, and today, she aimed not only to satiate her hunger, but also to indulge in the high-end service. First, let us order a few sisters and listen to some tunes. As soon as Bai Shu entered the tavern, she was greeted by Xuanyang. Why, it's Miss Bai. It has been ages since you last visited. Did you not say our dishes are the best? Xuanyang remained as enchanting as ever, her natural allure radiating even more joy upon seeing Bai Shu. She had not forgotten that Bai Shu was the only lady who dined with their esteemed prince, and thus could not be treated with indifference. Here you are, sister. Do bring forth every delectable dish available. Bai Shu, feeling at home in this place she had traversed to, was unreserved. The aroma wafted around her, evoking delightful memories. By the way, I came alone today. Please arrange for a few sisters to keep me company, she whispered playfully, leaning closer to Xuanyang. Startled for a moment, Xuanyang soon burst into laughter. Absolutely. I will ensure you have the finest food, drink, and entertainment. Without hesitation, Xuanyang intended to lead Bai Shu to the private room adjacent to the one they had occupied previously. Technically, the entire top floor belonged to Xiao Moqing, with only 2 expansive private rooms available. Without his command, others were forbidden to ascend. However, Xuanyang was not one to lack sensitivity. She was certain that arranging for Bai Shu to be here would not only please the prince, but perhaps even delight him. As it happened, just as Bai Shu and her companions ascended the stairs, Xiao Moqing and several court officials arrived. Yet, they did not venture to the top floor but selected a refined chamber on the 2nd level. Xuanyang hastily approached to greet them. Xiao Moqing and Bai Shu exchanged glances from afar but remained silent. Ultimately, it was Bai Shu who broke the silence, after all. She had come to enjoy a sumptuous feast, and extending a greeting seemed reasonable. Greetings, Your Highness. The reputation of the Tianxiang restaurant indeed lives up to its name. I find myself longing for its delights long after my first visit. Is that the Minister of Justice? Bai Shu's gaze fell upon the rotund official behind Xiao Moqing, his conspicuous figure unmistakable among the crowd. Indeed, if Lu Ruyan cannot be with your elder brother, she shall have to marry his second son. The system, upon hearing Bai Shu's summons, was jolted into alertness. It had realized that if it refrained from speaking ill of Xiao Moqing, the atmosphere seemed less frigid, and it would not vanish inexplicably. What could this mean? Chapter 31. The Arrogant Host. Oh my. I must save my sister-in-law. Why did you not remind me? This Minister of Justice is corrupt, and to make matters worse, he has entangled himself with the concubine of his eldest son. His ineffectual eldest son likely remains oblivious to the fact that he has several younger siblings. The second son is even more of a wastrel. Such a disreputable family is unworthy of Sister Lu. Bai Shu had previously paid little attention to the family of the Minister of Justice. She only recalled that Lu Ruyan had married a debauched man who indulged in pleasure, and as a reserved and talented lady. She had regrettably failed to win her husband's affection, leaving her marital life in turmoil. Now, upon encountering the Minister of Justice, she realized that their family was far more complicated than she had imagined. Should Lu Ruyan marry into that family, unforeseen troubles could arise. And she could not allow such a fate to befall her sister-in-law, nor permit her brother to bear lifelong regret. I thought the system remembered, it muttered, disregarding whether Xiao Moqing was emitting cold vibes or not, hastily piecing together the plot. In the original narrative, the Minister of Justice merely served as a pawn in Du Wenqing's ascent. After Du Wenqing exposed his heinous crimes to the emperor, he was rewarded with promotions while the minister met a public execution, his entire clan suffering the same fate. Lu Ruyan's life would end on the road to exile. Fortunately, the plan to win over my sister-in-law is already in motion. I must expedite the process. Bai Shu had initially intended to proceed gradually, subtly altering her brother's impression of her, but she was genuinely concerned that Lu Ruyan, a blossoming flower, might unwittingly become entangled with the minister's family. Thus, she resolved to arrange for their meeting directly, acting as the catalyst. The system can facilitate my brother's exposure of the minister's true nature. In this way, Du Wenqing cannot gain merit, and Lu Ruyan shall not marry, truly a twofold victory. The system rubbed its hands together in excitement, believing it had devised a clever scheme. Never mind, I have my own candidate to deal with treacherous officials. My brother should focus on winning back my sister-in-law. In her mind, Bai Shu debated with the system, ultimately directing her gaze towards the distinguished Xiao Moqing, who was undeniably handsome. She could not fathom why, among those who stood out, some were considered unattractive while others were strikingly beautiful. Truly, the creator was biased. At that moment, Xiao Moqing's profound eyes were fixed upon Bai Shu, his calm demeanor concealing his thoughts. All expenses incurred by the young lady will be charged to this prince's account. It is imperative that you indulge fully. As he observed the obedient Bai Shu while simultaneously hearing her astonishing thoughts, he found himself suppressing an urge to facepalm, for how could he not discern her intentions? If his brother was to focus on reclaiming his sister-in-law, then it would naturally fall upon him to handle matters involving the minister's household. Although ostensibly for the betterment of the Eastern Yen court, her schemes were apparent to him, and he had no qualms about publicly displaying their relationship. Your Highness is generous. I shall graciously comply. Look at that. You must emphasize it publicly, lest others remain unaware that I am spending his money.
Come.
Today, we must eat to our heart's content. Bai Shu did not contemplate Xiao Moqing's words deeply, merely sensing that he wished to maintain his reputation as the one footing the bill. However, the expressions of those around them were quite revealing. Xuanyang secretly rejoiced, convinced she had made the right choice. She knew that Bai Shu was a unique presence in her master's life. Meanwhile, the court officials were visibly astonished, their disbelief evident in their wide eyes. When had the regent ever conversed so freely with a woman? Moreover, inviting a young lady to dine at an inn was unprecedented. This was highly unusual. They observed her as if she were the daughter of a prime minister, realizing they had a potential ally. Only Xiao Moqing wore a faint smile. Unable to articulate Bai Shu's essence, while she was charming and innocent, her words were often startling, and her depth of character muddled his judgments. Miss Bai,
Please follow me.
Xuanyang smiled as she ushered Bai Shu upstairs, heading towards the top floor, and Xiao Moqing did not impede their passage, even allowing for an account to be kept, which was tantamount to consent. She must ensure that this flower-like maiden was well cared for. Who does the system propose to report the Minister of Justice? It pondered, wondering if it might be Prime Minister Bai Heng. That could work. Given the Prime Minister's time and status, his insights would surely be incisive. Xiao Moqing, do you not think that punishing treacherous officials suits him well? Look at his composed demeanor. He navigates the treacherous court with such ease. Bai Shu's gaze towards Xiao Moqing held a hint of mischief, as she turned to follow Xuanyang upstairs. While the credit may not go to Du Wenqing, it shouldn't be wasted either. The system was preoccupied with the task at hand. Exposing the minister's crimes would have been Du Wenqing's greatest asset in his rise to power. Now, with this strategic move, Du Wenqing would be deprived of his stepping stone, likely making the task smoother. Yet this still counted as a merit. If it fell to the Bai family, would that not be an excellent outcome? You see, why should we take on a task that would offend others? The minister has been brazen for years. Whether he has been discovered by the late emperor or not, his network is formidable. If we were to dig deeper, it would undoubtedly implicate numerous families, and a careless move could invite calamity. How perilous. Bai Shu felt an overwhelming sense of cleverness, her steps lightening with a newfound buoyancy. The loyalty of the Bai family was as steadfast as the heavens could attest, and now that she had traversed into this realm, she was certain she could ensure the Bai family's prosperity for generations to come. Why then should she risk herself for the sake of accolades? So that's how it is. Moreover, Xiao Moqing is the regent. Given his ruthless style of governance, the Minister of Justice would undoubtedly face dire consequences in his hands. The system once more marveled at its fortunate alignment with its host, pondering how they could navigate through the myriad of small worlds with such finesse, all thanks to Bai Shu's wisdom. Accompanying her, it felt assured that it would soon attain its rightful status by merely coasting along. Of course, one ought to consider who I am. Let us find an opportunity to leak this information to Xiao Moqing, and we can sit back and relish the ensuing drama. Bai Shu unconsciously lifted her proud head, contemplating the delectable dishes she would soon indulge in, while simultaneously strategizing on gathering evidence against the Minister of Justice to pass along to Qingfeng. However, before her plans could unfold, a wave of corruption swept through as numerous officials were dismissed, heads rolled, homes were confiscated, and at the forefront was none other than the Minister of Justice and his family. The court of the Dongyi dynasty found itself in tumult, with some in a state of panic while others reveled in their newfound liberation, but those were matters for another time. How arrogant! The system quietly criticized its host, believing Bai Shu to be nearly perfect, save for one flaw, her excessive confidence. Yet, it was precisely this confidence that had seen them through countless perilous situations, enabling their survival against all odds. Thus, it merely grumbled while cherishing her steadfastness in its heart. The court officials had all retreated into their private chambers, leaving only Xiao Maching standing at the entrance, observing Bai Shu's lively demeanor. His fingers still fiddling with the prayer beads, his eyes shadowed with inscrutable thoughts that remained unknown to anyone. Chapter 32. A Sneaky Dog. Brother, you are merely seated here temporarily, not engaging in thievery. Can we not sit up straight? I am truly baffled. Where has my dashing and gallant brother gone? Why has he become so furtive? The day finally arrived for Bai Shu to rendezvous with Lu Ruyan aboard a boat. She had taken Bai Zishuan to hide in the cabin, planning for the two of them to meet. The groundwork laid during this period had been ample, and she sought to hasten her strategy to win over her sister-in-law, believing it was time for them to resolve their misunderstandings. However, Bai Shu never anticipated that her upright and gentle brother would appear as though he had committed some transgression, sitting in the cabin with a flustered expression. One might think he had just stolen something. Su, please understand, this era is not as open. His hiding here indeed resembles the actions of a thief. The system meekly reminded Bai Shu, recognizing the turmoil within Bai Zishuan. Not only was it uncertain whether Lu Ruyan would even agree to meet him, but the events of the day, if mishandled, could tarnish her reputation. His hesitance was quite understandable. I believe it prudent to first seek Miss Lu's consent before we meet privately. Bai Zishuan fidgeted. His posture could be straightened, but the barrier in his heart remained unbroken. He genuinely wished to clear the air with Lu Ruyan and understood his sister's good intentions. However, according to Bai Shu's plan, once the boat set sail, they would be alone on the lake. He could hardly imagine how outrageous the rumors would be. Brother, focus on winning over your sister-in-law's heart. Leave the rest to me. This boat is filled with our people. Nothing will go awry. Bai Shu had indeed taken this into consideration, opting for a medium-sized pleasure boat, with the boatmen and other passengers prearranged to ensure that no one could find fault. Upon hearing Bai Shu casually refer to her as sister-in-law, Bai Zishuan felt a surge of shyness, rendering him momentarily at a loss for words. He stammered, "What sister-in-law? Do not speak such nonsense. That could harm the young lady's reputation." Bai Zishuan fumbled for his folding fan, trying to cool the heat rising to his face. What he thought in his heart was one thing, but having it voiced by his sister was quite another. If rumor spread before anything was settled, it would lead to dire consequences. In my moment of urgency, I misspoke. Brother, please remember not to mention Su Yunqi excessively, but also clarify that you have no ties to her. Bai Shu inadvertently blurted out her thoughts, quickly correcting herself, but she needed to caution Bai Zishuan regarding Su Yunqi. From her recent observations, it was evident that Lu Ruyan held some wariness towards Su Yunqi, despite being a noble lady. She would not stoop to contend with someone of lower status, yet she was astute enough to detect such subtle emotions. Thus, Bai Zishuan's and Lu Ruyan's misconnection was undoubtedly influenced by Su Yunqi's interference. I have taken note of that. You have reminded me of it many times. Even though Bai Zishuan was not well versed in the intricacies of female relationships, he could still perceive the abnormalities. Su Yunqi was not to be underestimated. When she had first arrived at the residence, she had been exceedingly attentive towards him. Although he had kept his distance, treating her like a sister, he could not ignore the schemes of the crafty. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain why Lu Ruyan had suddenly withdrawn. I shall take a look outside, once more. Bai Shu left Bai Zishuan in the cabin, confident that those around her would be discreet and not intrude. She made her way to the shore to await Lu Ruyan. Within the span of a single tea time, Bai Shu spotted Lu Ruyan. But accompanying her was none other than the Grand Princess? System, what on earth? Is the Grand Princess still not divorced? Is she truly this idle? It had been a long while since Bai Shu had seen the Grand Princess, and she pondered how to discreetly send her away. After all, she had yet to gauge the Grand Princess's stance. Considering she was Lu Ruyan's family, it would be rather difficult if she disapproved of their relationship. She is not divorced. The Grand Princess has directly dismissed her husband. She reclaimed everything she had once bestowed upon her consort, and additionally, gifted him a parting present. The pregnant mistress admitted that the child was not the consort's, and coupled with the inadvertent disclosure of his impotence, he became utterly deranged. Ultimately, the consort's family discreetly vacated the capital and returned to their homeland to farm. The system patiently elucidated for Bai Shu, noting that in the original narrative, the consort had been a significant ally for Du Wenqing, thus their affairs were central to the plot, and the system had first-hand knowledge. The Grand Princess is truly fierce? She ought to dismiss him. A man like that should not be allowed to harm others. However, is his punishment not too lenient for returning home in such a disgraceful manner? Bai Shu's heart was not ruthless. It was simply that he had wasted 6 years of the Grand Princess's youth. How many 6 years does a woman have? He ought to pay for his actions.
Now.
Even the people in the consort's hometown are aware of his disgraceful deeds, and with the regent personally dispatching someone to escort him, his punishment will surely not be trivial. The system held a deep-seated fear of Xiaomoqing, believing he would not let the consort's family off easily. Let him experience the bitterness of being submerged in scandalous rumors, returning the favor in kind. The prejudices and humiliations once endured by the Grand Princess would undoubtedly be repaid tenfold. Miss Bai, it has been a long time. You wouldn't mind if I joined you, would you? Just as Bai Shu was about to offer her greetings, she noticed the Grand Princess approaching warmly. Completely devoid of any airs, a smile gracing her lips, clearly in high spirits, indicating that the matter of her divorce had been resolved satisfactorily. She no longer bore the burden of lineage or the stigma of infertility, and was markedly more at ease. Your Highness, you jest. It is my honor to accompany your Highness. Bai Shu genuinely rejoiced for the Crown Princess. Her ability to choose divorce in this era signified a mindset already far ahead of many others. Though she lacked parental support, she was under the protective wings of her royal uncle, Xiaomoqing. Coupled with her distinguished status, she could live freely after her divorce, perhaps facing some ignorant gossip. Yet, as long as her heart remained clear and resolute, such trivialities would pose no threat, and her future would undoubtedly be radiant and illustrious. Do refrain from addressing me as your Highness all the time. It feels overly formal. Instead, why not join Ru-yin in calling me sister? What do you say? Upon hearing that her uncle, who had never had any dealings with young ladies, would actually invite Bai Shu to dine, the Crown Princess felt her conviction strengthen. It seemed that Xiaomoqing might finally be blooming like an iron tree. Therefore, even if she cherished Bai Shu dearly, she could not acknowledge her as a sworn sister. It was merely a private endearment, harmless in nature. In the 33rd chapter, Bai Shu felt immensely honored, though she suspected it might not align with propriety. She verbally declined. Yet her heart brimmed with happiness. Who would refuse an elder sister who is beautiful, wealthy, and advantageous? Furthermore, if she could win over the Crown Princess, it would amount to forging an alliance with her sister-in-law's family in advance, a venture that could yield nothing but benefits. What I say carries weight that no one, apart from my uncle, dares to question, the Crown Princess remarked rightly. Her audacity to divorce stemmed from the unwavering support of her family, who claimed that the royal family lacked affection. The young emperor and the empress stood by her side, including the yet innocent Xiao Wan'er, who unconditionally supported any decision she made. Thus, she acted without concern. If there was anyone she feared in Dongyi, it would likely be Xiaomoqing. Come, let us call each other sisters. Today is a splendid day for a leisurely outing, so let us not stand on ceremony. Suddenly, Lu Ruyin spoke up, her heart racing with astonishment as the Crown Princess recounted the events. Initially, she believed Bai Shu could only help her sister's health and assist in her conception, never suspecting that her ruthless brother-in-law could manipulate their family with such finesse. Fortunately, with Bai Shu's help, the Crown Princess would not be left to suffer alone. Thus, Lu Ruyin understood that the Crown Princess genuinely regarded Bai Shu as one of her own. Very well, when we are alone, I shall call you sister. Bai Shu, not intending to refuse, readily agreed as soon as Lu Ruyin spoke. The three of them chuckled by the shore, a striking sight that attracted many passers-by. Alas, I was preoccupied with family matters in the past few days, but now I find a moment of leisure. Tomorrow, I must pay my respects to the Prime Minister and Lady Bai, for they have raised you so splendidly. The Crown Princess ceased to refer to herself in the royal we, instead enjoying the day with Lu Ruyin and Bai Shu as if they were ordinary sisters on an outing. Just moments ago, we spoke of not being formal, and now, if we continue, we might find ourselves growing distant. Bai Shu teased.
Luya.
Let us board the boat first. Her playful demeanor elicited laughter from both ladies, and no one mentioned the visit any longer. Bai Shu deliberately allowed Lu Ruyin to board first, then whispered to the crown princess, "I have another splendid place in mind for relaxation. I wonder if sister would be interested?" Bai Shu's mischievous gaze momentarily stunned the crown princess. She was puzzled. If there was a better place, why avoid Lu Ruyin? Observing the crown princess's bemused expression, Bai Shu nearly laughed aloud, as surely a grand drama was unfolding within her mind. Bai Shu did not hide her intentions, directly explaining, "There are many sisters on the boat, along with my elder brother. Today, I intended to create an opportunity for them to resolve any misunderstandings. My brother is sincerely devoted to Lu Jie, and I can vouch for his character. If sister feels uneasy, we can leave Aunt Gui here with you. If you remain truly concerned, then we shall." Before she could complete her thought, the crown princess interjected, "What is there to feel uneasy about? Young people need opportunities. I see that your elder brother is a fine match, and I trust him completely." Upon hearing Bai Shu's words, the crown princess instantly understood that this excursion was not merely for leisure, but rather a matchmaking endeavor. Since the suitor was Bai Zhixian, she would certainly not impede the affair. As an elder sister, she was well aware of Lu Ruyin's hidden affections and had witnessed Bai Zhixian's earnestness firsthand. However, Lu Ruyin's stubbornness meant that if she could not overcome her internal barriers, no amount of persuasion would suffice. Thus, providing them an opportunity for solitude was a fortuitous development. Once misunderstandings were cleared, happiness would be within reach. Now it was Bai Shu's turn to be taken aback. She gazed into the crown princess's sparkling eyes, coupled with a sly smile, and felt momentarily confused. Who was truly orchestrating the union, herself or the crown princess? Why did it seem as if the crown princess was even more enthusiastic than she was? "Very well. Shall we go for a stroll?" Seizing the moment before the crown princess could retract her words, Bai Shu decided to make her escape. "Let us go." The crown princess hesitated not in the least. And even Aunt Gui was grinning broadly. The Bai and Lu families were closely allied. The Bai family, whether in the form of Prime Minister Bai Heng or his children, were all exceptional individuals. Had it not been for Su Yunqi's interference, the two families might have been bound by marriage long ago. Rather than now laboring to arrange such matters, set sail. Once Bai Shu saw Lu Ruyin board the painted boat, she discreetly instructed the boatman to cast off, leaving Lu Ruyin bewildered and astonished at the bow. In her panic, she nearly considered rushing to the shore, but the boat had already drifted too far, and the unpredictable waters of the lake deterred her from proceeding. "Sister." "Your Highness." "Miss Bai." Lu Ruyin could only call out anxiously from the boat's bow, with her maidservant echoing her alarm. Bai Shu and the crown princess remained calm on the shore, soothing her worries. "Lu Jie, we have matters to attend to. We shall return shortly to fetch you. Everyone on the boat is trustworthy, so do enjoy the scenery." Bai Shu noticed her elder brother appearing behind Lu Ruyin, and she exchanged a knowing smile with the crown princess, who also raised the corners of her lips, offering them silent encouragement. Observing the scene of Bai Shu and the crown princess walking away hand in hand, Lu Ruyin began to grasp the situation, though she was still unprepared. On that splendid day, with the sun shining and flowers blooming along the lakeside, who could say if Bai Shu might have the fortune to invite the young lady to admire the beautiful scenery together? Just as Lu Ruyin hesitated, Bai Zhixian finally spoke, his voice melodious as a lute, blending seamlessly with the gentle breeze and sunny weather, bringing a sense of ease and comfort. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, his palms were slick with sweat, his heart racing as if the next words from Lu Ruyin could determine his fate. To Lu Ruyin, who had been anxious all along, hearing Bai Zhixian speak unexpectedly relaxed her spirit. She realized that those moments she believed lost to time might never have truly departed, much like her conversations with Bai Shu, which remained as familiar as ever, even after many years. What she had been so tense and evasive about was likely just a matter of not knowing how to begin.
"Yes."
Lu Ruyin turned to meet Bai Zhixian's expectant gaze. Indeed, she lifted her eyes, and the figure before her merged with that of the elder brother who had once sheltered her from stormy winds in her childhood. In the 34th chapter, "Sister, is your idea of relaxation merely shopping for clothes?" The princess observed as Lu Ruyin and Bai Zhixian exchanged glances at the bow of the boat, their eyes shimmering with unspoken affection, and she realized that their happiness was within reach. Consequently, she felt a weight lift from her heart. However, Bai Shu had suggested a leisurely outing, only to lead her to a tailor shop. Logically speaking, shopping is indeed an excellent way for young ladies to ease their spirits. Yet why bring her to purchase women's clothing? True, she was a 21-year-old unmarried woman, but she was far from being an old matron. Even Granny Gui would deem these garments too antiquated. They had promised to seek a delightful escape, thus it was only fitting to don a disguise. Today's goal was not merely to look good, but to become unrecognizable to even her own mother. Bai Shu's air of mystery further piqued the princess's curiosity. She couldn't fathom what Bai Shu was concocting and could only acquiesce. After all, they had agreed to unwind, and fully embracing the moment did not seem unreasonable. Very well. I shall heed your counsel, but may I select a more modest outfit? The princess was momentarily blinded by the gaudy reds, greens, blacks, and purples of the garments before her. She had not encountered such blatant flamboyance in ages. It was likely that even Granny Gui would struggle to recognize her should she wear one of these. Of course. First choose an outfit, and then we shall apply some makeup. I assure you, no one will recognize us. Bai Shu encouraged, oh, and you all should select a set as well, otherwise, you'll be left waiting outside. Eagerly, Bai Shu chose a vibrant floral outer garment and urged Yulan and the others to change as well. After all, the first to be recognized would likely be the close attendants and grannies. She possessed a unique makeup technique that was as effective as a disguise, ensuring they would go unnoticed. Yulan, obedient to Bai Shu's command, felt no hesitation in following suit. The others, including Granny Gui, responded similarly to the princess. Mentally preparing themselves before selecting their attire, as attendants to their mistress, it was unacceptable to be left outside. Bai Shu, do confess, where exactly are you taking the princess? Bai Shu found a discreet spot to apply makeup, deliberately aging several youthful faces with her artistry. Fortunately, she used only the finest cosmetics, otherwise, the layers applied might have felt quite uncomfortable. We're going to have tea, Bai Shu replied, busily working, her left hand applying lip color and her right hand expertly crafting eye makeup, her motions so swift they seemed to blur. Yet she reveled in her task. For today she intended to embark on an endeavor she had long contemplated. Why must we wear such unrecognizable makeup for tea? The system perceived that Bai Shu was the epitome of a scheming little dog, while Bai Zishuan was far less fitting. Because we are going to Lan Yuxian for tea, Bai Shu stated calmly, delivering words that left the system breathless.
Oh.
You intend to take the princess to Lan Yuxian for tea? Are you not afraid of the regent discovering this? Could you possibly refrain from involving me? The system was drenched in cold sweat at the thought. Lan Yuxian was the largest tea house in the capital, offering a range of services, including tea, performances, and meals, rivaling the esteemed Tian Xianglu. However, their clientele was vastly different. Tian Xianglu catered to an elite audience, providing an elegant and refined atmosphere where a single meal could cost as much as several years' worth of expenses for an ordinary family. This was why Du Wenqing often hosted colleagues at Tian Xianglu, as it was a matter of great prestige. In contrast, Lan Yuxian targeted a more economical clientele, welcoming patrons from all walks of life. If ordinary citizens wished to enjoy a few small dishes while listening to stories from the storytellers, they could afford it. However, the system was concerned about the mingling of various social classes at Lan Yuxian, where a discreet service was offered. When women found themselves lonely, they might seek the company of men for some refined amusement. Indeed, anyone with sufficient funds could have a companion, be it a young lady or a gentleman. Though it might seem innocuous to simply chat, the system could foresee the fury of Xiao Moqing upon learning that Bai Shu had taken his niece to such a place. It would undoubtedly lead to chaos. When will you cease being so cowardly? Just look at how they appear. Do they resemble a princess and a young lady? And do you not realize that Lan Yuxian and Tian Xianglu are fierce rivals? How could Xiao Moqing possibly discover us? Bai Shu found the system as timidity amusing. She had finally arrived in this world to enjoy herself. Surely, she could not resign herself to a life of solitude, unable to even hold a man's hand. She merely intended to take the princess out for some fresh air, to drink tea, and listen to a few tunes. Nothing scandalous. Bai Shu firmly believed that existence itself was justification enough. Even though the discreet service at Lan Yuxian was well hidden, she had discovered it and felt compelled to partake. How did you come to learn of the service at Lan Yuxian? They are so secretive about it, I almost forgot. On the surface, Lan Yuxian operated a legitimate business, with dining and tea services in the front, while the special services were hidden in the back courtyard of the theater. It could be said that most people in the capital were unaware of this place. Even the system only pieced the information together due to Bai Shu's unusual behavior. In the original plot, after Su Yunxi became a government wife, did she not frequently assist with Lan Yuxian's business? Bai Shu asserted with a sense of righteousness, her innocence suggesting that her actions were perfectly ordinary. The system fell silent, realizing that its host seemed to remember only trivial plot points while magnifying the inconsequential. However, It had no choice. It could only indulge its host, and now it hoped that the regent would remain oblivious to this escapade. After donning their disguises, Bai Shu and her companions headed directly to Lan Yuxian. Initially, the princess found it difficult to accept their new appearances, but as she grew accustomed to them, she found them rather pleasing. They no longer needed to maintain a strict posture or control their steps in the street. It was a refreshing change.
Indeed.
They went unrecognized throughout their journey, and Bai Shu felt a thrill of satisfaction. Her skills had not diminished too greatly. The decor of Lan Yuxian was evidently a notch below that of Tian Xianglu, yet it boasted ample space, with dozens of tables in the main hall and numerous private rooms. Tian Xianglu, in contrast, was filled with opulent chambers. Just as Bai Shu contemplated how to approach the proprietor, the princess could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "Sister, can you now reveal the purpose of our visit?" Granny Gui and the others shared her confusion. What was so remarkable about visiting Lan Yuxian? They had nearly suspected that this outing was to engage in something scandalous, only to discover that the most astonishing element was simply their change of attire. "Sister, we are here to broaden our horizons. I have heard that the gentlemen at Lan Yuxian recite poetry and sing beautifully. We can enjoy tea while appreciating their talents." Bai Shu pulled the princess aside and whispered an explanation in her ear, casting her a knowing smile that was both enigmatic and suggestive, causing the princess to feel a mix of shock and embarrassment, a blush blooming on her cheeks that even her rouge could not conceal. Where did you hear such nonsense?" The princess gasped, momentarily breathless, and hurriedly scanned her surroundings. Fortunately, it was not mealtime, and the hall was largely empty. After a brief panic, she realized why Bai Shu had insisted on their disguises. Should they be discovered, she could hardly bear to imagine the consequences. "I merely heard it from others. I have never been here myself. My intention today was just to help you change your mood. If you would prefer, we can simply enjoy tea and listen to performances." Bai Shu would never force the princess into anything against her will. If she was reluctant, they could merely enjoy the theater, which would also relieve her stress. However, when Bai Shu checked the princess's pulse, she discovered signs of emotional unrest, yet as a healer, she could not bluntly state that the princess was unfulfilled. This was indeed a desperate measure, contemplating bringing her to Lanyu Pavilion to find a few eloquent individuals. If they could elicit some joy from her, perhaps her pent-up frustrations would dissipate without the need for medication. Naturally, Bai Shu would not admit to her own ulterior motives. You see, the Grand Princess, upon gazing into Bai Shu's sincere little eyes, found herself momentarily swayed. She hesitated, pondering whether their actions would be frowned upon by society at large. Simultaneously, she grappled with the disheartening reality that while men could take multiple wives and keep numerous concubines, women were prohibited even from watching men recite poetry or sing. Having been married to the prince for 6 years, she could not claim to have experienced any marital bliss. Initially, there had been a semblance of affection between them, but for reasons unknown, the prince's temper had grown increasingly volatile. Though she had never expressed any disdain regarding their intimate life, she had endeavored to embody the role of a virtuous wife. Yet, as her hopes for motherhood remained unfulfilled, she became ensnared in a web of rumors and moral constraints, leading to profound self-reproach and near mental collapse. Only now did she realize that all of this had been part of the prince's scheme. She felt a tempest of anger and resentment surge within her, suddenly resolute in her instinct to witness the performance. After all, what is a show without a man to sing? Bai Shu had been closely observing the Grand Princess, taking in her every reaction. Although the expressions on a woman's face might seem peculiar, she could empathize with the Grand Princess. Noticing her fluctuating emotions, which seemed to teeter between hesitation and determination, Bai Shu finally ventured, "Sister, what did you say? Did you just mention that the men here sing beautifully?" The Grand Princess, disregarding Bai Shu's opinions of her, was solely focused on liberating herself. How simple it would be to seek a divorce. Yet, who could compensate for the regrets of these past years? She truly needed an opportunity to unwind and refresh her spirit. Upon hearing her words, Bai Shu immediately grasped the implication, her face breaking into a knowing smile. "Indeed, my sources are utterly reliable. We shall soon find out." While Bai Shu and the Grand Princess were in agreement, Yulan and the others remained utterly bewildered. They were intensely curious as to why the Grand Princess, who had spoken so little with Bai Shu, now mirrored her excitement. Moreover, the air around them was thick with an undeniable sense of intrigue. "Let us go. We mustn't fall behind." Bai Shu and the Grand Princess did not inform Madame Gui of their plans in advance, opting instead to have the manager prepare refreshments and performances. Otherwise, the ensuing discussions in the main hall would have been predictable. They would have surely argued tirelessly. They chose silence, knowing that the truth would soon reveal itself. Upon hearing their requests, the manager treated them as honored guests, personally guiding them. "Miss, this private room is quite spacious." Yulan followed closely behind Bai Shu, and upon entering, she was astounded by the room size. No wonder Lanyu Pavilion was considered the largest restaurant in the capital. This room was likely more lavish than 3 ordinary establishments combined. "Don't look so shocked. You'll see plenty soon." Bai Shu chuckled at the wide-eyed Yulan, who wore her thoughts so openly that it was almost impossible to decipher them. "All right, Mississippi." Yulan fell silent, standing obediently alongside Madame Gouet and the others, ready to serve. Though the Grand Princess had many attendants, she preferred a modest presence, bringing only Madame Gouet and 2 close maids with her. Before long, the manager entered with a procession of distinguished gentlemen, each possessing their own unique charm. However, they all shared one common trait. They were undeniably handsome. Whether it was a delicate beauty, a rugged masculinity, or the demeanor of a refined gentleman, they were all present. Upon entering, they maintained decorum, standing in a line by the window and keeping a respectful distance from Bai Shu and her companions. Several attendants followed, carrying instruments or setting up tables, ensuring that everything was in order, which left the Grand Princess with no lingering doubts. They were merely esteemed guests here to enjoy a performance. Yet, this grand display left the others behind them feeling intimidated. They wished to speak, yet found themselves at a loss for words, wide-eyed as they observed the manager converse with their mistress. "Ladies, if you require anything, please do not hesitate to ask. We shall do our utmost to accommodate you." The manager, a middle-aged woman, though lacking the enchanting beauty of Xuanyang, had a kindly demeanor. Having accepted their payment without inquiring about their identities, she provided attentive service, much to their satisfaction. "For now, nothing more is needed. You may leave us." Bai Shu deliberately lowered her voice, mimicking the woman's tone to avoid revealing their true identities. "Very well, please ensure that the 2 ladies are well taken care of." The manager instructed the gentleman before departing with her attendants. The atmosphere in the room became subtly charged. Despite Bai Shu's light-hearted demeanor, this was her first venture into such an endeavor. Just as she pondered how to initiate the conversation, one of the slender gentlemen spoke up. "Might I inquire what songs you ladies wish to hear? I am well versed in all that is popular. Should the ladies prefer not to listen to music but rather seek solace in conversation, I am more than willing to oblige." His voice was unexpectedly deep and resonant, a delightful surprise that was pleasing to the ear. "Do you have any particular songs you excel at?" Bai Shu asked. Seeing that the Grand Princess remained silent, while Yulan and the others cowered behind her, afraid to breathe. "I am proficient in pieces such as High Mountain and Flowing Water, Fishing Boat Singing at Dusk, and Spring Snow on the White Jade." The gentleman listed several renowned compositions. These individuals, once unfortunate souls, had found new life under their master, who had nurtured them into capable individuals for the purpose of gathering information at Lanyu Pavilion. Thus, they felt no shame in their current roles. Rather, they were filled with gratitude towards their benefactor. Chapter 36. You may stay if you wish. Bai Shu cast an inquiring glance at the Grand Princess. When it came to personal matters, she refrained from broaching the subject of the Grand Princess's desire for a divorce, as it was a matter of her private life. She believed that when the Grand Princess was ready to share her story, she would do so in her own time. "These pieces are familiar to me. Do you have anything new or fresh? Even a casual performance would suffice." The Grand Princess received Bai Shu's signal. In truth, she had no specific preferences, merely wishing to pass the time. Though she was significantly older than Bai Shu, she felt a sense of freedom and ease in her company, perhaps because Bai Shu, through her medical expertise, had seen through her story. It would be best if the piece were moving, evoking sorrow yet ultimately providing solace and lingering afterthought. Bai Shu believed that the Grand Princess was in need of a good cry to release her pent-up emotions. "I understand. I shall present a rendition of Memories of Old Friends in the Empty Mountains for the 2 ladies." The gentleman nodded, refraining from further elaboration. He and the other musicians took their places at the instruments, not performing as individuals, but as a cohesive ensemble. The gentle, ethereal strains of the zither began to play, enveloping the listeners in a serene atmosphere reminiscent of tranquil mountain valleys. The melody meandered, evoking the image of someone wandering restlessly through a sleepless night, while the haunting notes stirred feelings of longing, drawing everyone into a distant tale. Bai Shu lifted her teacup, a faint aroma of tea wafting through the air, creating a tranquil and comfortable ambience. The Grand Princess's thoughts drifted elsewhere as she absorbed the profound emotion within the music, her garments gradually becoming damp with tears. Though Yulan and the others could not comprehend the story woven within the notes, they too were touched by the haunting melody. The musicians had adapted the piece beautifully. The opening was slow and delicate, immersing the audience in the experience, while the middle section was rich with deep sentiment, filled with endless yearning and reminiscence. The final segment took a sudden turn, diverging dramatically from the earlier sorrow, as if a glimmer of hope had emerged from the mists, prompting the listeners to reflect. "Sister, let us have some tea." As Bai Shu observed the princess weeping profusely, ensnared in her own emotions, it became evident that she was likely reminded of other sorrowful matters. Rather than offering excessive counsel, Bai Shu chose to remain quietly by her side, providing a modicum of comfort and gently reminding her to sip her tea. Fortunately, the quality of the rouge was superb, preventing any smudging from the tears. "My apologies for the spectacle," the princess said, retrieving a handkerchief from her garment to delicately dab at her tear-streaked cheeks. Indeed, she had been genuinely moved by the melody, but once tears began to flow, they often summoned memories of past grievances, and she found herself unable to maintain her composure, feeling a touch of embarrassment. "Do not fret, dear sister. I too have been touched by the lament of friendship expressed in that piece," Bai Shu responded, refraining from exposing the princess's vulnerability. After such a heartfelt outburst, it was likely that the princess would not harbor any lingering melancholy, and as life gradually returned to its normal rhythm, there should be no significant issues ahead. Just as Bai Shu was preparing to request the musicians to perform a more cheerful tune, the innkeeper suddenly knocked at the door. "What brings such an unexpected interruption?" Bai Shu signaled to Yulan to open the door, revealing the innkeeper, whose demeanor had shifted from obsequiousness to an air of respectful authority. "You may all leave for now. Ladies, a distinguished guest wishes to see you." Without hesitation, several gentlemen exited swiftly, leaving the innkeeper alone. "Is this the service standard of Lan Yuxian? To disrupt customers enjoying their tea and bring in outsiders?" The princess momentarily faltered, but upon hearing Bai Shu's resolute tone, her trepidation dissipated. "You misunderstand. It is our proprietor who wishes to meet the two esteemed ladies. Please, if you would." The innkeeper's attitude was one of deference. Yet the rationale behind the proprietor's desire to meet them remained unclear. "Such arrogance from your master. Lan Yuxian conducts legitimate business. We are here to spend our coin. Are you suggesting we should be compelled to comply?" Bai Shu met the situation with unwavering courage, considering their status. It was improbable that they would be subjected to any outrageous treatment. However, maintaining their anonymity was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. "System. Who is the proprietor of Lan Yuxian?" Bai Shu sought assistance from the little voice in her mind. Host, in the original storyline, Su Yunxi visited Lan Yuxian, and the proprietor is none other than this innkeeper before you. The system itself seemed perplexed. When had a proprietor emerged? Quickly assess if there are any anomalies in the vicinity. Bai Shu knew all too well that the system was often unreliable at critical moments. Currently, no anomalies detected. Host. The system's detection capabilities were not to be underestimated, yet it had found no hidden threats, suggesting perhaps that the proprietor of Lan Yuxian was not malevolent. Bai Shu expressed her desire for silence. Meanwhile, the princess had regained her composure, straightening her posture, determined not to be outdone in presence. If her identity were to be discovered, so be it. She had committed no acts of impropriety and would no longer fear the whisperings of gossip. "Madam, please temper your anger. We harbor no ill intentions. It is merely that our master wishes to meet you both," the innkeeper implored, clearly eager to avoid offense. Bowing slightly in apology to Bai Shu, "No further discussion is necessary. I decline to meet your master. Sister, let us depart." Without hesitation, Bai Shu rose and began to leave, unyielding in her belief that no one in the capital would dare obstruct them. Yulan and the others stood resolutely, shielding Bai Shu and the princess from any potential interference. Just as the innkeeper hesitated on how to impede their exit, a familiar voice resonated from the entrance. "Ladies, please hold." To their astonishment, it was Chung Feng. The princess gasped, quickly turning away in fright, only to remember that she was disguised as a matron and likely would not be recognized. With newfound confidence, she turned back, steadfastly positioning herself behind Bai Shu. However, Bai Shu was momentarily taken aback. How could Chung Feng be here? Was he not the personal attendant of Xiao Maching? Wasn't Lan Yuxian a competitor to Tianxiang Restaurant? Could it be that Xiao Maching was involved in both enterprises, presenting a facade of rivalry while secretly owning them? This revelation left Bai Shu utterly flabbergasted. "Madams, please stay. My master requests your presence," Chung Feng reiterated, his tone authoritative. His identity was well known in the capital, and should Bai Shu refuse him again, it would be tantamount to openly defying the regent. Yet, what did it matter? Once she stepped out of Lan Yuxian, she would be someone entirely different. You expect us to comply merely because your master demands it? I assure you, I am not to be trifled with. We are leaving this place, Bai Shu declared with the utmost assertiveness, her tone unwavering. The princess was utterly in awe, admiration radiating from her eyes, and had the circumstances permitted, she would have lavished praise upon Bai Shu.
System.
What shall we do? Is there a potion to instantaneously enhance our combat prowess? One that could best Foam? Is there anyone stationed outside? What are our odds of success, should we force our way out? Quickly, stop feigning ignorance. Others would never suspect that the seemingly righteous Bai Shu was internally quaking with fear. She was no match for Xiaomoqing. And her sole objective today was to exit safely. Host, our mission remains incomplete. There are no rewards at present. I can indeed grant you a temporary boost in combat strength, but Chung Feng is not to be underestimated. Moreover, the innkeeper here is formidable as well. Should a confrontation arise, our chances of victory are quite slim. At this moment, the system truly felt despondent. It could not fathom Xiaomoqing, yet it believed he could see through them. Regret washed over it. It had previously warned against visiting Lan Yuxian, and now they had encountered the regent. It suspected that the host's identity had long been compromised. Perhaps only Bai Shu remained steadfast in her belief in her exceptional makeup skills. Do you lack certainty? Then why does Xiaomoqing wish to meet us? Do we exhibit behaviors akin to spies from rival nations? This was the crux of Bai Shu's confusion. Where had things gone awry? Is it possible that your identities have been revealed? The system ventured timidly.
Impossible.
My makeup skills are so adept that even ghosts would not recognize me. How could this innkeeper possibly see through my disguise? Bai Shu would sooner suspect Xiaomoqing of mistaking them for spies than doubt her own abilities. I'm exhausted. Let it all come to an end. The system longed to feign ignorance, knowing that once they encountered Xiaomoqing, it could not predict how long it would remain lucid. Though Bai Shu felt a surge of trepidation within, her exterior remained composed as she clutched the princess's hand, ready to depart. Yulon kept a watchful eye on Chung Feng, wary of any sudden movements, while the innkeeper stood silently, observing Bai Shu feign ignorance, yet feeling powerless. Bound by her master's orders not to harm them. It was not until Chung Feng spoke for the third time that he declared, Miss Bai, Your Highness, my master has requested your presence. This proclamation struck Bai Shu and the princess like a thunderbolt, as well as the system. I knew it, the system exclaimed, its anxieties finally quelled. Silence. Bai Shu felt a twinge of guilt, yet she resolved not to falter. She had to be the stalwart anchor for the princess. Sister, do not fear. Leave this to me. The princess, the first to waver, was frightened by her uncle. Yet she was aware that Bai Shu held a unique significance for the regent. Thus she believed they would not be subjected to undue hardship, perhaps just a verbal reprimand. Do not worry, sister. I will handle it, Bai Shu reassured the princess. She had intended to argue her case, but Chung Feng's words rendered them defenseless. The master has been injured and wishes for Miss Bai to examine him. Chung Feng relayed the message. His thoughts revealing that his master had foreseen Bai Shu's reluctance to comply and had preemptively instructed him on how to articulate the request. What do you mean? How severe is the injury? The princess's concern was immediate, her eyes pleadingly seeking Bai Shu's assurance, while Bai Shu could only facepalm, questioning whether her concern had led to disarray. Bai Shu once remarked that her master specializes in treating women's infertility. Could it be that Xiaomoqing suffers from such an affliction? Unfortunately, she cannot personally come to summon the two of you. Chung Feng silently praised his master's remarkable foresight. Though Bai Shu may not react to his injury, the Grand Princess certainly would not remain indifferent. How could he be so gravely wounded? The relationship between the late Emperor's offspring and the Regent is indeed intricate, particularly concerning the Grand Princess. She is but 2 months younger than the Regent and has been aware of all Xiaomoqing sacrifices for Dong Yi since she was young. While still in her youth, embroidering in her boudoir, Xiaomoqing had already taken to the battlefield, enduring pain and suffering. Thus, despite her fear of his authority, she also holds deep respect for his contributions and relies on his care. After their marriage, her grievances regarding the prince have not been few. Yet Xiaomoqing has always met her requests. To the Grand Princess, the Regent is akin to an elder, and she does not wish for any harm to befall him. Chung Feng observed the Grand Princess's concern but remained silent, waiting for Bai Shu to speak. Finally, unable to endure any longer, the Grand Princess, with a woman's visage, displayed a pleading look, prompting Bai Shu to acquiesce. As for what would follow, they would face it as it came. After all, they had merely come to Lan Yuxian to watch a performance, having committed no transgression against Dong Yi. How could Xiao Maching lay a hand on them? Lead the way, Bai Shu instructed. The Grand Princess immediately cast a grateful glance at her, and Cheng Feng respectfully guided them forth. It would be prudent to summon the imperial physician, for I am not certain whether I can remedy the prince's ailment. Bai Shu's words were ostensibly directed at the Grand Princess but were, in reality, meant for Cheng Feng. She watched his retreating figure, inwardly scolding Xiao Maching 18 times. She knew well who had instructed him to speak thus. Cheng Feng, so devoted, neglecting his injured master to call upon her, a girl reputed for treating infertility? The Grand Princess remained oblivious, but Bai Shu was keenly aware. Very well, I shall impose upon you once more today. The Grand Princess, preoccupied with her injured uncle, had not even changed her attire and hurriedly followed Cheng Feng to the courtyard across from Lan Yuxian. Upon entering, they discovered that while the entrance was unremarkable, the interior was a realm of splendor, adorned with opulent decorations. The three-sectioned residence was meticulously landscaped, with flowers and trees in perfect order, some of which Bai Shu could not even name. Without further inquiry, it was evident that this was indeed the regent's abode. How wealthy. Miss Bai, your highness, please enter. Cheng Feng led them to the study, blocking the way of Yulan and Granny Gui. As Bai Shu stepped inside, she beheld Xiao Maching seated at the desk, perusing a letter with his right hand, while his left rested on the armrest. He did not appear at all, as Cheng Feng had described, weak to the point of being unable to venture out. Yet, she perceptibly detected a faint scent of blood. Could it be that Xiao Maching had truly been injured? Uncle, Cheng Feng said you were hurt. What is the situation? Upon seeing Xiao Maching, the Grand Princess's worries dissipated by half. She had feared that he had sustained a severe injury, or that an old ailment had resurfaced. Xiao Maching set aside the information in his hand and looked up, noticing the two women with their outrageous attire and even more outrageous makeup. I am quite well. Xiao Maching's gaze was calm as he regarded Bai Shu. He understood the Grand Princess's temperament. Why, just after dismissing her husband, had she come to Lan Yuxian to watch a performance? Moreover, how had she come to know of such a clandestine service? Surely, this was closely tied to Bai Shu. You are well, but if we had arrived any later, your wound would surely have healed by now. Bai Shu silently observed, confirming that the scent of blood indeed emanated from Xiao Maching, likely due to an injury on his left hand, which he kept close to his side. His dark robe revealed no signs of bloodstains. Xiao Maching was quite incensed by Bai Shu's inner thoughts. He attempted to clench his left hand into a fist, but found it difficult to muster the strength, further fueling his anger. We are so conspicuously dressed and still recognized. How infuriating! Bai Shu mentally complained, believing that even if she were to pass by Jiangshi, she would likely go unnoticed. Xiao Maching was caught off guard yet again. He was still fuming. After dealing with a wave of enemy assassins, he had rushed over to apprehend them, only to learn from the innkeeper that 2 new faces had arrived at Lan Yuxian, and they were exceedingly extravagant, ordering 10 young men at once.
10.
Were they planning to engage in a brawl? Such ostentation was bound to attract attention. That is good. Have you summoned the imperial physician? The Grand Princess, noticing that Xiao Maching's left hand remained in the same position, sought Cheng Feng's eyes for confirmation. Cheng Feng, however, remained silent, abiding by his master's wishes. A mere scratch does not warrant the imperial physician's attention. However, what are you two doing dressed like this at Lan Yuxian? Miss Bai, is the food at Tianxiang restaurant not to your liking? Xiao Maching moved his left hand behind his back and slowly stepped out from behind the desk. With each step and every question, Bai Shu and the Grand Princess's hearts raced. His aura was overpowering, rendering them momentarily speechless. You are the owner of Lan Yuxian, yet you feign ignorance. Is it not your nephew-in-law who has caused this trouble? I merely introduced your niece to some male hormones to ease her mood, yet I am reprimanded. Indeed, the world has changed for the worse, and humanity has lost its virtue. Bai Shu muttered under her breath, entirely unaware that all her thoughts were being overheard. Xiao Maching felt an overwhelming wave of indignation. Who had he reprimanded? Was he not merely inquiring? Was it truly so excessive? And what of her claim that their outing was merely for leisure? Bai Shu, oblivious to Xiao Maching's complex and aggrieved thoughts, boldly retorted. The young lady and his highness merely wished to visit Lan Yuxian for tea and a taste of novelty. It was the innkeeper who served us of his own volition. Does the prince have any further inquiries? You would do well not to press further, for I have yet to devise a clever retort. Your niece has just begun to recover. If she were to be frightened back into illness, I shall not take responsibility. Bai Shu feigned ignorance, believing that in social interactions, one must leave room for future encounters. Given the discreet nature of Lan Yuxian's business, few were aware of it. Xiao Maqing, even considering the Grand Princess's reputation, would not make a public spectacle of it. Thus, she felt he would only offer a few admonitions in a tone befitting an elder. At this moment, the innkeeper, diligently attending to his duties, remained blissfully unaware of the enormous burden that had been placed upon him.
Look at that.
They cannot be scolded or reprimanded. They have their reasons. Yet all the blame has fallen upon him. Xiao Maqing thought to himself that it was he who had the issues at hand. Uncle, I simply wish to take a leisurely stroll today, which is why I accompanied Shuer to Lan Yuxian. We only had a cup of tea and nothing more before returning. The Grand Princess, ever observant, saw the worry in her uncle's eyes. For many years, he had finally found a woman with whom he could grow close. She could not allow this to be spoiled. Regardless of her own happiness, she was determined to safeguard her uncle's joy. Listen closely. What further intentions do they have before making their appearance? While it is true that Lan Yuxian is owned by Xiao Maqing, the special services offered are designed to extract information from the mouths of the powerful and noble. Often, a woman's methods are more ruthless and can strike with fatal precision. Additionally, Lan Yuxian is one of his largest intelligence-gathering establishments in the capital. Thankfully, he had recently dispatched someone to follow the Grand Princess, fearing she might act impulsively. Or else the sudden appearance of two extravagantly dressed strangers could easily lead the innkeeper to suspect them of being spies. To change clothes in the private room? What kind of decorum is that? Xiao Maqing had held back for quite a while before uttering those words. On one side was the whimsical and unpredictable Bai Shu, and on the other was his niece, recently bereaved and deeply wounded by the loss of her husband. What could he possibly do? A harsh word might be seen as a reflection of a bygone era, yet refraining from speaking was equally untenable. The Princess of Chong stood by, her expression one of astonishment. When had her imperial uncle become so accommodating? Today, she had cast aside propriety, dressing as a woman and visiting an establishment to hear men sing, and it would all just pass without comment? Stealing a glance at Bai Shu, she noted her unwavering composure, prompting an inward reflection. Truly, she was the woman favored by the imperial uncle, steady and unflinching, possessing a certain depth of character. Cheng Feng also cast a furtive look at Xiao Maqing. Just moments ago, upon realizing it was Bai Shu and the Princess of Chong, he had been filled with outrage, repeatedly inquiring with the innkeeper if they had behaved inappropriately. Yet now, he appeared placated. How peculiar. Such awareness? Who would have thought?
Amera papetiger. Ah.
Observing Xiao Maqing's serious demeanor, Bai Shu initially anticipated he would unleash a fierce rebuke, but this was all he had to offer? Xiao Maqing clenched his fist, turning back to sit at the table, striving to regain his composure. Lately, he seemed particularly susceptible to the emotions of others. To be precise, every encounter with Bai Shu could unsettle his heart. This was not a promising omen. Uncle, you're bleeding profusely, exclaimed the Princess of Chong, suddenly noticing several conspicuous drops of blood where Xiao Maqing had stood moments before. Having only been upright for a brief time, the amount of blood suggested a serious injury. Her heart raced. Xiao Maqing had a chronic ailment that couldn't withstand strain, yet he still braved perilous situations for Dongya, enduring hardships without ever disclosing them to the younger generation. If the prince does not mind, I possess some rudimentary knowledge of emergency treatment and can assist in bandaging your wounds, Bai Shu offered. She had not intended to interfere. Surely a figure of such high status as the regent would have access to skilled physicians and would not need a barefoot doctor without a medical license. However, upon observing the strange coloration of the blood on the ground, which suggested possible poisoning, she felt it prudent to act swiftly. Though Xiao Maqing appeared unscathed, with his fair skin and rosy lips, should he suffer a fatal reaction in front of her, would she not lose face? Before Xiao Maqing could respond, the Princess of Chong stepped forward, grasping Bai Shu's hand with palpable excitement. How wonderful, Shuer. Thank you for assisting our uncle in examining his injuries. Otherwise, upon our departure, he would surely not summon the imperial physician. While her words might sound exaggerated to others, Cheng Feng understood their truth. His master rarely sought medical help, preferring to let time heal non-life-threatening wounds. Having witnessed countless doctors throughout his life, none had been able to cure his afflictions, leading him to harbor no expectations from physicians. Since witnessing Bai Shu's medical skills, Cheng Feng had grown less wary of her and now hoped she could tend to his master's injuries. I only possess a superficial understanding, After I treat the wounds, it would be wise to have the imperial physician check again for thoroughness, Bai Shu replied, momentarily dismissing the notion of acting as the royal family's physician. How could she shoulder such a responsibility for the all-powerful regent of Dongya? Chapter 39, A Little One.
All right.
We all believe in you. The princess of Chang's face lit up with joy, setting aside her uncle's condition. This arrangement afforded them time alone together. A dual victory. Indeed. Today, she truly felt like a competent matchmaker. Xiao Maching, seated in his chair, observed the two women as they effortlessly organized his affairs in mere moments. Words of refusal lingered at the tip of his tongue, yet they refused to escape. Sure, I leave this to you. I shall go fetch Ru Yin. The princess of Chang said, winking at Bai Shu, her intentions transparent. Although Bai Shu remained oblivious to her concern, the princess could not bring herself to expose it. She simply nodded and said, I shall respectfully escort your highness. The princess of Chang's mood had ebbed and flowed like the tide, yet ultimately she felt elated. She departed, ensuring to take the proverbial light bulb with her. Chengfeng, lead me to the guest room. Upon uttering this, she awaited in silence. Chengfeng glanced at Xiao Maching, received his nod of approval, and followed the princess out. Sure will tend to the prince's wounds. It would be inappropriate for anyone to interrupt during the examination. You shall remain outside, the princess instructed Chengfeng quietly before entering the guest room. She believed that her uncle had remained solitary for so long due to the nature of his attendants. If they were as perceptive as she, often creating opportunities, perhaps he would have long embraced a beloved companion. I only heed my master's orders, Chengfeng replied with a composed demeanor, leaving the princess momentarily exasperated. I merely asked you to wait outside for the prince's command. If you delay Shuer in her treatment, can you bear the consequences? The princess was now certain that her uncle's inability to find someone considerate was undoubtedly linked to Chengfeng. At your command. With Chengfeng's affirmative response, the princess retired to change her clothes. However, instead of fetching Lu Ruyan, she returned home directly. What folly it would be to interrupt Lu Ruyan and Bai Zishuan as they cultivated their relationship. Surely, a relaxing bath at home would be far more delightful. After consuming the medicinal concoction Bai Shu had prescribed, she felt an unprecedented sense of relief, as if all the pent-up frustrations of the past had dissipated. She was now filled with hope for the future. Tomorrow would surely be better. Chengfeng, when will my lady emerge? Yulan stood anxiously outside the study, her heart racing. Having witnessed the princess and the matron depart safely, she wondered why her lady had yet to appear. Could it be that she was being punished by the regent? Should she return to the Xiang residence for help? Chengfeng stood like a sentinel at the door, offering Yulan no glance. All his focus remained within the study. After all, Bai Shu was beneath his watchful eye, and the memory of nearly being caught lingered vividly. He dared not let his guard down, frustrated by Chengfeng's indifference. Yulan stomped her foot. Why does the regent's guard have such a foul temper? She resolved to remain there, for her lady was the cherished jewel of both her father and Jiangshi. She could not believe the regent would dare mistreat her. Inside the study, only the two of them remained, locked in a silent stare. Xiao Maching had long since regained his composure, reverting to his formerly aloof and regal demeanor. Regarding today's events, I will not mention it to the Prime Minister. Miss Bai may take her leave now. The illustrious medical sage is deemed unworthy of tending to your wounds. Were it not for the princess's favor, I would not have bothered. Your complexion is pallid. It seems the poison is affecting you visibly. Without engaging in further pleasantries, Bai Shu stepped forward boldly, grasping his left hand and gently rolling up his sleeve. Xiao Maching was utterly taken aback. Did Bai Shu genuinely lack awareness of the boundaries between the sexes? Or was her compassion as a healer truly so profound? What woman in the world would so unflinchingly touch a man's hand? His hand, no less. As he was the regent of Dongya, had the public's perception of him shifted to one of gentleness and approachability? How had he not heard of this? Your Highness, it is likely that your injuries are not merely superficial. There are signs of poisoning. I need to remove the bandages for inspection, and then reapply them properly. Bai Shu gazed intently at Xiao Maching's left arm, where dark crimson blood had thoroughly soaked the pristine white cloth. The Buddhist beads on his wrist glimmering faintly in the dappled sunlight, rendering it indistinguishable whether their hue was naturally vibrant or tainted by dried blood. The crude and hasty bandaging was a sight that could make one's heart race with alarm. Bai Shu mused that the princess had indeed spoken true. Blood flowed like a river, yet no imperial physician had been summoned. Was he resolutely determined to endure this affliction unaided? Might I trouble the prince to adjust his sleeve? Is there a medicine box available? Bai Shu deftly rolled up Xiao Maching's sleeve, careful to avoid the wound. her eyes scanning the surroundings for anything suitable to tend to the injury. Following her lead, Xiao Moqing placed his left arm atop the table, the warmth of his palm dissipating abruptly, and despite his attempt to grasp her hand again, not a whisper of air remained. His right hand obediently pressed down on the rolled fabric, and with a slight cough, he instructed, "Summon Chengfeng to come in." "Chengfeng, where is the medicine box?" Without hesitation, Bai Shu called out for Chengfeng, her voice rising as the severity of the injury became apparent. Chengfeng, who had been anxiously awaiting outside, promptly opened the door to enter. Meanwhile, Yulan, equally fixated on the scene, shuddered upon hearing Bai Shu mention the medicine box. Must we still search for it? Could it be that the young lady is injured? She hurriedly followed, eager to see for herself. However, Chengfeng halted, casting a glance at the shorter Yulan, clearly indicating that she was not permitted to enter. Yulan, steeling herself, shot him a defiant look and smoothly slipped beneath his arm, huffing in indignation. Thus, Chengfeng stood alone, bewildered by the chaos, learning from his master's unpredictable nature. "Miss, what ails you?" Just as Yulan's words left her lips, she beheld the regent seated calmly in a chair, while her lady carefully unwrapped the bloody bandages. Bai Shu, petite and delicate, could not shield herself from the icy gaze that swept over her from the regent. Yulan's breath caught in her throat, rendering her speechless. "Have Chengfeng fetch the medicine box," Bai Shu instructed, her focus unwavering as she worked to unravel the tattered blood-stained cloth, oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere swirling around them. "Miss Bai, this is the medicine box." Containing a special wound ointment, Chengfeng respectfully presented it to Bai Shu, retrieving the commonly used ointment for wounds. Xiao Moqing, afflicted with a chronic ailment since birth, had a unique constitution that had not yet yielded to treatment over the years. Thus, he could only rely on this specially formulated remedy after sustaining injuries. "Yes." "Set it down," Bai Shu replied without lifting her gaze to Chengfeng or Yulan, her attention riveted on Xiao Moqing's injury, her brows knitting in concern. The wound on Xiao Moqing's forearm measured nearly half a foot in length, a clean cut made by a blade, the edges slightly turned outward, but not excessively deep. Dark crimson blood oozing forth. He observed the woman so near to him, finding the situation increasingly intriguing. Were she an ordinary young lady, she would likely have been reduced to tears at such a grisly sight. Yet, Bai Shu remained utterly composed, diligently studying the injury. Xiao Moqing had long grown accustomed to such minor wounds. His peculiar constitution meant that no injury would heal easily, and even with meticulous care, it proved futile. Over time, he had resigned himself to allowing wounds to heal on their own, remaining indifferent, which kept him perpetually alert. "Miss Bai, does my master's wound pose any issues?" The sight of Bai Shu frowning stirred concern within Chengfeng, who was Xiao Moqing's most trusted confidant and one of the few aware of his true physical condition. Something is amiss. Could the weapon have been poisoned? Blood of a normal person could not possibly take on such a hue. Bai Shu's brow furrowed deeply. The blood was dark and ominous, indicating a clear problem. However, if the weapon were poisoned, Xiao Moqing's wound would have already festered, swollen, and become gangrenous, presenting a far worse condition than this, especially since he appeared to bear it with nonchalance. What could be the root of the issue? Xiao Moqing, meanwhile, lounged back in his chair, a languid demeanor betraying no worry, more curious about the reputed healer Bai Shu than his own condition. "The wound itself is not problematic, but your lord has issues. Bring a basin of hot water." Bai Shu shifted her directive, instructing Chengfeng to prepare the necessary items for cleaning the wound. Chengfeng noted that his master had remained silent throughout, a subtle smile gracing his lips, leading him to wonder if perhaps his lord was genuinely compliant in this moment. He brushed aside the inexplicable thoughts and ordered the servants to gather the supplies. Bai Shu concluded that only one possibility remained. Xiao Moqing was already poisoned. Moreover, the toxin had likely seeped deep into his very bones. She suddenly lifted her gaze, locking eyes with the reclining figure, both momentarily stunned. His complexion is pale, his face gaunt, his eyes devoid of life, reclining as he is. "Goodness. So, you have been all along. How foolish of me to have thought you an ethereal being, pristine and beautiful, with a sharp jawline. This is nothing short of morbid. Alas, beauty has led me astray. My reputation as a healer nearly ruined by you." At that moment, Bai Shu felt a pang of regret, wishing fervently to rewind time to their first meeting. If given another chance, she would have easily discerned Xiao Moqing's abnormality. After all, she had once been a renowned healer. Xiao Moqing, initially taken aback by the unexpected eye contact, felt his blood rush to his head upon hearing Bai Shu's inner thoughts, his expression shifting from indifference to incredulity. How could he be the one misled by beauty? He inherited his mother's complexion and looks, and given his years of martial training, his lean figure was entirely reasonable. Furthermore, his name had long adorned the tree of the moon god in Hongfu Temple, the most frequently inscribed. Most importantly, he was seated in a chair, needing to tilt his head to meet Bai Shu's gaze. Was this also a sign of ill health? Xiao Maqing could hardly fathom that one day he would be criticized for his appearance. The prince's wound poses no significant danger. With diligent care and regular application of ointment, he will recover in a few days. Once the wound was attended to, Bai Shu would proceed to examine the prince's pulse in detail. To validate her suspicions, she extended her petite hand, grasping Xiao Maqing's palm briefly before nonchalantly taking a cloth to cleanse the area around the wound. Outside, the summer heat was oppressive, yet his palm felt as cool as water. At this juncture, Bai Shu had all but confirmed that Xiao Maqing harbored cold poison within him, an unusual venom that seemed to have lingered for an extended period, yet appeared to be suppressed, leaving even her, a healer, unable to discern it immediately. A precise diagnosis would require further examination. Miss Bai, your preferences are rather peculiar, Xiao Maqing mused, having experienced the warmth of her touch twice. An indescribable sensation welling within him, especially as Bai Shu donned a vibrant dress adorned with flowers and her face painted with cosmetics. He found his thoughts fragmented, managing to see through her exterior to the playful spirit that was Bai Shu, a remarkable juxtaposition. Can we not move past this matter? Bai Shu refrained from speaking, for the restrictions imposed on women in this era were exceedingly stringent. Although the original persona had been influenced by the plot and displayed some naivety, she merely sought what she believed to be true love, having committed no transgressions, yet was ridiculed by the capital society. The princess, despite being the most esteemed woman in Dongyi, lacked the autonomy to choose a spouse and was compelled to marry a stranger arranged by her parents. Had Bai Shu not traversed into this world, her life would have unfolded entirely differently. Thus, today she took the long princess to seek medical treatment, necessitating a disguise for their departure, for who could predict the tempestuous bloodshed that awaited them? The prince ought to be more attentive to his health. While the knife wound may be trivial, the poison within poses a far graver threat. Bai Shu could not help but admire Xiao Maqing. Her technique, though deft and assured, was executed with meticulous care to minimize his suffering. Yet, Xiao Maqing's demeanor, as steadfast as a mountain, led her to briefly believe he felt no pain. As Bai Shu spoke, she observed his expression closely. With Xiao Maqing's intellect, he surely must have realized the presence of cold poison within him, and his calmness suggested he had consulted a physician long ago, the outcome of which was all too predictable. The imperial doctors were at their wits' end. Bai Shu's words undoubtedly struck like thunder in the ears of those present. Yulan felt a tremor of fear within. The regent prince bore poison? This was no trifling matter. Having followed her mistress since childhood, she had already been astounded when she assisted the Long princess with her ailment. Could it be that this time they might find an antidote? Chengfeng gazed at Bai Shu with hopeful anticipation. She was now the second person to discern the poison within their master. The first had diagnosed it without discovering a remedy. Could it be that their master might be saved this time? This thought flickered through his mind, yet he quickly dismissed it, recognizing that Bai Shu was merely a frail girl who had previously claimed only a superficial understanding of women's infertility issues. What was he truly hoping for? Even Xiao Maqing paused for a moment, his right hand unconsciously reaching for the beads on his left wrist. Chapter 41. Should you perish, come find me again. Bai Shu, possessing an astute intellect and having practiced medicine for several years, demonstrated remarkable skill. Xiao Maqing was taken aback that she could ascertain the presence of poison within him merely by observation. It seemed her title as a medical sage was well deserved. His mother, during her pregnancy, had been poisoned by malevolent individuals, and by the time it was discovered, the poison had already infiltrated her lungs, leaving her beyond salvation. Shortly after he was born, she passed away, leaving him only a string of prayer beads for his well-being, which he never left behind. Perhaps you should wait until the young girl has treated you before offering your praise, Bai Shu said as she meticulously cleaned Xiao Maqing's wound, applying a specially formulated ointment before wrapping his robust arm with layers of gauze. The scent of the medicine hinted at its extraordinary properties. The toxins in Xiao Maqing's blood caused the wound to heal slowly, yet this potion not only alleviated pain and swelling but also had unique hemostatic properties. Bring me a chair. Why does this guard seem so dazed? Bai Shu had been standing for quite a while, and her calves felt slightly sore and numb. She glanced at the oblivious Chengfeng, who respectfully fetched a chair and placed it beside Xiao Maqing. Ignoring the original arrangement of the room, This scene, one table accompanied by 2 chairs, struck an unexpectedly harmonious chord. Yulon seized the opportunity to step forward, positioning herself behind Bai Shu to assist her. The prince harbored cold poison within, a malady inherited from his mother. This poison was not originally within him, but rather within his mother. The prince had a penchant for warmth while being averse to the cold. Each winter, the poison would flare up, manifesting its effects on rainy or snowy days. Fortunately, a skilled individual had been by his side, capable of suppressing the cold poison's emergence and alleviating his physical suffering, yet no antidote was at hand. Is what the young girl says correct? Bai Shu's delicate hand rested on Xiao Moqing's wrist as she took his pulse, narrating his afflictions with clarity. Why do you not perish and then seek me out? It is only now, when the illness has reached a critical stage, that this young lady is compelled to intervene, expending effort and energy without any reward. I truly shall be grateful. This time Bai Shu was the one taken aback. Typically, those afflicted by such poison did not survive beyond a single winter. Xiao Moqing's endurance was remarkable. No wonder he remained unflinching while tending to his wound. He had endured far more excruciating trials, rendering the pain of flesh and blood insignificant. When this poison manifests, it feels akin to being trapped in an ice cellar, with the blood throughout one's body congealing into icy spikes that surge violently within, yearning to pierce the entire being into a sieve. Winter, in particular, was unbearable, as it would flare up daily, until one faints from the agony and loses consciousness, at which point the pain ceases to be felt. My lady. Yulon had been trembling since Bai Shu's first utterance. Indomia, who was not aware that the Regent Prince's Achilles heel was his mother, mention her, and one would vanish. All of it is true. One could not help but acknowledge that Xiao Moqing regarded Bai Shu with newfound respect. Her words were an exact recounting of his childhood. When his father had sought renowned physicians across the realm, no cure had been found. Fortunately, he encountered a healer capable of suppressing the poison within him. Yet that healer had candidly warned him that safeguarding him until the age of 20 would be the limit. Thereafter, his fate would be uncertain. This year, he turned 21 and felt as though he had gained an additional year, honoring his mother's sacrifice. However, as the Dongya court had yet to stabilize, he had endeavored to aid the young emperor's growth, but the latter remained inexperienced and incapable of standing on his own. Beyond that, he bore no regrets. Does the young lady know what poison afflicts our master? Cheng Feng was unusually exhilarated, as Bai Shu had accurately identified everything. Perhaps she was the turning point for their master. Silver soul powder. Bai Shu did not overlook the profound admiration reflected in Xiao Moqing's gaze. Likewise, she held him in high regard. During her time traversing this world, she had absorbed knowledge from her father and brothers, and she understood that the peace in Dongya today was largely due to Xiao Moqing's contributions. Reflecting on it now, it was indeed admirable that he, just a child a decade ago, had braved the battlefield with illness. Please, young lady, save our master. Cheng Feng knelt on the ground with a thud, tears glistening in his eyes. Bai Shu had discerned the nature of the poison. Surely, she could provide the antidote. No one knew better than he the arduous journey their master had endured. Each day, he was inundated with unceasing state affairs, endless letters, and ceaseless intelligence reports, leaving him with no time for himself. Even so, he counted down the days while strategizing for the young emperor and for Dongya. Heaven could not treat him so cruelly. The celestial realm did not lack for a Xiao Moqing, yet Dongya could not afford to lose him. Please rise. The young lady can indeed cure the prince's poison, but the antidote is no simple task, and the process may be quite agonizing and time-consuming. While it may be troublesome, who could resist my beauty and kindness? For the sake of your status as the Regent Prince of Dongya, I shall assist you this once. Bai Shu did not claim to possess the ability to bring the dead back to life, but there was a living man right before her. Surely, she could save him. Her reputation as a medical sage was not without merit. Xiao Moqing sat merely 2 feet from Bai Shu, his heart momentarily halting. As if the entire world had come to a standstill. What had she just said? She could cure his poison? Years of experience taught him to be more lucid now, to relinquish any unfounded hopes. Had he not already accepted it? Was it not a gain to live each day as it came? He had tasted the bitterness of hope followed by despair countless times, each instance etched into his memory more profoundly than the last. Yet, gazing into Bai Shu's sparkling eyes, he found himself irresistibly drawn to her, yearning to believe. In that moment, she resembled a poppy, both poison and salvation to him. Master. The master's poison can finally be cured. Cheng Feng wept tears of joy, reminding the still-dazed Xiao Moqing. Do not be overly excited. Curing the poison is not as simple as you think, and the required materials may be challenging to procure. Bai Shu's lips curled into a confident smile. The sunlight streaming through the window, illuminating her delicate features, capturing a moment that felt timeless. Write down what you require, and I shall command my people to seek it. As for time and pain, they are of no consequence. Xiao Moqing regained his senses. Compared to the prospect of curing the poison, this minor discomfort was nothing. Very well. The young lady will note the recipe. It includes 2 indispensable and exceedingly rare ingredients, one being the snow mist flower and the other, the snow spirit serpent. The snow mist flower must be an unopened bud, for it possesses the most potent medicinal properties at this stage. Furthermore, the snow spirit serpent must be captured alive, as only a single drop of blood can be collected from between its brows to serve as a medicinal catalyst, before all the necessary herbs are gathered. The young lady will first assist the prince with acupuncture, administering treatment once every 10 days. Although the prince appears robust, his body is riddled with afflictions that necessitate a period of conditioning to withstand the effects of the antidote. Following the acupuncture, the prince will feel weak and feeble for half an hour, but during this interval, the toxins will be suppressed. In Chapter 42, Devotion, Bai Shu elucidates the treatment method. Xiao Moqing, who has harbored cold poison since childhood, has remarkably honed such profound martial skills, suggesting he has endured considerable suffering. His prowess has enabled him to resist the relentless assaults of the cold poison time and again. However, the human body has its limits. Despite appearing no different from an ordinary person, Xiao Moqing's constitution is now on the verge of collapse. Bai Shu asserts that had she not traversed to this realm, his poison would likely remain unsolvable, not out of arrogance, but because it is an exceptionally rare toxin. The Inhun San is concocted from 10 of the most frigid and toxic substances, blended through unique methods, and remains unresolved to this day. Snow mist flower? Snow spirit serpent? Xiao Moqing paused, taken aback, for these 2 ingredients seem unlikely to be found in Dongyi. Indeed, the snow mist flower flourishes in the harshest of cold terrains, while the snow spirit serpent dwells in the damp and shadowy depths of cliffs. Both are exceedingly difficult to procure. In other words, if they cannot be found, the poison within the prince will be beyond even divine intervention. Bai Shu aims to prepare Xiao Moqing for this reality, asserting that with her medical expertise, she can effectively suppress the spread of the toxins and assist in his recuperation. However, the final step in detoxification still requires the snow mist flower and the snow spirit serpent. Bai Shu's candid words douse the fervor of the moment like a bucket of cold water, yet Xiao Moqing remains unperturbed. For he understands that the mere possibility of an antidote is fortunate. Encountering difficulties along the way is to be expected. How much time do we have to find these 2 ingredients? Chung Feng posed the pivotal question, acknowledging that they had neither heard of nor seen these items, and finding them in a short span was implausible. But there is good news. The 2 ingredients often coexist, as the snow spirit serpent feeds on the snow mist flower, so they can be sought in the frigid, northern cliffs. As for the time frame, should they be located before the onset of winter this year, I can guarantee your prince decades of peace and safety. If found before the winter of next year, I can ensure several years of his health and well-being. Beyond that, it will be up to fate. Bai Shu's words were straightforward. With each passing winter, Xiao Moqing's body becomes increasingly encased in ice, only to be crushed anew. Without detoxification, even her presence may not suffice to help him survive the following winter. Reflecting upon the original narrative, it becomes evident that Du Wenqing's ascent to power was facilitated not only by his ambition and cunning but also by Xiao Moqing's condition at that time. Likely, by then, Xiao Moqing would have been long gone, leaving no one to manage the affairs of the court. Additionally, the myriad industries, including Lanyu Xian, naturally remained unassociated with the regent. The frigid, northern cliffs? Chung Feng listened intently to every word Bai Shu spoke, eager to engrave them upon his memory. Indeed, I can sketch the ingredients alongside the prescription. The snow spirit serpent is diminutive, about the thickness of a thumb, and the snow mist flower is easily identifiable. In the world where Bai Shu once held the title of medical sage, these 2 entities existed, and she felt confident they could be found in this realm as well. The principle of mutual existence and opposition prevails. Since the Inhun San has been developed, a means of antidote must also exist. We shall undoubtedly locate these 2 ingredients before the winter arrives. Chung Feng's resolve reignited as Bai Shu's assurance promised the prince a lifespan akin to that of a normal human, akin to a windfall for him. He was not alone. His master had countless subordinates, secret agents embedded throughout Dongyi, Nanlu, Bai Mo, and Shifu. With several months remaining until winter, they would surely exert every effort. even at the cost of lives, to procure them. In Bai, there lies a forest perpetually blanketed in snow, never thawing, housing an abyss known as the Wuliang Cliff. Unfathomably deep and chillingly cold, even during summer. Xiao Maching pondered momentarily before the thought of this cliff in Bai struck him. It seemed a likely habitat for the snow mist flower and the snow spirit serpent. Bai Shu, still unfamiliar with the geography of this world, resolved to inquire about it upon returning home, confident that the system would possess the answers. It must know. The system of this world was woefully weak, serving little purpose thus far. The Wuliang Cliff lies further north in Bai. Could it be that the Inhun Sen also originated from there? Xiao Maching mused, recalling that upon his triumphant return at the age of 15, his first act was to slay his mother's murder. He witnessed the bloodied figure of the culprit fall at his feet. Having been told that his mother succumbed to the Inhun San, a poison without an antidote in this world. Yet at that time, he had not considered the direction of Bai, believing her actions were merely driven by passion. Upon reflection, how could a woman of the inner court possess a toxin that no one could counter? It must be so. The 10 components of this poison likely originated from the most frigid of lands and required glacial water for its concoction, something Dong Yi certainly lacked. In comparison to Bai Shu's world, Bai would indeed be the northernmost region. Thus, for the time being, let the esteemed Dr. Bai exert herself in treating me. She may request any compensation she desires, provided it is within my means, and I shall strive to oblige. Xiao Maching's sudden reference to Dr. Bai left Bai Shu momentarily at a loss for words. Isn't this title rather unnecessary? She thought. Moreover, I am the medical sage. How can the life of the Regent of Dongyi be so trivial? Compensation could be discussed after the detoxification. Bai Shu had yet to consider what reward to request. After all, Xiao Maching was the Regent of Dongyi, and his life must be of immense value. Thus, she needed to deliberate carefully to avoid undervaluing herself. No problem. I promise you one thing that can be fulfilled at any time. Xiao Maching sensed that Bai Shu might appreciate the title of medical sage even more. The prince now owed the young lady 2 promises. Bai Shu noted that individuals of wealth and power seemed particularly fond of making promises. The eldest princess made her promise, and a vast fortune was swiftly delivered to the Xiang residents. You, esteemed regent, make a promise, and that's it? A promise from me is worth its weight in gold, whether it be wealth, treasures, or matters concerning family and career, even if you desire my body in return. I shall honor it. Xiao Maching spoke these astonishing words in a calm tone, his penetrating gaze fixed upon Bai Shu, not missing a single movement of hers. Cheng Feng and Yu Lan beside him both gasped in astonishment. What audacious words were these? Could they truly be hearing such things? Surely, they wouldn't be trapped in this room forever? Meanwhile, Bai Shu sat across from Xiao Maching, her entire being frozen in shock. Her mind racing, yet unable to comprehend why Xiao Maching had spoken such startling declarations. Was he perhaps prepared to depart from this world, only to be rendered speechless by such astonishing news today? In Chapter 43, Incomparable, Xiao Maching clarifies, what I mean is, my promises cannot be equated with those of an ordinary person. Observing Bai Shu's stunned expression, he could no longer suppress the smile tugging at his lips. He had intended to gauge her reaction upon uttering those words, yet he found her mind seemingly blank. Had he truly startled her? Typically, her thoughts were rich and expressive, unrestrained and vibrant. He anticipated that Bai Shu would utter something astonishing once more, yet to his surprise, he discovered that the lively and charming young lady before him merely appeared audacious. In truth, she was exceedingly innocent and endearing. He couldn't help but tease her. The prince's promise, of course, held immense prestige. However, due to the haste of the day, the young lady had not brought her silver needles with her, and formal treatment would commence the following day. Bai Shu hastily redirected the conversation, knowing full well that Xiao Maching's assertion of dedicating himself was likely a mere jest. Such sentiments were hardly the domain of a regent burdened with affairs of state. She must have been overthinking it. The original owner of this world possessed no silver needles, let alone the ethereal silver needles she once carried. Today, she intended to select a comparable set that would suffice and simultaneously commission a lower-tier version of the ethereal silver needles, which would yield even better results. Thus, she would trouble Dr. Bai, who would be here for treatment at this time tomorrow. Xiao Maching discerned the fleeting discomfort in Bai Shu's demeanor, but chose not to expose it. Instead, he found her increasingly intriguing, as she exhibited many facets, each more captivating than the last. The young lady felt that the room at the fragrant tea house was more spacious and conducive to treatment, so it would be preferable to set up there. What is this? Am I expected to travel such a distance to toil? Naturally. A grand feast of fine wines and exquisite dishes shall be prepared at the fragrant tea house, and then I shall invite the young lady to enjoy. Bai Shu retorted, incredulous that anyone would employ a cow in such a manner. The time originally allotted for acupuncture could have been spent savoring the culinary delights of the capital, but now her plans were in jeopardy. She could hardly attend to her health on an empty stomach. No problem. Xiao Moqing's eyes, no longer as placid as before, now shimmered with a softness previously unseen, leaving Cheng Feng utterly astonished. This expression was one he had never witnessed on his master's face. He felt today was surreal. Not only had his master's poison been cured, but it seemed as if his heart had been unshackled too. How fantastical! After Bai Shu left the prescription, Xiao Moqing urged her to change her attire in the compartment, perhaps deeming her current appearance too startling. However, Bai Shu did not resist, for she could not return to the residence in such garb. It was far more convenient to resolve it here. Contemplating her return home to see her brother, who had successfully secured a date, her spirits lifted, and she found herself humming a cheerful tune. Meanwhile, Xiao Moqing, seated behind the window, felt the oppressive gloom that had weighed upon his heart suddenly dissipate. For the first time, he truly experienced the brilliance of this sunny day. Watching the figure adorned in floral splendor fade into the distance, he instructed with a solemn tone, to relay to our hidden operatives in every county to find the best local chef and hasten to the capital. Yes, my lord. Cheng Feng, initially perplexed, when he followed Xiao Moqing's gaze to the retreating Bai Shu, began to grasp the situation, yet still found himself bewildered. While finding a chef might be significant, was not procuring medicinal ingredients even more crucial? Unbeknownst to Bai Shu, she merrily returned home to prepare for good news. Brother, you must comfort me. Your brother is truly pitiable. As she approached the study of Bai Xian, she was greeted by the lamentations of her second brother, Bai Rong, who was wailing dramatically. You are pursuing what you love. Enlisting in the army was your choice. You should find joy in it, not pity. Bai Xian had not felt such joy in a long time, his thoughts consumed by Lu Ruyin, leaving little room to concern himself with Bai Rong. Yet, as the elder brother, he felt compelled to offer some comfort and encouragement to his younger sibling. It's that she-devil. Her training is excessively harsh. Moreover, she claims I am a pampered young master, suggesting I return home if I cannot endure. Brother, listen to this. Is it reasonable? Bai Rong, oblivious to Bai Xian's distracted state, vented his frustrations, needing to unload the burdens of his training after only one day of respite every 10 days. Who is the second brother complaining about? Bai Shu did not wait for a servant to announce her presence, but entered the study directly, almost failing to recognize Bai Rong. In just a few days, he had become notably gaunt, his skin darkened. Previously a healthy wheat hue, now giving the impression he had been mining coal. Little sister has arrived. Bai Rong exclaimed with delight, his surprise evident as he turned to the door. He had missed his sister during their time apart, yet he was determined to uphold his imposing image before her and refrained from speaking ill of others. Your second brother speaks of their military leader, a woman, yet her temperament is anything but gentle. Bai Xian was equally pleased to see his sister, grateful to her for facilitating the understanding between him and Lu Ruyin, or else they might still be ensnared in misunderstandings. Oh, is your second brother referring to Zhu Liangyu? Bai Shu pondered for a moment. In the capital, and indeed throughout the eastern Yi military camps, there was but one female commander, the daughter of the Marquis of Wu and Zhu Liangyu. How does little sister know of her? Bai Rong queried, puzzled as to how his sister, raised in the confines of their home, was aware of military matters. General Zhu is a paragon of female heroism, who in eastern Yi does not know of her. Bai Shu asserted, your second brother ought to learn from General Zhu. She boasts numerous victories in battle, though Zhu Liangyu may not yet be renowned across eastern Yi in the original narrative. She had led tens of thousands to repel the northern desert invaders and later supported the young emperor against Du Wenqing's sinister ambitions, though ultimately, she was outmaneuvered by Du Wenqing's protagonist's halo, leading to a tragic end. At present, she was merely 16, a junior officer in the military. But Bai Shu believed it was only a matter of time before she achieved fame. Her rank was just one level above that of her second brother. Not yet a general. Bai Rong muttered softly, sensing that his sister seemed to hold a certain admiration for Zhu Liangyu, despite his esteemed status. He was not one to be overly delicate. He was determined to prove himself to her. My second brother is quite remarkable as well. With exceptional martial prowess and a thorough understanding of military strategy, a promotion is inevitable. Bai Shu heard his second brother's quiet grumbling and smiled, not denying his words, but instead offering encouragement to her naive sibling. Indeed, your second brother is not lacking. Hey, promotions do not come that swiftly. One must achieve merit on the battlefield first. Indeed, with just a single statement from Bai Shu, Bai Zhirong's spirits lifted once more. Chapter 44, Co-Wife. Bai Shu and Bai Zhixian were both amused by Bai Zhirong, whose laughter, with its stark contrast of teeth and complexion, was rather comical, fostering a harmonious atmosphere in the study. Elder brother, do you have any good news to share with us tonight? Bai Shu seized the opportunity to jest with Bai Zhixian, drawing Bai Zhirong's attention and prompting him to inquire in astonishment. Elder brother, what good news? Are you being promoted? Bai Zhixian suddenly found himself the center of attention, experiencing a momentary discomfort, but quickly composed himself, adopting the demeanor of an elder brother to curtail his siblings' teasing. Let us not exaggerate. However, there is indeed good news that I will announce to the family tonight. Upon saying this, a long-forgotten sweetness and a hint of bashfulness crept onto his face, as if he had been caught in a mischievous act. Elder brother, hurry and tell us. You're not really being promoted before me, are you? Bai Zhirong, unable to conceal his excitement, could hardly contain himself at the prospect of such news. You will know during dinner tonight. Bai Zhixian waved his sleeve to fend off his increasingly clingy brother, pondering how his sibling, having returned from the military, had become even more attached. Oh, dear second brother, do not disturb elder brother. He is likely immersed in his own little world. Bai Shu laughed, intercepting her second brother from pestering Bai Zhixian. She knew well that both Lu Ruyin and Bai Zhixian harbored feelings for one another, and once misunderstandings were resolved, their fates would naturally entwine. Little world? Elder brother, when did you become so whimsical? Bai Zhirong, upon receiving a subtle hint from Bai Shu, suddenly noticed that Bai Zhixian's lips were unable to suppress a rising smile, and he radiated an aura akin to a gentle spring breeze, his mood visibly buoyant. There must be some intrigue behind this. Must you be so boisterous? Our household is soon to welcome a new member. Could you not exhibit a tad more maturity and composure? Bai Zhixian, feeling exasperated by Bai Zhirong's words, reflected that although the family was well aware of his candid nature, it did not warrant such a description of his elder brother. What if Lu Ruyin overhears this? What are you saying, elder brother? Has Miss Lu had a change of heart? Bai Zhirong meticulously deciphered his elder brother's words, ultimately concluding that he had successfully reconciled with Lu Ruyin. Indeed, the affair between Bai Zhixian and the Lu family girl was well known among both the Bai and Lu families. The elders had reached a tacit understanding to discuss marriage once the two reached the appropriate age. However, the parties involved had diverged midway, leaving onlookers unable to intervene. Fortunately, the turbulent waters had calmed, allowing for a rekindling of their relationship. Of course, it is Miss Lu. Are you hoping for someone else to take on the role of sister-in-law? Bai Shu, observing Bai Zhirong's dark little face adorned with a broad grin, could not help but burst into laughter, genuinely feeling joy for the couple, who would no longer tread the tragic path of the original storyline. Miss Lu is indeed wonderful. But why did she suddenly ignore my elder brother before, only to now have a change of heart? Bai Zhirong, not involved in Bai Shu's plans, perceived the situation as one where they had abruptly grown distant and then reconciled. Yet, upon hearing his words, Bai Zhixian's expression darkened in an instant. The sunny demeanor shifted to one clouded with stormy discontent. This matter must be inquired of our cousin, Su Yunqi. Bai Zhixian's tone carried an undertone of barely contained frustration. His gaze turned icy, and despite his serene appearance, an unsettling aura surrounded him. Again, it is Su Yunqi? Has she not caused enough trouble for our family? Bai Zhirong lamented, wondering how her name seemed to echo in every corner. It is indeed she who has tarnished my sister's reputation. Bai Shu, on the other hand, was not surprised by this revelation. She slowly took her seat, preparing to listen closely to what mischief this white lotus had concocted now. It is clear she is not content, or else she would not linger at the Prime Minister's residence, refusing every marriage proposal. Bai Zhixian's fists clenched involuntarily as a thought crossed his mind. Elder brother, please remain calm and allow me to finish, Bai Shu intervened, ensuring Bai Zhixian had the chance to speak. Su Yunqi entered the Prime Minister's residence at the age of 10. She is still but a child. What schemes could she be harboring? Surely, she must have whispered some unwise words to Lu Ruyin, leading to their unfortunate estrangement over the years. Elder brother, please speak.
Bai Zhirong settled beside Bai Shu,
tempering his ire as he listened intently. Su Yunqi told Ruyin that she came to the Prime Minister's residence to serve as my child bride. Upon uttering this statement, Bai Zhirong could no longer remain seated. How could a woman slander herself in such a manner? Not to mention the potential repercussions on the relationship between the Bai and Lu families. Should this rumor circulate, her own reputation would be irreparably harmed. How could she be so brazenly shameless? Even with Bai Zhirong's experience in the military, he found himself at a loss for words to describe Su Yunqi's actions. If she merely stated this, surely Miss Lu would not be swayed to distrust her? Bai Shu's suspicions aligned closely with her thoughts. Su Yunqi was not foolish. Marrying into the Prime Minister's residence would be an immediate elevation in status, far preferable to being wed to an unknown gentleman from another family. However, Bai Shu believed that someone as talented and educated as Lu Ruyan would not stoop to engage in disputes with a woman of such humble origins. Thus, it was unlikely this alone would distance her from the Bai family. Surely, there must have been more to their conversation. Sister, you are not mistaken. Su Yunqi claimed that her parents brought her here to serve as a child bride, but she felt that the three of you sisters got along splendidly. So, she was willing to share a husband with Rian. She asserted that while her status was determined by her parents, she desired to be a co-wife with Rian. As Bai Zhixian spoke, a barely perceptible glint of menace flickered in his gaze. This was the woman he held dear in his heart. How could Su Yunqi treat her in such a manner?
What?
Today has truly opened my eyes. How could she utter such words? Is this not an affront? Bai Zhirong and Bai Zhixian had once treated Su Yunqi with great kindness. Despite her humble beginnings and lack of education, they regarded her as a sister, gifting her with presents during the festive seasons. Yet, her increasingly peculiar behavior over the past year, particularly her inexplicable hostility toward Bai Shu, had not gone unnoticed by them. They were not naive men, and they began to discern the underlying issues, causing their previous closeness to wane. Little did they realize that her scheming far exceeded their expectations. Chapter 45. Strategy for the Princess. In contrast to Bai Zhirong's fury, Bai Zhixian and Bai Shu maintained a more subdued demeanor. It was not that Bai Shu was devoid of anger. Rather, she could vividly envision how Su Yunqi must have expressed those words. And she suspected that her remarks were likely 1,000 times more disparaging. Lu Ruyan was not one to engage in gossip. She must have omitted various details while hastily summarizing the burdens weighing upon her heart. How could a woman as pure and virtuous as Miss Lu tolerate such indignity? It sounded as if she had extended countless concessions to facilitate this union, even speaking of co-wives, who would wish to share a husband with a woman of such lowly status. Bai Shu understood Su Yunqi's character, but had not anticipated her to be so despicable. She effortlessly dismantled a fated romance, shattering their lives, all the while possessing an air of superiority, manipulating Lu Ruyan's shy and proud nature with ruthless precision. Indeed, those words certainly do not seem to be mere fabrications from Miss Lu. It appears our cousin is not as simple as she seems. Bai Zhirong found Bai Shu's observations to be astute, far surpassing his own clumsy articulation. I recall her previously inquiring about Su Yunqi's intentions in coming to our home. At the time, I may not have pondered deeply, likely stating that she would be fostered here for a few years until marriage. In hindsight, it is possible that Lu Ruyan misinterpreted her motives. Bai Shu meticulously recalled their past. At that time, they were all young girls with innocent thoughts, unaware of the venomous words that could be exchanged. Lu Ruyan may have genuinely believed Su Yunqi's arrival was solely for matrimonial purposes, leading to some misunderstandings. Yes, Ruyan has been unjustly insulted. This matter cannot simply be overlooked. The mere thought of the two potentially missing one another for a lifetime caused Bai Zhixian's heart to ache painfully. At the same time, he cast a grateful glance toward Bai Shu. Without her, the misunderstanding would have been exceedingly difficult to clarify. Elder brother, leave Su Yunqi to me. I believe our household will soon be bustling with wedding preparations, and you must not allow this matter to distract you. Bai Shu was determined to personally address the situation with Su Yunqi, for her elder brother and sister-in-law deserved to enjoy their time together. System. Why hasn't Du Wenqing come to propose yet? How long has it been? He must be anxious about his career. Bai Shu summoned the system, which had already returned home, and was now capable of appearing. Host, it seems Du Wenqing has been devising a strategy to win over the princess. The system revealed shocking news that even it found astonishing.
What did you say?
Du Wenqing is attempting to connect with the princess? Just how deluded can he be? Bai Shu was determined to bind Du Wenqing and Su Yunqi together, for only in doing so could she ensnare both of them, ensuring their perpetual downfall and enabling her to complete her mission and retire with honor. However, she was caught off guard when Du Wenqing set his sights on the crown princess. It was utterly amusing to Bai Shu. It appears that the crown princess currently has no inclination to embark on a new marriage. The system constantly monitored Du Wenqing and his related activities. For in this world, there was no progress bar for tasks. At what stage is Du Wenqing's pursuit? Bai Shu remained unhurried, regardless of which cabbage Du Wenqing targeted. She could deliver Su Yunxi right to his doorstep. Step 0. His mother is doing the groundwork for him. He has just agreed. The system discovered Du Wenqing's mother in a private room at Lanyu Xian, passionately promoting her son to others. Proclaiming that he was not only a top scholar but also highly regarded by the prime minister, even suggesting that he might become the crown princess's consort. He can't genuinely believe he is a prized catch, can he? The crown princess would be well above him. Yet why didn't you inform me of this sooner? Bai Shu had traversed through 999 small worlds and had never encountered a man as inexplicably confident as Du Wenqing. It was an eye-opener indeed. I intended to mention it while at Lanyu Xian, but was interrupted by Ching Feng. The system lamented its innocence, having been advised not to accompany her. Yet it had sensed something amiss. It harbored no animosity towards Xiao Mo, but the child was genuinely terrified of him. He was so enigmatic. With scant descriptions even within the narrative, who could possibly not be frightened? You have some nerve. By the way, take some time to investigate whether Xiao Mo has any enemies, and also the antidote for the Yin soul powder. Bai Shu nearly forgot the main matter at hand. The system was indeed a remarkable entity, and might just be of assistance. Alright, what was happening? Were they not supposed to be lying low in this world? Why were they now working overtime? Sister, it would be wise to keep your distance from her. Be wary lest she brings you harm again. Bai Zirong was understandably concerned about her younger sister engaging with Su Yunxi. No worries, she cannot harm me. My brothers can rest assured. Eldest brother, just focus on bringing sister-in-law home. Second brother, aim for that promotion soon. Bai Shu maintained a degree of confidence. Su Yunxi was merely a bronze-level opponent to her. Spending time dealing with her was simply a pastime for Bai Shu during moments of boredom. Well, I shall discuss it with my father and mother at dinner. This time, Bai Zishuan did not reject the term sister-in-law, but rather accepted it with a hint of shyness. They had long reached the age of marriage. And it was time for Bai Heng and Jiang Shi to visit and propose, to avoid prolonging matters. Eldest brother finally had an epiphany. How wonderful! A joyous occasion was on the horizon. Bai Zirong and Bai Shu wholeheartedly supported this, as Lu Rian was not only eldest brother's beloved, but also their good friend. During the banquet, Bai Zishuan publicly proposed that Jiang Shi visit the Lu family to discuss marriage, putting the matter into motion. Everyone present, save for Su Yunxi, displayed expressions of delight, with Jiang Shi being the most overjoyed. Xianer, have you reconciled? Jiang Shi was overcome with joy. Tears streaming down her face as she recalled the two children growing up together, the betrothal gifts long prepared. Yet, in this moment of happiness, she refrained from reminiscing about the past. She felt nothing but joy for her eldest son, whose long-awaited love had finally come to fruition. Father, mother, I have been unfilial, causing you to worry day and night about my marriage. Once Rian enters our home, we shall honor our elders together and care for our younger siblings. Bai Zishuan felt a pang of guilt. It was indeed the age for a man to establish a family, yet he had burdened his parents with his marriage concerns, which was quite unreasonable. What are you saying? Once your marriage is settled, won't mother still worry about your brothers' and sisters' marriages? Mother takes pride in you all and enjoys it immensely. Once Ruyan joins, mother will gain another daughter-in-law to converse with, making the household all the more lively. Jiang Shi suddenly felt how swiftly time passed. 10 years ago, the children from the Lu family frequently visited the residence, and now they could be together once more. Chapter 46. Trouble from Words. Your mother speaks the truth. We, as parents, simply wish for your happiness. Given by Heng's current status, he did not expect his children to achieve great feats or surpass him. However, they had observed Bai Zishuan's previous emotional struggles, feeling sympathetic yet powerless. Now that he had found his love and could live happily ever after, it was indeed commendable. Wonderful. Can we set the date for eldest brother's wedding on my rest day? I must witness the ceremony. Bai Zirong, serving in the military, had a 10-day cycle of rest, while Bai Zishuan, engaged in court affairs, had a 5-day cycle. Their schedules did not align. Just take a leave. Your brother's wedding must choose an auspicious date. It cannot be done so casually. Jiang Shi was amused by Bai Zirong's foolishness. Weddings were intricate affairs, not to be taken lightly. I just joined the military. It wouldn't be appropriate to ask for leave so freely. Bai Zirong muttered softly, secretly thinking that the formidable Zhu Lianyu looked down on him. If he frequently requested leave, it would only make him seem more contemptible. Physical exhaustion was nothing compared to the torment of mental strain. We'll see then. We'll try to choose a time when you are home. Bai Shu merely smiled indulgently. His two younger brothers and sister were all unique and charming in their own ways. Yes, yes, eldest brother treats me the best. Bai Zirong laughed heartily, feeling carefree. As the second son of the Bai family, with a father supporting the household and an eldest brother to rely on, he felt immensely fortunate, free of significant pressure to pursue his passions. He vowed to carve out a place for himself in the military, ensuring the safety of his family. You should temper your temperament, otherwise. Which young lady would wish to marry you? Bai Zishuan's words caused Bai Zirong's smile to freeze instantly. Could we not discuss such matters during such a joyous occasion? Why the urgency? He had yet to establish himself in the military. Returning home every 10 days made it impractical even to consider marriage, as it would only delay any potential suitor.
Eat.
Mother is now preoccupied with eldest brother's wedding, busy to the point of exhaustion. She has no time to worry about me. Bai Zishuan attempted to redirect the conversation, as a table full of delicacies would soon grow cold. However, Jiangshi was not inclined to let him off the hook. Don't think that your brother can manage the wedding alone, even if you were to plan yours now. I could keep busy. The busier, the merrier. Among the 4 children, Jiangshi and Bai Heng were most concerned about the second son's marriage, as he had never shown any interest in any girl throughout his life. Now at 17, he was still toiling in the military, hardly encountering any young ladies. If he were to wait until he expressed a desire to marry, it might be ages before that happened. Mother, I truly am not in a hurry. Once I have achieved something, the right girl will see my worth. Bai Zirong sought to deflect Jiangshi's inquiries, yet according to his position in the Ministry of War, he was already quite outstanding among his peers. Otherwise, the Regent would not have directly appointed him as a captain, making an exception to allow him into the military. By the way, Mother could focus on my sister's marriages. Yunxi is already 16 this year. If she doesn't marry soon, she will be an old maid. Bai Zirong once again shifted the topic to Su Yunxi, wishing to remove her from the residence entirely. Who knew what trouble she might stir next? Even if she did not implicate the Bai family, her propensity for creating chaos would be a burden. On the sidelines, Su Yunxi, who had felt utterly out of place, finally could no longer contain herself. Her face contorted with resentment and bitterness as she fixed her gaze fiercely upon Bai Zirong, remaining silent. Who was the old maid here? She had just turned 16 and wasn't Lu Ruyan, who was about to enter, also 16? Why was she deemed the beautiful bride? However, Bai Zirong, with his naturally carefree disposition, was indifferent to Su Yunxi's feelings, especially since he had intentionally spoken thus. Speaking of her sister's marriage, hadn't she always harbored affections for Du Zhuangyuan? Bai Shu noticed the atmosphere had grown increasingly delicate. The previous familial joy had been overshadowed by Su Yunxi's clouded expression. Thus, she felt no qualms about adding fuel to the fire. Du Wenqing's dream should come to an end. What are you saying, sister? I only know him through you. We are not acquainted, Su Yunxi retorted, taken aback by Bai Shu's insinuation. What did she mean? Moreover, why had the Bai family recently begun to exhibit such strange behavior towards her, adopting an entirely different demeanor? The manner of their acquaintance was inconsequential. What truly mattered was the subsequent interactions. She had heard that her sister had been frequently visiting the Du household, delivering silver to assist with household expenses. Hadn't her sister misspoken? Bai Shu, dismissing any potential for Su Yunxi to wriggle out of the conversation, was subtly implying that the original self had once pursued Du Wenqing. But so what? Her status afforded her the right to make choices. Did Su Yunxi possess that same privilege? Evidently, Su Yunxi could no longer maintain her composure. Her once pure visage, now twisted in anguish. If word of her delivering silver to the Du family were to spread, would she not lose all semblance of dignity? Furthermore, that silver was not even hers. It was the monthly allowance bestowed upon her by the Xiang residents. Surely you must have misheard, sister? The last time I encountered Du Zhuangyuan was when he stood at the gate of the Xiang residence, proclaiming his intent to marry you. Su Yunxi speculated that Bai Shu had not yet mentioned this to the Bai family. She could not believe they would remain composed if they were aware. Yunxi, words can lead to calamity. Refrain from speaking of uncertain matters. This is within our home. Should it occur outside, it may lead to grave consequences. Su Yunxi was astonished that the first to speak up was the matriarch, reprimanding her no less. She was left flabbergasted. Had she now lost her only support within this household? If even the matriarch favored Bai Shu, how would she endure in the future? Yes, I shall heed grandmother's teachings, she replied, feeling deeply wronged. Simultaneously, she began to devise a plan to hasten the betrothal between Du Wenqing and the Bai family. Once engaged, The Bai family would undoubtedly pave the way for Du Wenqing's ascent, ensuring he would rise swiftly as her husband.
Then,
When he had established his own influence and secured a position within the court, he could renege on his promises, claiming he was marrying the Bai family's esteemed young lady. That would elevate her to the pinnacle of society. Yet, presently, the challenge lay in why Du Wenqing had yet to come forth with a proposal. It seemed she must investigate further. Her sister was likely unaware of the situation. Du Zhuangyuan's mother was boasting in public taverns that her son was to marry a princess and become a prince consort. It was absurd to think that she could entertain such fantasies in broad daylight. The others in attendance displayed none of the reactions Su Yunxi had anticipated. Bai Shu had already informed them of the matter. On the contrary, the news she had shared struck like a heavy blow to Su Yunxi's head.
ah, such brilliance.
If you reveal this matter to Su Yunxi, she will undoubtedly be unable to sit still. The system commended Bai Shu's cleverness. She had indeed accomplished her task without a single effort. Indeed, I understand her well enough. Bai Shu had scrutinized Su Yunxi thoroughly. Had Su Yunxi's ambitions not been so grand, and had she simply followed her grandmother and mother's wishes to marry into a reputable family of modest status in the capital, her life would have flourished in its own right. But her desire to achieve greatness would lead to her downfall. Is what you say true? This Du Wenqing seems rather presumptuous, aspiring to align himself with the eldest princess without regard for his own standing. Bai Zirong expressed his astonishment. While the prince consort may not possess the lineage of a chancellor, his family was still of scholarly repute, and he bore a pleasing appearance. However, since their arrival in the capital, their demeanor had changed drastically, engaging in actions that were intolerable. Thus, if all were so disingenuous, why would the eldest princess not choose a suitor of better quality? Not only Bai Zirong but the entire Bai family deemed Du Wenqing's aspirations as fanciful and utterly unattainable. Only Su Yunxi found herself at odds with the consensus. Her words yielded no expected outcome, and she was forced to endure the ridicule of the Bai family regarding the one she cherished. At that moment, her disdain for the Bai family reached its zenith. And as for Du Wenqing, he foolishly believed he could cast her aside. Indeed, I have also recently noted his suspicious alliances. It would be prudent for us to maintain our distance. Bai Zishuan expressed his stance, affirming that his position within the Ministry of Work surpassed that of Du Wenqing. While he could feign amiability, he held no affection for Du Wenqing's character, and given Bai Shu's influence, he had no intention of forming any faction with him.
Indeed.
Xianer is correct. We should focus on our own affairs. The Eastern Yi court is yet to stabilize. We must avoid associating with those of dubious intent. The previously silent Bai Heng echoed Bai Zishuan's sentiments, having never thought highly of Du Wenqing. Before, he had restrained himself out of consideration for his daughter. But now that Bai Shu had dismissed him, he felt no need for restraint. Ear will also heed his father's teachings. Bai Ziyu chimed in, aligning himself with Bai Heng's words. The entire room reached a consensus regarding Du Wenqing, while only Su Yunxi felt entirely out of place. She believed that remaining any longer would lead to her being ostracized. She needed to return and ascertain Du Wenqing's true intentions. Thus, mustering her courage, she announced, I am feeling unwell. Please proceed with dinner without me. I take my leave. The matriarch merely cast a glance at Su Yunxi without uttering a word. After receiving permission from Jiang, she retreated to her chamber, unwilling to endure further humiliation. The remaining Bai family members were unaffected by Su Yunxi's departure, merrily enjoying their dinner. As Jiang spoke with enthusiasm, she suddenly declared, tomorrow is the Dragon Boat Festival, a splendid occasion. We shall visit the Liu family to propose. Sure, you shall accompany me. Your presence will ease Ruiyan's mind. Jiang was eager to finalize her eldest son's marriage arrangements. Mother, might this be too hasty? Has elder brother even spoken with sister Liu? Bai Shu, having not seen Liu Ruiyan that day, felt it necessary to allow her some time to inform her parents. If your brother had any uncertainty, he would not have spoken of it. It is settled. We shall propose tomorrow. Jiang, seeing no dissent from Bai Zishuan, beamed with delight, solidifying her decision. Tomorrow, my daughter must attend to the regent's health and cannot accompany you, Bai Shu lamented. She had hurried home and neglected to procure silver needles. Hence would likely lack the time to accompany Jiang to the Liu family. What do you mean? Who are you treating? Why are you seeking the regent? Bai Shu's statement nearly caused the others at the table to choke on their food as they struggled to comprehend her words. Each syllable made sense individually, yet strung together, they became incomprehensible. Today, I dined with the eldest princess and encountered the regent, who had been injured by an assassin. This matter should not be publicized. Hence, I shall assist in his treatment tomorrow. Bai Shu recounted the events, half-truths mingling with reality. Regarding her medical skills, she neither wished to conceal nor embellish her abilities to the Bai family. The previous incident involving the eldest princess had been similar. Should the need arise in the future, her skills might prove invaluable. The Regent has been attacked again? Upon hearing this, Bai Heng, who is typically mature and composed, displayed a hint of concern. The Regent was the pillar of their Eastern court. Losing him would be catastrophic for the dynasty. No need to worry too much, father. The wound has been dressed. And I shall change the bandages tomorrow, Bai Shu reassured, not wishing to burden her father with excessive worry. The Bai family were loyal ministers and valiant generals. Should they come to learn that Xiao Moqing was on the brink of departing this world, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. That's a relief, indeed. Bai Heng exhaled. But then a thought struck him. When had his daughter become so competent? Last time she had mentioned knowing remedies for women's ailments, and now she was tending to injuries. Had they truly overlooked her growth? This left both Bai Heng and Jiang Shi feeling somewhat insecure. Most importantly, the Regent was surrounded by numerous skilled imperial physicians. Why would Bai Shu be the one to treat him? Sure, are you close with the prince? Bai Heng hesitated to inquire. Father, mother. My elder brother is aware of this matter. I met the prince purely by chance while having tea with Her Royal Highness. The situation was urgent, and I had no choice but to intervene. My interactions with the prince are minimal, Bai Shu attempted to clarify, hoping to enlist Bai Zixuan's support. She understood her father's concerns, but was currently preoccupied with enjoying life, feeling as if she were not on a mission but rather in a state of leisurely retirement. She cherished the company of her family, relished delectable foods, and found both Lu Ruyan and the crown princess to be delightful companions. In essence, she simply wished to savor life to the fullest.
Oh.
Zixuan is also aware of this? Bai Heng, Jiang Shi, Bai Zirong, the matriarch, and Bai Zi all turned their gazes towards Bai Zixuan, eagerly awaiting his response. However, Bai Zixuan found himself in a quandary. He was indeed aware that Bai Shu had gone for tea with the crown princess, but had no knowledge of their encounter with the regent. Furthermore, Bai Shu had previously diagnosed the crown princess's fertility as normal, which they suspected was merely a fortunate guess. As the physicians around the crown princess were all bribed by the prince, echoing the same rhetoric. Given that Bai Shu, even if her medical skills were modest, should be able to discern between health and illness, her diagnosis was not entirely unexpected. Yet, the fact that his sister had gone to treat the regent once more left him utterly bewildered. Well, I had intended to discuss this after dinner, Bai Zixuan remarked, sensing Bai Shu's pleading gaze. What else could he do but indulge her? Chapter 48. The Little Bunny Encounters the Wolf King. The onlookers regarded Bai Zixuan with skepticism. He had always been the most obedient and composed among the children, never deceiving his elders. Likewise, he had never received such doubtful glances, which left him momentarily at a loss. He quickly added, the proposal can wait until the afternoon. There's no rush. Since Shu'er is meeting with the prince at the Tianxiang restaurant, it must be around noon, right? I shall accompany you tomorrow. Bai Zixuan felt a slight unease regarding Bai Shu and proposed to join her. Recently, on Bai Heng's birthday, he had suspected something was amiss between the two. Yet he had not discovered anything concrete. He wondered how they had become so close again. It was not that he was overly cautious. Rather, he perceived Bai Shu in front of Xiao Moqing as a little bunny encountering a wolf king, an obvious disparity that made him worry about his sister being taken advantage of. Yes, that arrangement is splendid. I must prepare some things in the morning and call upon the most reliable matchmaker in the capital. Jiang Shi immediately supported Bai Zixuan's suggestion. Bai Shu had just emerged from the rumors surrounding her pursuit of Du Wenqing. She could not afford to be entangled in any gossip regarding her closeness with the regent. With their eldest son present, she felt reassured. Indeed, this is a valuable opportunity. The prince possesses considerable insight into both political and military affairs. Zixuan should approach the situation with a mindset of learning, Bai Heng concurred. They agreed that the matter of the regent's injury should remain confidential, ensuring that the Bai family would keep silent. Surely, the prince would not mind Bai Zixuan accompanying him, considering Bai Shu was still an unmarried woman, and her reputation was paramount. Understood. With both Jiang Shi and Bai Heng having spoken, Bai Zixuan readily accepted. And Bai Shu had no alternative but to agree as well. Very well, I shall prepare some prescriptions in the morning and accompany my brother at noon. Bai Shu was indifferent to whether Bai Zixuan accompanied her. As long as it brought peace of mind to everyone, she was content. After all, she and Xiao Moqing were entirely innocent. The following day, Bai Shu selected her most adept silver needles and prepared a medicinal concoction, instructing Yulan to deliver it to Chengfeng in advance for brewing. However, she noticed a flicker of reluctance on Yulan's face, which piqued her curiosity. In the past, Yulan had promptly obeyed her every command. What could possibly be amiss now? The concern was evident on her face, making it hard to overlook. "Do you harbor a grudge against the prince?" Bai Shu inquired, puzzled, as everything had seemed well the day before. Was she still holding a grudge over Xiao Maching's previous actions? And no, how could the young lady think that? Yulan exclaimed, feigning terror. "A grudge against the Eastern Yi Regent? I still wish to live for a few more years. Take a good look in the mirror. Your thoughts are plainly written all over your face," Bai Shu chuckled, finding Yulan to be perhaps the most easily deceived girl in the world. Affections could easily be read on one's face. The servant merely recalled that the prince's guard, Chengfeng, stopped me from entering to see you yesterday, and he did not inform me of your situation. I was quite anxious, Yulan admitted, having not forgotten Chengfeng's infuriating behavior the day prior. They were all doing it for their master. Why was he so indifferent, as if he were impervious to their concerns? That's just his dull nature. He only has eyes for his master, Bai Shu understood. Though she had encountered Chengfeng only a few times, he always struck her as somewhat simple-minded, dutifully obeying Xiao Maching's every command. Given his evident concern for Xiao Maching the previous day, he must be a loyal subordinate. Thus, in that regard, Chengfeng and Yulan were somewhat alike. Well, it's just that the rumors surrounding the prince can be rather alarming, which is why I worry for you, miss. Yulan rationalized. She understood the reasoning but had indeed been frightened the previous day. Fear not. Your young lady is quite capable. If you wish to avoid Chengfeng, simply instruct the others to deliver it. Bai Shu felt grateful for the original owner's circumstances. She was not only surrounded by family but also loyal servants. Upon returning from the Ministry of Works, Bai Zixuan rushed directly to Bai Shu's courtyard to accompany her to Tianxiang restaurant for their appointment. The ministry had been particularly busy lately, yet he still managed to take half a day off to first accompany his sister to meet the prince before proceeding to propose to the Liu family. As a matter of respect, has elder brother sent someone to inform Sister Liu about our proposal today? Bai Shu inquired during their journey.
Not yet.
I mentioned to Rin yesterday that we would be visiting soon, Bai Zixuan replied, having been busy at the ministry that morning. Once you meet with the prince, you can notify Sister Liu. It is essential that we give her ample time to prepare, as there is much for a woman to consider in such matters. If we arrive too unexpectedly, it would not be good for the future bride, Bai Shu advised, well aware of the preparations required for women. Indeed. I shall accompany you to pay my respects to the prince before we go, Bai Zixuan resolved, primarily concerned about his sister's reputation and Xiao Maching's injury. If he accompanied Bai Shu to meet the prince, it would help dispel any unfavorable rumors about the two of them. Upon arriving at Tianxiang restaurant, they were greeted by Xuanyang, who personally led them to the most luxurious private room on the top floor. Xiao Maching, still exuding an air of nobility, sat regally in the high seat. Little lady pays her respects to the prince. Esteemed official pays his respects to the prince. After Bai Shu bowed, she was immediately entranced by a delightful aroma wafting through the air. How enchanting! Oh, right. Today is the Dragon Boat Festival. We must eat zongzi, 5 white and 5 yellow. This trip was certainly worthwhile. Bai Shu gazed upon the lavish banquet laid out for the Dragon Boat Festival, her stomach betraying her with an audible growl that echoed her longing more fervently than her words could. The table was adorned with a vibrant array of zongzi. Dragon boat rice, yellow eel, yellow fish, cucumbers, salted egg yolks, yellow wine, boiled pork, white garlic, poached chicken, white tofu, and water bamboo. Xiao Maching truly possesses a commendable sense of hospitality. He has indeed prepared a feast worthy of appreciation. Xiao Maching, attuned to Bai Shu's unspoken desires, observed her struggle to swallow and the way her eyes were glued to the delicacies before her. A subtle smile crept upon his lips, a moment not unnoticed by Bai Zixuan, who felt a sudden sense of alarm. What could this mean for the regent? Was it possible he had developed an interest in his sister? The sight of his sister, utterly defenseless and fixated on the culinary delights, prompted him to face-bomb. Could this truly be devoid of any deeper implications with the regent? She was likely oblivious to the perilous trap she had unwittingly stepped into. Alas, what to do? Xiao Maching, catching sight of Bai Zixuan accompanying Bai Shu, surmised his intentions but chose to remain silent, merely raising his left hand to grasp a teacup, deliberately revealing the bandaged wound wrapped around it. Since young Master Bai is here as well, let us partake in this meal together. After lunch, I would appreciate your sister's assistance in changing my dressing. To Xiao Maching's invitation, Bai Zixuan did not acquiesce immediately. Instead, he scrutinized the regent's demeanor towards his sister. The layers of bandaging still stained with blood suggested the injury was considerable, and it was evident he indeed sought his sister's medical expertise. I have official duties to attend to. Today, I merely accompanied my sister on her journey here, so I shall forgo the meal. My father also asked me to convey his regards. For a fleeting moment, Bai Shu found himself lost in thought, the regent's candid demeanor leading him to believe that the previous smile might have been an illusion. Official matters should not impede the enjoyment of a meal. The dishes are prepared and will not take long to consume. Xiao Moqing was indifferent to the opinions of others. Yet he could not overlook the overt protectiveness emanating from Bai Shu. This was understandable, given that in the eyes of the elders, Xiao Moqing was not seen as a suitable match. Previously, due to health concerns, he had never contemplated a life of marriage and children. However, circumstances had shifted. There was now hope for his recovery, and perhaps a path to a life akin to that of ordinary folk awaited him. Your Highness's generous invitation compels me to acquiesce. Bai Shu found Xiao Moqing inscrutable. One moment, he perceived an unusual interest in his sister, and the next, he rationalized that accepting a meal was merely a customary gesture of gratitude. Reluctantly, he consented to Xiao Moqing's invitation and dispatched a trusted servant to relay a message to Lu Rian. Meanwhile, Bai Shu, already ensnared by the allure of the feast, remained blissfully unaware of the undercurrents swirling between her brother and Xiao Moqing. It was no surprise. Her passion for food was undeniable, and the array of zongzi alone boasted 5 or 6 varieties, a rarity she had never encountered elsewhere. On this special dragon boat festival, the newly arrived chefs from neighboring counties at the Tianxiang restaurant had provided her and young master by the perfect opportunity to sample the diverse flavors of zongzi. Xiao Moqing, recognizing Bai Shu's eagerness, decided to forego further pretense, and thus the three of them commenced their meal. As for the limited selection of only 5 or 6 types of zongzi, the lengthy journey had delayed the arrival of chefs from other counties to the capital. Thank you, Your Highness, for your gracious hospitality. I shall indulge without reservation. Bai Shu exclaimed joyfully as she reached for an unfamiliar zongzi, devouring it with gusto. The zongzi was visually appealing, petite, and exquisitely crafted, easily consumed in a few bites. A meat zongzi. This was Bai Shu's first encounter with a meat-filled variant. Accustomed to sweet zongzi, she was pleasantly surprised by the distinct flavor this savory version offered. Do take your time, Miss Bai, if you enjoy them. We can have the chefs prepare some for you to take home. Xiao Moqing noted that each time he shared a meal with Bai Shu, his appetite seemed to flourish. And witnessing her relish the food brought a warmth to his heart. Bai Shu, observing the rapport between Xiao Moqing and Bai Shu, found himself at a loss for words. His sister had never been like this before. Furthermore, the regent had also changed in ways he could not comprehend. Resignedly, he continued to eat, sampling a bite of the meat zongzi, which was indeed quite palatable. What has young Master Bai been preoccupied with lately? Having savored enough of Bai Shu's delightful demeanor, Xiao Moqing shifted his gaze towards Bai Shu. It concerns the cultivation of grains. Dongya's yield has consistently been low. Despite substantial efforts to support farmers, the results have been minimal. Recently, the Ministry of Works received numerous reports from local magistrates indicating that the recently sown grain has suffered from root burn. Bai Shu, working in the ministry, had been troubled by this issue. Is this the first year such root burn has been observed? Xiao Moqing furrowed his brow. The grain yield in Dongya had always been precarious, especially during the tumultuous wars of previous years when supplies for the army fell short. Thus, the late emperor had expanded arable land in hopes of enhancing annual production. Since the young emperor's ascension, agriculture had remained a focal point, as it was the foundation of the populace's livelihood. This phenomenon was noted last year, but it has intensified this year. The Ministry of Works suspected that the issue stemmed from the fertilizers used. In the past, when grain yields were abysmally low, they had developed a grass fertilizer. The process of fermentation was not overly complex and yielded some improvement. However, in recent years, problems began to surface, namely the root burn. Bai Shu elaborated on the matter to Xiao Moqing, explaining that they were actively seeking solutions and intended to present their findings to the young emperor the following day. Sharing this information with the regent in advance was equally beneficial. Grass fertilizer has been remarkably successful. Could the root burn be a consequence of excessive nutrients? It is well known that moderation is key. Overwatering and overfertilizing can hinder the growth of plants. Xiao Moqing pondered this, recalling the once celebrated development of grass fertilizer, which had significantly increased grain yields, allowing the populace to not only fill their bellies but also enjoy improved incomes, leading to widespread contentment. It was disheartening to see such a dilemma arise now. Your Highness speaks wisely. The ministry also suspects that nutritional excess may be to blame. However, regardless of the adjustments made, it is likely that this season's grain yield will decline drastically. This was the crux of everyone's concerns when problems arose. They endeavored to brainstorm solutions, yet the optimal sowing period was fixed, established through the trials of predecessors. After all, farmers relied on the whims of nature. And in all likelihood, this batch of grain would be irretrievable. Grain root burn? That sounds so familiar as Bai Shu savored her meal. She caught snippets of the conversation between Xiao Moqing and Bai Zishuan, honing in on the pivotal information. Have you forgotten again? This was the key opportunity for Du Wenqing to gain favor with the young emperor. The system's side, its host had yet again overlooked a significant plot point. What? Why does he seem to be everywhere? Upon hearing the name, Bai Shu found her appetite waning. In the original storyline, Du Wenqing's suggestion to the ministry was his first step towards ascension. By this time, he had already established connections with the Bai family, thriving within the Hanlin Academy and even in the Dongya court. Having grown up in the countryside, he possessed a modicum of agricultural knowledge, which earned him considerable recognition through his astute proposals. As the topic of their mission arose, the system became alert. Oh, what excellent proposal did he present? Bai Shu mused on how Du Wenqing indeed seemed to carry the aura of a protagonist. In the entire court, individuals with agricultural knowledge were few and far between. In this world, agriculture held great significance, yet few from noble families engaged in the management of farms or even tilling the land. It was not surprising that Du Wenqing excelled in this matter. Actually, it was quite simple. He proposed to improve the grass fertilizer into organic fertilizer. The system had seen its fair share of worlds, and organic fertilizer was already commonplace in many realms, providing balanced nutrition without issues like root burn. Manure fertilizer? Is it really that straightforward? In an instant, Bai Shu found the zongzi in her mouth to be lacking in flavor. Meanwhile, Xiao Moqing, initially captivated by the dialogue between Bai Shu and the system, lost his focus upon hearing those two words. He glanced at the zongzi Bai Shu had just set down and quietly followed suit, concluding that he was satiated. Indeed, due to the current lack of widespread use of manure in this world, Du Wenqing might have merely experimented with it in the past, the system speculated. Did he mention how to resolve the issue of burnt seedlings this season? Surely, we cannot afford to waste. Chapter 50. A Touch of Good Fortune. Dongya is the nation with the largest land area and population. One must not underestimate this season's harvest. A slight misstep could plunge Dongya into famine. The problems that have already arisen cannot be rectified. Fortunately, Dongya is a vast nation with grain reserves. Although a portion of the harvest has been lost, with a change in fertilizer next year, recovery is still possible. The system felt powerless. In this world, agricultural practices were devoid of technology and harsh measures. The populace toiled diligently from dawn till dusk, and even minor issues could render months of hard work futile. In times of drought or disaster, the outcome could be devastatingly barren. Could this truly serve as an opportunity for him to gain promotion? This is essentially an unresolved issue. Bai Shu rolled her eyes in her mind. The idea of transforming grass fertilizer into manure was likely something any farmer could conceive. It was merely his protagonist halo that magnified his worth, while the fundamental problems remained unsolved. Does Su have any solutions? To be frank, this touched upon the system's blind spot, as their tasks had yet to involve the role of a farmer. Not many solutions exist. Once seedlings have burned, one must cease fertilization and provide moderate manual watering. Even if recovery seems unlikely, intercropping is still feasible. It must be said that such basic knowledge would have been common in Bai Shu's previous world. What is intercropping? Both the system and the intently focused Xiao Moqing were puzzled. Did she truly possess a better strategy? Previously, he had viewed Bai Shu as merely intriguing. Now, he found her exceptionally capable, bordering on omnipotent. Xiao Moqing recalled Bai Shu's bold declaration upon their first meeting, stating her intention to save Dongya. Now, he mused. It was not entirely impossible. Literally, it means growing one crop within another. If managed properly, planting multiple crops together is certainly achievable. If Bai Shu recalled correctly, her previous world often promoted intercropping, such as raising crabs in rice paddies, resulting in a harvest known as crab rice, which was quite palatable. Such methods truly exist? The system felt it had room for improvement, and promptly began to research. Xiao Moqing's eyes lit up at the mention. This was the first time he had encountered such a novel planting technique. Of course, just imagine if one raises fish and shrimp in rice fields, it effectively creates a small ecosystem. A dual harvest is not merely a dream. Moreover, corn cultivated in the north is incredibly versatile. It can be paired with red beans and pine nuts, or even medicinal herbs like mountain dragon, which are resilient to cold and drought, thereby significantly enhancing land utilization. The timing is perfect, the corn seedlings have sprouted, and some crops that dislike strong sunlight can be intercropped. Bai Shu spoke with great enthusiasm, revealing that there were indeed aspects unknown to the system. This world bore a striking resemblance to her ancient world, so even without observing the fields, she understood that the grain yield was far inferior to that of her homeland. Expanding the land area was less effective than improving its utilization. Indeed, she was quite the little genius.
Simple remarkable.
This plan far surpasses Du Wenqing's, solving the immediate issue while also providing a sustainable planting strategy. The system's praise was effusive. "Oh, it's just average," Bai Shu replied, picking up a wine jug to sample the local yellow wine. However, upon receiving a warning glance from her elder brother, she reluctantly set the cup back down. "How unfair. Am I not allowed even a drop of wine?" Bai Shu internally complained. Her tolerance for alcohol had indeed improved. A few small cups would not intoxicate her. Besides, her captivating dance was not something everyone could appreciate. "Your brother is not forbidding you from drinking. There are serious matters to attend to shortly, and you will be visiting the Liu family this afternoon. You can drink when you return home at night," the system reasoned, attempting to appease her. "Very well, I'll drink secretly when I get home." Bai Shu conceded easily to the system's persuasion. Su, should you inform the regent of this plan? As a rule, any matter that could obstruct Du Wenqing's career was a task they were obliged to complete. "Are you foolish? Such a splendid opportunity should certainly be reserved for my brother." Proposing a good strategy would be Bai Shu's wedding gift to her brother and future sister-in-law. Moreover, Bai Zishuan was inherently upright and talented. His achievements were merely a matter of time, and Bai Shu was simply expediting the process. Upon hearing this, Xiao Moqing felt a wave of relief. He had been concerned about Dongye's grain issues, but since Bai Shu had a solution, he could merely await Bai Zishuan's promotion. With this thought, Xiao Moqing turned to Bai Zishuan and said solemnly, "You can explain the situation in court tomorrow. The ministers can contribute their insights." This was expected by Bai Zishuan. The Ministry of Works had failed to yield any results after so many days, and the regent was unlikely to have a viable solution at that moment. Gathering opinions from others would be prudent. "I will present a memorial to His Majesty tomorrow," Bai Zishuan affirmed. However, he noticed that his sister was regarding him with an odd expression, exuding a hint of self-satisfaction. What could that mean? More importantly, why did Xiao Moqing appear entirely unconcerned about the issue? Was he not the one who cherished his country and its people? Why this uncharacteristic calm? Perhaps he was simply overwhelmed with daily responsibilities, including guarding against enemy assassins. After enjoying lunch, Bai Zishuan did not linger. His purpose for the day had been achieved. And he would not disturb Bai Shu as she attended to the regent's medical needs. "Cheng Feng, please bring up the medicine you prepared this morning." Having had her fill, Bai Shu suppressed the urge to stretch and prepared to administer acupuncture to Xiao Moqing. "Dr. Bai seems to be in a good mood today," Xiao Moqing observed as soon as she entered, noting her smiling demeanor and the joy radiating from her. Unlike her usual reserved self, she was noticeably more vivacious today, her laughter crisp and melodious. Initially, he thought her cheerfulness stemmed from having family nearby, allowing her to be carefree. Yet now, with Bai Zishuan gone, she hummed an unknown tune while preparing her acupuncture tools.
Ah?
Is it because the Bai family is about to celebrate something joyous? Bai Shu was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Xiao Moqing to notice her happiness. However, recalling the afternoon's proposal at the Liu family, she genuinely felt elated, as her brother and sister-in-law's union was a significant achievement on her part.
Oh.
What joyful event is occurring in the Bai family? May I partake in some of that good fortune? Xiao Moqing, inspired by Bai Shu's optimistic outlook, felt she possessed a unique charm that uplifted those around her. For instance, her enthusiasm during meals would whet the appetite of onlookers, and her happiness would brighten the mood of others. Perhaps this was her special allure. Chapter 51. Choosing a husband for oneself. Of course, this is also a joyous occasion for Her Highness the Princess. My family will be visiting the Liu family this afternoon to propose marriage. My elder brother and sister Liu are destined to unite, and we must send a wedding invitation to the prince. Bai Shu had encountered numerous patients who, prior to their treatments, would engage in idle chatter to alleviate their anxiety. Consequently, she refrained from delving deeply into Xiao Moqing's psyche and instead followed his lead, encouraging him to relax, for the forthcoming treatment was a trial that few could endure. "Then I shall await the joyous invitation from Dr. Bai," Xiao Moqing said, patiently observing Bai Shu as she swiftly maneuvered the silver needles over the flames before submerging them in the medicinal solution. Surely, with Bai Heng's esteemed status in Dongyi, it is only fitting for the eldest son to present an invitation to the regent for his marriage, is it not? I have heard that the Liu family's daughter and Dr. Bai are close friends. If they were to wed, would you be happier for your elder brother or for Miss Liu? Xiao Maching, influenced by Bai Shu's demeanor, felt a smile tugging at his lips. He found himself curious about whom his elder brother would side with should conflicts arise after marrying his good sister. I am simply pleased that they can choose their own partners. This question momentarily stumped Bai Shu. On one hand was her elder brother, a lifelong bachelor, shrouded in melancholy. On the other was her dear friend, who had endured a lifetime of disappointment. It was a joy for them to find each other. Yet the nuances of who might be happier remained elusive. Perhaps this query was not of great significance, as both had found their happiness. Dr. Bai's perspective is quite unique. Xiao Maching mused, taken aback by her response. It was not so much unique. The traditions of parental arrangements and matchmaking certainly held merit. Yet the latter half of life would ultimately be spent by the side of a chosen partner. Should one encounter a satisfying companion, even the harshest of circumstances could be endured. Bai Shu hesitated to articulate her thoughts clearly to Xiao Maching. For the marriage between Liu Ruyan and Bai Zishuan could be romanticized as a tale of childhood sweethearts or criticized as an illicit bond, rife with rumors of secretive dealings. This aligned with Bai Shu's views on marriage. Parents could intervene, but the choice must ultimately be one's own. Indeed, Dr. Bai speaks with great wisdom. Do you wish to select your own husband? The Buddhist beads, previously adorning her left hand, now rested in Xiao Maching's right, their deep red hue gleaming as they rotated rhythmically upon his long, fair fingers. He gazed intently at Bai Shu, lost in thought. If given the choice, I believe all women would prefer to choose for themselves. Bai Shu, of course, could not escape the conventions of society. Which woman did not harbor dreams of her own marriage? She had once envisioned marrying a heroic figure, soaring upon clouds, or a valiant knight clad in black. Yet, regrettably, Bai Shu was bound to a task system spanning countless worlds, compelled to fulfill her missions to reclaim her own life. Thus, she dared not let her heart flutter in these transient realms, for upon completion of her tasks, the system would forcibly transport her to the next world, leaving her with no choice. Indeed, history has shown that passionate women often find themselves entwined with indifferent men. To secure a lifetime partnership is a most precious gift. Just as one would regard her parents, who, amidst all of Beijing, stood out as a paragon of a loving couple. Xiao Maching, born into royalty, had a mother of unparalleled beauty, sought after by many noble suitors. Yet this very allure brought her dire peril. One of her suitors, having wed numerous women resembling her, sparked a fatal jealousy in his wife, leading to the tragic demise of Xiao Maching's mother during childbirth, leaving him with a lingering chill in his veins. Xiao Maching grew up in an environment devoid of a harmonious family life, uncertain of how to love another, cherishing only the beauty of the world around him. Thus, he placed his trust in Bai Heng's character. Is that truly how the prince feels? Bai Shu found herself reassessing Xiao Maching. Previously believing his lifelong bachelorhood stemmed from apathy towards love, she now sensed deeper sentiments. His notion of a singular, abiding partnership elevated her regard for him, especially in a world where men often took multiple wives, making his perspective a refreshing departure from the norm. Indeed, through life and death, to speak vows of forever, to hold your hand and grow old together. Centuries ago, monogamy was the norm, a testament to the essence of history, preserving the best while discarding the worst. Xiao Maching straightened, his playful demeanor vanishing into solemnity. His piercing gaze, reminiscent of an eagle, rendered Bai Shu's heart fluttering with unease, compelling her to avert her eyes to maintain her composure. Little did she anticipate that the prince would also be a man of deep feelings and loyalty, a rare find indeed. I shall now commence the needling. I kindly request the prince to remove his outer garments and recline upon the couch. Bai Shu felt a twinge of discomfort under Xiao Maching's scrutiny. She intended to redirect the conversation but found her words laden with ambiguity, hastily clarifying, Your Highness, your condition is rather complex, affecting your internal organs, thus requiring numerous and intricate needle placements. Simply shedding your outer garments will suffice. However, after speaking, she felt a pang of regret, having practiced medicine for decades. She had always approached her patients with equanimity, irrespective of gender. She could confidently assert that even if Xiao Maching were to lie before her unclad, she would remain calm and collected in her acupuncture. Very well. Xiao Moqing instructed Qingfeng to stand guard outside, smoothly removing his outer garments. Accustomed to managing such matters without assistance, Qingfeng, following suit, ushered Yulan out, inevitably receiving a scornful glance from her. "Why are you glaring at me again?" Qingfeng now regarded Bai Shu with utmost respect, no longer on guard as he once was, even finding Yulan's presence somewhat agreeable. Yet, how could this naive girl persist in her antagonism towards him? "You must be mistaken. I am merely observing my lady." Yulan, disinterested in engaging with Qingfeng, thought it futile to explain her sentiments to this oblivious guard. Her lady was treating the regent within, yet she had not mentioned anything about disrobing. If this were to leak out or reach the ears of their masters, she could hardly fathom the repercussions.
Oh.
Qingfeng merely responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement, remaining focused on his duty at the door, diligently guarding his master. The Tangxiang tavern was under the regent's ownership, ensuring that no whispers of scandal would escape. "Is the prince prepared? The acupuncture process will be exceedingly painful, and it is advisable for someone to remain close for the half-hour following." Bai Shu was pleased with Xiao Moqing's cooperation. At that moment, he lay draped in white silk undergarments upon the intricately carved wooden bed, his raven hair cascading beside the pillow, exuding an aura reminiscent of a tragic beauty, evoking a sense of reluctance to disturb his serenity.
"Pray,
what do you require of me?" I must trouble you, Dr. Bai." Xiao Moqing reclined, a smile gracing his eyes as he regarded Bai Shu. It was curious how, despite his current position of vulnerability, he still emanated an air of authority. Nevertheless, Xiao Moqing had long prepared for this. Knowing that Tangxiang Tavern was the safest haven outside the royal palace, even if he were to lose consciousness for half an hour, he would have no cause for concern. It would be best if a skilled protector were to guard the prince. "What do you require of me? To guard you for half an hour? With so many who wish to harm you, I cannot possibly manage alone." Bai Shu was momentarily bewildered by Xiao Moqing's decorum, emphasizing the need for a skilled protector. She was a doctor, not a guard. Should an assassin strike, she would merely serve as a sacrificial shield, unable to hold them off for long. "Rest assured, I have stationed ample personnel at Tangxiang Tavern, so there is no need to worry about a repeat of the previous incident involving the flood and the assassin." Xiao Moqing gazed at Bai Shu's stupefied expression, where her visage and inner sentiments were remarkably aligned, displaying sheer disbelief, her forced smile radiating an unmistakable rejection. Amused, Xiao Moqing couldn't help but find her cleverness entertaining. In their previous encounters, she had at least maintained a respectful demeanor. Now that he sought her assistance, she feigned unfamiliarity before her family, and he chose not to expose her pretense, merely acquiescing to her wishes. However, with only the two of them remaining in the room, Bai Shu abandoned all facades, her pouting lips and gritted teeth exuding an endearing charm. Unable to resist, Xiao Moqing stole another glance before closing his eyes in feigned slumber, bracing himself for the painful acupuncture process she had described. It was evident that, despite not smiling, the corners of his mouth subtly lifted. That was reassuring. Bai Shu, now devoid of hesitation, immersed herself fully in the treatment. Clad in a white silk garment that felt exquisitely smooth, she rolled up her pant legs to the knees, revealing her strong, toned calves, the muscles defined yet not overly robust, complemented by her fair skin, adding a touch of grace. After a brief pause, she rolled her sleeves up to her biceps, exposing the area where the needles would be inserted. The only aspect of Xiao Moqing that seemed incongruous at that moment was the thick white gauze wrapping his left forearm, with traces of blood seeping through, rendering his otherwise regal and aloof demeanor somewhat sickly. "Even if it hurts, please do not struggle excessively, Your Highness," Bai Shu remarked, casting a glance at the tightly shut eyes of Xiao Moqing before commencing the acupuncture. The cold poison coursing through his veins was no trifling matter. Despite the presence of skilled practitioners by his side, this toxin had been embedded within him for 21 years, causing significant alterations to his blood, which made recovery arduous after injury, leading to persistent bleeding. Bai Shu deftly inserted 39 needles into the acupoints on Xiao Moqing's body. In a world devoid of her specially crafted ghostly silver needles, she had scoured several medical establishments to procure 10 sets of silver needles, barely assembling a suitable set for treatment. As Xiao Moqing feigned slumber, each needle that penetrated his acupoints felt akin to being stabbed with ice blades. The silver needles, steeped in medicinal concoction, exerted a potent force, inflicting excruciating pain upon entry. However, once all 39 needles were firmly embedded, the true suffering commenced. The intent of this complex arrangement was primarily to expel a portion of the toxins from his blood and restore the function of his internal organs. He felt as though his body was encased in ice, immobilized, yet simultaneously engulfed in flames, the heat from without clashing violently with the chill within, creating an unbearable torment. Bai Shu remained unrelenting, needing to administer the needles once every incense stick's worth of time. Each round of acupuncture subjected Xiao Moqing to a fresh wave of icy stabs and fiery sensations. He attempted to clench his fists to mitigate the agony, but discovered his limbs had long succumbed to numbness, leaving him to rely solely on instinct. His forehead and arms bulging with veins. After the 39 needles had been manipulated, the time for yet another round arrived. Bai Shu, wholly focused, found the act of administering needles to be mentally exhausting. Soon, beads of perspiration dotted her forehead. "Your Highness, this is the final round of acupuncture. Just endure a little longer," Bai Shu urged, disregarding the sweat on her brow as she prepared to insert the needles for the 9th time. This time, her force was particularly vigorous, and the silver needles penetrated even deeper. With each wave of aching and intense stimulation, Xiao Moqing succumbed to unconsciousness. "Your Highness?" Bai Shu, feeling somewhat fatigued, withdrew a handkerchief to wipe her sweat and settled onto a low stool beside the bed to rest and prepare to withdraw the needles. "Host, it appears that the prince has fainted." The system chimed in stealthily. "Indeed, to have endured until now is quite remarkable. A common individual would scarcely survive beyond the 9th round of acupuncture. On the contrary, a typical person afflicted with cold poison would likely not have made it this far." Bai Shu did not dwell on her own exhaustion. She moved to the table and poured herself a cup of tea, drinking it in one gulp. The exertion of acupuncture had drained her energy significantly. Even with the enhancements from the system, her original constitution still struggled under such strain. His misfortune is palpable. Had he possessed even half of Du Wenqing's luck, he would have been cured long ago. In the system's eyes, each world represented a task, with protagonists, those favored by fortune, and supporting characters or antagonists. The latter often left to struggle without a favorable outcome. That cannot be said. I have traversed this world, and I am not afraid of him surpassing Du Wenqing. Bai Shu jested, for her reputation as a medical sage was well earned. With the presence of the snow spirit serpent and snow mist flower, such trivial toxins could be effortlessly resolved, couldn't they? "Host, I perceive that the Regent Prince is indeed perilous. It would be wise for us to limit our interactions." The system cautiously acknowledged Xiao Moqing's unconscious state before daring to speak aloud. "What do you know? Right now, Xiao Moqing's life rests in my hands. If I manage to save him, we can traverse the capital with confidence." Bai Shu, not one to be easily fooled, understood that while admiring Xiao Moqing was one thing, demanding compensation for her medical services was quite another. Clinging tightly to the two most formidable allies, the Regent Prince and the Grand Princess, she pondered whether she would have any rivals left in the future. "I have little interest in playing the role of a crab. Rather, I am more concerned about preserving my own life," the system whispered, refraining from voicing any loud objections to Bai Shu's plans. "How has your investigation fared? What is the source of Xiao Moqing's poison?" After all, Xiao Moqing had once been a prince, and his mother held a significant position. How could he have been easily poisoned? Moreover, he had returned to the capital to eliminate his mother's murder following a great victory, indicating that this individual held considerable power, perhaps even feared by the emperor. The silver soul powder is the most vicious and potent poison in the northern desert. It was not created with the intent of being easily cured, so no one possesses an antidote in this realm. It is indeed fortunate for the Regent Prince to have encountered you. Otherwise, in the original narrative, he would have perished just as Du Wenqing gained the young emperor's trust. Chapter 53, Gratitude. The snow mist flower and snow spirit serpent are indeed within the northern desert. The direction that Chengfeng and the others are searching is likely correct, and there is hope of finding them. By the way, host, can you guess who invented this poison? The system had pored over the plot multiple times overnight, finally uncovering the source of the issue. "You mentioned the northern desert, right? Who from the northern desert?" Upon hearing this, Bai Shu sighed in relief. As long as she could locate the two medicinal ingredients, there remained hope for curing Xiao Moqing's affliction. "It is the royal family of the northern desert. The silver soul powder was secretly developed as a poison by the northern desert royalty and is seldom used." This was what the system found most perplexing. How could the distant royal family of the northern desert seek to harm a mere consort of Dongya? Moreover, they resorted to such underhanded means, nearly resulting in a double tragedy. Although Xiao Moqing had survived, he remained ensnared in the torment induced by the cold poison, with a shortened lifespan. Who was responsible for poisoning Xiao Moqing's mother? Bai Shu pondered, her mind swirling with numerous questions, simultaneously sensing that the situation was far from straightforward.
Goodness.
She hoped she was not inadvertently embroiled in some tumultuous conflict. She still needed to safeguard her own life and complete her mission. It was the wife of Duke Wu. In her youth, she had admired the mother of the Regent Prince, and the women he later married bore some resemblance to her, prompting her to take drastic action in a fit of rage. However, the Duke of Wu had previously been involved in a rebellion, personally interrogated by Xiao Maqing, and subsequently exiled, implicating even his wife's family. The system, increasingly apprehensive, began to realize the depth of the Regent Prince's cunning. He had evidently known the identity of his mother's murderer long beforehand, yet he had restrained his desire for vengeance, waiting until he achieved a significant victory before striking with precision, resulting in the annihilation of the perpetrator's entire clan. Such a person was indeed a source of fear for the system. He is indeed rather pitiable. From the moment of his birth, he was deprived of his mother, and his father, hindered by various circumstances, is unable to avenge him, leaving a mere child to bear such burdens. Bai Shu suddenly felt a surge of sympathy for the child who walks alone in darkness. If it were not for being driven to desperation, how could a mere child undertake the monumental task of vengeance? No wonder he endures illness to fight on the battlefield. Just imagine him, in the frigid depths of winter, suffering from the onset of his affliction, yet still striving with all his strength to lead his comrades in repelling the southern forces. Such feats are beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. The system was perplexed. If Bai Shu were an outsider, it could understand her sympathy for the regent. But now she was an insider. Shouldn't she be intimidated by such a ruthless individual? As it pondered, it sensed a familiar aura. Xiao Maqing seemed to be struggling in agony, beads of perspiration dotting his forehead, trickling down into his hair, and his eyes darting about, indicating signs of awakening. Bai Shu rose and gently wiped the sweat from his brow, advising him not to move, assuring him that everything would be well once the silver needles were removed. Regardless of whether Xiao Maqing had regained consciousness, the time had come to extract the needles one by one. She observed the dark red, nearly black needles, some of which were slightly deformed, and let out a soft sigh. Alas, it took 10 sets of needles to assemble a single usable set, now rendered disposable. In the past, the ghostly silver needles that Bai Shu had kept close were crafted uniquely, resilient yet not pliable, resistant to corrosion by toxins. After decades of practice, they remained undamaged. Little did she anticipate that the poison within Xiao Maqing's body was so peculiar. And what was more critical was how it had rendered her needles ineffective. Sighing, she mused that her fees for treatment could not be trifled with. The cost of the silver needles will be borne by this prince. As Xiao Maqing gradually awakened, he caught sight of Bai Shu lost in thought over the pile of silver needles, her expression one of distress as she murmured about the 10 sets of needles. A smile crept onto his lips. After all, how could a few needles compare to his life? Very well, let the cost be deducted from the treatment fees. Though Bai Shu possessed wealth, who could refuse money? She observed Xiao Maqing's frail appearance, his lips pale and devoid of color, his once smooth hair now disheveled, strands tinged with fatigue. The wound on his left arm oozed more blood, and Bai Shu gently restrained his attempt to rise, softly instructing him to lie still for half an hour as the wound required redressing. Bai Shu skillfully opened the medicine box prepared early by Qing Feng, unwrapping the layers of gauze. Upon revealing the wound, she noted that while it bled due to his exertion, the blood's color was significantly improved compared to yesterday. No longer that ominous black, but rather a hint of crimson.
Good.
Xiao Maqing allowed Bai Shu to bandage his wound while he sensed his internal energy coursing through him. Your Highness should refrain from exerting your energy. I have already contained the spread of the toxin and repelled part of the cold poison. The toxic blood is being expelled from the acupoints in your arm. If you were to exert yourself now, it would accelerate the flow of blood, and any misstep could result in uncontrollable bleeding. Bai Shu's calm demeanor instilled an inexplicable trust in Xiao Maqing. He genuinely felt that this young girl had the capability to rescue him from the clutches of death. His body experienced an unprecedented lightness, though the acupuncture process was excruciating. He now felt an extraordinary warmth, almost scorching, akin to the normal temperature of human blood, a sensation he had never encountered before. Your Highness should feel as though you are basking by the fire. The medicine is taking effect, and in half an hour, your temperature will return to normal. Bai Shu's light remark brought a flush of embarrassment to Xiao Maqing's face. Oh, so the heat within him was a positive sign. No wonder he felt somewhat scorched. Noticing Bai Shu was oblivious to him, he turned his face away and cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. Well, thank you very much, Dr. Bai. I have prepared a token of gratitude on the table. As he thought this, Xiao Maqing felt a twinge of regret. He had originally intended to personally present the gift to Bai Shu, but he had not anticipated being so weak after the acupuncture that he could hardly move, only to lament his oversight. Upon hearing his mention of gratitude, Bai Shu paused in her task of bandaging the wound. Wasn't there a promise made? Will he not honor it? Surely not. The illustrious regent would not go back on his word. Bai Shu was momentarily taken aback. What was this? The promise still stood, but it wouldn't he do to let Dr. Bai make a fruitless trip, would it? Xiao Maching truly wished he could peer into Bai Shu's mind to discern what she was thinking all day. Wouldn't he, any normal person, be curious about the token of gratitude? Why was she the only one fretting about him breaking his promise? He, the esteemed regent of Dongye, could not possibly deceive a young girl. Alas, who could blame her for not being quite normal? Your Highness is far too courteous. Please accept it. Royalty are indeed generous. Quite agreeable. Bai Shu's face lit up with joy as she prepared to retrieve the gift, taking care to wipe away any traces of toxic blood from Xiao Maching and adjusting his garments. Indeed, I am a most competent doctor. Chapter 54. A unique treasure in this world. Every action of Bai Shu, along with her inner thoughts, was keenly observed by Xiao Maching. He couldn't help but smile, reflecting that such a lively and endearing young lady would effortlessly capture attention. Is it this box? Bai Shu quickly tidied Xiao Maching up and, having washed her hands, approached the table behind her. She discovered a delicate sandalwood box intricately carved with elaborate patterns, its texture refined, emanating a faint fragrance. However, compared to the box, Bai Shu was far more curious about its contents. With all his strength, Xiao Maching leaned against the headboard, watching as Bai Shu opened the box. Inside lay a string of exquisite red coral beads, each round and plump. A deep blood-red hue with a soft luster, clearly a remarkable piece. Xiao Maching awaited Bai Shu's expression of delight, but instead, she examined the bracelet in her palm and remarked, "A bracelet? Why, isn't it made of rosewood? It certainly looks far more appealing than my prayer beads." A gift from Xiao Maching. It must be quite valuable. Bai Shu had never worn a red coral bracelet before. Before binding with the system, she learned that the most valuable items were gold bangles, followed by gemstones. This was her first encounter with a red coral bracelet. She feared it might only retain value in this world, rendering it worthless outside. Xiao Maching, still weak, nearly choked upon hearing Bai Shu's thoughts. This is a red coral bracelet, a trophy from my military conquests in the southern regions several years ago, retrieved from the depths of the South China Sea. Later crafted into this bracelet, there is but this single piece in existence. Xiao Maching, for reasons he could not fathom, felt compelled to elucidate the bracelet's origin to Bai Shu, wanting her to understand that this bracelet was indeed far more valuable than her rosewood prayer beads. His mother had lit incense daily before the Buddha during her pregnancy, praying for his safe delivery. Thus, even though this string of prayer beads did not align with his ruthless identity, he had kept it close. Xiao Maching recalled Bai Shu's thoughts upon their first meeting. She had taken a liking to this bracelet, but the rosewood did not suit her. The resplendent red coral resonated far more with her essence. Oh, how meaningful. Only this single piece in the world? No wonder it is so beautiful. Upon hearing that the item was exceedingly rare, Bai Shu concluded it must be priceless. She suddenly recalled a grand palace drama in which a prince gifted the female lead a red coral bracelet, and it too must have been a valuable item. She saw no harm in accepting it. "Thank you, Your Highness. I shall not be courteous any longer." Bai Shu promptly slipped the bracelet onto her wrist, inspecting it closely. This dark red bracelet was indeed far more exquisite than an ordinary jade bangle, perfectly complementing her temperament. A fine item deserves a worthy companion. And as long as Dr. Bai is pleased, that suffices. Xiao Maching observed Bai Shu's fondness for the red coral and felt a wave of relief wash over him. This exquisite piece had languished in the royal treasury for several years, a remnant from when he reclaimed the border territories and was bestowed certain treasures by the late emperor. Initially indifferent to such material possessions, he had inexplicably chosen to keep the red coral. Recently, upon thinking of Bai Shu, he ordered it to be fashioned into a bracelet. Is the prince aware of the origins of the silver soul powder? After Bai Shu donned the bracelet, she approached Xiao Maching to take his pulse, preparing to share the information she had uncovered, knowing that if this matter was indeed linked to the Northern Desert royal family, it was no trifling issue. From the source of the antidote, it appeared that the silver soul powder was a poison originating from the Northern Desert. It was the late Duke Wu's wife who had fatally bitten into the poison, and its source had remained elusive since. Xiao Maching pondered for a moment. His hesitation was not due to a lack of desire to trace the poison's origins, but rather because the trail had gone cold at the home of the vendor from whom the late Duke's wife had procured the poison. By the time he arrived, all those associated with the poison had perished within their homes, their bodies exhibiting signs of poisoning. He suspected that someone had framed his mother, but she had always been approachable and lenient, even towards her servants, leaving him with no leads to pursue. The silver soul powder was a secret concoction of the Northern Desert royal family, and they themselves were unable to counteract it. Bai Shu did not beat around the bush, directly revealing the answer to him, whether he chose to believe it was no concern of hers. From the Northern Desert royal family, Xiao Moqing was momentarily taken aback, yet he held no doubts regarding Bai Shu's intentions. He recognized that she and her system were not ordinary individuals, but he wondered why his mother had no connections to the Northern Desert royal family and how she could have fallen victim to their specially crafted poison. Could it be that someone within the Northern Desert royal family had used the late Duke's wife as a guise to attempt to assassinate his mother, or even him? Otherwise, how could one explain the mysterious deaths of all who had come into contact with the silver soul powder? Indeed, the Northern Desert had been eyeing their territory with increasing aggression in recent years, and the impending conflict between Dongye and the Northern Desert was likely intertwined with this matter. Bai Shu deemed it necessary to inform Xiao Moqing as it pertained to the affairs of two nations, and she could not remain silent. Yes, a confrontation between Dongye and the Northern Desert is inevitable. This matter shall be entrusted to me to investigate. Xiao Moqing felt a glimmer of hope. If Bai Shu could indeed restore her health, he was confident that the Northern Desert would pose no challenge. The prince's health is somewhat better than I anticipated. After this treatment, at least he will no longer struggle to sleep at night. Moreover, even in the sweltering heat of summer, refrain from consuming excessive cold tea or drinks, as it may exacerbate the symptoms. Bai Shu discovered Xiao Moqing's pulse to be unexpectedly resilient. It was no wonder he had managed to endure such potent toxins until now. She sensed a remarkable flow of energy coursing through his veins, attributing it to his profound inner strength, enabling him to withstand some of the cold poison.
Now,
as she employed external methods to detoxify him, it would synergize with his inner strength to expedite his recovery. Though the acceleration was minimal, it was certainly better than nothing. I shall faithfully adhere to Dr. Bai's medical advice. Xiao Moqing leaned weakly against the couch, yet his eyes remained steadfastly locked on Bai Shu. He resolved that regardless of the outcome, he must give it a try. Perhaps heaven truly favored him, moved by the tribulations he had endured over the past 21 years, and would grant him a complete life. Until we locate those two critical medicinal ingredients, I will prescribe another remedy based on the prince's pulse. As a healer, Bai Shu cherished patients who complied with her recommendations, as it alleviated her worries considerably. Oh, and for our next acupuncture session, we will target the heart area and the soles of the feet, so the prince should prepare in advance. Bai Shu was accustomed to notifying patients of more private areas beforehand, especially the soles of the feet, to prevent any unnecessary embarrassment. After all, not everyone maintains impeccable foot hygiene. Understood. Xiao Moqing's dark eyes displayed a contemplative glimmer. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but upon reflection, he recognized that Bai Shu's thought processes were far from conventional and could not be judged by ordinary standards. Chapter 55. A Gift from the Regent. After exiting the Tianxiang tavern, Bai Shu hurried home with Yulan, intent on retrieving a small gift for Lu Ruyan. She was confident that with her presence, winning over her sister-in-law was only a matter of time, and she could hardly wait to see her. However, when Jiang and her entourage arrived at the Lu residence, Lu Ruyan did not await them with the anticipated joy, but rather wore a look of concern, calling out to Bai Shu, "Shuer, I have something of a personal nature to discuss with you." Fortunately, the elders of both the Bai and Lu families were well acquainted and understood that the two children had grown up together, allowing them to retreat to the garden to admire the flowers. "Sister Lu, what is the matter that seems so urgent? Today is indeed a momentous occasion in your life." Bai Shu was perplexed as she observed her brother anxiously seated beside their mother, fearful of any unforeseen mishaps. She cast a reassuring glance at Bai Zishuan, signaling him to relax, assuring him that the marriage would proceed without a hitch. Only then did Bai Zishuan settle down to converse with the elders of the Lu family. "I am aware of the situation, having heard it from my parents." When it came to the subject of marriage, a genuine sweetness illuminated Lu Ruyan's face. She was delighted to be united with Bai Zishuan. Yet, it was evident that this was not the matter she wished to address. She led Bai Shu to a secluded corner and whispered, "Shuer, what is going on between you and Du Wenqing? The streets are abuzz with rumors that you have accepted his proposal." Lu Ruyan had accompanied her mother shopping that morning and had caught wind of the news. Bai Shu was not only her dear sister, but also her future sister-in-law, so she was naturally invested in her affairs. However, Du Wenqing was hardly a suitable match. Had he truly wished to propose, he would have done so months earlier when Bai Shu was actively pursuing him. Now, after being publicly rejected, he sought to propose again. Displaying a complete disregard for a woman's reputation and feelings, such a man was far from commendable. I agreed to his proposal. Bai Shu was momentarily taken aback. Hearing Du Wenqing's name on such a joyous day felt like an ill omen. Indeed, many people on the streets are spreading this tale. If you were to find a good match, I would surely be happy for you. But Du Wenqing is simply not discerning in matters of the heart. While he is pursuing you, he remains entangled with Su Yunxi. You must keep your wits about you. Lu Ruyan was somewhat aware of the situation between Su Yunxi and Du Wenqing, largely due to his mother who loved to boast about her son's affairs to the neighbors, elevating him to a status beyond reason. Although a top scholar is impressive, there are always those more accomplished, young masters like Bai Zixuan, raised with care to serve the court, would surely outperform him in any examination. Sister Lu, I understand your concern, but I have never agreed to him. Even amidst the rampant rumors, I will not marry him. Bai Shu recognized that Lu Ruyan genuinely regarded her as a sister. As during the original owner's blind admiration for Du Wenqing, only her family dared to point out his flaws. Others would not risk offending a daughter of the Xiongfu by offering a warning. Do you truly believe that? Then why are the rumors so vivid outside? Lu Ruyan's expression was one of astonishment. Surely, even if Du Wenqing had the audacity, he would not dare to spread falsehoods about Bai Shu. Even if she still held a flicker of hope for him, a woman's honor was of utmost importance. Sister Lu, do you remember that day we encountered Du Wenqing at the gates of the Xiongfu? Bai Shu began to piece together the origins of the rampant gossip. I do remember. Could it be that when you said he would never marry a girl, he assumed that if he formally proposed, you would accept? Lu Ruyan was genuinely shocked, covering her mouth in disbelief to stifle her voice, astonished that Du Wenqing could be so oblivious and foolish. On that occasion, she was present and witnessed everything clearly. When Du Wenqing expressed his intention to propose, Bai Shu bore no trace of a smile, which certainly did not convey an affirmative response. How could he possibly interpret her demeanor as consent to marry him? Indeed, it was that very moment, but rest assured,
Du Wenqing will ultimately wed Su Yunxi.
It is likely that the two have long since made a private commitment to one another. The only reason they have not abandoned me is that my status still holds some value for them. Regardless of their plans, Bai Shu will ensure that their love culminates in a lasting union. Du Wenqing is certainly not a man worthy of trust. And with our Shu's beauty and talent, she can undoubtedly find someone far superior. Lu Ruyan affectionately took Bai Shu's arm, fully aware that she deserves better. I am in no hurry. I look forward to your swift entrance into the household, so we can see each other every day. Bai Shu jested with Lu Ruyan, and they both erupted into laughter, their beauty adding a vibrant hue to the ancient courtyard. You still can't see me every day. Lu Ruyan blushed, playfully bantering with Bai Shu, as their families were merely separated by a street. But it's not the same. I still have to make the trek to the Lu residence. It's quite a distance. Laughed Bai Shu. Observing Lu Ruyan's flustered expression only heightened her amusement, while Lu Ruyan found herself at a loss for a retort, eager to change the subject. Suddenly, she noticed the red coral bracelet on Bai Shu's wrist and exclaimed, "Is that red coral?"
Let me see it.
Lu Ruyan gently pulled Bai Shu's wrist closer, marveling at the string of red coral beads. The originally dark red beads refracted a delicate radiance under the sun, and upon closer inspection, one could discern intricate patterns. The craftsmanship evident in its exquisite quality. This was no ordinary item. Where did you acquire this bracelet? Lu Ruyan marveled at its elegance, fully aware that such fine red coral is invaluable and rare. It was a gift from the Regent. Bai Shu recognized the bracelet's worth reflected in Lu Ruyan's eyes, silently commending Xiao Maching for such generosity. Indeed, royal gifts are lavish. The Regent gifted you a bracelet? This red coral was clearly awarded to the prince by the late emperor several years ago. Even the eldest princess and the empress have not received such a thing. Lu Ruyan's mouth gaped in astonishment. This was perhaps the most shocking news she had ever heard. The Regent transformed a royal gift of red coral into a bracelet for her dear friend Bai Shu. She recalled how the eldest princess had once sought the prince's permission to craft jewelry from it, only to be refused repeatedly. Lu Ruyan pondered how fantastical this world was. That's because I assisted him with his ailment. It is only natural for him to offer me a token of gratitude. Clearly, Xiao Maching had not misled Bai Shu. This bracelet was indeed unique, or else Lu Ruyan would not be so astonished. What did you say? Aren't you known for treating infertility in women? You? Chapter 56. Stirring Emotions. This revelation left Lu Ruyan utterly speechless, her thoughts stumbling over each other. Truly, the more shocking the news, the more shocking it becomes. Sister Lu, where are your thoughts wandering? The prince only sustained a minor injury. Yesterday, while you and my brother were rowing on the lake, I encountered the prince alongside the eldest princess and assisted in dressing his wound. However, the matter of the prince's injury must remain confidential. Bai Shu deliberately emphasized Lu Ruyan's outing with Bai Zishuan, causing her to blush furiously. Thankfully, Lu Ruyan did not press further on that subject, though her curiosity remained piqued regarding the rarity of the red coral. While the prince was generous, he was not one to bestow gifts lightly. The eldest princess had requested such a token multiple times without success. Lu Ruyan, influenced by the eldest princess's demeanor, regarded the regent as a stern elder.
Well,
I not only treated him, but I also aided the princess in her healing. Receiving a bracelet in return is hardly excessive, is it? Once something reaches Bai Shu's hands, it is never returned. At worst, I could offer aftercare to ensure Xiao Maching's health for several years. Surely that is reasonable? No, what I mean is, could it be that the prince has developed a newfound regard for you because of this, leading to other intentions? Lu Ruyan gazed at Bai Shu, who appeared utterly innocent, nearly exasperated. How could someone so accomplished in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, as well as possessing exceptional medical skills, be so oblivious in this regard? When has anyone ever seen the regent present a gift to a woman? If there were no underlying issues, I find it hard to believe. If the prince truly harbored other thoughts towards me, it would only be natural. Who wouldn't he be captivated by my excellence? Bai Shu dismissed Lu Ruyan's concerns, confident that Xiao Maching's icy demeanor would not sway her heart, for she would never allow herself to fall for anyone. She was resolute in her belief that she would navigate this world with carefree abandon, perhaps allowing the original owner to experience a complete life. Yet she could never embrace love, as she could not bear the anguish of parting. Should she carry the memories of this life into a next world devoid of him, she would rather that nothing had ever transpired. At least then, she could depart without hesitation. However, the system that perpetually lingered in Bai Shu's mind was ringing alarm bells. What had Lu Ruyan just said? The fearsome regent had developed feelings for its master? This was more terrifying than the apocalypse. Who would come to its rescue? Host. What exactly is the nature of your relationship with the regent? Are you secretly engaging in nefarious deeds behind my back? Boo-hoo. The system lamented, wishing to secure its standing and absolutely unable to falter here. Keep your voice down. I have no connection with him whatsoever. You saw. He is gravely poisoned and on the verge of death. What could I possibly feel for him? Bai Shu was exasperated by the system's incessant chatter, knowing full well that her relationship with Xiao Maching was impossible. It's not that I don't care. I'm just concerned that you might be deceived by that big pig's trotter. What if he hears our conversation and devises a scheme to manipulate you? That would be perilous. The system insisted its sixth sense was infallible, while Bai Shu simply refused to believe it. Alas, if it were not for losing its host, it would be nothing more than a solitary wandering system. It desperately wished to give Bai Shu a warning against Xiao Maching. His life is presently in my hands. Should I fear him? You ought to focus on concocting beauty formulas, specifically one for anti-aging, to give to my mother. Bai Shu was all too familiar with the system's timid nature. It had previously expressed fear of thunder. Who would believe that a system capable of traversing countless worlds would be afraid of a storm?
Oh.
The system emitted a sigh laden with resentment, feeling utterly disregarded by Bai Shu, who insisted on her beauty-concocting pursuits and anti-aging secrets. Alas, what kind of system had turned out like this? So pitiful. It is precisely your excellence that attracts so many admirers. Lu Ruyan smiled indulgently at Bai Shu's self-adulation. They often teased each other in this manner, yet Lu Ruyan felt a sense of certainty. Perhaps Bai Shu truly was naive about matters of the heart. A year ago, her impulsive pursuit of Du Wenqing was likely mere appreciation for his talents, rather than genuine affection, and it was no wonder she could extricate herself so decisively. However, her concern lay in the possibility that if the regent truly developed feelings for Bai Shu, it would be exceedingly difficult for her to escape unscathed. Sister Lu, you are equally exceptional. Look at the gift I brought you. Bai Shu mysteriously produced a porcelain jar with a white base and red patterns from her sleeve, opening it to release a delightful fragrance. What is this? Lu Ruyan was taken aback by Bai Shu's thoughtful gift, receiving the small jar filled with a translucent, creamy substance that bore the scent of catalpa blossoms. This is my exclusive beauty balm, truly one of a kind. All others are mere imitations. Bai Shu, speaking softly, delicately scooped a dollop of beauty balm, roughly the size of a fingernail, and evenly spread it across Lu Ruyan's delicate hand. The originally fair skin appeared even more refined and supple. Moreover, I have infused it with the essence of catalpa blossoms. Do take a whiff. How does it smell? Bai Shu remarked with pride. The formula was indeed a gift from the system, yet the concoction was entirely her own handiwork, devoid of any artificial fragrance. Enriched solely by the 2 catalpa trees they had planted together years ago. Thank you, Shuer. I absolutely adore it. The fragrance is delightful. Far more pleasant than the cosmetics sold outside. Lu Ruyan expressed her enthusiasm for the gift, as no girl in the world could resist the allure of beauty, herself included. Use it daily after cleansing your face. It will ensure your complexion remains tender and youthful. My elder brother will surely appreciate it more. Bai Shu's startling words caused Lu Ruyan's cheeks to flush crimson. This time, it was no mere jest. Lu Ruyan felt an urgent desire to grasp Bai Shu's sleeve. Yet Bai Shu was not one to stand still and be teased. She retreated a considerable distance, evading Lu Ruyan's playful assault. The 2 sisters frolicked in the courtyard for a while, laughing until tears brimmed in the corners of their eyes. And a light sheen of sweat adorned their foreheads before they finally paused. All right, it was my fault. Dear Sister Lu, please do not be angry. Let us head to the front hall. Bai Shu chuckled, bringing the playful banter to an end. Today, she felt an overwhelming sense of joy. From the perspectives of Lu Ruyan and Bai Zishuan, it seemed they had merely been silent for 3 years, and suddenly, with her matchmaking efforts, they were destined to become a couple and lead a blissful life together. Little did they know from Bai Shu's viewpoint, Lu Ruyan had entrusted her fate to the wrong person, wasting half a lifetime, while Bai Zishuan remained lonely and unfulfilled. Thus, how could Bai Shu not be elated? The 2 sisters returned to the front hall in high spirits, where the atmosphere between both families was harmonious. Upon seeing Lu Ruyan's smiling countenance, Bai Zishuan felt a weight lift from his heart. Chapter 57, The Proposal. After leaving the Lu residence, Bai Zishuan deliberately intercepted Bai Shu before she boarded the carriage, inquiring, Shuer, what did Ruyan say to you just now? The engagement between Bai Zishuan and Lu Ruyan had progressed smoothly. Today marked the auspicious occasion for the formal proposal, after which it would be up to Jiang Shi to take on the responsibilities. Sister Lu shared some intimate thoughts with me. What? Does elder brother wish to eavesdrop? Bai Shu observed her brother's anxious demeanor and felt that he must be a considerate person. Yet, she found it quite amusing, with the marriage already settled. What could he possibly still be worried about? I noticed Ruyan seemed somewhat troubled when she left, but she returned in high spirits. Bai Zishuan defended himself, feeling the need to clarify. He did not intend to pry. Rather, he hoped to resolve any issues that might arise. Sister Lu was merely a bit nervous. But after our conversation, she seemed much happier. By the way, elder brother, regarding the grain seedling issue you discussed with the prince today, I have some insights to share with you when we return home. Bai Shu was not deliberately concealing the matter of Du Wenqing's spreading rumors. She simply believed she could handle it without burdening her family. What insights could a young girl like you possibly have? Bai Zishuan laughed without restraint, unable to suppress his amusement. While his sister might manage a few lines of poetry when it came to statecraft or agriculture, how could a delicate girl, untouched by the rigors of labor, offer any meaningful perspective? He suspected she might not even recognize what corn seeds or seedlings looked like. How dare you look down on me? Bai Shu exclaimed indignantly. If elder brother does not wish to hear, then I shall remain silent. She had never anticipated encountering resistance from her elder brother, and she was determined to assert her capabilities. Clenching her small fist and placing her hands on her hips, her pouting expression elicited laughter from those around her, even drawing the attention of Jiang Shi, who had just boarded the carriage. Xianer, are you bullying your sister? Jiang Shi asked incredulously, as their family had always prioritized the daughters over the sons. Regardless of whether they were brothers or younger siblings, they had always been deferential to Bai Shu, especially Bai Zishuan, who had always been responsible and caring towards his siblings, never uttering a harsh word. On this joyful occasion, could it be that he had become overly exuberant and lost his temperament? Mother, elder brother is belittling me. Bai Shu seized the opportunity to report her grievances, her voice filled with righteous indignation. Upon hearing her daughter's distress, Jiang Shi immediately felt a pang of maternal instinct. She rushed down from the carriage and enveloped Bai Shu in her embrace, casting a disapproving glare at her usually composed eldest son. Although Bai Zishuan bore his own unexpressed grievances, he was left with no choice but to play along with the mother-daughter performance. He scratched his nose awkwardly and said, Mother, I did not bully my sister. Sister, let us hurry home. Elder brother wishes to hear your insights. After soothing their mother, Bai Shu turned to comfort his sister. Hearing him express interest, Bai Shu finally extricated herself from Jiang Shi's embrace, wiped away her non-existent tears, and said, "All right then, I shall begrudgingly offer elder brother some advice." With that, she lifted her chin and climbed into the carriage, thinking, "You may disregard me now, but soon enough, you will find me utterly irresistible." Bai Shu brimmed with confidence, convinced that Bai Shu would soon be left in awe of her insights. "Very well, I shall listen attentively." Bai Shu couldn't help but chuckle at Bai Shu's swift change of demeanor and her exaggerated performance. He felt that his sister had become more vibrant and cheerful than before. No, she had always been lively and affectionate as a child. It was all Du Wenqing's fault for leading her astray. Now that his innocent sister had returned, it was truly delightful. "You must not bully your sister any longer. Do you hear?" Jiang Shi reminded Bai Shu, observing his jovial demeanor, which seemed far from serious. She added, "Both hands are precious. If one must be chosen, I shall always select my daughter." "All right, mother, I understand," Bai Shu replied, his face adorned with a broad smile as he held back the curtain and assisted Jiang Shi into the carriage. The family then set off towards the Xiang residence. However, their good mood did not last long, for an unexpected guest soon arrived. The following noon, Du Wenqing and his mother, accompanied by a matchmaker, arrived at the Xiang residence. When the doorman announced their presence, Jiang Shi and the matriarch were left in shock. Bai Shu had previously made it clear that she held no affection for Du Wenqing. What could possibly compel him to come directly with a matchmaker today? They quickly welcomed him inside, for certain matters could not be discussed at the door. Otherwise, word might spread, and while the scholar might not care for his reputation, their daughter still had her dignity to uphold. "Sure, I have come to propose today," Du Wenqing stated upon seeing Bai Shu, immediately striking a nerve. "I have told you not to address me in such a manner. Have you forgotten so soon? Despite your youth?" Bai Shu thought disdainfully, her internal irritation barely masked by her calm facade, though her words reflected no mercy.
Noticing Bai Shu's peculiar attitude,
which mirrored the coldness of their previous encounter, Du Wenqing sensed something was amiss and hastily sought to apologize, realizing the urgency of stabilizing her feelings, especially since they were to discuss their potential union today. However, his mother, unable to contain her impatience, bluntly interrupted with Du Wenqing's apology lodged in her throat. Her slender frame, with sharp features, was clad in an oversized, ill-fitting dress as she stepped forward with confidence and declared, "We have come today to discuss the marriage between the children." Mrs. Du was aware that the two had developed a good rapport over the past year. It was indeed time to discuss their future together. As soon as Madame Du uttered those words, the entire assembly was taken aback, particularly the accompanying matchmaker, whose countenance soured dramatically, leaving her speechless. Had it not been for Du Wenqing's repeated assurances that Bai Shu would undoubtedly acquiesce, coupled with the generous betrothal gifts, she would have been exceedingly reluctant to wade into such murky waters. She had heard earlier that the legitimate daughter of the Xiang family had rejected the top scholar at her doorstep. Anyone with even a modicum of self-awareness would not presume to propose under such circumstances. Moreover, what was Madame Du insinuating? What did she mean by claiming that the two had developed a deep affection within a year? Was she not concerned about the young lady's reputation? Du Wenqing himself was also taken aback by his mother's words. He had cautioned her repeatedly to adopt a more humble demeanor upon arriving at the Xiang residence. For Bai Shu was no longer the naive girl who would obey him without question. He had little confidence in securing her approval. Thus he had prepared contingencies with Su Yunqi. However, he had not anticipated that his mother would make such a shocking proclamation, rendering any attempts at damage control futile. Only Madame Du remained, naively believing she had spoken eloquently. In reality, she had merely suggested that Bai Shu was the one pursuing her son, thus extending a semblance of dignity to the Bai family, for which they should be grateful. The previously silent Jiang and the matriarch were thrown into a fit of incredulous laughter by Madame Du's absurdity. Even the usually affable matriarch spoke up. "Madame Du, I must urge you to exercise caution in your words. All the young ladies of my Xiang family are of impeccable virtue. Should you be here to tarnish my granddaughter's reputation, I kindly ask you to take your leave." Having long entrusted the household management to Jiang, the matriarch had enjoyed a life of tranquility, indulging in the joys of family. Thus, it surprised both Jiang and Bai Shu to hear her speak so sharply, her expression now serious. Du Wenqing was already overwhelmed with fright, hastily interjecting, "Madam, my mother has misspoken. I apologize on her behalf." With a humble bow, he aimed to salvage the situation, managing to preserve some semblance of dignity. Yet, matters were far from straightforward. Before the Bai family could respond with forgiveness, Madame Du grew anxious, seizing Du Wenqing's elbow, urging him to stand tall, and admonishing him in hushed tones. What is the meaning of this? We are here to propose. And you are apologizing? Despite her whispers, Madame Du's voice, honed from years of being a streetwise matron, was hardly muted, eliciting astonishment from everyone present. Daughter, let us discuss this at home. Today's proposal is paramount. Du Wenqing lamented, attempting to pacify his mother and prevent her from uttering anything more outrageous. After all, his standing in Bai Shu's eyes had drastically changed. He was genuinely at a loss regarding her temperament. For instance, the girl who should have been irate was instead smiling, albeit with a rather unsettling edge. Meanwhile, Bai Shu was indeed in good spirits, viewing the unfolding drama as entertainment. In the original narrative, this very Madame Du had often wielded her influence against Su Yunxi after Du Wenqing's marriage, believing her son to be a paragon deserving of a wife from a more prestigious lineage. Consequently, she made life difficult for Su Yunxi, who, blessed with the protagonist's halo, managed to navigate the challenges well. Understanding Madame Du's ambitions for Du Wenqing to become a prince consort offered some insight into her temperament. Yet Bai Shu had no intention of indulging her. What kind of proposal is this? Is it customary for a family to arrive merely to create discord? Sitting firmly in her chair, she did not rise, idly toying with the lid of her teacup, her nonchalance enough to drive Madame Du to the brink of madness. Though she longed to unleash her fury, the warning glare from her son restrained her, leading her to contemplate a more tactful approach prior to the wedding, with the intent of settling scores afterward. Miss Bai, what you say is rather uncalled for. We are indeed here to propose. Madame Du quickly switched her tone, plastering on a smile. One could not help but marvel at how Du Wenqing inherited his mother's ability to bend and flex in social situations. Yes, indeed. We come bearing sincere intentions to propose, Du Wenqing echoed, smiling in concordance with his mother. However, the matchmaker, a keen observer, remained silent, recognizing that the situation was far from how Du Wenqing had portrayed it. She hoped to continue her career in matchmaking and knew that offending the current prime minister would be detrimental to her standing. Thus, she endeavored to minimize her presence, wishing to remain unscathed. Please have a seat. Bai Shu remained seated, gesturing for Du Wenqing and his party to join her. Although Madame Du found this behavior discourteous, she restrained her outburst, being tugged along by Du Wenqing's insistence. Observing Bai Shu's flippant demeanor only solidified her resolve to teach the girl a lesson in propriety in the future. Yet Bai Shu awaited something more. Skeptical that Du Wenqing would dare to spread rumors, confident in the formality of today's proposal. Surely, he could not be so presumptuous to assume her agreement to the union? The answer was evidently negative. Thus, he must have a performance prepared, even before the leading lady, Su Yunxi, made her entrance. She was eager to witness the unfolding drama. Old Madam, Miss, the Regent has arrived. However, before Bai Shu could see Su Yunxi take the stage, it was the Regent who first made his appearance. The doorman, upon recognizing the Regent, rushed to inform the assembly, but Xiao Maqing was quicker still, striding in before anyone could react. Your Highness, the crowd exclaimed in unison, bowing in respect. Bai Shu, however, could only internally scoff. The show is about to begin, and your timing is impeccable. Bai Shu worried that Xiao Maqing's presence might detract from her enjoyment of the spectacle. Yet, Xiao Maqing merely inclined his head slightly, looking past Bai Shu's petite figure to observe the coral bracelet adorning her wrist, as if finding satisfaction in the sight. His voice bore a hint of mirth as he declared, I am here to change the dressing. His words fell like a stone into still waters, creating ripples of surprise. Jiang and the matriarch exchanged glances, having some knowledge of Bai Shu's role in tending to the regent's wounds, while Madame Du and her companions wore expressions of sheer astonishment. Du Wenqing's face was a portrait of regret as he thought, Bai Shu has become quite formidable. Not only has she connected with the Grand Princess, but she has also established ties with the Regent. I should have accepted her advances sooner, otherwise, I too could have been standing beside the Regent. Madame Du's expression was one of disdain. She deemed Bai Shu to possess nothing beyond her beauty and noble status, with no other merits to speak of, particularly regarding the propriety between men and women. Having previously pursued her son to the brink of marriage, she now found her mingling with other men unacceptable. With Xiao Maqing standing there, seemingly unscathed, it was clear that changing dressings required a degree of intimacy, a flagrant disregard for decorum. I cannot allow this to persist until after the wedding. Once the engagement is settled today, I shall teach Bai Shu a lesson in etiquette. Only the matchmaker remained. her eyes wide, mouth agape, nearly dislocating her jaw in disbelief. What had she just witnessed? The regent sought Bai Shu for a dressing change. The regent requested a woman to assist him. At this moment, she was acutely aware that the Xiang family must not be offended, especially not Bai Shu. Your Highness's wound must be tended to swiftly, Bai Shu remarked, her brow furrowing in confusion. Is he relying on me now? Does he need the esteemed physician to handle such a trivial matter? Bai Shu was perplexed. What had gotten into Xiaomaqing? Wasn't he supposed to be preoccupied with state affairs and diplomatic communications? How is it that today you find yourself so idle that you must make a trip to the minister's residence for such trivial matters? Surely, the young emperor is not still buried in paperwork, is he? Chapter 59. The grand performance begins. One cannot help but acknowledge that Bai Shu has truly grasped the situation. Xiaomaqing, who was initially immersed in governmental affairs, could hardly remain composed upon learning that Du Wenqing had come to the minister's residence to propose marriage, targeting none other than the legitimate daughter, Bai Shu. Although Bai Shu's sentiments rendered Du Wenqing utterly insignificant, the complexities of a woman's heart are as mysterious as the depths of the ocean. Who could predict whether she might unexpectedly change her mind? Miss Bai, it is imperative that you attend to the master's health. The matter of changing his dressings must rest upon your capable hands. Chengfeng, who followed Xiaomaqing, felt an immediate alarm at the prospect of Bai Shu entrusting him with such a task. Even he, lacking in perceptiveness, could discern that the master had specifically sought out Bai Shu. Should he presumptuously take on the task of changing the dressings, he would surely face dire consequences upon his return, likely at the hands of military law. Bai Shu was too weary to comment on this clumsy excuse. Her master, of noble lineage, was not the only one who bore the burdens of life. Just as she was about to speak, Xiaomaqing preempted her, adopting an appearance of compliance, as he regarded Bai Shu. It appears there are pressing matters at your esteemed residence today. I can certainly wait. His demeanor, seemingly submissive and yielding, left Bai Shu feeling somewhat bashful. Indeed, given his unique constitution and the lingering cold poison within him, even the slightest injury posed significant healing challenges. Nevertheless, she resolved to assist him with the dressing change and perhaps check his pulse. It was no monumental task. Then I kindly ask the prince to wait a moment. I shall attend to it shortly. Bai Shu thought to herself as she gestured for Xiaomaqing to take a seat in the most prominent position among the guests, while she elegantly returned to her own seat, eager to observe the unfolding drama. Better to arrive early than to arrive at the right moment. A grand performance cannot lack an audience, after all. Xiaomaqing, without a word, complied and took his place beside Bai Shu. Upon hearing her cheerful declaration about watching the grand performance, any lingering uncertainty in his heart dissipated, and a smile crept upon his lips. For he found someone far more captivating than any stage play. From the perspectives of the matriarch and Madame Jiang, the scene unfolded as follows. Bai Shu commanded the regent prince to sit in a lower position, compelling him to endure waiting while they discussed family matters. This audacity left them both startled. How could the regent prince be treated with such disregard? Madame Jiang hurried to Bai Shu's side, leaning in to whisper urgently, "Sure, you should assist the prince with his dressing change. I am here with your grandmother, so it is sufficient." Madame Jiang was anxious for her daughter, her voice betraying a hint of trepidation. Bai Shu merely lifted her gaze to meet her mother's, offering a reassuring whisper, "There is no rush. The prince's medicine has yet to arrive." She fabricated a reason, knowing full well that neither Madame Jiang nor her grandmother possessed any medical expertise. And even if they had some knowledge, they would not question her professionalism. Indeed, Madame Jiang remained skeptical, glancing at the regent prince and quietly inquired, "Is that so?" Despite her lack of understanding in such matters, she felt it was inappropriate. "Of course it is true. My daughter would never jest about the prince's health." Bai Shu's steadfast gaze and firm tone eased Madame Jiang's worries, prompting her to smile at the regent prince as she took her place alongside the matriarch. However, the exchange between Bai Shu and Madame Jiang did not escape Xiaomaqing's keen ears. Trained from a young age in martial arts, his senses were heightened, rendering their whispers easily audible to him. Yet, he feigned indifference, merely casting a glance at Bai Shu, his interest piqued. She was truly clever, spinning tales without a moment's thought, much like a cunning little fox. "Matriarch Bai, Madame Bai, we have come today to seek the hand of your esteemed daughter."
Jimmy?
Having finally regained her composure, resumed her purpose for visiting, but was abruptly interrupted by Su Yunxi. "I pay my respects to the regent prince, and greetings to my grandmother and aunt. Yunxi has come to discuss important matters with my sister." Dressed in a refined long gown, delicate as a white lotus, Su Yunxi's entrance heightened the anticipation for the unfolding drama. Here it comes, the grand performance is about to commence. At this moment, Bai Shu's enthusiasm for the spectacle reached its zenith. Xiao Maching, upon hearing her thoughts, cast a fleeting, puzzled glance at Su Yunxi. He was curious about what kind of grand performance could so intrigue the usually whimsical Bai Shu. How absurd. Do you not see that the prince and guests are present? What urgent matters could you possibly have to discuss with Shu? Or have you forgotten all sense of decorum? The matriarch was the first to voice her disapproval, her disappointment in Su Yunxi growing ever stronger. It was evident that a child's disposition was formed in their youth, and despite their best efforts to guide her, it was to no avail. What pressing matters could an unmarried young lady have while still residing at home? She showed complete disregard for the prince and the guest's dignity. Remarkably, Dumu found herself in agreement with the matriarch, believing Su Yunxi's demeanor to be unbecoming and indicative of a small-minded upbringing. What business did she have interrupting discussions of significance among elders? Only Du Wenqing, fully aware of the situation, felt a pang of concern for Su Yunxi. Where had her usual wisdom disappeared to? How could she be so reckless? Not even a decent excuse had she devised. Ah, sister, you are always so discerning. If you seek me out, it must indeed be for something of great importance. I shall accompany you, though I must beg the prince and madam to excuse us. Quick, praise me. Look how well I'm handling the situation. No need for you to come up with an excuse.
Haha.
With the eyes of the room upon her, some in approval and others in disapproval, Bai Shu boldly rose to her feet. This left Su Yunxi momentarily stunned. She had been racking her brain for a suitable response, yet Bai Shu had readily agreed. Truly, she was still the same naive Bai Shu, easily manipulated.
Sha'ir.
Madame Jiang attempted to intervene, but was too late. Bai Shu strode over and grasped Su Yunxi's arm, presenting an air of camaraderie that left Su Yunxi feeling slightly out of her depth. Xiao Maching regarded the radiant Bai Shu with a smile, his voice deep and steady. It matters not. The tea at the minister's residence is quite pleasant. Bai Shu, clearly in high spirits, would not allow Xiao Maching to dampen her enthusiasm at this moment. Qing Feng, on the other hand, could only mutter in his heart, is the royal residence's tea not to your liking? Or does the minister's residence hold greater allure? Yet, it was a question that would remain unanswered. With the regent prince having spoken, Dumu, despite her reluctance, had no choice but to permit their departure. The matriarch and Madame Jiang were equally at a loss. Since Bai Shu was determined, they might as well indulge her. As for Du Wenqing, he was somewhat bewildered. He had expected the plan to proceed smoothly, but had not anticipated it would go this effortlessly. Yulan, please bring another pot of tea. With the regent prince's consent, Bai Shu, in high spirits, promptly ordered Yulan to fetch another pot, for the grand performance had just begun, and no one should be left parched. Thus, Dumu's intention to propose marriage to the legitimate daughter Bai Shu remained unspoken. Chapter 60, The Poisoning. Sister, you seem a bit different today. As Su Yunxi and Bai Shu reached the pavilion in the courtyard, which was not far from the main hall and easily accessible, Su Yunxi felt somewhat perplexed by Bai Shu's unusual demeanor. Initially, she had been quite certain of her ability to sway Bai Shu today, but now her confidence wavered.
Oh.
Pray tell, sister, in what way do I appear different? In the absence of an audience, Bai Shu, disinterested in pleasantries, took a seat and began surveying her surroundings. System. It's time to get to work. Quickly assess how the White Lotus intends to harm your host. Having nurtured the system for countless days, Bai Shu summoned it to help her evaluate the risks in her vicinity. Host, beware. There is a drug in the cup. Do not drink it under any circumstances. The system surveyed its surroundings, spotting a pond not far away. Originally, the first plot at the Xiang residence had unfolded there, where Su Yunxi had pretended to be framed by Bai Shu, causing discord among the Bai family and inciting further disdain from Du Wenqing towards Bai Shu. However, Bai Shu had traversed into this realm and had rejected Du Wenqing at the Tianxiang tavern, thus averting the ensuing plot of being framed and falling into the water.
Now,
the method had merely changed in appearance yet remained fundamentally the same, with the new scheme involving the application of a drug on the rim of a cup. Just a narcotic? Not poison, or perhaps some sort of love potion. Bai Shu scoffed inwardly. If it had been a potent poison, perhaps she would have regarded Su Yunxi with a modicum of respect, but the reality was merely a trivial narcotic. It seemed that despite her grand ambitions, her courage was rather diminutive. Thus, should she ever ascend to the status of a high official's wife, it was unlikely she would achieve anything of significance.
indeed.
Only the cup in front of the host possesses the narcotic, but I can also eliminate the drug or even apply substances to another cup. The system felt invigorated. As long as there was no mention of Xiaomoqing, or more precisely, as long as its host refrained from speaking ill of Xiaomoqing, it could function quite smoothly. I won't even need your assistance. Bai Shu refrained from voicing her thoughts. After all, such a feeble system could be a liability. If it were to replace the drug with something else, causing her to slumber for several days and nights, it would be far from worth it. Ever since she discovered the system's limited energy in this world, Bai Shu had endeavored to prevent it from acting against the narrative's progression, treating it as a versatile assistant instead. Be cautious. Su Yunxi likely intends for you to faint here, allowing Du Wenqing to approach you and establish a physical connection, thus leaving you unable to refuse the marriage proposal. The system utilized its formidable analytical skills to assist Bai Shu in problem-solving. How utterly laughable. Even if I were to share an intimate moment with that so-called Phoenix man, I would never marry him. Setting aside Bai Shu's mindset, which was inherently not aligned with the feudal values of this era, even if she were truly bound by societal norms, she would rather renounce her hair and become a nun than wed someone she did not favor. Moreover, this was merely a world she inhabited to complete a task. Should the day come when she wished to depart, she could simply wield a blade against Du Wenqing and Su Yunxi, thus achieving a definitive conclusion. In any case, she would never marry Du Wenqing. Go for it, host. Bai Shu had faith in the system's capabilities. It had already assessed that the food on the table posed no threat. Consequently, she paid no heed to Su Yunxi's actions and directly plucked a crystal-clear grape, savoring it. The difference was minimal. She was simply more buoyant now. Su Yunxi observed Bai Shu consuming grapes with abandon, devoid of any semblance of a refined lady, and couldn't help but reflect on her own past, once carefree and unrestrained, chasing after Du Wenqing without a care for her image. Now, she still exuded a bold and carefree spirit, living life to the fullest, yet she sensed a change within herself, though she could not pinpoint exactly what had altered. Let us get to the point. Why did you summon me? Yulan peeled a lychee and offered it to Bai Shu, who, upon tasting it, was delighted. The unrefined lychee variety in this world was remarkably sweet. Moreover, it was juicy, devoid of the sourness that characterized grapes. It was no wonder the affluent favored such delicacies. Su Yunxi felt somewhat unsettled by Bai Shu's remarks, as if she were being led around by the nose, coupled with a suffocating sense of being trapped with no way out. She steeled herself and said, on a related note, I wonder what my sister's opinion of young Master Du is? Upon finishing her query, she signaled to her maid, Tsuegua, who promptly understood and filled their teacups before ushering Yulan away. Yulan, come with me to fetch some pastries. Tsuegua's servitude was bound to Su Yunxi's family, so despite her reluctance to obey her mistress's command, she could not openly defy it. Instead, she complied, believing it would make her own life easier. Why not just have someone bring them up? With the masters present, we, the servants, cannot leave. Yulan firmly rejected Tsuegua's absurd invitation. The Xiang residence had its fair share of servants, and she dared not abandon her young mistress. Moreover, Bai Shu and Su Yunxi were conversing in the pavilion, and Yulan remained occupied, fanning her mistress and peeling lychees, whereas Tsuegua appeared distracted, her gaze wandering. Tsuegua did not anticipate that she could not sway Yulan, leaving her somewhat at a loss. She cast a pleading glance towards Su Yunxi, only to find her expression colder than when she was angry, causing tears to well up in Tsuegua's eyes. Yulan, go fetch pastries with Tsuegua and remember to bring back some of my favorites. Bai Shu was not there to witness the drama between the tyrannical mistress and her loyal maid. She was eager to see the comedy unfold. With Bai Shu's command, Yulan, albeit reluctantly, had no choice but to comply, while Tsuegua shot a grateful glance at Bai Shu, further darkening Su Yunxi's expression. However, successfully sending away her devoted maid made matters more manageable. Yulan, don't forget the horsehoof cakes and flour pastries. As the two maids ventured a few steps away from the pavilion, Bai Shu called out to Yulan once more, prompting Su Yunxi to glance over and cast a threatening look at Tsuegua, instructing her to ensure Yulan was detained. However, in the brief moment it took for Su Yunxi to turn her head, Bai Shu swiftly switched the positions of their teacups, placing the one laced with narcotics before Su Yunxi. Host, that was impressive. You are undoubtedly a professional. The system was taken aback by Bai Shu's deft maneuvering. Her speed was worthy of a magician. Just a sprinkle of water. Such a trivial tactic held little interest for Bai Shu, and she scorned the idea of resorting to poison. Her goal was merely to be achieved. If she were to employ poison or any vile substance, what would distinguish her from Su Yunxi? Chapter 61. I am the legitimate daughter. The reason I inquire is that I consider you a dear sister. Today, Young master, Du has come to propose. Surely you should have an opinion on the matter. Su Yunxi elevated her status, addressing Bai Shu with the tone of an elder sister, which elicited laughter from Bai Shu. Are you quite well? I am the legitimate daughter of the Xiang family. Where is there a true older sister? Moreover, I have already expressed that I dislike Du Wenqing. What, do you have a poor memory? Having already switched the cups. Bai Shu's words grew increasingly candid, so much so that Su Yunxi was left dumbfounded. She thought Bai Shu must have lost her mind. Was she truly unwilling to even maintain the facade? Su Yunxi had referred to her as an older sister to foster closeness, yet Bai Shu appeared utterly ungrateful. Furthermore, her tone was so harsh, even chastising her for being forgetful. Su Yunxi could not fathom where Bai Shu's arrogance stemmed from. Did the elder sister err in her words? Surely you are parched? Have a drink. Su Yunxi suppressed her anger, forcing a smile, and in an effort to prevent Bai Shu from becoming suspicious, raised her teacup and drank it down, all while keeping her eyes on Bai Shu. Bai Shu, however, met her gaze with a playful expression, which only heightened Su Yunxi's unease. Is she a ninja turtle? Even in such a situation, she still manages to fake a smile. Bai Shu couldn't help but admire the situation. It was commendable that Su Yunxi had the ability to capture Du Wenqing. Did you see her twitching lips? She asked, clearly infuriated. The system chimed in, eagerly observing. Do not emulate her. It could lead to health issues. Setting aside the facts, Bai Shu genuinely wished to inquire whether harboring such long-standing resentment without release would not lead to health complications. Indeed, she was quite thirsty. Under the eager gaze of Su Yunxi, Bai Shu lifted the teacup. Just as Su Yunxi anxiously clenched her fist with the hand resting on her lap, Bai Shu remarked, It's quite delightful. The lychee is very sweet and juicy. You should have a taste, sister. Bai Shu had not taken a sip herself. Placing the teacup down with her delicate hand, Su Yunxi felt her heart leap into her throat, pondering desperately why Bai Shu refrained from drinking. Could she have discerned something amiss? Logically, it shouldn't be the case. Her plan with Du Wenqing was exceedingly covert. Even Cui Guo was oblivious, merely following her instructions to send Yulan away. No more lychee for me. I shall pour myself another cup of tea. As Su Yunxi poured tea for herself, her heart simmered with resentment. Without a maid by her side, how could she indulge in lychee? Was she expected to peel it herself? How absurd! In her effort to coax Bai Shu into drinking tea, she incessantly poured water for herself, drank, then poured again. However, by the time she finished an entire pot, leaving only the last cup, Bai Shu still showed no intention of moving. A chill settled in her heart. The plan appeared to be failing. What a pity! It truly was sweet. Bai Shu observed Su Yunxi's growing anxiety, nearly at her wit's end, and caught a glimpse of a figure in her peripheral vision. Realizing the male protagonist was about to make his entrance, without hesitation, she downed the tea before her, for who could resist such a kind-hearted beauty? Without a drink, how could the subsequent scenes unfold? This action left Su Yunxi utterly perplexed. So, you too are thirsty, yet you refuse to drink until I have consumed an entire pot? It must be said, Su Yunxi had unraveled the truth. Bai Shu was relishing her frustration, finding her predicament far more entertaining than a street quarrel. Yunxi, Miss Bai, what are you discussing? Du Wenqing approached them, lacking any pretense of surprise. Brother Wenqing, we were just talking about you. Your timing is impeccable, Su Yunxi replied, her irritation dissipating upon seeing him. She cast a meaningful glance, signifying that their plan had succeeded. Now they awaited Bai Shu's fainting spell, after which Du Wenqing would carry her back to her room. At that juncture, the household would witness their intimate contact, compelling Bai Shu to marry against her will. Furthermore, with the regent present, the Bai family, for the sake of Bai Shu's reputation, would have no choice but to consent to the union.
Oh, what are my two sisters discussing about me?
Du Wenqing seated himself near Bai Shu, having never observed her closely before. Now, in proximity, he found her breathtakingly beautiful. Her delicate face slightly flushed from the heat, her features exquisitely refined, especially her lips, plump and glistening as though awaiting a kiss. For a moment, Du Wenqing was entranced. We were discussing your proposal today, Brother Wenqing. Su Yunxi, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of anger as she ground her teeth while uttering the word proposal. Snapping Du Wenqing back to reality. Men truly could not be relied upon, professing unwavering loyalty, yet he drooled over another woman. Yes, indeed. Both old Madame Bai and Madame Bai are very supportive of our engagement. Upon encountering Su Yunxi's frosty gaze, Du Wenqing awkwardly explained that their earlier conversation had merely revolved around trivial matters, with no mention of the engagement. Especially the regent, who today had been unusually amiable. Typically reticent in court, when he spoke, it was with authority that none dared challenge, including the young emperor. Even in the streets, he was the type to ignore greetings. It was bewildering how today he had engaged in conversation with them. Bai Shu silently observed Du Wenqing's performance, well aware that her mother and grandmother could never agree to this marriage on her behalf. The potion will take effect soon. Bai Lianhua is about to faint. The system alerted Bai Shu. Received. She rose, distancing herself from the stone table, feigning admiration for the flowers while covertly monitoring the two beside her. Su Yunxi's fainting must not be blamed on her, and if she didn't remain, how could Du Wenqing have the chance to be a hero? Indeed. The system's predictions were accurate. Just as Bai Shu stepped away, Su Yunxi collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. This fall left Du Wenqing in a state of bewilderment. Their original plan had not anticipated this. How could Bai Shu, who was supposed to faint, be standing there unharmed, while it was Su Yunxi who had succumbed?
Du Wenqing stood frozen in place. Ah!
Sister, what has happened to you? Du Gongzi, don't just stand there. Quickly help my sister up and check if she is injured. Bai Shu, in that moment, displayed a lifetime of acting prowess. She produced a handkerchief, covering her face as she wept, feigning the act of wiping away non-existent tears, all while adopting a visage of urgency, leading one to believe their sisterly bond was exceptionally close. I'll help. Du Wenqing was momentarily at a loss, pondering if he could even lift her.
Du Gongzi?
What are you hesitating for? This is a matter of life and death. Bai Shu's voice was thick with emotion, while Du Wenqing dared not move. And Su Yunxi lay on the ground. This may not be appropriate, Du Wenqing's mind raced, stammering. His purpose for visiting the Xiang residence today was Bai Shu. If he helped Su Yunxi now and someone saw him, he would be hard-pressed to explain. What could be inappropriate? Allowing my sister to be in danger is far worse. Du Gongzi, please do not hesitate. Carry her to that room. It's just a few steps away. Bai Shu feigned tears while directing the flustered Du Wenqing. Du Wenqing's hands trembled, uncertain of how to proceed. He glanced at the room Bai Shu indicated, which indeed seemed near, and he hoped it wouldn't be seen.
All right.
Du Wenqing gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, and finally lifted Su Yunxi. Under Bai Shu's urging, he felt he had no choice. To refuse would be callous, yet helping her might earn him some favor. Du Gongzi might as well carry my sister, otherwise, you won't be able to make it. Bai Shu, with an air of mischief, raised her voice, attempting to draw attention from those nearby. At that moment, Su Yunxi had completely lost consciousness, her body limp. Even as Du Wenqing lifted her, she could not stand on her own, swaying as if she might topple again at any moment. No, we should hurry. Yunxi's health is paramount. Du Wenqing dared not lift her. He could only grip Su Yunxi's arm tightly, hoping to drag her to the room. Fortunately, as she was petite, he summoned all his strength to pull her along with just one arm. However, just as they reached the door, Bai Shu interjected, Du Gongzi, this is Zi's study. He should be inside studying. We shouldn't disturb him. Perspiration beaded on Du Wenqing's forehead, whether from exhaustion or cold sweat, for hearing Bai Shu mention someone was inside startled him. This could not be seen. Then which room does Miss Bai suggest has no one in it? Du Wenqing stressed the need for a vacant room, desperate to avoid being seen. That room over there, typically devoid of visitors. Bai Shu pointed to a location opposite the pavilion, which was closer to the front hall, but fortunately, it wouldn't take too long to reach. Du Wenqing resolved to head there, deciding it was better to act quickly than to hesitate. All right. Du Wenqing changed direction, seizing Su Yunxi's other arm. At this moment, Su Yunxi's attire appeared slightly disheveled from the tugging, yet Du Wenqing paid little heed to such trivialities, persistently dragging her along. Just then, Yulan hurriedly rushed over from the kitchen, with the breathless Cui Gui trailing behind. Miss, are you alright? Yulan anxiously approached Bai Shu, having followed Cui Gui to the kitchen. However, Cui Gui insisted that the pastries must be freshly made for the best taste, continuously concocting various excuses to keep her in the kitchen. Sensing something amiss, she hurried back. I'm fine. My sister's fainted. Quickly, go call for help. Bai Shu's gaze shifted toward the front hall, and Yulan immediately understood, running while loudly shouting. Help! The young lady has fainted. Come quickly. With her earnestness and booming voice, Yulan sprinted ahead, far outpacing Du Wenqing, who was still huffing as he dragged Su Yunxi. Meanwhile, Cui Gui stood frozen in shock, bewildered by the sight before her. How could her young lady suddenly faint? Moreover, from a distance, it appeared that Su Yunxi was in Du Wenqing's arms. Wasn't he supposed to be proposing to Bai Shu? Why was he holding the young lady? This was a chaotic turn of events. You know well that your young lady won't awaken anytime soon. What to say and what to do is clear to you. Bai Shu glanced at the anxious Chuigua, her words drifting lightly into her ear. Indeed, Su Yunxi had only Chuigua as her confidant in this residence. And she often mistreated Chuigua, frequently venting her frustrations upon her. If the plan were to fail, she would invariably place the blame squarely on Chuigua. Thus, Bai Shu subtly indicated to Chuigua to refrain from getting involved, suggesting that the blame be shifted entirely onto Du Wenqing. By then, the situation would be set, and Su Yunxi and Du Wenqing would be at each other's throats. As for the unfolding events, Chuigua could weave whatever narrative she pleased. After all, no one in the Xiang residence dared to oppose Bai Shu. I understand. Chuigua hesitated momentarily before following Bai Shu, walking slowly toward the pavilion. Her compliance was anticipated by Bai Shu, who handed her the prepared silver. However, this maneuver left Du Wenqing utterly dumbfounded. Exhausted, he halted, inwardly wishing to bind that troublesome Yulan and silence her. Simultaneously, he turned back to glance at Bai Shu, and to his astonishment, he found her standing underneath the pavilion, seemingly enjoying the cool breeze, with Su Yunxi's maid following closely behind. Du Wenqing felt as if the world had turned surreal. What had once been a flawless plan now appeared to be a farce. He found himself at an impasse, neither moving forward nor retreating, frozen in place. Fortunately, the Regent Prince arrived just in time to extricate him from the predicament. Has Miss Su fainted? Du Gongzi, you should carry her to her room and summon the physician. Before Yulan could reach the front hall to report, the news of Su Yunxi's fainting had already spread, and everyone hurried over. Xiao Maching and Cheng Feng, swift of foot, rounded the corner just in time to see Du Wenqing grasping Su Yunxi's arm, maintaining a respectful distance. Xiao Maching merely cast a glance at the beauty standing in the pavilion and, recalling her earlier words about wanting to watch the spectacle, made a knowing remark. The Regent Prince's arrival had initially startled Du Wenqing, but upon hearing his words, he felt an immense relief and swiftly scooped Su Yunxi into his arms. Yes, Your Highness. Du Wenqing thought to himself that since the Regent Prince had spoken, his actions could hardly be deemed inappropriate. Even if seen by others, it wouldn't lead to scandal. Little did he know, his current caution appeared utterly ridiculous in Bai Shu's eyes. The two of them might be secretly quite intimate, yet they feigned decorum before her. Which was laughable. What is happening? How could Yunxi suddenly faint? At that moment, Jiang and the others hurried over. The elderly Bai matriarch struggled with her legs, causing them to lag a few steps behind the Regent Prince. Upon their arrival, they witnessed Du Wenqing swiftly lifting Su Yunxi, who appeared decidedly unwell. Her face flushed and her clothing disheveled, resembling someone who had been wronged. Go fetch the physician, Bai Shu instructed Chuigua before stepping forward to join the group. Come now. It is time to assess the outcome. The performance is reaching its finale. A round of applause would not be amiss, huh? Bai Shu not only contemplated this in her mind but also acted upon it, clapping her hands twice with an expression of profound emotion. Her voice tinged with a hint of tears. The heat is unbearable. My sister must have suffered from heat stroke. I am grateful to Du Gongzi for taking her to a cooler place, who cannot speak sweetly. Upon hearing Bai Shu's words, the crowd's attention shifted back to Du Wenqing and Su Yunxi. Du Mu, unable to contain her frustration, stepped forward to seize her son, scolding. What on earth are you doing? Do you even realize who she is? She is Su Yunxi. A wave of rage surged within Du Mu, for she believed her son deserving of the crown princess, yet he was now cradling Su Yunxi, a girl of lowly status, whom she deemed unworthy. Even as a concubine for Du Wenqing. Mother, Yunxi has fainted. It was the Regent Prince who instructed me to carry her to her room. Du Wenqing looked towards Xiao Maching for assistance, his expression one of grievance. Why was his mother condemning him, without understanding the situation? He had only acted upon the Regent Prince's command, with so many witnesses present. He could not simply deny it. Wasn't it only right for an engaged man to fulfill his duties? Standing tall in the courtyard, Xiao Maching exuded an innate aura that overshadowed Du Wenqing from a distance. Bai matriarch, standing behind him, grasped his intentions, realizing why the Regent Prince had been so unusual earlier, continuously preventing discussions of marriage between their families. This was the reason. It was well that Su Yunxi and this scholar should indeed be a pair, for they had long been in tune with one another. And Bai Shu had endured enough torment in the past. Thus, she directly stated, there is no need for Du Mu to reprimand Du Gongzi. If there is a mutual intention for marriage, we shall not speak of today's events. What matters is Yunxi's health. Let us quickly take her to a cool place to rest. Bai matriarch's words carried weight, and while Jiang felt that Su Yunxi's disheveled appearance was somewhat unbecoming, she refrained from voicing further objections, considering that all present were family. As for the Regent Prince, surely he would not concern himself with such trivial matters? However, the scene ignited a fire within Du Mu, her suppressed nature finally revealing itself as she shouted loudly at the Bai family, Bai matriarch, "You must clarify your intentions." "My wenching intends to marry." Before she could finish her sentence, the matchmaker interrupted. "Madame Du, did you not invite me here to discuss the marriage of the Xiang family's young lady? Given the current circumstances, it is more important to attend to Miss Su's health. Perhaps we can deliberate on the details later?" The matchmaker, ever observant, recognized that, even in her dreams, she could hardly imagine sharing a chamber with the Regent Prince for idle conversation. Though she had yet to utter a single word, she felt that this trip had been worthwhile. It was simply that Madame Du lacked discernment. She could see that the Bai family had never intended to betroth their legitimate daughter to the Du family. What was she doing here, lost in a daydream? How could they possibly wait to discuss this later? Du Wenqing found the scene somewhat chaotic, rendering him incapable of coherent thought. At that moment, he was also cradling Su Yunxi in his arms. Despite being a man, he was but a frail scholar, susceptible to fatigue. Nonetheless, he was acutely aware that this matter could not be postponed. Clarity was imperative at this very moment. For if discussions were deferred, everyone would tacitly assume he intended to wed Su Yunxi, and should he later retract his commitment, there would be no avenue for retreat. Therefore, postponement was not an option. "My son has lavished a considerable sum to engage you as a matchmaker for the young lady of the Xiang family. When did it transform into a proposal for a cousin?" Du's mother placed her hands on her hips, directing her ire toward the matchmaker who had just interrupted her. She had foreseen the matchmaker was unreliable, especially having pocketed such a hefty fee. It was sheer avarice. "When Master Du approached me, he specifically mentioned the cousin," the matchmaker retorted, pulling out a pouch containing 10 taels of silver from her sleeve, muttering to herself about the misfortune of encountering such a family. "Your son has not uttered a single truth, and your mother harbors aspirations far beyond her station, dreaming of a legitimate daughter of the Xiang family. It is quite absurd." Du's mother was livid. "Is 10 taels of silver truly insufficient? That is the entirety of my son's 2-month salary." In contrast to Du's mother's frantic demeanor, Du Wenqing maintained a semblance of calm. He turned to Bai Shu, still holding Su Yunxi in his arms, his expression one of utmost sincerity. "Miss Bai, I come with the utmost earnestness to propose. Just a few days ago at the Xiang residence, you had already consented to my intentions, had you not?" Left with no other recourse, Du Wenqing sought Bai Shu's intercession to salvage the current situation. "Master Du, you jest. When you mentioned your proposal, my sister was present. We all assumed you were courting her, especially since you had previously declared her to be your heart's desire." Bai Shu's smile did not reach her eyes as she regarded Du Wenqing coldly. Today, he could not escape this marriage. As for Su Yunxi, he would be compelled to marry her. System, how much longer will the effects of the medicine last? Bai Shu estimated that the effects were nearing their end. Du Wenqing and his cohort would not dare to administer a potent dose, surely waiting for the performance to conclude before any awakening, otherwise the house physician would detect the truth without fail. Alert! The White Lotus is about to awaken. The system had detected signs of Su Yunxi stirring, yet it was uncertain whether she would faint again upon awakening, given that Du Wenqing had exerted himself to avoid suspicion, as evidenced by his perspiration, contorted features, and trembling hands. It seems that today, Xiao Moqing's contributions are not insignificant. Without him, this would not have unfolded so smoothly. Bai Shu unabashedly praised Xiao Moqing, while the system dared not utter a word, fearful of any misstep that might lead to its abrupt termination. Hearing this, a certain individual straightened his back, a subtle smile gracing his lips, his deep-set eyes glistening in the sunlight. The attendant beside him felt that his lord appeared rather regal today, akin to. Perhaps it was best left unspoken. "Miss Bai, that is not how matters stand. We have prepared the betrothal gifts, and it has always been you we intended to marry." Du's mother could no longer tolerate her son's ineffectiveness. She would never permit Su Yunxi to be the legitimate wife of Du Wenqing. Not to mention the delicate Bai Shu. Even if it were the eldest princess, she would find fault with her age. If you intend to marry Yunxi, it could be seen as a tale of deep affection. However, should you covet my sister, do not expect us to show any courtesy. Master Du, over this past year, from a mere scholar heading to the capital for the imperial examination to your current position in the Hanlin Academy, my Bai family has provided considerable assistance. Your future prospects lie solely in your own hands. Jiang Shi, who had been seething with suppressed anger, finally erupted. She had no desire to revisit the events of the past year. Her beloved daughter had been bewitched, impervious to reason, pouring silver into the Du family. How could a mere impoverished scholar achieve such success without their aid? Yet, what he returned was a cold demeanor. How could her daughter, of such noble standing, endure such degradation? Thus, no matter the circumstances, her daughter would not wed into the Du family. As for the betrothal gifts, Du's mother nearly forgot to mention them. Those trifling items hardly befitted her daughter. She thought it would be more pleasant for Du's mother to dream rather than face the reality. Your Xiang family is truly overstepping. Du's mother was provoked by Jiang Shi's words. What assistance had the Bai family ever rendered her son? Du Wenqing's current standing was entirely due to his own efforts. With no connection to the Bai family, how dare they use their influence to impose upon her? If she were to take this matter to court, she would ensure their family faced imprisonment. Mother, please cease your remarks. At this moment, Du Wenqing comprehended Bai Shu and Jiang Shi's resolute stance. If he were to forcibly propose to Bai Shu, not only would his career be in jeopardy, but his reputation would also be irreparably tarnished. Clenching his fists, he could not fathom how matters had spiraled to this point. Just a month prior, Bai Shu had been his devoted follower, and he had been brimming with confidence about the future. How could it all seem so distant now? Wenqing? Su Yunxi, nestled in his arms, began to awaken. Her gaze landing upon Du Wenqing with confusion. What had transpired?
Ah!
Before Su Yunxi could ponder further, a sharp pain surged through her arm, alongside discomfort in her waist and knees, akin to having been beaten mercilessly. Overwhelmed by dizziness, she leaned against Du Wenqing for support. Du's mother, witnessing the scene, was incensed. She yanked Du Wenqing's already weary arm, causing him to inadvertently release Su Yunxi. The moment she was set down, Su Yunxi fainted again, her arms instinctively seeking Du Wenqing for stability. How utterly inappropriate. Du's mother spat at Su Yunxi, prompting the onlookers to frown. At this juncture, Du Wenqing ceased his struggles. The Bai family was not to be trifled with. He must first placate them before devising a strategy. His reddened eyes turned toward Bai Shu, pondering that the crux of the matter lay with her. If he wished to succeed, he must first address her. Bai Shu, undeterred by Du Wenqing's gaze, returned it with poise, her aura unyielding. To be betrothed to the esteemed daughter of the Xiang family is an honor for our Du family. Du Wenqing declared to the Bai family, confident that as long as the green hills remained, he need not fear the absence of firewood. It is a sweltering day. May we retreat indoors? Disregarding Du's mother's fury and discontent, Du Wenqing again lifted Su Yunxi into his arms and proceeded to the room. Jiang Shi and the elderly matriarch of the Bai family exchanged glances before following suit. Du's mother could only mutter in frustration, while the matchmaker paid her no mind. From now on, she would refrain from involving herself in any matters concerning the Du family. The regent remained in the courtyard, casting a satisfied glance at Bai Shu. Might I inquire if Dr. Bai has time to change my dressings? Xiao Maqing was in high spirits, to the point that he scarcely felt his injuries. Upon hearing this, Bai Shu turned to him, noting his distance and the smile upon his face. That smile, though not overtly enchanting, momentarily disarmed her, as the sunlight illuminated him, softening his previously icy demeanor. He truly embodied the saying, a gentleman among men, as rare as jade. Indeed. Let us go and change the dressings. Bai Shu, flustered under Xiao Maqing's penetrating gaze, feigned composure, pondering to herself, it is not the wickedness of men that frightens me, but their handsomeness. Yet, if men were not wicked, would women not love? Alas, why do these sentiments so often contradict one another? Bai Shu had never truly experienced the essence of love. Her occasional banter with the system was merely superficial, limited to mere words. If a captivating young man were to genuinely appear before her, she would undoubtedly find herself flustered and at a loss.
Come on.
Xiao Maqing's smile deepened, reaching his eyes as he followed closely behind Bai Shu, listening to her murmur incantations in her mind. Suddenly, he felt that life was serene and beautiful. In the evening, Su Yunxi finally regained consciousness, however. The die had been cast, and her marriage to Du Wenqing had already been finalized. Old Madame Bai had even written a letter, dispatched to her hometown, which would likely reach her father's hands within a few days. Could it truly have been Du Wenqing himself who uttered those words? Su Yunxi still found it hard to believe, repeatedly asking Chuigua, barely able to focus on her own physical pain. Miss, it is indeed true. Although the process was fraught with difficulties, both the Du and Bai families have come to an agreement, with the old matriarch having given her personal word. Chuigua knelt at the head of Su Yunxi's bed, trembling with fear. She had explained this numerous times, understanding Bai Shu's intent. If they wanted to avoid punishment, they could only shift the blame onto Du Wenqing. After all, no one had anticipated that Su Yunxi would faint, and even after regaining consciousness, she had fallen back into unconsciousness. Even the family doctor could not ascertain the cause. There was certainly some unspeakable scheme at play. It was wiser for her to remain prudent.
Impossible.
My grandmother has no right to arrange my marriage, Su Yunxi exclaimed, her voice laced with desperation. Since ancient times, marriage has been dictated by parental authority and the words of a matchmaker. Until my father arrives, her words hold no weight. Upon hearing that the old matriarch had spoken, Su Yunxi felt a wave of nausea wash over her, as if blood had rushed to her throat. She wanted to cough but could not. Her voice tinged with a hoarse urgency. She had always been careful to curry favor with the old matriarch, hoping to gain her protection. Yet she could hardly fathom that the matriarch would be clear-headed when it mattered most, and utterly bewildered when she should have been resolute.
Miss.
Please be cautious with your words. Cui Guo was horrified, bowing repeatedly, wishing she could stifle Su Yunxi's outburst. How could she dare speak so? The two of them had been in the house of the minister for 6 years now, and truth be told, the Bai family had never looked down upon her nor treated her poorly. Furthermore, her father had long since stated that Su Yunxi's marriage would be entirely at the discretion of old Madame Bai. If those words were overheard by someone with ill intentions, their fortunate days would surely come to an end.
Chapter 65, Promotion.
So now you take it upon yourself to reprimand me. What have I said that warrants caution? How could you possibly know the hardships I've endured since childhood? At this moment, Su Yunxi was on the brink of madness, consumed by rage. Her humble origins and her father's indifference had left her suffering in silence, and if she had been mired in poverty, it might have been bearable. However, having entered the minister's residence at the age of 10, she had savored a life of privilege and could hardly return to her previous destitution. Thus, she could not choose her origins, but she must select a worthy husband and a promising future. Du Wenqing sought to ascend through the influence of the minister's household. Very well, she would assist him in realizing his ambitions. With that thought, Su Yunxi's gaze grew resolute, imbued with a newfound ferocity. Miss, I understand my fault. That was not my intention. Please forgive me. Cui Guo continued to bow, not daring to relax until she received Su Yunxi's forgiveness. She pressed her forehead against the bedpost. The sound of her knocks growing louder until her skin broke and blood trickled down her face, mingled with either sweat or tears, flowing into her mouth. No bitterness could match the anguish in her heart at that moment. Enough with the bowing. Come here and examine my arms and my waist. Why do they ache so? Su Yunxi had finally regained her composure. Rather than relying on others, she would strive for her own desires. Whatever she wanted, she would attain. Yes. Cui Guo sprang to her feet, carefully tending to Su Yunxi, her touch gentle, fearing to inflict pain upon her mistress. Observing the alarming bloodstain on Cui Guo's forehead and her hair clinging together, Su Yunxi felt a pang of discomfort. She commanded, "Tend to your wounds later. And remember to cover them with your hair tomorrow. Do not let anyone see. I did not intend to scold you. It is just that you have become increasingly unruly, compounded by my own discomfort, which led to my reaction."
Please do not take it to heart.
Cui Guo had grown accustomed to Su Yunxi's behavior, slapping her before offering a sweet treat. In truth, she realized that in this vast residence, the only person she could genuinely trust was herself. After all, if she disobeyed, Su Yunxi could easily sell her off elsewhere. I will not take it to heart. Thank you for your concern. Mississippi Cui Guo suppressed the rising bitterness in her heart, tilting her head to prevent tears from spilling over. In the days that followed, the minister's household was abuzz with joy, as the wedding date for Bai Zixuan and Lu Ruyan had finally been set. The 8th day of the 6th month was the nearest auspicious date. Though the timeline felt hasty, Bai Zixuan was eager to welcome Lu Ruyan into his home, unwilling to wait any longer. Fortunately, many arrangements had already been made in advance by Jiang Shi, and the household was bustling yet organized. As for Su Yunxi and Du Wenqing's marriage, the two families had yet to discuss a wedding date, as old Madame Bai's letter had not yet received a response. It was unreasonable for a daughter to marry without her father present, so the matter had to be temporarily shelved. Calculating the days, Bai Lianhua's father likely would not come. Recently, Bai Shu had been sequestered in her courtyard, tinkering with various trinkets, to the point where the system found itself somewhat bored. This was indeed one of the most leisurely worlds for them to complete their tasks. Du Wenqing had not followed the original trajectory. He remained an inconspicuous scholar in the Hanlin Academy, making little progress in the court. Perhaps the young emperor was on the verge of forgetting this once prominent scholar. Indeed, her father would never come in this lifetime. Bai Shu continued her work, chatting casually with the system. Why not? The system was perplexed by Bai Shu's certainty. Suddenly invigorated. In the original storyline, Su Yunxi married a powerful minister, basking in glory. What do you think her father would travel countless miles for now? Bai Shu had never relied on Su Yunxi's father to oversee the marriage. However, he would certainly send a letter relinquishing responsibility to the Bai family. As for Su Yunxi, she would undoubtedly take further action. She had never been one to easily capitulate to fate. That is true. Su Yunxi was never favored. Had she married into a higher status, her father might have sought to ingratiate himself, but with the current Du Wenqing, one could say he was utterly impoverished. The system, though lacking in understanding of human emotions, possessed a keen insight into human nature, having observed enough to know. So we shall take our time. After all, life here is quite enjoyable. Unbeknownst to her, Bai Shu had begun to relish her life in this world, experiencing joy with family and friends for the first time. Indeed, there is no need to rush this task, as it is imperative to prevent the Eastern Dynasty's court from collapsing. We cannot afford to move hastily. The system had thoroughly relaxed, as if it were on paid leave. The only downside was that it remained an intern, that cursed desire for permanence. Look. Do you find these colors of lipsticks appealing? After much effort, Bai Shu finally crafted a set of cosmetics, eagerly showcasing them to the system. Beautiful. Different occasions and attire can be complemented by various lipstick colors. You're incredible, Bai Shu. The system finally comprehended that Bai Shu had created cosmetics. However, there was one thing it dared not voice. With such exceptional manual skills, how could she not know how to embroider? Even if it had 10 times the courage, it would not dare to say so. This is a wedding gift I plan to present to my sister-in-law. Bai Shu was quite pleased with her creations, a set of medicinal skincare products and a collection of exquisite cosmetics. She intended to let others know that being her sister-in-law could make one radiantly beautiful. What about your elder brother? No gift for him? The system queried, puzzled. As newlywed gifts are typically given in pairs, I have long since presented his gift. Have you forgotten? She replied. The strategies for addressing crop-burning issues and intercropping have proven immensely beneficial for him. Recalling that incident, Bai Shu couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Initially, Bai Zixuan had dismissed her as a mere young girl boasting grand claims, treating her with utter indifference. But that was of little consequence. She was determined to teach her elder brother that there are always greater heights and more accomplished individuals beyond one's own realm. That very evening, she unveiled a fresh theory that left him utterly astounded. Indeed, he was even promoted. The system remembered. Bai Shu, unwilling to take credit for this, advised Bai Zixuan to keep his identity concealed. Unbeknownst to them, the Regent had already been apprised of everything. Speaking of promotions, it's quite peculiar. Why was the Minister of Justice's family raided just days ago? Several officials linked to him have also been dismissed. I was contemplating how to inform Xiao Maching of this matter, only to find someone had already reported it. Nonetheless, it is a relief that this credit did not fall upon Du Wenqing. Chapter 66. The Iron Will of a Steel Heart. The Ministry of Works was strictly hierarchical, with each position filled by a capable individual. Had it not been for the recent purging of the court, Bai Zixuan would not have ascended so swiftly from a 5th rank to a 4th rank official. What Bai Shu remained unaware of was that the informant was none other than herself. Ironically, Xiao Maching was quite grateful to her. Had it not been for her heartfelt expressions, the numerous pests within Dongya would not have been eradicated so swiftly. Yet, for the time being, she could not claim this credit. It seems the court has undergone a significant transformation. Many influential officials have been imprisoned, and the Regent's methods remain as ruthless as ever. The system was indeed correct. The court was in dire need of capable individuals. Yet Du Wenqing remained the same 6th-rank editor, primarily due to his lack of outstanding performance and contributions, as well as his questionable character in Xiao Maching's eyes. Regarding Xiao Maching's substantial actions, a part of it was undoubtedly attributable to Bai Shu, who had instilled hope for a longer life in him. If he were to survive a while longer, he would undoubtedly strive to cleanse the court entirely. Thus, upon completing this set of newlywed gifts, I plan to hasten the drawing of the diagrams for the Zhuge crossbow. The poison afflicting Xiao Maching is inextricably linked to Beima, and given Beima's watchful eye on Dongya, a war between the two nations is inevitable. It is prudent to prepare in advance. Bai Shu had an ominous premonition that the war between Dongya and Beima might arrive sooner than anticipated. In the original storyline, Xiao Maching had defied public opinion by allowing the daughter of the Marquis of Wuan, Zhu Lianyu, to join the military for training. History had proven his judgment correct. After his demise, Zhu Liangyu did indeed lead the soldiers of Dongye to repel Beima, ensuring a decade of peace for the border populace. Nevertheless, Bai Shu still believed that being prepared for all eventualities was wise. Let us go, Su Shu. The system held unwavering confidence in Bai Shu's capabilities. Time flew, and soon it was the wedding day of Bai Zishuan and Lu Ruyan. The residence was awash with joy, drums and gongs resonating at the entrance. Bai Shu personally welcomed the female guests in the front courtyard. The wedding banquet of the Prime Minister's legitimate son was indeed grand. The Grand Princess also arrived with little Princess Xiao Waner to offer her congratulations. Sister Shu, it's been ages since you came to see Waner.
Xiao Waner,
Previously trailing the Grand Princess closely, beamed with delight upon spotting Bai Shu and rushed towards her like a little cannonball, throwing herself into Bai Shu's embrace. It's Waner. Let me hold you. Have you gained weight?
Bai Shu lifted Xiao Waner effortlessly.
And one couldn't help but acknowledge that Xiao Moqing had allowed her to grow up carefree. She was almost too heavy to lift. Her clumsy attempts elicited peals of laughter from Xiao Wana, the child's innocent giggles cutting through the chatter of the guests, making them particularly noticeable. Waner has grown. Soon, she will be just like Sister Shu. Xiao Waner soon wriggled down from Bai Shu's arms, her little body twisting adorably, worried that her weight might tire Bai Shu. That's wonderful. I await your growth. Bai Shu couldn't help but smile at Xiao Wana. Perhaps the innocence of children is the purest of all. Sister Shu, the Empress has requested we bring a congratulatory gift, which is why we are a bit late. The Grand Princess observed the playful exchange between Bai Shu and Xiao Waner, her expression filled with affection. These were her two younger sisters. Thank you, Your Majesty. It is still early, and your arrival is perfectly timed. Amidst the bustling crowd, Bai Shu whispered the latter part to the Grand Princess. The Empress had originally intended to attend, but due to the Emperor's pressing state affairs, she had to remain behind to accompany him. The Grand Princess explained on behalf of the Empress, stating that they shared a good rapport. And had it not been for the little Emperor's dependency on the Empress, she would certainly have attended. We have received your blessings. We will definitely have elder brother and sister-in-law enter the palace to express our gratitude on another day. Bai Shu remembered the Empress from the flower appreciation banquet. Their conversation had been delightful, and she appeared to be a gentle, virtuous, yet spirited and carefree woman. If possible, Bai Shu truly wished to cultivate a friendship with her. There is no need for formalities. Your harmonious relationship is the greatest blessing of all. You may continue with your duties. I shall take Waner inside to await you. The Grand Princess took Xiao Waner's hand, preventing her from further clinging to Bai Shu and delaying her from greeting the guests. Allow me to lead you both over. Bai Shu intentionally reserved the best vantage point for the Grand Princess and Xiao Waner, eager to escort them herself. Yet, as they reached midway, they spotted Bai Zhirong engaged in conversation with a tall, elegant woman, and the atmosphere appeared somewhat tense. From Bai Shu's perspective, she could only see Bai Zhirong's vexed countenance and the woman's slender yet resilient back. Sister, Waner, please sit for a moment. I shall return shortly. After ensuring the Grand Princess and Xiao Waner were settled, Bai Shu approached to discern what was amiss with Bai Zhirong. Today was her elder brother's joyous occasion, and everything must proceed without a hitch, nor should any guest feel displeased. If you knew, why did you not simply allow me to return? You have caused me to miss half a day. As Bai Shu drew near, she caught a faint whine emanating from Bai Zhirong, though it was merely his one-sided lament. As the woman opposite remained as serene as still water, a glance at her profile revealed her to be a strikingly graceful figure, entirely unperturbed. Elder brother, what are you doing here?
Bai Shu interjected, interpelled by the incessant chatter.
She had grown accustomed to it. Her elder brother was renowned for his boisterous nature. Even younger Ziyu was more composed.
Sister?
What brings you here? Bai Zhirong finally noticed Bai Shu, taking several deep breaths while patting his chest, striving to regain his composure. Mindful not to raise his voice in front of his sister. This must be General Zhu? Bai Shu disregarded Bai Zhirong and shifted her attention to the woman beside him, the legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Wuan, Zhu Liangyu. Dressed in a striking red and black brocade robe that resembled a modified military uniform, her attire starkly contrasted with that of the other ladies present. Yet, she wore it with such poise that it exuded a sense of gallantry. Before encountering her, Bai Shu had considered herself tall among her peers, but standing before this woman, she felt dwarfed. The woman's physique was well-proportioned yet exuded strength. What astonished Bai Shu most was her exquisite visage, delicate features, elegantly curled lashes, and a prominent beauty mark at the corner of her left eye, adding a touch of softness that captivated the beholder. Upon first seeing her, Bai Shu felt an exhilarating spark, only to be struck again by the same sensation upon closer inspection. However, at that moment, Bai Shu could not shake the feeling of disappointment. She had not anticipated Zhu Liangyu to be so strikingly beautiful. Training daily alongside such a beautiful general, what on earth could her second brother still be complaining about? Does he wish for the heavens themselves? Were she in his place, no matter the hardships or exhaustion, she would undoubtedly persevere. Does her second brother truly understand the value of cherishing a delicate flower? To raise his voice at her. Quite impressive indeed. Chapter 67. A Fit of Temper. I am Zhu Liangyu, not merely the general referred to by Miss Bai. Upon hearing Bai Shu's words, Zhu Liangyu momentarily paused in surprise before responding with a smile. As she gazed upon Bai Shu, she felt a twinge of astonishment. It was evident from her dialogue with Bai Zhirong that she was indeed the esteemed daughter of the Xiong family, who had recently garnered much acclaim. Now, in person, she exuded a genuine charm, devoid of any affectation, and Zhu Liangyu found this appealing. Miss Zhu is a heroine, the sole female warrior of Dongya, deserving of the title general. Even if she is not one now, she will undoubtedly rise to such heights in the future. Bai Shu's admiration for Zhu Liangyu was palpable. Her smile accentuated the beauty mark at the corner of her eye, rendering Bai Shu momentarily speechless. Previously, Zhu Liangyu had merely been a legendary figure in the narrative, a paper doll to be admired from afar. However, witnessing her splendor firsthand, Bai Shu could not help but marvel at the brilliance she possessed. It was indeed correct for Xiao Maching to entrust the soldiers of Dongya to her. Her straightened back radiated the spirit of defending home and country. Thank you, Miss Bai. Your kind words are greatly appreciated. My ambition also lies in becoming a great general of Dongya, Zhu Liangyu replied earnestly, smiling. In the past, there had been those who opposed her, as well as those who flattered her, but she sensed that Bai Shu's words were sincere. For her gaze was genuine, and her tone resolute. Indeed, Miss Zhu is the pride and example of Dongya women, Bai Shu expressed, still enraptured by Zhu Liangyu's intoxicating smile. Just as she wished to continue conversing with her, Bai Zhirong could no longer contain himself and interrupted. Sister, were you not in the front courtyard to greet guests? How did you end up here? Bai Zhirong felt utterly humiliated. How could his sister worship another woman right before his eyes? Let alone one who was both his superior and adversary? Did he not care for his own dignity? Meanwhile, Zhu Liangyu remained silent in response to Bai Zhirong's exasperation. And anyone observing would concur that it was he who was being unreasonable. Are you not also here to greet guests? How is it that you are quarreling with Miss Zhu? Bai Shu retorted, noting that he should not be arguing with Zhu Liangyu while welcoming male guests. We are not quarreling. We can discuss this later. Now, continue to greet the guests. Bai Zhirong could not allow his sister to linger with Zhu Liangyu any longer. He had a foreboding sense that if they spoke a moment longer, they would become fast friends, and that was unacceptable. Zhu Liangyu had often bullied him due to her elevated status, and he could not let this slide so easily. You go greet your guests. I will take Miss Zhu inside. Bai Shu shot her brother a significant look, silently conveying, this is the future general who will strike fear into the hearts of the Baima. We must treat her with utmost respect. Brother, you still have much to learn. Bai Shu thought to herself as she affectionately linked arms with Zhu Liangyu, leading her towards the banquet. Initially, Zhu Liangyu felt somewhat unaccustomed to Bai Shu's sudden closeness. But upon seeing the enthusiasm radiating from her face, her rigid demeanor softened. Bai Zhirong stood frozen in place, watching the two young women grow closer, pondering whether his sister still held any regard for him. Having just arrived, Xiao Maching quickly noticed Bai Shu in the distance and caught wind of her inner thoughts. Could the general who would command respect from the Baima indeed be Zhu Liangyu? Years ago, Zhu Liangyu was just a 12-year-old girl who, influenced by her father, the Marquis of Wuhan, yearned to join the military and make her mark. The Marquis, deeply concerned for his only daughter, was reluctant. Yet his daughter's stubbornness and dedication to martial arts and strategy left him no choice. While other young women pursued the arts, she spent her days in her father's study and the armory. Ultimately, the Marquis had to beseech the Regent to allow Zhu Liangyu to enlist. Xiao Maching recognized the girl's indomitable spirit and readily consented. However, no one anticipated that within just 5 years, this 12-year-old girl would rise through the ranks through sheer determination. If Bai Shu's intuition was correct, she would indeed become a general on the battlefield, a thought that surprised Xiao Maching. Miss Zhu, has my second brother angered you again? Please do not take offense. He means no ill will, merely possesses a straightforward and stubborn nature. Bai Shu said as she prepared to seat Zhu Liangyu beside the Long Princess. Given her status as the Marquis of Wuhan's legitimate daughter, she was deserving of the honor. Why do you say again? Zhu Liangyu inquired, intrigued by Bai Shu's phrasing. After all, it was their first meeting. Had Bai Zhirong spoken of her to his sister? My brother's temper is the most pronounced in our family. It was obvious he lost control just now. Bai Shu replied with a wry smile. Thankfully, Jiang Shi had not witnessed this. Otherwise, she would fret over Bai Zhirong's marital prospects. What woman would wish to marry him? Even a celestial maiden might be incensed by his antics. He has not angered me. On the contrary, when he first joined the military, I made a point to test him, Zhu Liangyu said, suddenly halting her steps and addressing Bai Shu.
Ah?
Bai Shu was taken aback. Zhu Liangyu had just admitted to having bullied her brother. How refreshingly candid. She believed that the future general must surely have her reasons for such actions. Zhu Liangyu observed Bai Shu's astonished expression, her wide eyes and slightly parted lips full of curiosity. Unable to restrain herself, she let out a soft laugh. Rather than bullying him, her intention had merely been to toughen his character, allowing him to train an additional half-hour each day. As Zhu Liangyu recounted her experiences from over a month ago when Bai Zhirong first arrived at the military camp, she reflected on his initial high spirits and aspirations. However, he mistakenly believed that 2 years of bureaucratic experience would suffice for military strategy, which was far from the truth. As his direct superior, Zhu Liangyu felt it was her duty to teach him how to be a competent soldier. I initially thought he was a pampered young master who would not last long, perhaps even leave voluntarily. Yet, to my surprise, he persevered, forging strong bonds with the soldiers and excelling in martial skills, endurance, and patience. He stands out among his peers in the military, Zhu Liangyu remarked. I see great potential in your brother. However, he remains somewhat immature. At first, he seemed to be competing with me, training excessively hard, but now that I have advised him to relax, he has thrown a fit. Chapter 68. A display of teeth and claws. Zhu Liangyu offered Bai Shu a helpless smile, her eyes reflecting the complexity of her emotions. While she had indeed been intentionally extending Bai Zhirong's training, it was never her intention to target him or force him out of the military. Yet Bai Zhirong's peculiar temperament perplexed her. Initially angry over the training, she understood, but now that she sought to normalize his regimen, he interpreted her actions as disdain? Was training not meant to be challenging? Truly, he was difficult to comprehend. Among her many subordinates, none had ever been so obstinate as he. Ah. So that is the case. My second brother's temperament indeed requires refinement. Training in the military will serve him well. That aside, his martial foundation is quite commendable. I hope he can achieve something remarkable alongside Miss Zhu, Bai Shu mused. Bai Shu observed Zhu Liangyu's expression and began to piece together the sequence of events. She noted that Zhu Liangyu not only bore no animosity towards her second brother but, on the contrary, seemed to harbor a hint of admiration for him. No wonder Bai Zhirong always complained about her whenever he returned home. Initially, he labeled her a female demon, targeting him, and later remarked that Zhu Liangyu looked down upon him and neglected him. Yet, Bai Shu could see through Bai Zhirong immediately. She believed Zhu Liangyu's assessment to be accurate. Her second brother was indeed quite immature. If someone praised him, he would surely be elated. If someone belittled him, he would feel compelled to prove them wrong. If anyone harmed his friends or family, he would undoubtedly stand up for them. However, such a person also possessed a significant virtue, an honest heart and an undying passion. Despite his current demeanor, he was far more composed than when he first entered the military. As she spoke, Zhu Liangyu seemed to recall something, and suddenly broke into laughter, which piqued Bai Shu's curiosity even further. She promptly inquired, "Is this what you consider composure? I see he remains the same as before. What exactly happened this time?" Bai Shu would sooner believe a sow could climb a tree than think her brother could ever be composed. Her brother, Bai Zhirong after all, had never exhibited such steadiness in the 17 years of his life. Even Jiang Shi remarked that her second son was the most boisterous and mischievous during his childhood. His anger this time was entirely understandable. Perhaps it was due to my sudden resumption of his regular training, which made him feel I looked down upon him. Thus, he refrained from asking for leave, even for such a significant event as his elder brother's marriage. He might have hesitated for a long time, but today at noon, he mustered the courage to come and request half a day's leave. I granted it and then appeared here. He might think I did so intentionally. Zhu Liangyu spoke with an air of innocence, for in her eyes, requesting leave was a trivial matter. She would approve it as long as there was a valid reason. However, something as crucial as a brother's marriage held great significance for her, and she could not fathom why Bai Zhirong was upset. Perhaps he was annoyed that she, despite being on the guest list, did not proactively grant him leave? Or was he angry at himself for not requesting leave and missing out on the morning's wedding festivities? Upon hearing this, Bai Shu burst into laughter. Is that it? Was he just making a scene earlier because of this? Bai Shu realized that this was precisely the sort of thing her dear brother would do. It was clear that his own timidity and overthinking led him to shy away from asking for leave, and it was hardly fair to place the blame on others. Moreover, he was not needed in the morning. Even if he had returned, he would merely be a spectator, assisting with arrangements. Thus, he hadn't truly missed anything. Perhaps it was simply his own internal struggle that vexed him. Making a scene? Your description is quite apartment. Zhu Liangyu chuckled at Bai Shu's depiction, and the two of them reminisced about Bai Zhirong's earlier flustered demeanor, laughing in unison. It truly resembled that of an irate little lion. Given my brother's previous temperament, had he encountered such a situation before, his reaction would likely have been far more intense. Thus, it could be said he has indeed matured somewhat. Bai Shu, with a hint of insincerity, praised her brother's composure. God knows. It was with a heavy heart that she uttered those words. Perhaps, once he truly steps onto the battlefield, he will experience a transformation overnight.
Miss Bai.
Your disposition is entirely unlike your brother's. I find your character far more appealing. Zhu Liangyu mused, puzzled by how such a charming sister could emerge from someone as immature as Bai Zhirong. Not only was she strikingly beautiful, but her manner of speaking and interaction was also quite pleasant. Coupled with the tales he had heard about her bold pursuits in love, he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Haha, his character is not only worlds apart from mine, it differs vastly from everyone in our family. In time, you'll come to realize this. Bai Shu continued to engage in cheerful conversation with Zhu Liangyu, who always managed to amuse her. Perhaps this was what they referred to as meeting too late and enjoying a delightful conversation. She had a feeling that their encounter would not merely be a fleeting moment but could blossom into a friendship in the future. She felt a sense of anticipation. Zhu Liangyu and Bai Shu exchanged a smile before they made their way to the banquet. Bai Shu led her directly to the side of the Grand Princess and Xiao Wan'er, introducing them to one another. To her surprise, the two hit it off instantly. The Grand Princess had long heard that the royal uncle had permitted a female warrior to enter the military and greatly admired her, longing to witness her presence. Upon meeting Zhu Liangyu, she realized that she indeed possessed a striking and formidable aura. As Zhu Liangyu had reached the age of marriage, her parents had begun to nag her about such matters. She had also heard about the Grand Princess's divorce and found her to be a truly courageous and decisive woman of remarkable character. Please do sit for a moment. The wedding banquet will commence shortly. Bai Shu bid farewell to the Grand Princess and Zhu Liangyu. Just then, she inadvertently glanced across the male guest tables and caught sight of a familiar figure. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to go greet him. As this individual seldom attended large banquets or public gatherings. How is your health, your highness? Xiao Maching sat alone in a corner, exuding a formidable aura that seemed to deter anyone from approaching. However, upon noticing Bai Shu's approach, his demeanor softened slightly. Bai Shu slightly inclined her body in greeting and, noticing he had not touched his tea, but was instead drinking cold liquor on an empty stomach, expressed her concern. Perhaps Bai Daifu could take a look. Xiao Maching sat there, his posture straight, yet emanating a relaxed nonchalance. His right hand rested casually on the table, seemingly inviting Bai Shu to take his pulse. Perhaps it was the cold liquor he had just consumed, but he appeared to carry a hint of mirth in his eyes, devoid of the stern and aloof aura he usually exuded, which momentarily astonished Bai Shu. She had never witnessed such a side of Xiao Maching. In comparison, the setting sun behind him seemed to pale in vibrancy. Bai Shu glanced around at the guests, some engaged in laughter, others in conversation. But there were also those casting curious glances in their direction. She couldn't shake the feeling that the atmosphere tonight was somewhat off. Was it that her aura clashed with Xiao Maching's? Chapter 69. The Grand Wedding. As long as the prince adheres to the doctor's advice and refrains from indulging in cold liquor, there should be no issues. Bai Shu thought little of it. She simply did not intend to display her medical skills in front of everyone at that moment. Thus, she sought an excuse to brush past the matter. However, Xiao Maching did not let her off easily. Rather, his smile deepened, and his dark eyes seemed to possess an enchanting allure that was hard to resist. Very well. This prince will heed Bai Daifu's counsel. It's merely a few cups of wine. Xiao Maching's movements had slowed compared to his usual pace. He distanced the wine cup and signaled to Qingfeng to take the wine pitcher away. To an uninformed observer, it would seem as though he had become inebriated. Your Highness, your presence is an honor to the Xiang residents. Should there be any shortcomings in hospitality, please forgive us. Bai Shu left those words behind and turned to depart. She could no longer remain there. The atmosphere was truly unsettling. How much has he had to drink to be affected like this? Those unaware might think the wine at our Xiang residence is exceptionally fine to have intoxicated the regent. Bai Shu quickened her pace, internally cursing. Is it possible that the regent is not drunk? Bai Shu, as she left, could not see Xiao Moqing's expression, but the system had a clear view. The clarity in his gaze, the subtle smile at the corners of his lips, and the rhythmic motion of his fingers as they stroked the prayer beads all indicated that Xiao Moqing was exceptionally sober, capable of committing murder, if need be. How could that be? Look at his face, it's flushed. Physiological reactions cannot lie. Bai Shu continued to convince herself that Xiao Moqing's unusual behavior that evening was merely due to the effects of alcohol. Otherwise, why would he speak so flirtatiously? Are you sure the regent's face is flushed? And you call that a small face? The system fails to comprehend the peculiar adjectives of humanity. Bai Shu stood merely 2 meters away from Xiao Moqing, and as the dusk settled, it remained oblivious to the blush adorning Xiao Moqing's cheeks. How could the system, being of its own kind, perceive such nuances? Well, after all, it was its own host. It would refrain from exposing her feelings. Never mind. These matters are of little consequence. The wedding ceremony is imminent, and preparations must be hastened. Bai Shu spoke to herself, uncertain whether her words were directed at the system or merely a self-reminder, ultimately choosing to selectively ignore the unusual spectacle of Xiao Moqing.
Oh.
The system had grown accustomed to the fact that Bai Shu was the one in control. It sensed no threat from Xiao Moqing towards them, and thus allowed her to proceed unimpeded. This time, Xiao Moqing did not call out to Bai Shu, but instead observed her seemingly panicked retreat, a smile threatening to spill over from her eyes, musing that every time they parted, it was she who turned to look back at him. The sound of firecrackers echoed, heralding the arrival of the newlyweds. As the cacophony of firecrackers harmonized with the instruments, the officiant recited the ceremonial words, and the couple stepped into the front hall together. Bai Zixuan typically donned white attire, while Lu Ruyan often wore elegant, understated garments. Today, however, both were resplendent in vibrant red wedding gowns, a sight that truly captivated all. Bai Zixuan exuded an air of grandeur, each step he took resonating with strength and poise. Although the red veil obscured Lu Ruyan's beauty, it could not hide her graceful figure, her slender waist, and the delicate sway of her skirt as she walked, embodying the essence of a perfect couple. Evoking envy from onlookers. With a bow to heaven and earth, the officiant's words came to a close, and the newlyweds slowly turned, bowing before the vast expanse of the sky and the earth. Those gathered around offered their blessings, and even Bai Shu, typically untroubled by sentiment, felt a hint of moisture at the corners of her eyes as she witnessed the union of these lovers. With a second bow to the high hall, Bai Heng and Jiang Shi sat solemnly in their seats, tears of joy streaming down their faces. They had watched Bai Zixuan and Lu Ruyan grow up, witnessing the trials of their love, but fortune had smiled upon them, bringing this beautiful night of reunion. Seated nearby were members of the Bai family, including the princess, Xiao Wan'er, and the regent. The officiant's voice rang out, husband and wife, vow in love for eternity. At this moment, Bai Zixuan's grin stretched nearly from ear to ear as he suppressed his inner joy, turning to meet Lu Ruyan's gaze with eyes as gentle as flowing water. It seemed as though he wished to pierce through the thin veil and behold Lu Ruyan's visage. The bride, sensing her groom's gaze, responded with a shy smile, the veil swaying with her movement, a testament to the happiness shared between them. They faced one another, bowing deeply, completing the ceremony as they became husband and wife. With the ceremony concluded, the officiant raised his voice once more, surpassing the raucous cheers of the crowd as the atmosphere reached its zenith. Many gathered at the door, eager to partake in the festivities. The groom, Bai Zixuan, donned a carefree smile and, without a moment's hesitation, swept Lu Ruyan into his arms, carefully cradling her as he navigated through the raucous crowd. Regardless of the commotion around them, his heart remained solely focused on Lu Ruyan. Thus, amidst the laughter and cheers of their guests, Bai Zixuan safely carried her into their room, where the warm red curtains signified the beginning of their blissful journey. Outside, the sounds of jubilation filled the air. Their eldest son was marrying, and both Bai Heng and Jiang Shi were overjoyed, personally attending to their guests. Naturally, the most exuberant and conspicuous among them was Bai Zirong, who, with a jug of wine in hand, mingled with the guests in a merry uproar. Even with his substantial tolerance for alcohol, he was pushing the limits. Bai Shu, concerned he might overindulge and suffer from intoxication, intended to intervene. But someone beat her to it. Bai Zirong, you've only taken half a day off. You must report for training on the morrow at the appointed hour. Zhu Liangyu, too, had noticed Bai Zirong's revelry. Initially, She thought it permissible for him to indulge on his elder brother's wedding day, however. As she observed him downing jug after jug of wine without any sign of restraint, she could no longer remain passive, disregarding military discipline. She knew that if he continued this way, he would undoubtedly suffer a hangover that would render him unfit for training the next day. Little did she know. In his inebriated state, Bai Zirong dismissed her entirely, exclaiming, "General, we're not in the barracks now, so stop concerning yourself with me. Besides, this is my home. Today, my brother is marrying, and I am elated." Whether genuinely intoxicated or emboldened by the wine, this was the first time Bai Zirong had addressed Zhu Liangyu by her title, a point he usually held in disdain, for it implied subservience to her. Drinking was fine, but it must not interfere with training. Zhu Liangyu noticed that Bai Zirong's speech had begun to slur, and fearing that anything further she said would fall on deaf ears, she resolved to ignore him and prepare to leave. However, Bai Zirong stopped her. "Don't go, Zhu Liangyu. My brother is marrying. You must drink with us."
With that,
Bai Zirong disregarded the guests entirely, clutching a wine jug in one hand and a cup in the other, advancing towards her, oblivious to the deepening frown on Zhu Liangyu's face. Chapter 70. Extra Training. "Don't go, don't go." Bai Zirong hurriedly caught up with Zhu Liangyu. With no free hand to spare, he circled in front of her, blocking her path. "What do you want?" Zhu Liangyu frowned at the drunken fool before her. Her demeanor sharpened as the beauty mark at the corner of her eye seemed to take on an imposing air. As a junior military leader, she aspired to emulate the calm composure of the Regent, striving to remain unperturbed by others, never allowing her emotions to sway her judgment. Yet, this man seemed intent on challenging her limits. She contemplated what had come over Bai Zirong. Though he was often stubborn, it was typically in matters of strategy, for the army and for serious business. Today, however, what was he up to? "Have a drink with me. Otherwise, it's a slight against me. You don't look down on me for not accepting your toast, do you?" Bai Zirong raised his left hand high, pouring a generous amount of clear liquor into a cup. His rough handling caused some to spill, leaving only half a cup to offer. His demeanor was both frivolous and provocative, as if he sought to challenge the authority of his superior. "I will say this once more. I do not look down upon you, but your prestige holds little weight with me." Zhu Liangyu was resolute. The habits she had cultivated over the years meant that she never indulged in alcohol. Even during feasts for the soldiers, she would only sip tea, fully aware that in the military, one must remain vigilant at all times. As the great general, she bore the responsibility for the safety of both the citizens of Dongye and her soldiers. Over time, she had developed the habit of abstaining from alcohol, a fact known to all in the military. Clearly, Bai Zirong was being deliberately provocative. Zhu Liangyu's gaze grew increasingly frigid, and her tone became ever more serious. Yet, this did not dissuade Bai Zirong. He grew more tenacious, stating, "Half a cup of liquor for my brother's wedding. Surely the general can partake." Bai Zirong was undeterred, adopting an unexpectedly conciliatory tone while maintaining his hold on the half-filled cup, a radiant smile adorning his face that stood out against the night. Was there a hint of sincerity in his eyes? Zhu Liangyu was puzzled by his intentions and had no desire to engage with a drunken fool, even one who was attempting to ingratiate himself. She resolved to bypass Bai Zirong, intent on leaving. Observing this exchange from a distance, Bai Shu felt a twinge of concern. What ailment has my second brother succumbed to now? He must not provoke my beautiful sister. Bai Shu contemplated stepping in as a peacemaker, but upon reflection, she realized that their interactions were more frequent than those with their own family. Perhaps it would be more prudent to allow them to resolve their own issues. Perhaps it would be best if you refrained from intervening. Your second brother is merely teasing General Zhu. It seemed that the system was the only entity that comprehended the situation. What is the matter, Fei Si? Bai Shu was perplexed as to why Bai Zirong insisted on making a spectacle of himself at their elder brother's wedding banquet. Your second brother is drinking plain water from that wine jug. The system, accustomed to leisure, was idly drifting through Bai Shu's mind, and upon closer inspection, it was indeed shocking. Bai Zirong had likely only consumed genuine wine from the first jug. The subsequent jugs were all filled with plain water. Bai Shu was at a loss for words. To whom did this foolish second brother take after? Aside from a slight resemblance in intellect to their Bai family, what else could he possibly share with them? Bai Shu, concerned that Bai Zirong might truly anger Zhu Liangyu, intended to step forward to stop her foolish brother. However, she was taken aback by an astonishing scene. Bai Zirong, in a sycophantic manner, approached Zhu Liangyu. "Zhu Liangyu, are you truly upset? Why is it that you can joke with others but not with me? I know you don't drink. Why not give it a try? Perhaps it's not really wine." Bai Zirong trailed behind Zhu Liangyu, his tone laced with coaxing. He was quite tall, towering over Zhu Liangyu by at least a head, yet he bent down, accommodating the person he had annoyed. If his previous tone was one of flattery, now it was saturated with obsequiousness. Moreover, when he spoke of joking, there was a hint of grievance, as if he were the wronged party. Zhu Liangyu, unable to endure his incessant chatter any longer, halted and met his gaze. Firstly, I am not angry. I simply do not wish to converse with a drunkard. Secondly, I am not joking with anyone. Thirdly, I do not drink. Standing tall with her back straight, her right hand half clenched upon her waist, her cascade of dark hair flowed down, appearing even softer in the moonlight. All right, I understand the second and third points, but for the first, if it's true, then drink it. If you down it, I shall believe you. Bai Zirong continued to lower his head, his body bent, aligning his gaze with hers. Stubbornly, he extended the wine cup towards her, taking a large step forward to prevent Zhu Liangyu from leaving again. He was uncertain whether this was a form of provocation or not. In any case, he simply wished for her to drink this cup of plain water, intending to convey that he had not indulged in strong liquor. His handsome face loomed large before Zhu Liangyu, and she could even catch a whiff of the slight aroma of alcohol emanating from him, momentarily rendering her speechless. Her hand, resting on her waist, tightened into a fist. Her initial reaction was one of bewilderment, but soon she realized that Bai Zirong had indeed overindulged, daring to insist she drink with him. Very well. Tomorrow, Bai Zirong would pay the price for his actions tonight. Resolutely, Zhu Liangyu steeled herself and took the half cup of clear liquor from Bai Zirong's hand. Downing it in one gulp, the cool liquid slid down her throat, and a profound doubt flickered in her eyes. True, she had never consumed alcohol, but she had seen enough to recognize that this should not be wine. This was clearly water. So, how does it taste? The instigator remained blissfully unaware of his blunder. Grinning cheekily, the mischief evident on Bai Zirong's face was now impossible to conceal, his perfectly aligned teeth on full display before Zhu Liangyu. You're not keen on returning to normal training, are you? Starting tomorrow, you'll add an extra hour. Realizing she had been played, Zhu Liangyu, even if she were the most composed of individuals, found it hard not to feel anger. She uttered a single retort before departing. This time, Bai Zirong did not attempt to stop her, for eliciting any expression from this formidable woman was notoriously difficult. She had just smiled so joyfully at her sister that he nearly believed she was incapable of laughter. Yet, her current sulky demeanor was a sight he had never witnessed before. Worth it. However, lost in his own thoughts, Bai Zirong suddenly recalled what Zhu Liangyu had just said. An extra hour of training? Was it too late for him to apologize? Chapter 71. Do not push me to slap you when I am at my happiest. The bride, Lu Ruyin, sat quietly in her chamber, enveloped in the profound happiness emanating from the vibrant red wedding canopy. Outside, the groom, Bai Zishian, had been toasting guests in a drunken stupor, his true state of inebriation a mystery to all. Regardless, wine flowed freely from jug to jug. The atmosphere within the residence was jubilant, with friends and relatives reveling in the merriment, the ambience reaching its zenith. After the newlyweds had completed their ceremonial bowing, Xiao Emoqing took his leave, personally escorted by Bai Shu, for the Regent's presence demanded respect. Bai Zishian, after having lost count of how many jugs he had consumed, bore a flushed complexion and dazed eyes, finally granted respite by the crowd. A servant assisted him back to the bridal chamber. After all, a moment of intimacy was priceless and should not be squandered. Sister, allow me to toast you with a drink. The banquet was nearing its conclusion, and many guests were gradually departing when Su Yunxi approached Bai Shu, seeking attention. For no reason at all, I shall not drink this toast. Bai Shu was no fool. She surmised that Su Yunxi was likely fretting over her impending marriage to Du Wenqing, her hair probably turning gray with worry. This sudden toast was undoubtedly calculated, and she did not wish to confront her at her elder brother's wedding. For today was a momentous occasion for Bai Zishian and Lu Ruyin. I've been in the residence for 6 full years and have yet to express my gratitude for everyone's kindness, especially to my sister, who used to share everything good with me. Su Yunxi lowered her tone, though Bai Shu, seated comfortably, refused to spare her even a glance. Nevertheless, she continued her attempts at flattery, claiming to be moved, her eyes shimmering with moisture. Gratitude was always felt in the heart and did not require such superficial displays. The ever-cautious Jiang Shi, sensing the tension, spoke up to ease the atmosphere. Ultimately, everyone was gathered to celebrate Bai Zishian's wedding and wished to avoid any disturbances. In a few days, Su Yunxi would be married off, and although her father had sent word relinquishing control over her marriage to the residents, it was clear she would not remain there much longer. Auntie is correct. The Bai family's kindness is something Yunshi has always cherished. This toast is for everyone. Su Yunshi maintained her delicate demeanor, evoking pity from the unsuspecting. Yet, once stripped of her protagonist's aura, who would truly take notice of her? Observing her down the contents of her cup, the Bai family exchanged glances, uncertain of her intentions. All right, we all understand. Do not overindulge. Jiang Shi interjected once more. As she watched Su Yunshi refill her cup, it was evident that 1 or 2 cups would not suffice. Among them, only Bai Shu remained calm, observing Su Yunshi with cold eyes, for it seemed she could no longer restrain herself. Today is the most joyous occasion in the residence. I am elated and cannot help but express a few sentiments. This toast is still for everyone. With that, Su Yunshi drained her cup once more. Bai Zirong did not even spare her a glance, thinking, if she enjoyed performing, then let her perform, as long as it did not disrupt his meal. He had training to attend to the next day. Bai Shu noted Su Yunshi's increasing fervor, her cups flowing one after another, disregarding their thoughts entirely, and bluntly remarked, "Do not push me to slap you when I am at my happiest." As the guests gradually departed, the Bai family finally found the opportunity to sit down and enjoy a proper meal. Yet, the insufferable Bai Lianhua insisted on prancing around in front of Bai Shu. And it was not merely enough to frolic. The 4 characters I must create a scene were practically emblazoned on Su Yunshi's forehead. Unable to contain herself, Bai Shu uttered a remark that left everyone astounded. Indeed, Bai Zirong, caught mid-chew, froze in disbelief, nearly choking on his food. His expression was one of shock as he looked at Bai Shu with incredulity, exclaiming, "Sister, you are so cool." He continued to chew unabashedly, giving Bai Shu an enthusiastic thumbs up. His sister had become formidable, sporting the most innocent and beautiful face while uttering the most terrifying words. It must be said, she certainly had the air of a regent. Meanwhile, Su Yunshi stood dumbfounded, utterly unprepared for Bai Shu's boldness in front of their elders. What surprised her even more was Bai Zirong's praise at such a moment. Was this truly the time to discuss whether Bai Shu was cool or not? And there sat Jiang Shi, Bai Heng, and the matriarch, all silent in their reproach. In that moment, Su Yunshi's resentment towards the Bai family reached its zenith, suddenly emboldening her to commit misdeeds with a sense of justified righteousness. "Sister, why would you say such things about me? I am genuinely grateful." Consumed by hatred, Su Yunshi lost her reason, meeting Bai Shu's icy gaze as tears streamed down her face. She was determined to ruin Bai Shu's reputation, to incite the scorn of others upon her, and then cast her aside mercilessly. "You better prepare yourself. Wrongdoing comes with responsibilities." Bai Shu finally shot a warning glance at Su Yunshi, her index finger rhythmically tapping on the table. A once charming and delicate visage, now clouded with ominous shadows. She resembled a demon, awaiting Su Yunshi's ultimate choice, one that, if miscalculated, would lead her to the abyss. "Sister, I know you might still be angry about the matter with Wenqingge, but I fainted inexplicably that day, and when I awoke, everything had already been decided. You cannot blame me for that." Su Yunshi disregarded Bai Shu's final warning and obstinately pressed on, even foolishly attempting to provoke her with the incident involving Du Wenqing. Did she truly fail to grasp reality, or was she merely unwilling to acknowledge it? As she spoke, she feigned a collapse, dramatically sweeping her arm to knock over Bai Shu's wine cup. Quick-witted, Bai Shu recoiled, but a few drops inevitably splattered onto her garment. "Sister, I'm so sorry. It was unintentional. Let me help you clean it up." Seeing her plan succeed, Su Yunshi quickly rose, pulling out a handkerchief to assist, her simmering hatred transforming into delight. After tonight, their statuses would be reversed. She would emerge as the most esteemed one. "Do not touch me. Take me to change my clothes." Bai Shu deftly evaded Su Yunshi's insidious hand. She had already granted her numerous opportunities, and since she chose not to cherish them, Bai Shu resolved to let her be, hoping only that she would not tarnish the sacred wedding of Bai Zishuan and Lu Rian. "Su, have you made up your mind?" Others might remain oblivious, but the system understood that Bai Shu could effortlessly evade that wine, not a drop touching her. It seemed clear that Bai Shu was about to take action. "Yes, I will not harm others unless provoked, and if provoked, I shall eradicate the root of the issue." Originally, Bai Shu's objective in this world was merely to prevent Du Wenqing from rising to power in order to safeguard the Dongye court from upheaval. Su Yunshi's matters were not part of her mission, yet such ingratitude warranted a fitting retaliation from Su Yunshi. "Excellent. I stand unwaveringly with you, Su. The system remained unconditionally on Bai Shu's side, akin to a loyal best friend. Where is Du Wenqing? Bai Shu scanned her surroundings, aware that Du Wenqing had been invited to the banquet due to his engagement with Su Yunqi. Though his absence was noted, Bai Shu was confident he had not yet left the residence. Du Wenqing is in the side room on the way to the rear courtyard, and that room contains the aphrodisiac. The system stated seriously after conducting its investigation, realizing why Bai Shu was so furious. Apparently, the Phoenix Man and the White Lotus intended to unleash a grand scheme, driven by animosity. Whether towards Du Wenqing or Su Yunqi, the original character had harbored immense goodwill. Little did she know that only a month after Bai Shu's arrival, she would find herself facing such treachery. Is it possible to release the aphrodisiac in advance? Even in her mind, Bai Shu's tone was icily calm, indicating her genuine anger. A piece of cake. The system possessed sufficient capability in this regard, especially since it had the authority to intervene in principal plotlines. At that moment, Du Wenqing was adjusting his attire, having donned the most valuable azure brocade robe. Recalling how Bai Shu once adored him in that garment, praising his handsomeness every time he wore it, he paced anxiously, alternating between rehearsing his joyful expressions and succumbing to impatience. The wait was interminable, especially as the impending events promised to alter the course of his life. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that the once dormant aphrodisiac on the table had suddenly ignited, releasing tendrils of smoke that danced gently towards his mouth and nose. Miss, I shall accompany you. Yulan had not anticipated Su Yunqi would directly spill the wine cup, but she sensed something amiss in Bai Shu's demeanor and reached out to support her. No need. Have the kitchen prepare another portion of lion's head. I will return to eat it later. Bai Shu forestalled Yulan, preferring to act independently and not sully the young maid's mind. Yulan recognized her young mistress's intent to go alone and initially wished to argue further. However, upon meeting Bai Shu's resolute gaze, she acquiesced, reasoning that within the residence, her mistress should be safe. Sister, let me take you there. Su Yunqi began to extend a gesture of goodwill, deliberately sending away the maid Shuigua. This time, she was taking a significant risk. A slight misstep could sever her ties with the Bai family, thus the fewer people aware of the situation, the better. This plan involved only her and Du Wenqing, with no one else informed, and the aphrodisiac had been purchased personally by Du Wenqing. Bai Shu paid no heed to Su Yunqi, shaking out her sleeves as she departed, prompting Su Yunqi to hurriedly follow. Fearing Bai Shu would head straight to the rear courtyard, jeopardizing her scheme, she hastened to catch up, saying, Sister, there are spare garments in the side hall. No need to go to the rear courtyard. Su Yunqi carefully observed Bai Shu's expression, noting her continued coldness and silence. Despite her rising fury, she clutched her silk handkerchief tightly to avoid revealing her emotions, reassuring herself, just hold on a little longer, soon. She will no longer look down upon me from her elevated position. Watching the retreating figures of Su Yunqi and Bai Shu, the Bai family fell into a momentary silence. Especially Bai Zirong, who was usually boisterous and talkative, now rendered speechless with fury. His sister had been bullied. He was determined to step up. But he received a glance from Bai Shu, clearly conveying that she would handle Su Yunqi's matters herself. Was he really going to appear so weak as her older brother? Let us continue our meal. Since sister has assured us she will resolve it, we need not intervene. In stark contrast, the youngest among them, Bai Zi, exhibited the utmost composure at that moment, his youthful visage radiating a sense of gravitas. With delicate hands, he grasped the chopsticks before him, deftly picking up a piece of braised pork and indulging heartily, all while offering words of reassurance to the others. He understood his sister well. Once she had made a decision, others ought not to interfere. Bai Shu had reiterated on multiple occasions that she would handle the matters concerning Su Yunqi and Du Wenqing, and thus, their involvement was unnecessary. Well then, let us dine, Bai Heng sighed, acquiescing to his daughter's will, secure in the knowledge that he would remain the unwavering support for the children. With Bai Heng's affirmation, the family began to eat slowly. The previous sounds of laughter and merriment now a distant memory. Sister, this is the place. Let us enter, Su Yunqi said, leading Bai Shu to the chamber designated by the system. This room had been prepared for the banquet in the front courtyard, facilitating the changing of attire for both guests and hosts. Given the expansive grounds of the Bai estate, returning to the rear courtyard for a change would be rather time-consuming. The crux of the situation was that this room was an essential passage to the rear courtyard, ensuring that should anything untoward transpire, it would be immediately discovered by others.
Sujong si truly possessed a cunning mind.
As Bai Shu observed the brightly lit interior, a shadow flitted past, and a fierce glint flashed in her eyes. She raised her hand and struck Su Yunxi's nape with precision, rendering her unconscious upon the floor. "Host, your prowess remains undiminished," quipped the system, providing comic relief. "What is Du Wenqing's condition?" Bai Shu inquired, her gaze icy as she regarded the fallen Su Yunxi. "She has succumbed to the effects of the aphrodisiac. It will not be long before she loses her rationality." The system, impressed by the tenacity of this seemingly soft-hearted man, pondered whether he feared his own inadequacy. Having even prepared such a potent concoction in the room. Inside, Du Wenqing, fatigued, took a seat on the couch to rest. Yet he felt a rising, indescribable restlessness within him. He attempted to quench it with water, but after consuming a pot of tea, the agitation only intensified. His neck was reddened from his unconscious scratching, and his disheveled clothing betrayed his inner turmoil. To the discerning eye, the situation was all too clear. Suddenly, he heard the voice he had long anticipated from outside. The room was too bright. Perhaps extinguishing a few candles would help. Bai Shu, aware from the system that Du Wenqing still retained some lucidity, uttered this remark at the door, her voice soft yet knowing that those inside would hear her. True to her expectations, Du Wenqing, already teetering on the brink of losing control, was instantly elated upon hearing Bai Shu's voice, believing that she still held feelings for him. He did not consider the alternative, that Bai Shu might think the room was occupied by mere servants. In the past, he had been preoccupied with his own ambitions and had overlooked her, but after their encounter in the pavilion, Bai Shu had indelibly marked his heart. Her beauty was unlike Su Yunxi's, exuding a confidence and flamboyance that captivated him. Chapter 73. The wedding date is advanced. Du Wenqing was convinced he had indeed heard Bai Shu's voice, harboring a glimmer of hope that perhaps Su Yunxi had persuaded her, or that she was being proactive. He glanced down at his disheveled appearance, realizing his belt had loosened and his clothes were wrinkled. Frustration welled up within him. How could he possibly make a good impression in such a state? Suddenly, an idea struck him. Since Bai Shu had remarked on the brightness of the room, he could simply extinguish the flames. Moreover, darkness often stirred the most primal desires within individuals. Perhaps this would facilitate his intentions. With that thought, Du Wenqing proceeded to snuff out all the candles, leaving only the moonlight filtering in through the window, casting a shadow upon the floor. At that moment, he noticed the aphrodisiac on the table had somehow ignited, its small flame now conspicuous against the night. He wondered how he had forgotten that he had lit it. Oddly, he felt something unusual within his body, but he did not dwell on it, as his thoughts oscillated between clarity and confusion. Just as he hesitated, the door was suddenly flung open with force, and a heavy figure was unceremoniously tossed inside. Indeed, it was Bai Shu who had seized Su Yunxi and, without a trace of tenderness, hurled her into the room. Both the system and Du Wenqing were taken aback. "Host, will Du Wenqing detect anything amiss?" The system queried with astonishment. Could this be the adrenaline released during moments of extreme emotion? It perceived the unconscious Su Yunxi as merely a blanket that Bai Shu had effortlessly tossed aside. Did she not lose her rationality immediately? Does it matter who was in the room to him? Bai Shu cast a cold glance at the closed door, at the two entangled figures inside, and without further delay, turned to change her attire in another room. Tonight, many were destined to remain awake. That makes sense. The system sensed that the two within had already come into contact, hastily retracting its probing awareness, for it had no desire to voyeuristically observe such intimate encounters. It was still an underage in turn, after all. Inside, Du Wenqing was initially startled by the sudden intrusion. Approaching closer, illuminated by the moonlight, he realized it was a person, an unconscious woman. He pondered, this was not how the plan was supposed to unfold. He was certain he had heard Bai Shu's voice outside. Had something gone awry? He turned the woman over, scrutinizing her closely. But it was evident that his mind was becoming increasingly clouded. The woman on the floor appeared to shift into several phantoms, and as he gazed, he thought he saw Bai Shu. His body acted on instinct, hands moving faster than reason, as he lifted Su Yunxi and carried her to the couch. The constraints of the plan now fully in motion. "My lady, you have finally returned. Your servant has worried endlessly." Yulan breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing Bai Shu's safe return to the front courtyard, her heart finally at ease. The others smiled at Bai Shu, waiting for her to join them for the meal. Although Bai Heng and the others had reached a consensus earlier, each was burdened with their own thoughts. Eating in a half-hearted manner, the purpose of their gathering all too obvious, yet unspoken. "Sure, the lion's head is still warm. Do give it a try." Jiang Shi, noticing Bai Shu's relaxed demeanor, felt reassured. She believed that Su Yunxi, an unrelated party, should not influence their mood. "Thank you, mother. Let us dine. We have all toiled throughout the day." In the presence of her family, Bai Shu found herself naturally at ease and joyful, having already embraced them as her own kin. However, this night was destined to be one of wakefulness. Very well, Shu'er has worked hard as well. Let us retire early tonight. Jiangshi served Bai Shu her favorite dishes. After several days of bustling activity, she felt no fatigue. Rather, it was a joyful occasion. And she believed her spirits were lifted. Though the evening meal experienced its share of tumult, it concluded amidst a warm and cheerful atmosphere. Jiangshi, of course, did not let the opportunity slip to press her second son about the matter of marriage, repeatedly urging him to consider it. However, Bai Ziyong had long since grown accustomed to her nagging, allowing it to flow in one ear and out the other. As he prepared to return to the military camp the following day, eliciting laughter from the matriarch. Yet, such warm moments are often fleeting. As everyone prepared to return to the rear courtyard to wash up and rest, they had no choice but to pass by that unsavory room. Grandmother. Has Su Yunxi's father responded? Has a wedding date been set for her and Du Wenqing? On the way, Bai Shu proactively broached the topic, seeking to provide everyone with a psychological preparation. There is still an auspicious date this month, June 12th. Our family has already begun preparations. But the Du family has been dragging their feet. The elderly lady became incensed upon mentioning the matter. When they initially sent Su Yunxi over, their demeanor was vastly different. In the grand families of the capital, it is quite common for collateral branches to send a few offspring to borrow influence and connections. Yet now, as the time for marriage approaches, the parents do not show up, which is truly an unprecedented oddity throughout history. Indeed, our preparations are nearly complete. Yet the Du family remains unresponsive. Jiang echoed her sentiment, expressing that she had shown great benevolence towards Su Yunxi. Now, it suffices for appearances to be upheld. While organizing Bai Zishuan's wedding banquet, she had also made arrangements for Su Yunxi, but the problem lies in the utter lack of concern from the Du family. Not only have they not made any noise, but they also refuse to cooperate in discussing the marriage. This clearly indicates a problematic attitude, and they are now hesitating about whether to proceed with the alliance with the Du family. Regardless of their response, the wedding date must be moved forward. Bai Shu calmly proclaimed this shocking statement, fully aware of the underlying circumstances while the others remained oblivious. The Du family harbors aspirations to become a noble house, perhaps even to secure the position of the Long princess's favored son-in-law, and they are naturally unwilling to be bound by Su Yunxi. However, after tonight, everything will be set in stone. Sister, what do you mean? Jiang inquired, perplexed. Come, you will know soon enough, Bai Shu replied succinctly, leading the way. At this moment, an unspoken premonition lingered in the hearts of everyone present, though none dared to confirm it. The path to the rear courtyard was exceptionally quiet, as Bai Shu had already instructed most of the servants to rest, leaving only a few of them and their close maids and attendants. In the stillness of the night, they faced the impending events. Just as they reached the door of the side hall, an unusual sound drew their attention. Faint noises emanated from within, accompanied by the clatter of a fallen chair and the labored breaths of both a man and a woman. Initially, the group was taken aback, but upon listening closely, Jiang caught sight of Bai Shu's knowing gaze and understood the situation. She promptly commanded a young servant to bring Zi back to the room. Such a scene was not fit for children to witness. Yet, she hesitated and turned to Bai Shu, asking, Sister, will you? Mother, I will stay, Bai Shu replied resolutely. She was determined to witness Du Wenqing and Su Yunxi reap the consequences of their actions. System, extinguish the enchanting incense. Bai Shu calmly communicated with the system. After all, when the door swung open, she had no interest in witnessing any illicit spectacle. Moreover, with Du Wenqing's physique resembling that of a plucked chicken, she feared it might evoke a reaction. Understood. The system executed a slight maneuver, extinguishing the once flourishing enchanting incense, unnoticed by anyone. Inside, the atmosphere was intoxicating. As two entwined bodies reveled in their fervor, accompanied by unabashed conversations that signified their lack of restraint. Initially uncertain of the identities of those within, it became evident when a hoarse male voice cried out, I regret it, please love me once more. At this utterance, the crowd's expressions varied, as they recognized it was indeed Du Wenqing's voice. As for the identity of the woman, it was all too clear. The moans, though indistinct, were unmistakably intertwined with the familiar cries of Brother Wenqing. The elderly matriarch's face turned a deep shade of anger. She could hardly believe that the girl the Bai family had nurtured for 6 years had strayed onto such a shameful path, committing acts that would tarnish their family name. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly stain the reputation of the Bai women. Let things unfold as they may, We have shown her enough mercy. The welfare of the Bai family must take precedence. The matriarch's stern visage conveyed a sentence of death upon Su Yunxi. The others, who had previously refrained from fully committing to the matter out of respect for the matriarch, now felt liberated from their concerns. Bai Heng added, "Zirong, go open the door." Bai Heng's expression was notably dark as he surmised the events that had transpired. Did Du Wenqing think he could trifle with him, the prime minister? First, he disregarded his cherished daughter, allowing her to suffer public humiliation repeatedly. Then he entangled himself with their foster cousin, neglecting his own daughter. Now that Bai Shu had finally seen through this scoundrel and rejected him, Du Wenqing resorted to such despicable tactics. From his regretful and filthy words, it was clear he mistook the woman in his embrace for Bai Shu. How brazen of him to engage in such behavior within his household. If he did not teach Du Wenqing a lesson today, one could only imagine the outrageous deeds he would commit in the future. All right. Bai Zirong's fists clenched tightly. From the moment he heard the indecent sounds from inside, his blood boiled, gathering at the crown of his head as his rage peaked. Du Wenqing had not only sullied his sister's purity, but also tainted the marriage banquet of his elder brother and sister-in-law. Truly despicable. Bai Zirong stormed to the door, kicking it open with such force, fueled by his fury and formidable martial prowess, that the door shattered upon impact. The two within were left utterly dumbfounded. Su Yunxi, gazing at the moonlight flooding in, found her eyes momentarily dazzled. After blinking vigorously, she adjusted to the light and discerned a line of figures standing at the threshold. Her mind clearing in an instant as she gaped in shock, resembling a startled rabbit retreating to a corner of the room. Yet her body remained entangled with Du Wenqing's. And given the disparity in their strength, he remained frozen in place, equally taken aback. Upon recognizing the furious man standing at the entrance, he realized he had been caught in the act. Although the plan had been somewhat shameful, everything had gone smoothly until now, with Bai Shu already his. He presumed the Bai family, no matter how resentful, would not allow their daughter to marry or take her own life. After enduring a life of frustration, he finally had something to relish, as aligning himself with the Bai family seemed to promise a brighter future. Du Wenqing thought this, yet could not quell Bai Zirong's wrath. Are you an animal in heat? How can you not control yourself in someone else's home? You dare to insult another family's daughter's chastity. Bai Zirong, too, did not wish to behold the nakedness of Du Wenqing and Su Yunxi. He turned his head away, scolding them, filled with disgust. How could they remain so undressed after being caught in such a compromising situation? Especially Du Wenqing, who still clung to the woman in his arms, truly beyond words.
What do you mean by that?
Such words are utterly disgraceful. Du Wenqing retorted, feeling humiliated, his voice hoarse as he defended himself. Am I the only one at fault? Your sister seems quite content to hide in my embrace. He resolved to exact his revenge on this derogatory brother-in-law once he attained success. The Bai family, standing outside the door, found themselves amused by Du Wenqing's words. Had he not been naked and disheveled, they might have believed him to be a man of high virtue. Indeed, they nearly fell for it. Bai Zirong, unwilling to engage in further conversation, bellowed, Su Yunxi, quickly put on your clothes. Bai Zirong strained to suppress his fury, however. Du Wenqing's actions were infuriating beyond measure, and he felt an overwhelming urge to strike him. Yet, the condition for doing so was that he had no desire to see Su Yunxi in such a state. After all, he had never even held a woman's hand in his life. He could not allow himself to falter here. However, Bai Zirong's words startled both individuals within the room. Su Yunxi felt a throbbing pain at the back of her neck, a lingering consequence of the recent ordeal, and her body, still reeling from the torment, left her mind in a state of disarray, oscillating between lucidity and confusion. It took Bai Zirong's exclamation to jolt her back to reality. Had she truly engaged in relations with Du Wenqing? Had her original plans been irrevocably dashed? Had she now become the pariah, sullied and scorned? Was her dream shattered beyond repair? How could she ever hope to trample on Bai Shu? Fate had been unkind to her. Frantic and unable to maintain her composure, Su Yunxi groped for her clothing in the dimly lit room, illuminated only by moonlight. She could not discern whether the garments were outerwear or undergarments, nor could she identify their owner, so she hastily donned whatever she grasped, hoping to conceal a semblance of her modesty. Who?
Huh? Who are you? Du Wenqing stammered.
Struck dumb by Bai Zirong's declaration, he felt as though he had been struck by lightning. The wrinkled garment that had hung loosely on his forearm fell to the ground. Watching Su Yunxi fumbling for her clothes, he clung to the last vestiges of hope. Who are you truly? With labored steps, Du Wenqing approached, and before Su Yunxi could properly attire herself, He yanked her around to face him. Upon recognizing her visage, disbelief washed over him. Where had things gone awry? It should have been Bai Shu. It must be Bai Shu.
No.
Surely, he was merely delirious. None of this could be real. It's not you. It's Bai Shu.
Not you.
In a fit of panic, he shoved Su Yunqi's arm away and clutched his head, shouting Bai Shu's name in a desperate attempt to numb his senses. Yet, at that moment, Su Yunqi, witnessing Du Wenqing's reaction, felt utterly shattered. What had all his previous vows meant? In this dire moment, he had begun to disdain her? What right did Du Wenqing have to look down upon her? Had she not been the one to support him, ensuring the Du family did not go hungry? With Du's mother extravagantly spending money, his meager salary barely sufficed. Now, he dared to disdain her? What had he been doing when he accepted money with open hands? Du Wenqing, open your eyes and see clearly. It is I, Su Yunqi, not Bai Shu. Under the dual assault of physical and emotional turmoil, she cried out these words, numbly donning the tattered clothing. In her mind, she pondered where she had strayed from her path. From the very first day she arrived at the Xiang residence, she had been awestruck by the opulence surrounding her. It was then she vowed never to return to her desolate and neglected family. She was determined to carve out her own place in the capital through her own efforts. Yet, despite the initial promise of a brighter future, everything had spiraled out of control. Stunned, she stood rooted to the spot, cradling her aching body, weeping silently. Yunqi, forgive me, please listen to me. Behind her, Du Wenqing finally grasped the gravity of his actions. He had mistaken Su Yunqi for Bai Shu and had committed that atrocious act. To make matters worse, he had wounded Su Yunqi's heart. Overcome with regret, he blamed himself for his impulsiveness and hastily sought her forgiveness. Yunqi, I was a bit out of sorts just now. I must have been clouded by the effects of the drug. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me, please? Without even putting on his clothes.
Comfort Su Yundi.
He had indeed desired Bai Shu, yet Su Yunqi was the one who held his heart. This was a mistake every man could make, and he believed the gentle and understanding Su Yunqi would surely comprehend his plight. However, before Du Wenqing could attain Su Yunqi's pardon, Bai Zirong burst into the room, seizing him and dragging him into the inner chamber, away from prying eyes. Ready to unleash a torrent of fury, Bai Zirong tossed him to the floor like a rag, too disgusted to regard his filthy body. His anger unleashed like a deluge. The fists rained down upon Du Wenqing's chest, arms, and abdomen. Within moments, Du Wenqing could no longer contain his cries of agony. As an ordinary man devoid of martial prowess, he could not withstand such a brutal beating, feeling as though his very organs were being rearranged. His body convulsed uncontrollably, a metallic sweetness rising in his throat. He longed to plead for mercy or unleash curses, yet no words escaped his lips. For Bai Zirong had clamped his mouth shut with one hand. With one hand occupied, Bai Zirong utilized the force he had employed to kick down the door,
Striking Du Wenqing's abdomen.
The reason he refrained from delivering blows to the face was that he needed to preserve Du Wenqing for Su Yunqi's sake. After all, it had become clear that Su Yunqi could no longer remain with the Bai family, and Du Wenqing was the best, indeed the only, option. The solitary witness to this tumultuous scene, Su Yunqi, merely watched with cold detachment, her tears having already dried, leaving only parched streaks upon her face as a reminder of her sorrow. She understood that Bai Zirong was a martial artist, strong yet discerning. He would not kill Du Wenqing within the Xiang residence. Thus, she did not intervene, instead sitting in a corner, observing and harboring resentment.
Get out.
Don't make me come and drag you out myself. And you, hurry up and show yourself. When Bai Zirong deemed it sufficient, he bellowed at the nearly unconscious Du Wenqing. He had not incapacitated him, but merely delivered a lesson. He was certain that after today, Du Wenqing would no longer enjoy a carefree existence. Bai Zirong exited, heading straight for Bai Shu, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions, pain, relief, pride, and a myriad of feelings he could not articulate, until Bai Shu's voice broke his reverie. Stop being so self-indulgent, let's go. Bai Shu found herself at a loss for words under Bai Zirong's gaze. Had she not repeatedly expressed her lack of affection for Du Wenqing? To be precise, she had never harbored any feelings for him, and thus felt no sorrow. She merely wished for a swift resolution, for her elder brother and sister-in-law were in the throes of passion, and she could not allow their moment to be interrupted.
Oh.
Bai Zirong awkwardly rubbed the tip of his nose, obediently following behind Bai Shu. They needed to convene in the adjacent room. Otherwise, the mere thought of what had transpired in this chamber would evoke an indescribable nausea. The interaction between Bai Zirong and Bai Shu somewhat alleviated the tension among the Bai family, creating a more relaxed atmosphere compared to the previous standoff. They were grateful that Bai Shu truly seemed indifferent to Du Wenqing, that her body and spirit had not been harmed. Master Du, as a gentleman, please propose a solution to this matter. In the adjacent room, Jiang Shi regarded the kneeling Du Wenqing and Su Yunqi with a cold demeanor. Her tone, not quite sarcastic yet dripping with ridicule, conveyed her disdain. They had just overheard Du Wenqing claim that Bai Zirong had dishonored them. She was eager to see how Du Wenqing would uphold his so-called gentlemanly conduct. We were undoubtedly set up. I implore you, esteemed Chancellor, to see through the ruse. Madam Bai, old Madam Bai, I am already betrothed to Yunqi. There is no way we could have acted in such a manner.
Du Wenqing,
unable to endure the physical agony any longer, collapsed to the ground, one arm propping him up while the other clutched his aching abdomen. He could not accept this accusation, for doing so would irrevocably alienate him from the Bai family and forfeit his chance with Bai Shu. Indeed, you two are already betrothed. What more could you possibly desire? Bai Heng inquired in a deep voice, embodying the aura of someone who commands respect in the court of Dongya without needing to raise his voice. Coupled with his deliberate pressure, Du Wenqing's defenses were gradually being dismantled. My Lord Prime Minister, we are truly wronged. I felt as though my senses were clouded just now. I must have been framed. Otherwise, even with 10 times my courage, I would never commit such an immoral act. Du Wenqing repeatedly employed a method of contradiction, for he found himself at a loss for how to defend his actions. As is widely acknowledged, those who engage in wrongdoing and desperately attempt to defend themselves often resort to contradiction. Du Wenqing's pallid arguments, alongside the evident facts, elicited no sympathy from the Bai family. Let us speak plainly about how to resolve this matter, Jiang remarked, observing the crumpled figure of Du Wenqing on the ground, far removed from his previous grandeur. His current disgraceful behavior rendered him inferior to a beggar on the street. Casting a glance at Su Yunqi, she mused that everyone has their own fate, and as for their ties with the Bai family, it seemed they were no longer intertwined. On the other side, Du Wenqing, on the verge of tears, realized that with Bai Heng and Zhang's resolute attitude, he could no longer hope to ride the coattails of the Prime Minister's residence. Anger welled within him. Just a year prior, it was the Bai family's legitimate daughter who had actively pursued him, while Bai Shu had been a constant shadow, trailing after him like an appendage. Now, she dared to look down upon him. He could not simply acquiesce to their desires. Brushing his hair back from half of his face, Du Wenqing spoke calmly. Ultimately, this matter is disgraceful. As long as the Bai family remains silent, and I do not speak of it, no one will ever know. I am already engaged to Yunqi. Thus, such an occurrence is not entirely unexpected. However, if it becomes public, it would tarnish the Bai family's reputation. Therefore, I propose that the Prime Minister adopt Yunqi as a goddaughter. I assure you this matter will remain buried. Having failed to feign humility and seek mercy,
Du Wenqing abandonne potence.
He realized that his aspirations for Bai Shu were futile and that Su Yunqi must become his goddaughter. Otherwise, should he marry a cousin, the Bai families would turn their backs on him without hesitation. With Bai Heng's influence in the court, should matters escalate, it would be as simple as squashing an ant. Thus, he deemed it imperative to establish some connection with the Bai family. Even as a son-in-law by adoption, Bai Heng would not neglect him for the sake of appearances. While Du Wenqing remained lost in his daydreams, Su Yunqi's eyes sparkled with realization. Why hadn't she considered this approach? If she transformed into Bai Heng's goddaughter, her status would far surpass that of a mere cousin. In the future, she would have familial ties in the capital. Though not by blood, her identity would command respect. For society would certainly regard her with deference due to this connection. Su Yunqi quietly reflected. It seemed that amidst adversity, new paths often emerged. Yet, she conveniently overlooked that Du Wenqing was leveraging this situation to coerce Bai Heng. This was her reputation at stake. It must be remembered that in this era, a woman's dignity held paramount importance. If the truth were to surface, her existence would become untenable. Du Wenqing and Su Yunqi's reactions did not escape Bai Shu's keen observation. Witnessing the scene, Bai Shu could only think that the thought processes of villains were forever dissimilar to those of the virtuous. Even now, in such dire straits, they continued to indulge in fanciful dreams. Bai Shu nearly questioned whether it was still evening. Do not covet what does not belong to you, Du Wenqing. Bai Shu understood Du Wenqing's schemes all too well, yet she would not allow him to achieve his aims. Seated in the high position, her words, devoid of warmth, caused Du Wenqing to shiver involuntarily. He was taken aback. The girl he had once dismissed a year ago now possessed an unparalleled beauty. standing at a height he could not reach. Du Wenqing, do not presume that today's events can be used to manipulate the Bai family. You must bear the consequences of every action you have taken. Until you are capable of facing those consequences, I advise you against acting impulsively. Bai Heng interjected, finding Du Wenqing's audacity laughable as he attempted to threaten the Bai family. Did he believe that the Prime Minister was easily cowed? Aside from the royal family and Jiang, he had never feared anyone. He was acutely aware of Du Wenqing's grand ambitions. A mere token of favor would not satiate his appetite. Should he acquiesce to Du Wenqing's demands now, Bai Heng was certain that Du Wenqing would wield this leverage to extort him for life. Hence, Bai Heng categorically rejected Du Wenqing, and as the head of the family, his stance represented the views of the Bai family, including that of the matriarch.
So Jungxi,
Ask yourself, how has the Bai family treated you? Now that you have engaged in this disgraceful affair with Du Wenqing, are you certain you still wish to become our goddaughter? Jiang, seeing Bai Heng's stance, felt it was time for her to address Su Yunxi, for she held no qualms regarding the cousin. Even if this matter were to escalate to the authorities, she would not fear the repercussions. Under Bai Heng's imposing presence, Su Yunxi dared not argue but cast a beseeching glance toward the matriarch, employing her usual tactics of fragility and sorrow, nearly on the verge of tears. This is a trivial matter. Your decision shall prevail. Bai Laotai observed Su Yunxi's pleading gaze, but chose to ignore it. She had extended numerous opportunities, displaying her benevolence. Since they were not cherished, she would gladly assume the role of the villain. Thank you, mother. Jiang noted the exhaustion in Bai Laotai's eyes, understanding that she too was weary. If they were compliant branches of the family, they could support a few, but this child, with her lofty aspirations and cunning nature, was already sufficient trouble for the Bai family. Seizing this opportunity, it would be best to sever ties cleanly. I have already prepared everything required for your wedding banquet. Since we promised your father, your marriage will be entirely handled by the Prime Minister's residence, and we shall not go back on our word. However, once the marriage is concluded, whether you rise to wealth or fall into poverty, you shall no longer have any connection with us. Jiang calmly articulated her plan. Indeed, she had prepared early, but the standards for a cousin's wedding would certainly differ from those of a legitimate daughter. Furthermore, since Su Yunxi's father would not contribute, she would not be foolish enough to bear the burden herself, providing only a token contribution to maintain appearances, thus silencing any external critique. Jiang skillfully communicated both kindness and sternness, making it difficult for Su Yunxi to refuse. She found herself in a precarious position. Returning meant facing a broken, neglected household. She could not turn back. The only path forward was to charge ahead, betting that she had not erred in her judgment. Believing that the top scholar would undoubtedly ascend to a position of power, bestowing upon her great honor. Thank you, Aunt. Yunxi never aspired to be the Bai family's goddaughter. For the past 6 years, she had relied on her uncle, aunt, grandmother, and siblings' care, and she felt immeasurable gratitude. Thank you, Aunt, for managing my wedding. As the saying goes, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. Su Yunxi pondered for a moment, then reverted to her former guise of the delicate white lotus. Excluding her current disheveled appearance, wearing ill-fitting garments that barely covered her, and her makeup and hair now lacking any decorum, she nonetheless exuded the charm of her former fragile self, garnering admiration from all present. You truly think this way, and it would not be in vain for us to have nurtured you thus far. Let us set your wedding for 3 days from now, to avoid the spread of unpleasant rumors. Upon hearing Su Yunxi's words, Jiang finally felt a sense of relief. Praying that she would not create further chaos, allowing her to marry smoothly, after which their paths would diverge. Whether Du Wenqing found happiness or not would be of no concern to her. Meanwhile, Du Wenqing remained ensnared by the fact that Su Yunxi had indeed agreed not to acknowledge the adoption. He yearned to negotiate further, only to hear Jiang announce the wedding would be held in 3 days. How rushed, with just 1 day to prepare. Why not take advantage of tonight's banquet to marry immediately? This was truly intolerable. Even Su Yunxi was momentarily taken aback. The marriage dates between the Du and Bai families had yet to be finalized, and it was likely that Madame Du had made no preparations at all. How could they possibly wed under such circumstances? Madame Bai, do you not think that 3 days is rather too hasty? Du Wenqing was at a loss as to which matter to argue first. He could only interject whenever there was an opportunity. The matter of the marriage had yet to receive his mother's consent, which was why they had not discussed the wedding date with the Bai family for so long. However, he was confident that today's events would surely unfold favorably, and his mother would joyfully welcome the Bai family's legitimate daughter into their home. Thus, he refrained from advising Madame Du, and similarly, The Du family had yet to commence any wedding preparations. Rather than haggling here with me, Master Du, it would be more prudent for you to return and hasten your preparations. After all, your marriage has been settled for quite some time, and I trust that Madame Du has made considerable arrangements.
Jeanne decisively rejected Du Wenking's proposition,
asserting that relying on the Du family to set a date would be futile. It was better to impose a deadline to prevent any long, drawn-out complications. Moreover, Jiang was not foolish. From Du Wenking's words this evening, it was clear that he still harbored thoughts of her daughter, which was tantamount to stepping on Jiang's most sensitive nerve. She cast a glance at Bai Shu, who was fiddling with the red coral beads on her wrist, contemplating that her arrangement of the wedding banquet for Su Yunqi was also motivated by a purpose, to seek a suitable husband for Bai Shu, lest Du Wenqing continue to harbor intentions towards her. Upon perceiving Jiang's resolute attitude, Du Wenqing understood that there was no room for negotiation on this matter. He thus turned to Bai Heng, hoping to at least establish a connection with the Prime Minister. My lord, I assure you that I will not disclose today's events. He began, gesturing towards Su Yunqi in earnest, praying that she would grasp his intent and lend her support. After all, her status as the Prime Minister's adopted daughter would undoubtedly be beneficial to her. Yet, he underestimated Su Yunqi's obstinacy when Du Wenqing wagered her reputation. It sealed the fate of their relationship, driving them further apart. Su Yunqi merely regarded him coldly, offering no assistance. Naturally, Du Wenqing's words remained unfinished, for the confirmation of their marriage would imply that he no longer had a place in the Prime Minister's residence. Bai Zirong, not waiting for Du Wenqing to conclude, stood abruptly, grasped his sleeve, and dragged him towards the door. The already aching Du Wenqing found himself so jostled that he could scarcely speak, clutching his body and gasping for breath. Will you leave the Prime Minister's residence of your own accord, or shall I assist you? Bai Zirong looked down at Du Wenqing with undisguised disdain, leaving him thoroughly humiliated. Yet, a flicker of dignity remained within him. Once he managed to alleviate his physical discomfort, he struggled to utter, I will walk myself. As Du Wenqing surveyed the room full of Bai family members, particularly the imperious Bai Shu, he could not shake the feeling that there was a glimmer of amusement in her gaze. With no time to ponder further, he dragged his battered form home, fearful that lingering any longer would result in being consumed by Bai Zirong's fierce glare and clenched fists. Inside, Su Yunqi watched as Du Wenqing departed without uttering a word. Bai Heng and the others, having witnessed the farce conclude, retreated to their respective chambers. The matriarch, supported by her personal maid, headed straight back to her room, casting not a single glance towards Su Yunqi, who could only leave in dejection. Meanwhile, the newlywed Bai Zishuan and Lu Ruyan remained blissfully unaware of the events that had transpired, and throughout the night, countless individuals found themselves unable to sleep. Second brother, I have something to discuss with you. As the group made their way to the courtyard, Bai Shu suddenly called out to Bai Zirong, reminding him that she had yet to present him with the crossbow design. No one could predict when the northern desert might instigate war. It was always prudent to prepare in advance. Is it regarding this evening's events? Bai Zirong looked at Bai Shu with concern, still agitated, regretting that he hadn't been more forceful with Du Wenqing. Observing Du Wenqing scurrying out of the Prime Minister's residence, he thought perhaps he should have struck him again. No, I recently encountered an extraordinary individual who possesses a remarkable understanding of weaponry. The crossbows he crafted are truly astonishing, and I wish to purchase one as a gift for you, second brother. Bai Shu invoked the notion of a distinguished master, knowing that her brother was unaware of the identity of this master, a tactic that had proven effective in the past. Oh, a crossbow? Quickly, take me to see it. Upon hearing that it was a weapon, particularly a crossbow, Bai Zirong's interest piqued. Surely, it must be no ordinary item, and he was suddenly filled with enthusiasm, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The crossbow was merely one of several weapons, intricately designed and not easily given away. Bai Shu grinned mischievously, holding back details. To be deemed a crossbow of such caliber, it must be a challenging creation. We cannot simply waltz in empty-handed. We must consider whether we can secure a purchase. Bai Zirong, a lifelong enthusiast of weaponry, understood how vital a suitable and finely crafted weapon could be for a collector. To take something cherished from another would be fundamentally wrong, yet if he could merely catch a glimpse of it, he would have no regrets. Coincidentally, this extraordinary individual had heard of his presence in the military and was willing to provide the schematics for the weapon free of charge. At last, Bai Shu revealed her true intention, to present 3 schematics to Bai Zirong. The process of creating the crossbow was arduous, and to maximize its potential, it should be entrusted to the military for production. Otherwise, hoarding heavy weaponry would undoubtedly become a perilous liability for them as subjects. Is what you say genuinely true? This individual is indeed so exceptional, willing to selflessly provide the schematics. Bai Zirong was astounded by Bai Shu's words. What sort of person could reach such heights to perform such a noble act? He was eager to meet this remarkable individual. He truly does not care for recognition, not even revealing his name. From what I observed, his attire was unpretentious, and his demeanor was extraordinary, indicating that he genuinely possesses no desire for fame or fortune. Bai Shu spoke with an unfaltering facade, fully aware that this individual existed only in her imagination, and the schematics were her own creation. Thus, she felt no apprehension. Chapter 78. The Crossbow Schematics. The caliber of this individual truly commands admiration. Bai Zirong could not help but exclaim, recognizing this as the essence of a true master, doing good deeds without the desire for acknowledgement, neither seeking riches nor fame, truly transcending the mundane. Indeed, we must not disappoint the master's goodwill. Here are the 3 schematics. One is for a 3-shot crossbow, a compact weapon operable by a single person. Another is a rapid-fire crossbow, capable of launching 10 arrows simultaneously, but it cannot be operated by one individual, classifying it as a lightweight crossbow. The third is the formidable Zhuge crossbow, capable of firing 50 arrows at once, utilizing special materials to enhance its lethality. This is a heavy crossbow, and its construction may prove challenging. However, if we can produce several units, our chances of victory against the northern desert could increase by 30%. Bai Shu spoke without exaggeration. In this era of cold weapons, the Zhuge crossbow was akin to a game-changer. Should the nation's strength permit, producing a few could ensure that the Eastern Yen would face no external threats for the next decade. As Bai Shu elaborated on the schematics, Bai Zirong's eyes sparkled with growing excitement. He was overwhelmed with joy, his voice rising in volume. 50 shots. Is there truly such a powerful weapon? Bai Zirong could not contain his astonishment. It was not that he had never seen remarkable things, but this exceeded his wildest imagination. The 3-shot crossbow seemed plausible, as figures like the Regent could achieve triple targets with a standard bow. However, the thought of hitting 10 or even 50 targets was beyond his comprehension. Second brother, keep your voice down. Whether such a powerful weapon truly exists will be revealed once it is made. Bai Shu harbors considerable confidence in the national strength of Dongyi. Currently, as she assists Zhao and Mo Qing in his recovery, he is unlikely to succumb to death anytime soon. Moreover, with Du Wenqing unable to stir up any significant turmoil, the court is bound to progress in a more favorable direction. I must admit my excitement. I had never imagined the existence of such formidable weaponry, and for a moment, I lost control of my emotions. Bai Zirong sheepishly scratched his head, acknowledging that his reaction had indeed been somewhat excessive. His loud exclamation could have easily summoned those nearby. Take this, second brother. Only in your hands can this blueprint realize its utmost potential. A master craftsman does not seek recognition, and that is likely his intention as well. Bai Shu handed over the drawings she had labored over for the entire afternoon to Bai Zirong. He reverently accepted them with both hands, nearly bowing his head in gratitude. With unwavering determination, he proclaimed, Sister, rest assured, I will present this to Zhu Liangyu tomorrow. Such an excellent weapon must belong to Dongyi. Bai Zirong paused momentarily, recalling that protocol dictated they must report matters hierarchically, thus he could only approach his immediate superior, Zhu Liangyu, even to request leave. Alas, the thought of having to extend his training by an additional hour starting tomorrow left him pounding his chest in regret over his earlier impulsiveness. Second brother, you mustn't harbor such hostility towards General Zhu. She has expressed her admiration for you, Bai Shu remarked, noting the hesitation in Bai Zirong's words and the myriad of expressions flitting across his face. It was clear to her that he was lost in thought. However, she couldn't fault Miss Zhu. It was her elder brother who hesitated to formally request leave, while Miss Zhu had readily granted it. Sister, why are you so fond of her? She holds the title of Grand Commander, just one rank above you. Second brother, Bai Zirong lamented, feeling somewhat aggrieved. He had sensed his sister's admiration for Zhu Liangyu previously, and witnessing their amiable interaction today only deepened his confusion. Had they known each other prior? Nevertheless, Bai Zirong did not take Bai Shu's words to heart. Zhu Liangyu admiring him? It was a miracle if she didn't belittle him. I assure you, I speak the truth. She expressed great admiration for your perseverance, endurance, and capabilities. Just think, if she hadn't personally informed me, how would I have known of your endeavors in the military? Bai Shu continued, fully aware that Bai Zirong was skeptical. She embellished her account further. omitting any mention of his irascible temperament, childishness, or capriciousness. Initially indifferent, Bai Zirong found himself swayed by Bai Shu's assertions, pondering whether Zhu Liangyu's outward aloofness concealed a genuine regard for him. He asked uncertainly, "Are you certain of this?" To be honest, a flicker of joy ignited within Bai Zirong's heart, not merely the pleasure of being acknowledged, but the peculiar delight in receiving affirmation from someone he had long regarded as an adversary. Bai Shu observed her brother's bashful demeanor and couldn't he help but chuckle, affirming, "See? My second brother harbors no ill intentions, rather, his heart is incredibly sincere." "Of course, when have I ever deceived you?" With Bai Shu's assurance, Bai Zirong managed an awkward smile. In the stillness of the night, no one noticed the faint blush gracing his cheeks or the rosy hue that crept up his ears. Oblivious, he completely forgot that his sister had often played tricks on him in their childhood, leading to many reprimands from Jiang Shi. Bai Shu, observing her brother's flustered state, chose to remain silent, knowing that it was her second brother who would meet Zhu Liangyu the following day. As for the potential improvement in their relationship, she could not speculate. 3 days later, the anticipated wedding banquet arrived as scheduled, at the residence of the Xiang family. Although the preparations did not align with those of a legitimate daughter, the banquet was still respectable. After all, Jiang Shi had invited numerous esteemed ladies, intending to scout for suitable suitors for Bai Shu at the gathering. The guests from high-ranking families were puzzled as to why the Xiang family was hosting 2 weddings merely 3 days apart, yet no one dared to voice their inquiries. For they were not there to see the bride. They were there to partake in the Prime Minister's banquet and to honor the Bai family's hospitality, who would concern themselves with the young miss. Meanwhile, in the Du family, there was not a hint of festivity. The courtyard was adorned with several tables of mediocre dishes. Were it not for the ill-fitting, aged red silk at the entrance, the neighbors might have believed that the Du household was not celebrating a joyous occasion at all. "Sure, I shall return home today and cannot accompany you. You must pay close attention." Early that morning, Lu Ruyan hurriedly sought out Bai Shu, delivering this puzzling message, leaving Bai Shu bewildered. "What do you mean by paying close attention? Sister-in-law, what are you saying?" Bai Shu had begun to address Lu Ruyan as sister-in-law, and while the latter initially felt shy, she had grown accustomed to it over the past 3 days. "Regarding today's wedding banquet, Mother wishes to scout a future husband for you. I cannot accompany you, so you must be extra vigilant." Lu Ruyan reiterated, for in her eyes, Bai Shu had once shown interest in Du Wenqing, leading her to question her judgment. As her good sister and sister-in-law, it was her duty to ensure Bai Shu's interests were safeguarded. Chapter 79. A wedding unlike any other. "What did you say? Mother wants to find me a future husband?" Lu Ruyan's words detonated in Bai Shu's ears like a thunderclap. Hadn't she previously assured Jiang Shi and the others that she was in no rush to marry? Was life as a salted fish now so unbearable? Or had she exhausted all the culinary delights of the capital? She had no desire to marry so soon. What if she encountered an unsuitable partner and found herself trapped in an unsatisfactory household? Although she was capable of handling such situations, it would undoubtedly be time-consuming and exhausting. Wouldn't it be more enjoyable to relish her freedom? Indeed, you have reached the age for marriage proposals. Mother's actions are reasonable. She merely wishes to explore options without rushing into an engagement. With ample choices, you are bound to encounter someone fated for you. Since reconciling with Bai Zishuan, Lu Ruyan's demeanor had transformed entirely. No longer the aloof and proud figure she once was, she now exuded a gentle warmth, as if nourished by love. Moreover, her rapport with Jiang Shi had flourished over the past few days, leading Bai Shu to genuinely perceive her as a sister-in-law. How remarkable.
Sister-in-law.
"I truly am not in a hurry. Could you please bear me?" Bai Shu affectionately grasped Lu Ruyan's arm, both pouting and pleading, hoping to persuade Jiang Shi to abandon her matchmaking intentions through her sister-in-law's influence. "Sure, if you genuinely have no desire for this, it is all right. Just consider it an opportunity to meet new people. However, you must never embarrass Mother. I have heard about what transpired on the night of my marriage to your brother. Reflecting on it now sends shivers down my spine. Was it not Su Yunxi and Du Wenqing who sought to entrap you? Were you merely lucky to have escaped this peril? I shudder at the thought, and I need not mention Mother. Her desire to aid you in finding a husband stems primarily from her wish to protect you." Lu Ruyan held Bai Shu's hand, gazing into her eyes. She did not wish to coerce Bai Shu into something she disliked, yet the events of 3 days prior had left Bai Zishuan seething with rage, ready to exact vengeance upon Du Wenqing. As for Su Yunxi, she always appeared so delicate and innocent. Anyone would feel pity for her. Yet, after this incident, who could deny her malicious intent? Resolving their issues swiftly would ensure Bai Shu's safety. Hence, Lu Ruyan fully understood Jiang Shi's intentions. She, too, sought to shield Bai Shu from harm. Sister-in-law, I understand. Upon hearing Lu Ruyan's explanation, Bai Shu grasped the underlying meaning and ceased her refusals. Jiang Shi's care for her children was truly commendable. At times, she even felt a twinge of nostalgia for this world, simply because of the earnest love shown toward her family and friends. As Lu Ruyan observed that Bai Shu had absorbed her words, she refrained from probing further into that night's events, respecting her desire for silence. Ultimately, the outcome was favorable. Su Yunqi wed, severing all ties with the Bai family. As for that Du Wenqing, both Bai Heng and Bai Zixuan would ensure he faced the consequences. As long as you find joy and happiness, we shall be content. Lu Ruyan continued to hold Bai Shu's hand, offering her the most sincere blessings reminiscent of their past together. Sister-in-law, rest assured as you return to your family, I shall exercise discretion. Bai Shu smiled gently, reassuring Lu Ruyan, is it not merely a matter of selecting a future husband?
To me,
It is akin to choosing handsome companions. If one pleases the eye, they may befriend. If not, simply bypass them. It is indeed that straightforward. Seeing Bai Shu return to her lively and cheerful self, Lu Ruyan felt a sense of relief and accompanied Bai Zixuan to prepare for the return visit. The customs of marriage in this era dictated a morning reception followed by an evening ceremony, with the bride's family hosting a luncheon for guests. With auspicious timing, the sparse entourage from the Du family finally arrived at the Xiang residence. The lack of grandeur was apparent. It was evident the Du family had not accorded this wedding the respect it deserved. What wedding procession would forego a proper entourage, complete with gongs and suona, merrily heralding the arrival of the newlyweds? The Du family's contingent seemed hastily assembled, lacking cohesion, and none wore expressions of joy, entirely failing to embody the spirit of celebration. And that crimson sedan chair, how unremarkably it was presented. This occasion, a once-in-a-lifetime event, warranted at least some effort in presentation. May my sister be blessed with a future of smooth sailing, Bai Shu declared with a smile just as Su Yunqi was about to depart. Yet, to Su Yunqi's ears, those words felt particularly jarring. Did they not know the turmoil she faced? How could they utter such words now, given the circumstances? A torrent of resentment surged within her, yet she could only force a smile in response. Thank you for your blessings, sister. The smile she wore was painfully insincere, her fingers tightening around the wedding handkerchief as she strove to suppress her tumultuous emotions, concealing her darker thoughts from the gaze of others. After today, we shall no longer be sisters. With this dowry, your days in the Du household will surely not be unpleasant. Bai Shu, with a calm demeanor, uttered the most piercing words to Su Yunqi. Word had spread throughout the capital that the Du family had presented only a single box of betrothal gifts for Su Yunqi, which Du Wenqing had unceremoniously delivered to the Xiang residence alone just the day prior. In contrast, Zhang's provision for Su Yunqi, while technically a dowry, was splendid enough to maintain the dignity of the Xiang family, 18 carts in total. Though the contents were filled with gold and jewels, it afforded Su Yunqi a semblance of pride. Yet, the single box of betrothal gifts, brought by Du Wenqing, now trailed behind the 18 carts, starkly out of place. Both women, in their hearts, harbored animosity towards one another, blaming the other for their respective humiliations. There is no sisterly bond between us. But Du Wenqing and I are united in marriage. Su Yunqi, deeply wounded by Bai Shu's words, mustered her strength to retort. Rather than an attempt to flaunt her victory before Bai Shu, it was more a means of self-consolation, reassuring herself of her triumph. The man Bai Shu could not secure was now hers. Du Wenqing was a newly minted scholar. Even without Bai Heng's patronage, with his talents and her own cunning, it was merely a matter of time before he ascended to a position of power. Thus, she had not lost. Today, she must stride out of the Xiang residence with her head held high, never looking back.
no regrets.
Wishing you both a lifetime of love and companionship. Upon hearing Su Yunqi's words, Bai Shu could not contain her laughter, realizing that perhaps she alone regarded Du Wenqing as a treasure. Had she forgotten how, just 3 days prior, Du Wenqing had unhesitatingly compromised Su Yunqi's reputation for his own advancement? Perhaps this was the folly of forgetting past pains once healed. Bai Shu could only admire the irony. Let them be bound together tightly, and may they never harm others again. Su Yunqi observed Bai Shu's reaction. Feeling as though her punch had struck soft cotton, she felt humiliated. Chapter 80. The task resumed. What do you think? Have we completed our mission? Bai Shu queried the system within her mind as she watched Du Wenqing escort Su Yunqi away. Several men, yawning, carried the meager dowry and betrothal gifts, their demeanor lacking any semblance of festivity. Comparatively, this was a far cry from the grand procession of Bai Shu 3 days prior, which was expected given the union of the Prime Minister's son and the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Rights. Even when juxtaposed with a common household, this lacked any joy. No one was aware of how incensed Su Yunxi felt within the bridal sedan, yet she attributed all her misfortunes to Bai Shu, believing her once bright future had been irrevocably marred by her. It could only be said that those who suffer misfortune often harbor faults of their own. No response yet, host. The system, brimming with anticipation, noted the absence of any reaction. That can't be right. Du Wenqing and Su Yunxi are bound together now. He is universally despised. With the Bai family involved, he shall never rise again. Then surely the Eastern Yan court 1T collapsed because of him, correct? ISN-TR mission still unfulfilled? Bai Shu was puzzled. She believed their purpose here was to counterbalance Du Wenqing. In her view, he had lost all chances for resurgence. Did it require her to resort to extreme measures, even murder? That would be unacceptable. After all, she was a lady of refinement in this world. I am not certain. There is truly no response. The system was equally bewildered. This world had exceeded its expectations. There were no progress bars, rewards, or side quests, only a singular ultimate goal. It had no idea how to ascertain the completion of the task. What if I were to kill Du Wenqing, just to test? Bai Shu tentatively suggested, contemplating whether the crux of the situation lay in her taking a life. Yet, she could not disregard her image. Accomplishing the task was paramount. That might not be necessary. The system stammered. This world was governed by law, and given the strict legal code of Eastern Yan, if Bai Shu were to kill Du Wenqing and they failed to escape, it would fall upon it to clean up the mess. It could not afford to lose its precious energy reserves. I refuse to accept this. Initially, you said I could take it easy, and I have done so. No longer aiding Du Wenqing. Moreover, the Bai family will keep a watchful eye on him, ensuring he has no opportunity for resurgence. Am I to remain here for eternity? Bai Shu's tone carried an undercurrent of urgency, while she cherished her life here, surrounded by family and friends. It did not preclude her from fulfilling her mission. This was her final task after traversing through 999 small worlds. Only by completing it could she truly return to herself, who would wish to live forever under another's guise. Host. Our ultimate mission is to prevent the collapse of the Eastern Yan court. Du Wenqing and Su Yunxi are merely the protagonists of the original plot. Is it possible there are other latent threats to the Eastern Yan court? Thus, our mission remains unfulfilled? The system inquired cautiously. Heaven knew. It too aspired for a permanent position. After all, without a permanent role, there would be no insurance or performance incentives. Though it had little understanding of what insurance entailed or the nature of performance bonuses, it recognized the distinction between a permanent and an intern position. With Xiao Moqing, a man of unparalleled strategy, in Eastern Yan, how could there possibly be any issues? Bai Shu refuted the system, for in her eyes, Xiao Moqing was undoubtedly a paragon among the powerful ministers. Given time, unifying the four nations was not beyond the realm of possibility. But the Regent cannot hold on much longer. The system initially considered retorting, but it feared that speaking ill of the Regent might lead to its own loss of consciousness. Leave? To where? Bai Shu momentarily failed to grasp the system's point, as she remained fixated on the departing wedding procession, contemplating the odds of eliminating Du Wenqing and retreating unscathed. Yet, as she pondered further, she realized that if she simply walked away, what would become of the Bai family? Surely, they would be implicated, would they not? She could not proceed in such a manner. If Dong Yi lost a loyal and patriotic chancellor like Bai Heng, who knew when chaos might ensue again, it means death. Did you forget? The Regent harbors cold poison within him. Without an antidote, he cannot survive for long. The system grew anxious, perplexed by Bai Shu's sudden dullness. Oh. If you hadn't mentioned it, I might have forgotten. Are we failing our mission because of Xiao Moqing? The system's words compelled Bai Shu to reflect deeply. Logically speaking, while Dong Yi operated under the guise of the young emperor, all matters of state, both overtly and covertly, were dictated by the Regent. Although Xiao Moqing had gradually relinquished power over the past 2 years, the young emperor, due to his age and abilities, was still maturing and could not shoulder responsibilities alone. Was this truly the root of the court's disintegration? Was the source not Du Wenqing and Su Yunxi, but rather Xiao Moqing? Had her task now transformed into saving a life? System. You must clarify our mission. Not a single word should be altered. Bai Shu exploded in frustration. After much contemplation, she realized she had been greatly misled. Initially, her plan was to approach the task in a laid-back manner, enjoying herself while completing it. But if saving Xiaomoqing was required, that was an entirely different matter. Administering an antidote to someone on the brink of death was akin to racing against the Grim Reaper, a battle against time. Moreover, it had been quite some time, and there was still no news of an antidote from Xiaomoqing's side. It seemed his subordinates were not particularly competent either. Bai Shu was furious, ready to confront everyone equally. Calm down, the original plot has already been transmitted to you. The task is to prevent the collapse of Dong Ye's court. But I believe my understanding is perhaps not entirely incorrect. It seems we need to address both Du Wenqing and the Regent to succeed. The system wished to diminish its presence. Awkwardly articulating words Bai Shu did not want to hear. Do you even hear yourself? Quickly investigate for me. Where will Shui Wuhua and Xueling Snake appear? Bai Shu gradually calmed her emotions and began to think rationally. In the original plot, the direct cause of Dong Ye's court's collapse was indeed Du Wenqing, so the system's interpretation should be sound. However, if there were indeed indirect causes, it must be Xiaomoqing. Xiaomoqing was the most capable individual to support Dong Yi, harboring no ambition for usurpation. Even his favorite arrangement for Zhu Liangyu in the military was crucial for repelling the northern desert. Thus, it appeared that Dong Yi truly could not afford to lose Xiaomoqing. Blast it. Suddenly, she felt invigorated. How could she remain passive now? Chapter 81. The Male Guest. In truth, Bai Shu had sensed something amiss long ago, but the sudden relaxation of her life had lulled her into complacency, preventing her from recognizing the problem sooner. She had previously been puzzled by the fact that the skills or rewards she acquired in each small world had never carried over to others, particularly her medical knowledge. In the past several worlds, she had memories of being a medical sage, yet she was utterly ignorant of healing and saving lives. Strangely, in this world, she traversed with the skills of a medical sage, something she should have realized. Bai Shu promptly decided that after she dealt with the luncheon, she would seek out Xiaomoqing to treat his ailment. No need for the 10-day acupuncture sessions, she would do it every 5 days, no, every 3 days. Given Xiaomoqing's status, he would surely have many enemies. What if he were injured or poisoned again? Bai Shu was now desperate to keep him under her watchful eye, fearing that if he were to suddenly succumb, her mission would fail. However, managing her mother's pressure to marry was a universally exasperating task. No matter how she approached it, whether in agreement or defiance, it was a painful endeavor. As expected, as guests began to arrive, Jiang Shi was eager to drag Bai Shu over to greet them. Shu, come with your mother to meet the ladies. It reflects our understanding of propriety. Jiang Shi gently took Bai Shu's hand, finally sending Su Yunqi away. As long as Su Yunqi married Du Wenqing, she could breathe a sigh of relief. But Bai Shu's marriage still needed to be addressed. The urgency to marry was not pressing. They could first scout suitable matches before settling on an engagement. Mother, today is Su Yunqi's wedding day. I think I shall refrain from attending? Bai Shu hoped against hope, her brows furrowing as she attempted to dissuade Jiang Shi from her intent. However, Jiang Shi was resolute, directly taking hold of Bai Shu's arm and pleading. My daughter is so exceptional. Of course, she should be seen by others. Come, let me show off my precious daughter. Unfazed, Jiang Shi believed her daughter to be the best in the world. Regardless of who she was promised to, the man would be the one to gain an immense fortune. Surely, due to ancestral blessings that led to Bai Shu's acquisition. Sure, this is the wife of the Duke of Wei. And the one speaking with your father is the Duke of Wei and his young heir. Their first stop brought Jiang Shi and Bai Shu to the most distinguished lady of the Duke of Wei's household. Dong Yi had 5 dukes. Yet due to dynastic changes and various reasons, the Duke of Wei's reputation shone the brightest. For Jiang Shi, these accolades were merely bonuses. What she valued most was the simplicity of the Wei family, consisting only of the Duchess and 1 concubine. The Duchess had but 1 son, while the concubine bore a daughter. Such a family would allow Bai Shu a life of leisure, should she marry into it. I have met the Duchess. Bai Shu followed Jiang Shi's lead to greet the members of the Duke's household, while Jiang Shi gestured for her to glance at the young heir across the way. Bai Shu observed him. His appearance was passably handsome. Born into the Duke's family as the sole son, his education should be commendable. Isn't he a mama's boy? Indeed. Bai Shu recalled that this young heir had a fatal flaw. He was overly obedient to his mother. Yes, you must not marry him. The Duchess appears gentle. Yet she possesses a strong desire for control. In the original plot, she had the heir taken 5 concubines. The heir did not dare to oppose her. The system was baffled by such individuals. The Duchess, having been a mother-in-law herself, clearly did not wish for her husband to take concubines, yet upon becoming a mother-in-law, She insisted on having her son do so, thus subjecting her daughter-in-law to the same trials. Rest assured, I wouldn't even want a mama's boy as my little brother. That was absurd. Bai Shu had no intention of sacrificing her own happiness to be controlled in such a manner. It has been a long time since we last met. Miss Bai has blossomed into a graceful beauty. You are truly fortunate, Madam Bai. The Duchess smiled as she conversed with Jiang Shi, but Bai Shu noticed that the smile did not reach her eyes, and she immediately understood. It was likely that the rumors of her original self's pursuit of Du Wenqing had reached the ears of this Duchess. She had always favored traditional, demure daughters-in-law, and Bai Shu clearly did not fit her ideal. What are you saying? Who wouldn't he envy you for having such an exceptional heir? Though Lady Jiang is a woman of the inner chambers, she has encountered countless individuals. Invitations to banquets hosted by the distinguished ladies of the capital invariably find their way to her, and she has not been remiss in attending imperial feasts either. Thus, her discerning eye for character is well honed. It is evident that Madame Wei harbors no interest in her daughter, rendering further conversation unnecessary. After exchanging a few polite remarks, she took Bai Shu away. Sure, you need not be overly restrained. Today is merely an opportunity for you to familiarize yourself with some people, lest you be easily deceived in the future. Lady Jiang nearly exclaimed that Bai Shu regarded everyone as a treasure, and her lack of discernment was almost written on her forehead. Mother, I understand, but fate is something that can be encountered but not sought after. Bai Shu sighed, resigned to the fact that she must indulge her mother's whims. That Duchess has lofty aspirations. I dare say her son is unworthy of my daughter.
Shia.
If you prefer civil officials, over there is the second son of the Fan family. His father may hold a lower office, but he belongs to a family of integrity, and his upbringing is commendable. Lady Jiang began introducing Bai Shu to the second male guest, believing that Bai Shu's previous infatuation with Du Wenqing was merely a reflection of her attraction to scholars. After all, the capital is rife with such gentlemen. Which family does not boast a lineage more illustrious than the Du family? Which matron is more reasonable than Madame Du? Mother, though they are a family of integrity, they are also lacking in wealth. Would you truly have your daughter endure a life of meager rations? Bai Shu observed Lady Jiang passionately advocating for the Fan family, and though she felt disinclined to dampen her mother's enthusiasm, she knew that the Fan family was not a viable option. They sacrificed their wives' dowries for the sake of their esteemed reputation. Although the Bai family might be impoverished, they could not simply offer their resources to another as a wedding gift. My dear child, how could the Fan family, with a third-rank official and a sixth-rank official, be reduced to such poverty? Furthermore, I would never allow you to suffer. Lady Jiang, aware that Bai Shu was exaggerating, nonetheless chuckled affectionately, gently tapping her forehead with her finger, prompting Bai Shu to playfully evade her touch. If the Fan family won't do, then let us consider another option. What of the eldest son of the Duke of Loyalty and Courage? He has devoted himself to martial studies since childhood and is no less capable than your second brother. Moreover, he possesses a commendable appearance. Lady Jiang continued her recommendations, having done her homework in advance, believing there to be countless alternatives. She was determined that Bai Shu would find at least one suitable match. Mother, are you truly intent on marrying me into that family? Such a union would likely render it difficult for me to visit my parents in the future. Bai Shu pouted playfully at Lady Jiang, well aware of the Duke of Loyalty and Courage's reputation. Chapter 82. The Regent Prince meets the requirements. The Duke's wife passed away early, and the eldest son is under the care of a stepmother, with numerous strict household rules. Most importantly, the Duke's residence is quite distant from the official residence, and he has expressed a desire for retirement in recent years, potentially leading his family far from home. If Bai Shu were to marry into that family, she might very well end up relocated to a remote area. Indeed, upon Bai Shu's reminder, Lady Jiang realized the implications, exclaiming, that simply will not do. My precious daughter cannot be married off so far. What if she were to be mistreated?
Shia.
I see the eldest son of the Duke of Loyalty and Courage is merely average. You must not marry too far. How about the second son of the Kai family? His father is a second-rank official, and Madame Kai often invites me for tea. They are quite respectable. Moreover, their second son is handsome and possesses both literary and martial skills, and the Kai residence is not far from ours. Lady Jiang meticulously sifted through her options, dismissing previous candidates, and after careful consideration of family background, status, wealth, proximity, and the gentleman's personal qualities, she ultimately recommended one she deemed relatively suitable. Bai Shu gazed at the second son of the Kai family, who stood upright in the distance, sipping wine. His appearance was acceptable. Yet she recalled his association with Du Wenqing in the original narrative. This alone was sufficient for Bai Shu to disqualify him from her consideration. Mother, I have seen him with Du Wenqing before. I do not like him. The mention of Du Wenqing's name had become an unspoken agreement within the Bai family. They avoided discussing him or engaging with him at all. Indeed, as soon as Bai Shu finished speaking, Lady Jiang interjected, "There are plenty of fine young men. My daughter need not worry about finding a husband." Lady Jiang was undeterred. On the contrary, her heart felt somewhat lighter. From Bai Shu's demeanor today, it appeared she did not reject the idea of an arranged marriage. She simply had yet to encounter a suitable candidate. This realization fueled Lady Jiang's resolve to continue seeking better prospects for her daughter. "Though I heed your wishes, I wish to remain by your side for a few more years." Bai Shu had grown taller than Lady Jiang, yet she playfully embraced her mother. The scene of mother and daughter in a warm embrace was exceptionally harmonious, creating a unique vista amidst the bustling courtyard. After their conversation, Bai Shu hurriedly boarded a carriage bound for the Tianqiang restaurant. Ever since she discovered the possibility of hidden tasks within this world, she had been somewhat restless. She might need to devise a new treatment plan for Shao Maching, at the very least finding a way to cope with the absence of medicinal catalysts. However, on the way to the restaurant, Bai Shu could not help but voice her frustration. Are there truly so few exceptional men in this day and age? As the daughter of the Prime Minister of Dongya, she could not possibly settle for any unsuitable match. Host, seeking a husband is akin to forming a binding relationship. It requires effort and careful selection to find a desirable partner. The system silently puffed out its chest, attempting to convey its point. It was quite accomplished in this iteration of the internship, and it sensed that they were nearing the completion of their task. Is it akin to binding me? Did I have any choice in the matter? Bai Shu retorted, exasperated. She had only discovered the existence of tasks after being bound, which irked her to no end. However, host, I chose you after much deliberation. The system felt slightly wronged, its tone tinged with a hint of grievance. While the host may not have had the power to choose, she did possess the right to refuse, and when the system had bound Bai Shu, she had not turned it away, leading to its prolonged happiness. All right, my dear system is the most formidable. Sometimes, the system required a bit of coaxing. After enduring life and death situations together for so long, they had formed a bond. Indeed, before Bai Shu could say more, the system reverted to its usual cheerful and carefree demeanor. Host, there are certainly many exceptional men. It's just that there are few who meet your criteria. The system began to fret over Bai Shu's predicament, holding the script in its grasp. Finding a promising, virtuous young man was not a daunting task. However, it observed that Bai Shu did not seem to be genuinely invested in this pursuit. Am I asking for too much? Bai Shu protested, displeased. She was not a beggar in this world. Was it so unreasonable to hold high standards for a husband? Is it excessive? You seek someone wealthy, influential, and well-placed, who lives near the official residence, is both scholarly and martial, possesses a handsome appearance, has good character, and comes from a family without a wicked mother-in-law. Are these demands too much? The system counted off the criteria on its non-existent fingers, realizing that fulfilling all these conditions would be quite rare. And I require someone who can prepare delightful meals for me daily. Bai Shu insisted, feeling the need to add this vital point. After being in this world for so long, she had sampled all the delicacies from the capital's major eateries, having secretly enjoyed street food as well. Yet there remained many dishes she had yet to try. Now that you add this requirement, the pool of suitable candidates shrinks even further. The system rifled through the original script, finding no one who could satisfy all of Bai Shu's conditions. It mused that Bai Shu might be better off sleeping in place, as dreams could facilitate faster fulfillment. Let us take it step by step. Perhaps this year's task will be completed, and then I can leave. The system had a point. Bai Shu's current thoughts were not genuinely focused on selecting a husband, as she herself did not know when she would finish her task or whether she would remain here indefinitely. What if the task in this world is to stay for a lifetime? The system, in a state of perplexity, questioned itself as the taskbar provided no indications. It surmised that maintaining order in the Eastern Yi dynasty could be an arduous journey, and the most effective means to ensure stability would be to foster a flourishing era. A feat not easily accomplished in a fleeting moment. Well, if I encounter someone who stirs my heart, marrying them would be no trouble. If not, I could remain in the residence for a lifetime, as the Bai family treats me quite well. Bai Shu held a rather open-minded perspective, recalling an old adage, when one meets their heart's desire, all constraints dissolve into nothingness. As she had yet to encounter such a person, any speculation at this juncture seemed premature. In fact, I have thought of a candidate who is quite suitable. The system had nearly worn its script to tatters. finally identifying an option that seemed reasonable. Bai Shu casually lifted the side curtain of the carriage, replying with an air of indifference as she gazed at the bustling streets outside, where life was indeed imbued with a sense of vivacity. She pondered what sort of existence awaited her post-task completion. It is none other than the Regent. The system exclaimed in the most naive tone, uttering the most incredulous suggestion. Bai Shu's gaze momentarily halted as she looked towards the approaching Tianxiang restaurant, suddenly recalling her last experience with acupuncture and the Regent's chest, which appeared quite resilient. Although it was merely above the heart, it was indeed a favorable point for needling. The Regent truly fulfills your requirements. He possesses wealth, power, influence, and beauty. Not to mention his lofty lineage. Even the Emperor of the Eastern, ye must address him as uncle. Just think, if you were to marry him, you would become the Regent's consort. Dealing with someone like Du Wenqing would be a mere trifle. Chapter 83. The clue is interrupted. The system primarily considered that for Bai Shu to undertake her task, marrying Xiao Maqing was the most convenient choice. With my current status, handling Du Wenqing would be a piece of cake. Moreover, Xiao Maqing presently has only half a life left and could depart this world at any moment. Bai Shu spoke with a hint of retort, yet her mind had already begun contemplating the feasibility of marrying Xiao Maqing. He certainly was among the wealthiest in the capital. Even the chefs at Tianxiang restaurant were frequently replaced, and each time she visited, she was treated to a new culinary delight. His status was indisputable. Should she indeed marry him, even the young emperor would have to address him as auntie. The thought elicited a subtle amusement. However, Bai Shu was not swayed merely by Xiao Maqing's handsome appearance. Her standards remained high. You are the divine healer after all. With your skills, the Regent would be at your mercy, able to meet his demise at your whim. The system brimmed with confidence in Bai Shu's medical prowess, as it had once been a task they had accomplished together. Bai Shu found herself at a loss for words, understanding the implication behind its statements. However, she questioned whether it was prudent to express such thoughts. Just as the system recognized its own indiscretion, that familiar sense of pressure returned, compelling it to glance at the entrance of Tianxiang restaurant. Indeed, the Regent stood there. I may soon be offline again, the system uttered in resignation, having exercised utmost caution. Even in the Regent's absence, it dared not speak ill of him. Yet, perhaps in its haste, it had let slip words regarding life and death that might incur Xiao Maqing's wrath. Bai Shu chose to ignore it, stepping down from the carriage to greet Xiao Maqing, serendipitously finding that the young lady had business to discuss with the prince. Bai Shu slightly inclined her body in greeting. She had developed a certain familiarity with Xiao Maqing, an unspoken understanding allowing for a less formal exchange. Meanwhile, Yulan, following Bai Shu, had yet to attain such privileges and maintained a decorous demeanor. It seems you and Dr. Bai share a special connection. Let us proceed upstairs. Xiao Maqing stood tall, his right hand raised slightly, gesturing for Bai Shu to lead the way. Yet, as she took the first step, he fell into step beside her, with Yulan and Chengfeng trailing behind. No one could discern the thoughts swirling in Xiao Maqing's mind at that moment. Only Chengfeng, silently judging, realized that his master's feelings for Bai Shu were far from simple, clearly indicating that he was quite taken with her. Otherwise, why would he rush to Tianxiang restaurant upon hearing of her visit? Ignoring the numerous secret missives, even he, in his ignorance, could detect the underlying motives. Bai Shu would surely need to be cautious in her dealings with him henceforth. Why am I still online? The system, having been prepared, felt a fleeting wave of pressure before returning to normal. It had expected that, like before, it would disconnect upon speaking ill of the Regent. Casting a glance at Xiao Maqing, who walked alongside Bai Shu with measured steps, seemingly accommodating her pace, he exhibited no signs of disturbance, likely dismissing its careless remark. How delightful it felt to be alive. The system dared not be careless again, instead opting to minimize its presence and observe Bai Shu discreetly. This dessert has been specially prepared by the prince, featuring red pastries, osmanthus jelly, candied fruits, and 5-spice cake. Xuanyang entered with a procession, leaving Chengfeng utterly astonished. No wonder Xuanyang often likened herself to a blockhead. She must have long recognized Bai Shu's unique standing in her master's heart. She had never shown such warmth or attentiveness to anyone else. Had she known Chengfeng's thoughts at that moment, she would surely retort, "You are still far too young to compare yourself to me." "Thank you, sister." Bai Shu had grown accustomed to Xuanyang's special treatment. Every visit granted her not only complimentary delights, but also the freshest culinary innovations. She began to wonder if the chefs at Tianxiang restaurant were indeed replaced daily. Xuanyang, aside from her affection for Xiao Maqing, also held a genuine fondness for Bai Shu, who was not only enchanting but possessed a sweet tongue. Most crucially, she was a hidden expert capable of healing her master. Who could resist such a treasure? Take your time, and call for me should you need anything. Xuanyang cast a glance at her master, her eyes brimming with approval. She was overwhelmed with excitement, quietly retreating to conceal her merits. What news do we have regarding the situation in Baima? And what of the medicinal catalyst? Any updates? Bai Shu, surveying the table laden with sweets and fruits, momentarily set aside her thoughts and directly broached the subject. Baima has been restless, and their mobilization should not be far off. Thanks to the schematics of the divine crossbow provided by your second brother, we have begun its construction, which I believe will significantly enhance the military prowess of the Eastern Yi. Xiao Maching had been focused on Baima of late, with reports from the border troops indicating that Baima, while appearing amicable, was covertly amassing soldiers and weapons, casting a predatory gaze upon them. Thus, Xiao Maching planned to dispatch Zhuo Liangyu and his troops to provide support once the divine crossbow was completed, which would likely serve as a deterrent. If Baima were to exercise prudence, they might avert a war. However, should they provoke conflict, the Eastern Yi would not cower. I heard from my second brother that the production process of the divine crossbow is quite complex, with stringent requirements for raw materials. Will there be difficulties? Bai Shu's primary concern regarding the Zhuge divine crossbow lay in its exorbitant production costs. Should the Eastern Yi overcome these challenges, their chances against Baima would be greatly enhanced. Indeed, there are difficulties in production, yet solutions exist. As for the lead on the medicinal catalyst, it has been interrupted at Wuliang Cliff. None of our subordinates returned alive. Xiao Maching refrained from inquiring about the matter of Bai Shu's divine crossbow, for he was well aware that the schematics of Bai Zhirong originated from her. When he first laid eyes on the blueprints, he was utterly astounded. He had never imagined that such a formidable weapon could exist in the world. The geography of Baima was intricate, predominantly composed of plains interspersed with myriad sand dunes, making offensive and defensive maneuvers exceedingly challenging. If the Zhuge divine crossbow could indeed be fabricated, it would undoubtedly shatter the stalemate. And then, the trail of clues abruptly ceased. What next? Bai Shu observed Xiao Maching's unperturbed demeanor and was instantly infuriated. I have exhausted myself for your ailment, skipping my afternoon nap to come here. And this is how you repay me? She exclaimed. If I weren't privy to the situation, I would have thought this medicine wasn't meant to save your life. The clues have run dry, so continue searching. If we lack manpower, send for reinforcements. Bai Shu could no longer contain her frustration. Was it so easy for her? While Xiao Maching's life was at stake, her own mission weighed heavily upon her. If she failed to accomplish her task, how could she ever consider retirement? Chapter 84. The Upper Body. Xiao Maching, hearing Bai Shu's heartfelt concerns, felt a flicker of joy in his eyes. He even leisurely sipped his tea, interpreting her complaints as a manifestation of her worry for his safety and her fear of the toxins within him. Consequently, the more anxious and irate Bai Shu became, the more delighted Xiao Maching felt. However, his calm demeanor, from Bai Shu's perspective, signified a serious illness. The life-saving medicine had been severed from its clues. Yet he remained unruffled, casually sipping tea as if he had all the time in the world. Was he afraid that if he didn't drink now, he wouldn't have the opportunity later? Meanwhile, on the side of Wuliang Cliff, people were still being dispatched to investigate. However, that area belonged to Baima, and our manpower was limited and bound by various responsibilities. We couldn't mobilize too many at once. Xiao Maching explained to Bai Shu in a slow and deliberate manner, addressing her unvoiced doubts. The relationship between Baima and Dongya had always been tense. Their people could not afford to be overly conspicuous. Moreover, the spies in Baima were exceedingly covert, not easily revealed. Thus, most of the individuals dispatched were from Dongya, and they should have just arrived. Hence the absence of new information. Undoubtedly, the prince's subordinates possessed formidable martial skills. If none returned, there would surely be something amiss at Wuliang Cliff. It would be prudent to disguise ourselves and conduct an investigation locally, preferably finding a local familiar with the terrain to guide us, as this might yield better results with less effort. Upon hearing this, Bai Shu felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Sitting across from her was none other than the Regent, and she couldn't afford to speak too harshly. Yet, remaining silent was equally infuriating. Thus, she could only grit her teeth and offer her suggestions. Well, our people are still searching elsewhere beyond Wuliang Cliff. We will report back as soon as we have news. Xiao Maching's influence was not to be underestimated. Besides Baima, he had spies and informants in Nanlu and Shifei as well. Upon learning that the antidote for his poison could be found, Those lurking in various places began their search for the medicinal ingredients. But all leads ultimately pointed towards Baima and Wuliang Cliff. Perhaps Bai Shu's evident anger was too pronounced, for Yulan brought her a bowl of osmanthus jelly. Its fragrant essence intertwining harmoniously, a sensory delight. The layer of ice beneath offered a moment of tranquility amidst the sweltering summer heat. By the time of the Mid-Autumn Festival, if we still have no news of the antidote, we shall set off for Baima, Bai Shu declared. In the meantime, we must prepare the other medicinal ingredients. I came today to adjust the prince's treatment plan. After outlining her strategy, Bai Shu scooped a spoonful of the jelly and swallowed it eagerly. Feeling a refreshing chill surge through her mouth, numbing her cheeks and causing her to involuntarily exhale cold air, she hastily covered her mouth, wishing to conceal her current appearance. However, every gesture of Bai Shu's was perceived differently by Xiao Moqing. What she considered unrefined appeared to him as innocent and charming, momentarily causing him to lose his focus. Reflecting on Bai Shu's earlier words about setting off for Baima, a surge of inexplicable anticipation and disbelief coursed through him. Did she mean to accompany him? The journey to Baima was long and fraught with peril, particularly in winter's biting cold. Are you truly willing to venture there, Bai Daifu? Xiao Moqing inquired, noting the slight alleviation of the chill in her voice. His long fingers unconsciously rubbed the prayer beads, yet his expression remained composed. Don't you know that the journey to Baima is arduous and the conditions harsh? Why aren't you hurrying to investigate? Bai Shu retorted. What can I do if I don't go? Can you find the antidote before winter? Such a fine individual, yet unfortunate enough to have a mouth. If the poison plaguing the prince were to be completely eradicated, these two medicinal ingredients were indispensable. This winter was of paramount importance. Without the antidote, we would have to go ourselves to seek it, administering treatment immediately upon retrieval, thereby saving time on our return journey. Bai Shu grumbled internally while maintaining a facade of the earnest healer. She did not entirely reject the idea of traveling to Baima. She could consider it a journey for leisure. Moreover, Xiao Moqing's subordinates had yet to find a safe method of entering and exiting Wuliang Cliff, and it was uncertain whether they could return with the snow mist flower and snow spirit snake intact. It was wiser for them to go in person, thus saving time and avoiding unnecessary risks. As she pondered, Bai Shu suddenly asked, although the journey is long and the environment harsh, the prince can ensure my safety, yes? Surely he can? Bai Shu was very much averse to the idea of losing her life. Her mission in this world was not yet complete, and she could not afford to perish in an unfamiliar Baima. The thought alone was enough to bring her to tears. Rest assured, Bai Daifu. I shall protect you without fail, Xiao Moqing replied, and upon receiving this reassuring answer, a weight lifted from his heart. Unexpectedly, he encountered an even more captivating side of Bai Shu today. Her confident, yet sly demeanor brought him amusement. As long as he was present, she would not encounter any misfortunes. I must thank you, Your Highness. Indeed, if I were to perish, who would cure you? Bai Shu remarked nonchalantly, realizing she had been overly anxious. After all, she bore the crucial responsibility of aiding Xiao Moqing in overcoming his poison. How could he allow her to be in danger? At this moment, Xiao Moqing harbored a thought he was unsure whether to voice. After Bai Shu finished her bowl of jelly, she felt invigorated. She gazed at the lavish array of pastries on the table, but resisted the temptation, knowing her task took precedence. Thus, she gestured for Xiao Moqing to raise his arm and place it on the table to facilitate her pulse examination. Observing Bai Shu's swift transition into her healer persona, Xiao Moqing found himself momentarily taken aback, yet instinctively rolled up his sleeve, revealing his pale and well-defined wrist. Your Highness, please refrain from excessive use of internal energy. It can lead to a disturbance of your internal flow, causing the suppressed toxins to worsen. Starting today, I shall increase the frequency of acupuncture treatments and combine it with medicinal baths for your healing. Bai Shu meticulously felt Xiao Moqing's pulse. The flow of energy within him continued to circulate. After several previous treatments, she had become familiar with the essence of Xiao Moqing's body. Before her treatment began, his internal energy had aided in resisting the cold toxins, yet it now posed an interference, necessitating control, so she could adjust her treatment plan accordingly. Very well. Xiao Moqing watched as Bai Shu treated him, a softness flickering in his gaze. Bai Shu's expressions, sometimes furrowing her brow, pausing in contemplation, or exhibiting a serious demeanor, were all quite normal, yet on her face, they stirred emotions within him. Your Highness, please lie down. Today's acupuncture will be on your upper body, and you will need to remove your inner garment. Bai Shu, having taken his pulse, was well aware of the situation. She stood to prepare the acupuncture supplies, but her light-hearted statement left Qingfeng and Yulan in shock. Last time, it had only been to the chest, but now it was the entire upper body? Chapter 85. A life-saving measure. Yulon pressed her hand firmly against her mouth, striving to suppress any sounds that might escape, while her mind raced with thoughts of how to discreetly alert her young mistress. Although seeking medical attention is a perfectly legitimate and serious matter, the distinction between men and women cannot be overlooked. The last time, Bai Shu had boldly pulled down Xiao Maching's collar, and Yulon had felt too guilty to inform Jiang Shi. This time, with the situation escalating so dramatically, she felt a twinge of remorse for keeping it hidden. However, Cheng Feng was a different story. He stood there, astonished, his mouth agape, revealing 2 neat rows of teeth. Forgive his naivety, he had never witnessed acupuncture applied to the chest and abdomen before. Typically, garments were removed only for visible injuries. Yet, when he glanced at his master, he realized that Xiao Maching not only did not object, but was also quite cooperative, moving to the bedside and willingly shedding his outer garment to hang on the rack. Cheng Feng understood. His master was eager for this. What more could he say? He dutifully remained outside the door, prepared to guard Xiao Maching during the subsequent half-hour of vulnerability post-acupuncture. The inner garment, too, was to be removed. Today's acupuncture would be swift, and discomfort would not be severe. Bai Shu had prepared everything needed and, upon turning around, discovered Xiao Maching seated calmly at the edge of the bed in his inner garment, appearing ready. Puzzled, she wondered if she had failed to communicate clearly. Yet, upon hearing Bai Shu's words, Xiao Maching remained still, merely glancing at Cheng Feng, who instantly comprehended. He was to leave. With that thought, Cheng Feng opened the compartment door, reluctantly ushering Yulon out with him. Once the door closed, Xiao Maching wore an expression of innocence and said, "All right." Xiao Maching loosened the ties of his inner garment, which hung loosely over him, the contours of his chest suggestively visible. This appearance, coupled with his strikingly handsome face, stirred a sense of guilt within Bai Shu. Is this situation not illegal? Not at all. I am a doctor. Bai Shu shook her head, casting aside any inappropriate thoughts. She dispelled her distractions and approached the bed, recalling that she had previously needled his chest. Surely, she could manage this. As Bai Shu lowered her gaze, she found Xiao Maching reclined on the bed, still in that white silk inner garment, on the intricately carved wooden bed. The garment was indeed worn loosely, the ties undone, as if awaiting her to assist with its removal. It must be said, Bai Shu realized the truth. Xiao Maching was aware of her inner turmoil and felt a hint of pride. He had never regarded his much-praised appearance as particularly useful in his youth. He had received countless compliments for his looks, but as he matured and his abilities grew, admiration shifted to other attributes. Now he understood that it was not devoid of value, merely that the time had not yet come. Just as Bai Shu hesitated on how to untie Xiao Maching's inner garment, a commotion outside the door caught her attention. Upon listening closely, she discerned the distant voice of the Long Princess, which was indeed a matter of urgency that could not wait. You must inform her. Do not tell the Emperor.
Teshaya.
Outside, the Long Princess's anxious voice mingled with Qingfeng's and Yulon's slightly embarrassed responses. The two inside exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. My dear sister, could you speak a little louder? I almost couldn't hear you. Who could possibly protect you? Bai Shu glanced at Xiao Maching's slightly ajar inner garment and realized that acupuncture was no longer feasible. The Long Princess's voice was laced with urgency, clearly indicating a life-threatening situation. Xiao Maching, reclining on the bed, felt a sense of irritation at being disturbed, yet he could not show it before Bai Shu. With a stoic expression, he rose and silently tied the strings of his inner garment. Should I call Cheng Feng in to assist the prince with his attire? Bai Shu tentatively inquired, sensing something was amiss with Xiao Maching, though she could not pinpoint what. Watching him don his clothes, she noted a hint of melancholy in his demeanor. Could it be that the treatment had not proceeded, thus wasting his time? Yet that did not matter. The poison within him could not be resolved in a single day, so a little more time was inconsequential. No need. I have always dressed myself. Xiao Maching explained swiftly as he dressed, noting that in his residence, there were no maids to assist him, and the inner courtyard was devoid of women. Most of the servants were men. Very well, I shall open the door. Bai Shu waited until Xiao Maching was fully attired, then gathered her silver needles and went to the door.
Shaya.
You are difficult to find. The Long Princess was still arguing with Qingfeng when the door swung open, revealing Bai Shu, whom she had sought for so long. What urgent matter has arisen, Your Highness? Bai Shu refrained from addressing the Long Princess as sister in front of Xiao Maching, as it was against propriety, and it sufficed to speak informally in private.
Shaya.
A grave matter has occurred. The Empress has fallen ill. The Emperor has summoned all the imperial physicians, yet none can produce a prescription. The long princess grasped Bai Shu's hand, scrutinizing her forehead, which glistened with beads of sweat, indicating that she had indeed sought Bai Shu for quite some time under the scorching sun. Given the dire nature of the situation, we must depart at once. Bai Shu understood the anxiety of the patient's family. Life and death were at stake, and she resolved to act immediately. However, Xiao Maching stepped out as well, his voice low and steady. The Empress has not left the palace recently. What could have caused her sudden illness? His query halted Bai Shu in her tracks, and she pondered. Indeed, what could afflict the Empress within the confines of the inner palace? Had something untoward transpired? An assassination attempt, perhaps? It seemed plausible, considering that even the Regent had been targeted in the North Desert. Time was of the essence. Bai Shu furrowed her brow lightly, casting a glance back at Xiao Maching, her gaze carrying a hint of reproach, as if to say, "Must you be so oblivious to urgency? It is measles. There are rashes on her face and body." The long princess dared not disregard the regent's inquiry. Bai Shu remained silent, her expression reflecting a scolding tone directed at the emperor, nearly causing her to faint from the intensity of it all. It was quite overwhelming. Henceforth, she would ensure that Bai Shu was treated with utmost reverence. One must inquire if anyone else in Dongye would dare to present such a countenance toward her uncle and emerge unscathed. Very well, Bai Shu thought, finding herself speechless at the long princess's words. A mere case of measles, and you deem it a matter of life and death? You claim no one at the Imperial Medical Bureau can resolve it? The primary issue is that they discovered the Empress is pregnant, which has enraged the Emperor, leaving the physicians too intimidated to prescribe anything. The long princess, observing the identical expressions of inquiry on Bai Shu and Xiao Maching's faces, felt her own authority wane. Hastily attempting to explain, yet her words only became more convoluted. Chapter 86. Who can compete with your display? The long princess herself was at a loss regarding the unfolding events. She only knew that the Empress was gravely unwell, the Imperial Medical Bureau was unable to provide treatment, and the Emperor was both anxious and furious, not solely at the physicians. Thus, her explanations fell short, but her words startled Bai Shu. The Empress is pregnant?
How could that be?
The Empress and the young Emperor are merely children. Bai Shu urgently called for the system. The young Emperor was only 14, and the Empress 15. She recalled that in the original plot, the Empress had not become pregnant until she was 17. Furthermore, the young Emperor had been preoccupied with state affairs and, being so young, had not favored any of the concubines since his ascension. How could there be any talk of the Empress being with child? Host. According to the original storyline, the Emperor and Empress indeed have not yet consummated their marriage. However, due to our intervention, many events have transpired differently. The system confirmed that in the original plot, the Empress would not have become pregnant so early. Are we able to influence the relationship between the Emperor and Empress? Can I not urge them to be together? Bai Shu briefly exchanged words with the system before her mind began to whirl with ideas. The Empress's sudden pregnancy, alongside a case of rubella, seemed rather suspicious. Moreover, the Grand Princess had mentioned that the Emperor was furious about the Empress's condition. Perhaps it was due to the fact that the two had yet to consummate their marriage, which would make the situation more logical. This was not something that could be clarified hastily. In any case, the palace was in utter chaos, and Shu absolutely had to accompany me on this trip. The Grand Princess, feeling the pressure from the Regent, subtly reminded the daydreaming Bai Shu that time was of the essence. All right, let us first ascertain the situation. Bai Shu cast aside her doubts. After all, going would provide clarity. At the flower viewing banquet, she had observed that the Empress was a remarkably amiable beauty, without airs, and they had conversed cheerfully. If she were indeed afflicted with rubella, it must be quite distressing. Let us go. The Grand Princess sighed in relief upon receiving Bai Shu's affirmative response. She stole a glance at the somewhat sullen expression of her uncle and intended to say something. But before she could, Bai Shu had already pulled her away. She cast another glance at Cheng Feng, as if to convey, see, Shu is more persuasive than anyone, naturally. Yulan closely followed her master, hastily offering her greetings as she caught up with the two. Bai Shu, as she walked, urged, Your Highness, please describe the scene in detail, especially the Emperor's reaction. Bai Shu, just as before, linked her arm with the Grand Princess as they proceeded, leaving Xiao Maching and Cheng Feng exchanging puzzled glances behind them. Xiao Maching's expression was inscrutable, tinged with discontent, but no one paid it any mind. What a predicament! Cheng Feng thought, taking a deep breath. What misdeeds have I committed to face my master's wrath alone? What about Xuanyang? Where are the secret guards? Let us head to the palace. With that, Xiao Moqing left behind a single remark and strode off, following Bai Shu and the Grand Princess. From a distance, he observed Bai Shu's petite figure, pondering her earlier words at the Tianxiang Tavern more precisely, the words of the system within her. It claimed to fit her criteria. It possessed wealth, power, influence, and handsome looks, with a high status to boot. Most importantly, marrying him would allow Bai Shu to manipulate Du Wenqing at will. As Xiao Moqing fidgeted with his prayer beads, his thoughts became increasingly disordered, much like his current emotions. Had Bai Shu begun to contemplate marriage already? It was only natural. She was of age, and had previously stated her intention to choose her own husband. Thus, this matter required careful deliberation. Cheng Feng, trailing behind his master, wished to remind Xiao Moqing that there were numerous confidential letters awaiting attention at their estate. While heading to the Tianxiang Tavern to neutralize the poison was indeed a pressing matter, did he really need to personally attend to the matter of the Empress's pregnancy? Regrettably, Cheng Feng lacked the courage to voice his thoughts. He had come to realize that Bai Shu had unknowingly invaded Xiao Moqing's world. You shall share a carriage with me. Let them return to convey the news. Xiao Moqing, tall and robust, naturally took larger strides than the ladies, allowing him to catch up with Bai Shu on the second floor. At the entrance of the tavern, 3 carriages were stationed, with Xiao Moqing's being the grandest and most opulent. Both Bai Shu and the Grand Princess were momentarily taken aback by his words. Could it be that he intended to enter the palace as well? Most likely to discuss state affairs with the young emperor, which was entirely reasonable. Bai Shu glanced at Xiao Moqing's luxurious carriage, then at the Grand Princess's carriage, which was of similar size to her own. It was evident she chose the former. Your Highness, I shall ride in the prince's carriage. We shall meet at the palace gate. Bai Shu flashed a grin at the Grand Princess, which carried a hint of guilt, for she was abandoning her good friend in pursuit of luxury. Sure, did you not say you wanted me to recount the details? The Grand Princess reluctantly grasped Bai Shu's arm, wishing to share a carriage with her, desiring the closeness of her soft companion. Bai Shu, observing the Grand Princess's relentless winking and pitiful expression, felt her resolve weaken. Very well. She intended to turn back and decline Xiao Moqing's invitation, but just then, a deep and resonant voice interjected. My carriage can enter the palace directly. Bai Shu turned to see Xiao Moqing's piercing gaze, which seemed to speak volumes, reflecting her own astonished expression. His eyes, softened by the afternoon light, exuded an alluring warmth. A rich and enticing sound escaped Xiao Moqing's throat. He tilted his head slightly, and had Bai Shu not been staring at him, one might have thought it was a specter that graced the daylight. Truly impressive. How utterly tempting. Bai Shu silently lamented in her heart, secretly criticizing him. Whether it was the purple gold carriage, or the privilege of traversing the vast palace grounds at will, or even his current demeanor, everything was irresistibly alluring. The Grand Princess, observing Bai Shu's charming countenance, felt conflicted and hesitant. She had already cursed Xiao Moqing in her heart numerous times. Who could compete with her uncle in terms of grandeur? Riding a carriage into the palace was a unique honor, one that could be used as leverage here. Very well, I shall withdraw. She realized that Bai Shu was no match for her uncle. It seemed likely that the little rabbit would fall into the clutches of the big bad wolf, even helping him count his riches. How about we share a carriage? Just as the Grand Princess was about to concede, Bai Shu excitedly spoke up, feeling quite clever for effortlessly resolving the dilemma. This way, Your Highness can still describe the Empress's condition to me while riding in the prince's carriage, saving us some time. Bai Shu explained to the two. Chapter 87. Nonsense. However, this notion thoroughly startled the Grand Princess, for her uncle's carriage was not one that just anyone could board. Simultaneously, she felt a flicker of anticipation, following Bai Shu's gaze, her eyes questioning, Uncle, may I? Yes. Xiao Moqing responded succinctly before turning to leave. Both Bai Shu and the Grand Princess were elated, especially the Grand Princess, who felt an extraordinary joy, knowing she had benefited from Bai Shu's influence. Otherwise, she would have never had such a privilege. The two linked arms, happily boarding the carriage, which, upon closer inspection, radiated opulence at every turn. The horses were robust, their manes flowing gracefully, exuding an imposing presence. Even the yoke was intricately carved with elaborate patterns, while the carriage body was finely crafted, showcasing exquisite artistry. Upon entering, a refreshing fragrance enveloped them, not cloying but rather invigorating amid the sweltering summer heat, creating a sense of coolness. The carriage felt akin to a small room, moving smoothly. Though small, it was well appointed, with soft couches wrapped in silk, delicately embroidered and adorned with plush cushions, providing ample room for all three to sit comfortably. It was likely that Xiao Maching often reclined within to rest peacefully. While the Grand Princess intended to narrate the details to Bai Shu and Xiao Maching, in reality, it was only Bai Shu and the Grand Princess who chattered incessantly, transitioning from the Empress to the young Emperor, from the young Emperor to the palace, and then to the pastry shops on the street. Initially, the Grand Princess felt a twinge of fear towards Xiao Maching, hesitant to be too boisterous in his presence. However, she soon realized that his attention was solely directed outside the carriage and towards Bai Shu, paying no mind to their conversation. Gradually, she began to relax. The three of them swiftly entered the palace. Despite the carriage's speed, it remained remarkably steady. The inner court did not permit vehicles. Thus, the Grand Princess led Bai Shu directly to the Empress's quarters. "Is the prince accompanying us?" The Grand Princess was taken aback to discover Xiao Maching trailing behind. Did he intend to visit the Empress? Wasn't the Emperor in the Empress's chamber? Xiao Maching retorted, leaving the Grand Princess momentarily speechless. Indeed, the Emperor's uncle was seeking the young Emperor. When Bai Shu and the others arrived, they were intercepted by the guards outside, who insisted that outsiders were not permitted to enter. It turned out that the young Emperor had already ordered the Queen's chambers to be sealed, which was clearly suspicious to any discerning eye. "I was sent by His Majesty to find a doctor. Do you dare to obstruct us?" The Grand Princess observed that the guards at the entrance were as stiff as logs. Perhaps her reasoning was sound, or perhaps it was due to the pressure exerted by the Regent, but in any case, the guards relented. Regardless of how young the doctor mentioned by the Grand Princess might be, no one could stand against the authority of the Regent. "Your Majesty, the Queen's symptoms have slightly eased. Her breathing has become more regular." As Bai Shu and her companions stepped into the chamber, they were met with a peculiar sight. The Queen lay on the bed, with a gauzy curtain drawn, only her outline faintly visible. Surrounding her were 6 or 7 physicians kneeling on the floor, while one doctor was reporting the situation to the Emperor on the bed. "What shall we do about the rash? With so many in the Imperial Medical Bureau, not a single one can resolve a case of measles." Though the young Emperor was still quite young, he exuded a formidable presence, and his tone carried a heavy sense of pressure. The physicians before him trembled, bowing repeatedly in apology. It was then that Bai Shu caught a glimpse of the young Emperor Dong Ye's appearance. He was indeed a handsome youth, slender yet exuding a maturity beyond his years, clad in a dragon robe that radiated authority. "Your Majesty, I have brought a doctor. Let her examine the Queen first." The Grand Princess approached with Bai Shu, the esteemed doctor from across the land. "I, Bai Shu, humbly pay my respects to your Majesty and to Her Majesty the Queen." Bai Shu performed her greetings according to protocol, mindful that this was an enraged emperor and could not afford to be careless. Rising to respond, the Emperor queried, "Is this the miraculous doctor my sister spoke of?" The young Emperor glanced at Bai Shu, noting her calm demeanor amidst the chaotic scene. Most ordinary individuals would have been rendered speechless in such a situation. Thus, his impression of Bai Shu was favorable, albeit limited to her evident poise and striking beauty. He then cast a puzzled look towards the Grand Princess, silently questioning whether this delicate maiden was truly the miraculous doctor she had described. Indeed, Shuer is the legitimate daughter of Chancellor Bai Heng, whom the Queen is also acquainted with. Do not underestimate her. One must not judge a book by its cover. The Grand Princess ardently promoted Bai Shu, recalling her initial meeting with the young girl, when she too had doubted what great skills she could possess. After all, even seasoned doctors who had studied medicine for decades did not dare to claim such a title, yet it was this remarkable doctor who had transformed her life, allowing her to live anew in her later years. Hence, she was determined to advocate for Bai Shu, confident that once treated, her abilities would speak for themselves. "Oh, you are the Chancellor's daughter?" Such poise and decorum. It is no wonder the Chancellor has always protected you. Though the young Emperor had never met Bai Shu, he was aware of Chancellor Bai Heng's deep affection for his daughter, who had always been granted her wishes since childhood, even in selecting her future husband. It seemed apparent that she was indeed worthy of such adoration. "This humble daughter thanks your Majesty for your kind praise. In my youth, I was fortunate to be recognized by a miraculous doctor who imparted some medical knowledge to me. Thus, I dare to take the liberty of checking the Queen's pulse." Bai Shu spoke with neither arrogance nor trepidation before the physicians, earning the young Emperor's respect. However, he was taken aback when he noticed the Emperor's uncle fixating on Bai Shu, displaying an unfamiliar gentleness that warranted further contemplation. "Since my sister has wholeheartedly recommended you, proceed to check the Queen's pulse. Regardless of the outcome, I shall not hold you accountable." It was clear that as the Grand Princess had brought her, and given her status as the Chancellor's daughter, The young emperor would not reproach her even if treatment failed. More importantly, he was acutely aware of his uncle's peculiar behavior. Indeed, as he spoke of not assigning blame, his uncle finally cast a look of approval his way, which for the young emperor was a source of reassurance and reward. After all, it was the regent who guided his studies, and he most craved his praise, especially after such a lengthy diagnosis. The young emperor had managed to calm his heart, setting aside anger, leaving only concern. "I thank your majesty," Bai Shu concluded, preparing to enter the inner chamber to treat the queen, but she caught the murmur of low voices. "The chancellor's daughter? Isn't this sheer folly? Who knows? The emperor has stated he won't assign blame, so let it be." The speaker was none other than the chief of the Imperial Medical Bureau, the foremost among those kneeling. He regarded Bai Shu's confident demeanor with skepticism, thinking to himself, does this young lady truly know her herbs? Chapter 88. A Heroine's Rescue. Oh, isn't this the accomplice of concubine Zhuang in poisoning? How audacious she is now. Bai Shu turned to look at Chief Zhang, her cool gaze tinged with sarcasm. In the original narrative, Chief Zhang had colluded with concubine Zhuang to commit nefarious acts in the palace, all in a bid for favor. It seems Chief Zhang has already conspired with concubine Zhuang, otherwise he would not be so brazen. Concubine Zhuang, the legitimate daughter of Du Khan, was merely 15 yet had already mastered the sordid tactics of the inner palace. Truly, the human heart is inscrutable. It appears the chief of the Imperial Medical Bureau ought to be replaced. One stained with so many lives insults the very title of doctor. A glint of coldness flashed in Bai Shu's eyes. While medicine and poison are often intertwined, she detested those who masqueraded as saviors while committing murder. In the original narrative, concubine Zhuang utilized Chief Zhang to harm countless concubines and princes, operating in secrecy, without anyone detecting their schemes. And what of concubine Zhuang? She has leveraged her relationship with Du Khan to become a partner of Du Wenqing, acting as his eyes in the young emperor's harem. The system interjected, noting that concubine Zhuang was indeed a formidable figure in the original plot. She was ruthless enough, initially gaining Chief Zhang's allegiance through Du Khan to eliminate obstacles in the harem and later engaging in dealings with Du Wenqing. Even extending her reach into the court, such a person poses endless future troubles. Concubine Zhuang will undoubtedly meet her due fate. But the source of all this may well trace back to Du Khan. However, given Du Khan's advanced age, he likely lacks the strength to act. Bai Shu pondered the likelihood of Du Khan's rebellion. Unlikely, given his frail state, teetering on the brink of death. While he might wish to take a young and beautiful bride, to think he could aspire to usurp the throne, was his life so resilient? It must be Du Khan's son. Bai Shu suddenly recalled that Du Khan had an eldest legitimate son, a brother to concubine Zhuang, who was ambitious and shared her disposition. If anyone from the Han family harbored rebellious intentions, it would undoubtedly be the eldest son. Moreover, when Du Wenqing secured his position of power, Xiao Maqing had already passed away, leaving no one in the capital capable of counterbalancing the prominent families. The young emperor, too, was unwaveringly trusting of Du Wenqing, making the collapse of the court's integrity an inevitable outcome. You are correct. The eldest son of Du Khan is currying favor with Du Wenqing, even offering his sister as a pawn. However, this scenario will not come to pass, as Du Wenqing is still merely a 6th-grade scholar. Once the results of the year-end examinations are released, new top scholars will emerge, and he will be unable to stir up any waves. The system, holding the script, was well aware of all characters connected to Du Wenqing. Currently, the court was in need of personnel, having transformed the triennial imperial examination into an annual event, thereby allowing Dong Yi to select more talents. With me around, Du Wenqing shall never find a chance for resurgence. As Bai Shu pondered over the situation, she noticed the indignation etched on Zhang Yuan's face. Just as she was about to speak, the Grand Princess interjected, "Zhang Yuan, you have overstepped your bounds. Shu'er is someone I brought. Do you imply that I am capriciously toying with the life of Her Majesty the Empress?" The Grand Princess's authority surged forth. For although she maintained a humble demeanor in front of Bai Shu and Lu Rian, it did not diminish her stature as a royal. If anyone dared to question her, or the individual she brought along, she would not hesitate to respond with assertiveness. "I am terrified. Your Highness, please quell your anger. I certainly did not mean such a thing. It is only natural for everyone to harbor doubts, given that Miss Bai appears somewhat younger." Zhang Yuan, ever adaptable, found himself kneeling before the Grand Princess, prostrating himself in contrition while attempting to implicate others, hoping the Grand Princess would spare him by invoking the principle of collective responsibility. "Is it the collective doubts of the assembly, or merely your own, Zhang Yuan?" The Grand Princess did not relent. for she could not allow her benefactor and sister to be humiliated on her behalf. Her imposing presence silenced the onlookers, who lowered their heads, striving to diminish their visibility. Zhang Yuan, observing the cowardice of his peers, felt a surge of anger. How could these seasoned physicians, with decades of experience, fear a mere girl? It was utterly laughable. Just as he was about to defend himself, a more seasoned voice interjected. In response to your highness, a physician's skill knows no age. And there are prodigious talents in every profession. We shall not express doubts before Miss Bai examines the Empress. The speaker was Feng, the head of the Imperial Medical Institute, who had just treated the Empress with acupuncture, alleviating her breathing difficulties. Though Feng held a rank superior to that of Zhang Yuan, he was known for his humble demeanor and dedication to his craft, which only fueled Zhang Yuan's arrogance as he attempted to assert dominance over the other physicians. Is it solely Zhang Yuan who questions the authority of the Grand Princess? Upon hearing Feng's words, the Grand Princess's ire somewhat subsided, yet she still wished to hold Zhang Yuan accountable. Indeed, I harbor concerns, but they are solely for the safety of Her Majesty the Empress. I beseech the Emperor, the Prince, and your Highness to understand. Zhang Yuan, realizing no one stood by his side, adopted a posture of false humility, attempting to craft an image of unwavering loyalty. Moreover, they had all examined the Empress's condition and knew that medication was futile. Only Feng could administer acupuncture. He could not fathom that Bai Shu, with her embroidery needle, could wield a silver needle effectively. Zhang Yuan's obstinacy was matched only by his arrogance. A physician lacking in skill, yet unwilling to seek guidance, is one who ought not remain in the Imperial Medical Institute. Just as the standoff reached an impasse, Xiao Moqing spoke. If you do not believe, then remove your robes. After saying this, Xiao Moqing's expression softened as he addressed Bai Shu. Please proceed with the examination. His words left everyone present in stunned silence. What was the regent doing? Was he truly willing to dismiss the esteemed head of the Imperial Medical Institute for the sake of a girl? Even the Grand Princess was taken aback, marveling at her royal uncle's charisma. With a single statement, he had vindicated Bai Shu. How she wished she possessed such authority. Otherwise, she too would have relished the opportunity to play the hero. This was indeed a masterstroke in winning Bai Shu's heart. Her perception of her royal uncle shifted once more. For the sake of beauty, he was willing to go to great lengths. Yet Xiao Moqing cared not for the thoughts of those around him. He understood that Bai Shu wished to suppress Du Wenqing, and that Zhang Yuan would become a pawn in Du Wenqing's game. Hence, he would handle the external matters while Bai Shu examined the patient. As Chapter 89 unfolds, children will eventually come. Thank you, Lord. Bai Shu gently nodded towards Xiao Moqing and proceeded towards the inner chamber. It appeared that her intervention was unnecessary, as some had already taken action, thus conserving her strength. What she truly sought to ascertain was not merely the rash, but whether the Empress was genuinely pregnant. The rash could be treated swiftly, but a pregnancy mishandled could lead to disaster, a festering thorn in the hearts of both the young Emperor and the Empress. My lord, your Majesty, I assure you, I harbored no ill intent. My only concern is for Her Majesty's well-being. Outside, Zhang Yuan began to sense the gravity of the situation. It was entirely unexpected. Even if he were to face punishment, it could only be justified if Bai Shu could indeed heal the Empress. Furthermore, with the Emperor present, how could the regent bypass him to pronounce judgment? He had only recently ascended to the position of head. Surely, he could not be demoted for a single utterance. Was there no law? The young Emperor, he was desperately pleading to remain silent, merely gesturing for the guards to escort Zhang Yuan away. Your Majesty, I am wronged. The young Emperor believed that his uncle's decision to deal with someone must surely be justified. The position of head of the Imperial Medical Institute was of utmost importance, and the incumbent must be utterly loyal. Otherwise, great calamities could ensue. He would never concede that he acted merely to appease the regent. The commotion outside finally subsided, leaving the remaining members of the Imperial Medical Institute in a state of unease, including Feng, who awaited Bai Shu's diagnostic outcome. Despite their extensive experience, they had not prepared a treatment plan for the Empress, while the protected daughter of the Chancellor within might indeed possess a solution. Inside, Bai Shu approached the bed, instructing a maid to part the gauze curtains for her examination, as there was no need for excessive modesty. This appears to be an allergic reaction, doesn't it? Even the system recognized the symptoms of the Empress's allergy. She lay weakly in slumber on the bed, her complexion pale and a sheen of perspiration on her forehead. The true reason for raising the curtain was the multitude of red rashes that marred her previously resplendent visage. She might well be frightened by her own reflection. Indeed, allergies. The physician mentioned her breathing has improved. It should not be so severe now. As Bai Shu spoke, she began to feel the Empress's pulse. It flowed smoothly, akin to pearls rolling on a surface. Any ordinary physician would conclude she was pregnant. However, as her fingers shifted, she sensed a distinct absence of any returning sensation, instead encountering a lingering pause, an unmistakable sign of a non-pregnant state. While most would interpret such a pulse as indicative of early pregnancy, Bai Shu, being a saint of medicine and aware of the Empress's likely status, could ascertain that these were symptoms of a false pregnancy. What a pitiful child. The beauty once gracing her face now reduced to mere sharpness. The system lamented. She was but 15 years old and, having been empress for 3 years, exuded an air befitting a mother of the nation. Though they had only met briefly at the flower viewing banquet, it was evident she possessed a perceptive nature. Silence. She shall recover soon, Bai Shu retorted, flustered by the system's description. What of the sharpness? The Empress's features were still enchanting. She would work her magic to restore the Empress to her former glory. Fortunately, Bai Shu, in her endeavor to treat Xiaomaqing, now carries silver needles and an assortment of commonly used medicines with her. After sterilizing the needles, she proceeded to perform acupuncture on Her Majesty the Empress. Outside, the young emperor, observing Bai Shu's intent to administer needles to his empress without uttering a word, felt his heart leap into his throat. However, he soon received a reassuring glance from his elder sister and a threatening look from his uncle, leaving him feeling quite aggrieved, hoping that the Chancellor's daughter would not let him down. As Bai Shu deftly inserted 10 silver needles, the Empress gradually stirred from her stupor. Yet, upon opening her eyes, she was unable to contain her tears, which flowed freely, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. Bai Shu promptly pressed her down gently, urging, "Your Majesty, please remain still. I am in the midst of acupuncture." Simultaneously, she grasped the Empress's hand to offer her a sense of security. "Bai girl, how did you come to be here?" The Empress's sorrow was palpable, and despite her efforts to suppress it, Bai Shu discerned her distress. "Your Majesty is afflicted with wind rash. Princess Chong has summoned me to provide treatment." Bai Shu refrained from mentioning the symptoms of a false pregnancy. Perceiving the Empress's emotional instability, the red rashes on her face and body were gradually subsiding, yet the swollen eye sockets were increasingly pronounced. She could not afford to provoke her at this moment. "Can you truly cure my wind rash?" the Empress inquired with uncertainty. She was bewildered by her condition. Having just finished her lunch and preparing to rest, she was suddenly besieged by an itch, followed by the onset of rashes. In her panic, she summoned the imperial physician, who, instead of alleviating her condition, declared that she was pregnant, a diagnosis that she found utterly ludicrous. Did she not know her own body? Amidst the physician's helplessness, the emperor rushed in upon hearing the news of her supposed pregnancy. He said nothing, merely gazing at her, and though his silence spoke volumes, her heart twisted painfully. She longed to explain, but could only let the tears fall as her body succumbed to weakness, leading her to faint. When she regained consciousness, she found herself in the present scenario. "Your Majesty, please observe." Bai Shu did not directly respond to the Empress's query, but instead lifted her hand, revealing her smooth, fair forearm, which, indeed, bore no rashes. They had vanished. "I shall now withdraw the needles, Your Majesty." As she spoke, the time was just right. Bai Shu retrieved the silver needles, and the red rashes on the Empress's face had disappeared, replaced by a grateful smile. "Thank you, Bai girl." Yet, behind the Empress's smile lay a profound melancholy as she gathered her thoughts, contemplating how to face the Emperor. "Your Majesty, you have recovered. But do not dwell too heavily on sadness. You are still young, and children will come in due time. Though this time did not yield results, maintain a relaxed disposition. Given your esteemed favor, conception is merely a matter of time." Bai Shu, having seen through the Empress's thoughts, leaned closer, speaking in a tone meant only for their ears. However, unbeknownst to them, all their conversation had not escaped Xiaomaqing's attentive ears. "What did you say?" the Empress exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock upon hearing Bai Shu's words. She grasped Bai Shu's hand tightly, as if it were her last lifeline, eager to clarify the matter. "I assure you, Your Majesty, your health is not in jeopardy. The previous diagnosis was erroneous, and you are not pregnant. I hope you can set your mind at ease." Bai Shu gently returned the grip, recognizing the Empress's frail strength in her delicate fingers. She chose this method to communicate her message, aiming to address the issue while sparing the Empress any embarrassment. After all, the Emperor frequently spent the night in the Empress's palace without consummating their union. Should this information become public, it could prove far more disastrous than the Empress's jealousy. Are you saying the physician was mistaken? The Empress's heart lightened at Bai Shu's affirming response. As tension eased, she suddenly became aware of the cold sweat dampening her body, whether from her illness or the shock of the physician's diagnosis. She could not tell.
Indeed.
Your Majesty, the wind rash was likely triggered by improper food consumption. You are now fully healed and require only a brief rest.
Beyond that,
there are no other health concerns, and your pulse indicates that you are not pregnant. Bai Shu outlined the situation for the Empress. Following this inquiry, those outside were privy to their conversation, leaving the imperial physicians kneeling in disbelief. Having practiced medicine for decades, they were the most skilled physicians in the Imperial Medical Bureau, and their unanimous diagnosis was that the Empress was over a month pregnant, which seemed impossible to dispute. Regarding the wind rash, they had been cautious about administering treatment due to the supposed fetus. That as well, I am aware of my own body, and the matter of children cannot be rushed. The Empress's thoughts began to clear. During her recent episode, her chi had surged, compounded by her allergic reaction, rendering her incapable of defending herself before the Emperor. Yet, the way he looked at her still sent waves of anxiety through her heart. 3 years had passed since the Emperor ascended the throne, and she became Empress. Yet he had been preoccupied with state affairs and had never stayed overnight in the palace. Initially, during the tumultuous times, the young Emperor had been too inexperienced for such matters to be addressed. However, as the court stabilized, prominent ministers and the ailing Empress had begun pressuring the Emperor to produce heirs. Initially indifferent, he eventually succumbed to their insistence, seeking solace in the Empress's palace when overwhelmed, while she, ever gentle and virtuous, refrained from interfering with his desires, instead providing him with comfort. Thus, an unspoken understanding developed between them. The young Emperor would govern during the day and return at night to study statecraft with the Empress. Though devoid of romantic affection, their relationship had been one of serene companionship. The recent scandal surrounding her supposed pregnancy had injected a potent dose of turmoil into their previously tranquil relationship, with the potential for disastrous consequences should they misstep. By girl, you have healed my Empress, and you assert that her supposed pregnancy was a misdiagnosis? The young Emperor, having overheard the conversation between Bai Shu and the Empress, found his emotions in turmoil. Even in front of his uncle, he could not maintain his composure. He hastened to the Empress's side, eager to converse, only to find her suddenly drawing the bed curtain, clearly indicating her refusal. He stood frozen, feeling drenched in cold water. Observing this, Bai Shu quickly intervened, stating, "Your Majesty, the Empress's wind rash has been treated, and the matter of pregnancy was indeed a misdiagnosis." Bai Shu's words rang clear and powerful, resonating with all present. The Empress, recalling the Emperor's distrustful gaze, was at a loss for how to face him and chose to retreat instead. The young Emperor recognized his earlier overreaction, although he had not scolded the Empress. He had vented his frustration without discerning the situation, leaving her with no opportunity to explain. It was understandable that she was unwilling to engage with him now. Xiao Maching and Princess Chong exchanged delighted glances, the latter's chin lifted in triumph, as though Bai Shu's medical prowess were her greatest pride. The physicians, who had long since lost their composure, finally spoke up, "Your Majesty, Your Highness, and esteemed ones, Bai Girl's medical skills are indeed remarkable. In such a short time, she has managed to treat the Empress using only silver needles. However, regarding the matter of pregnancy, we cannot hastily draw conclusions, as most of the esteemed physicians present here have reached a unanimous diagnosis." The speaker was the esteemed physician who had just conversed with Director Zhang. With the cautionary tale of Zhang in mind, the gathered physicians were exceedingly careful in their discourse, fearful that a mere misstep might provoke the wrath of the Regent, a figure far more formidable than the young Emperor. His infamous ruthlessness in Dongya was well known, and they all wished to extend their lives for several more years. The officials dared not deceive the Emperor, nor did they wish to flaunt their skills before their esteemed seniors, yet the pulse of the Empress indeed presented such a condition. If there were doubts, Physician Feng could be summoned again to examine the Empress's pulse. It was indeed smooth, yet within that fluidity, there was a stagnation rather than a reversal, which was not indicative of a joyful pulse. Before the assembly, Bai Shu remained unflustered, calmly articulating her assessment. She observed that the physicians did not exhibit the same arrogance as Director Zhang, and that there was room for dialogue among practitioners. Furthermore, the Empress's integrity required their validation. The young Emperor listened intently, despite his ignorance of medical knowledge. All matters concerning the Empress were of paramount importance to him. Bai's assertions held merit, yet such pulse characteristics could not be generalized. Some individuals in early pregnancy might exhibit instability. Physician Feng stroked his goat beard flecked with white, pondering that if he had shown courtesy to Bai Shu out of respect for imperial authority, he now regarded her with newfound respect, regardless of the pregnancy matter. Her adeptness with needles surpassed that of the entire Imperial Medical Bureau, especially since they had no viable solutions for the recent predicament. Feng's observations were not unfounded, but an unstable pulse did not equate to a sensation of stagnation. Moreover, how long did he believe the Empress had been pregnant? Bai Shu methodically countered the physician's claims. The Empress, reclining upon the couch, felt her heart tighten. She knew her innocence, yet if all the physicians asserted her pregnancy, how could her singular voice clarify the situation? At this juncture, she could only place her hopes upon Bai Shu to unravel the predicament. The young emperor stood by the bed, gazing at the Empress through a thin veil, his eyes betraying a sentiment he could scarcely comprehend, perhaps guilt, perhaps something else entirely. We have found, upon examination, that all concur the Empress is over a month pregnant, a condition that has recently manifested. Physician Feng, from a family steeped in medical tradition, was ill-suited for the intrigues of court. His medical prowess alone had earned him his position in the Imperial Medical Bureau. The joyful pulse was among the most common signs, and they had never erred before. Did the other physicians also ascertain a duration of over a month? Bai Shu stood in the center of the chamber, seeking confirmation from the physicians. Typically, a woman in the early stages of pregnancy would not exhibit changes in her pulse for at least a month. It would take around 40 days for such signs to become apparent. Having just examined the Empress, Bai Shu found everything satisfactory, indicating that her monthly cycle was regular. Indeed, the Empress's close maidservant, upon hearing Bai Shu's words, brightened, glancing toward the Empress with a heart full of joy. Bai Shu noted this reaction. To the physicians, the Empress's potential pregnancy seemed merely a joyous occasion, and thus far, their discussions had been purely academic. Yet, between the Empress and the Emperor, this was a matter of grave consequence, and it appeared the maid was privy to the truth. Indeed, our examination results align, the physicians replied candidly, puzzled by the Emperor's response, which diverged from their expectations. Might I inquire, Your Grace, when was the last occurrence of her monthly cycle? Bai Shu, understanding the gravity of the inquiry, turned toward the Empress. The Empress gestured for her maid to respond, who eagerly proclaimed, the last occurrence was 10 days prior, as recorded in the palace records. The maid's voice rose slightly, driven by urgency to affirm their claims, knowing the intricate details behind the scenes. The Emperor visited the Empress daily, his mind preoccupied with state affairs, and while he had been informed of their consummation, the truth was that the Empress had merely been aiding him in evading the scrutiny of the dowager and court officials, earning her a reputation for jealousy. Her burdens were not light. Upon hearing this, the physicians, including Feng, were momentarily taken aback. They had been primarily focused on treating the Empress's wind rash, and the sudden diagnosis of pregnancy had not been thoroughly verified. It now appeared that if the last cycle had indeed occurred 10 days prior, even if the Empress were currently pregnant, they would have been unable to diagnose it. Thus, Feng believed there was no longer any need for a second pulse examination. It seems we have indeed misdiagnosed. We humbly request forgiveness from the Emperor and the Empress. Feng knelt solemnly, seeking the Emperor's pardon. The gravity of the situation regarding the potential heir was not to be taken lightly. Although they had acted in haste, the misdiagnosis was a tangible error deserving of consequence. As these words were spoken, Xiao Maching and the Princess Chong swiftly procured chairs to sit down, certain that Bai Shu's medical expertise could not possibly be flawed, and finally felt a sense of relief. The Emperor hesitated on how to address the physicians, having already dealt with Director Zhang. Punishment, whether light or severe, seemed inappropriate. Just then, Bai Shu spoke again, her words striking a startling note. This is not solely a misdiagnosis by the physicians. The Empress's condition is due to the ingestion of false pregnancy medication. The room fell silent, including the maidservants. Even the young Emperor, who had maintained a facade of calm, furrowed his brow, hastily inquiring, What do you mean by this, Bai Shu? The young Emperor had not anticipated this layer to the affair. The Empress, disregarding her own frailty, struggled to sit upright on the couch, parting the veil and casting an urgent gaze toward Bai Shu. The Emperor, witnessing this, rushed to support her, his eyes never leaving her face. As for the physicians, they had long since held their breath, diminishing their presence. Could they even bear to hear of the Empress consuming false pregnancy medication? The Empress, already the object of unique favor, why would she resort to such measures? Fortunately, Bai Shu was present today, otherwise, they feared the Emperor's wrath would be unleashed upon them. My meaning is that the Empress's false pregnancy and the wind rash are both consequences of consuming false pregnancy medication. To be precise, the Empress's rash is due to certain ingredients within this medication. May I inquire if the Empress has experienced such symptoms previously? The physicians fell silent. As this now touched upon royal secrets, only Bai Shu remained resolute in her deductions. In truth, the Empress could consider herself fortunate, for her allergy had led to a timely discovery. Otherwise, had she waited a month for pregnancy symptoms to arise before summoning the physicians, it would have been nearly impossible to ascertain the truth. I have an aversion to peach kernels. As a child, I would break out in rashes whenever I consumed them.
So I ceased eating them.
The Empress replied, Bai Shu, I have never heard of such false pregnancy medication. Is someone conspiring to ensnare me? The Queen silently evaded the Emperor's outstretched hands, emphasizing the weight of the word frame. With the assistance of her maidservants, she rose to her feet, and Bai Shu stepped forward to support her. The Queen, now fully conscious, grasped the implication of Bai Shu's mention of false pregnancy medicine and began to piece together the situation. Apart from her, there were 2 consorts and 4 concubines in the harem. The Emperor had never before entered the inner palace, leaving the sisters devoid of favor, which allowed for a harmonious coexistence. However, once this tranquility was disrupted and one individual gained the Emperor's affection, turmoil would inevitably ensue. Ever since the Emperor had begun to spend nights in the Queen's chamber, others had started to stir with ambition. Meanwhile, the rejected young Emperor wore a somewhat awkward expression, his eyes reflecting a hint of desolation, yet he chose to remain silent, rubbing his hands together before withdrawing them, feigning ignorance of the events that had transpired. It all made sense now. The false pregnancy potion contained ingredients such as peach kernels, asarum, angelica, and realgar. The Queen's rash must surely be a result of the peach kernels. Although this potion was not an ordinary concoction, it was not an arcane secret either. A determined individual could still procure the recipe. The Queen's aversion to peach kernels indicated she had likely ingested it not long ago. Bai Shu's gaze was sincere, her grip steady on the Queen's hand, providing her with ample support and a sense of security. Yet, Bai Shu's seemingly casual remark sent a tremor through Feng Tiandian and the others. How could she casually recite the recipe for false pregnancy medicine? While it was indeed not a unique skill, it was not a simple formula either. They would need to consult ancient texts to replicate it. They were now secretly grateful that they had not been as impulsive as Zhang Yuan, who had questioned the most skilled physician. Chapter 92. The Hunter Poised to Strike. Jerwa. The Queen turned to her personal maid, who was responsible for all her daily needs, ensuring that no mistakes could occur. In response to Miss Bai's inquiry, the maid stated that the Queen's meals were prepared by the palace's small kitchen, with every ingredient closely monitored from the outset, so there should be no issues. As for this peculiar food item, Jarwa followed Bai Shu's train of thought carefully and suddenly recalled something. Recently, the imperial kitchen had been preparing refreshing desserts for the queens of each palace to combat the summer heat. Sometimes it was mung bean soup, at other times osmanthus jelly, and today it was snow sorbet. Your Majesty, this is the only dish not made in our palace, Jarwa exclaimed, looking eagerly at the Queen. The Queen, still youthful and known for her kindness toward her servants, rewarded them during festivals, and she had a firm grip on the backgrounds of all the palace maids and eunuchs. Therefore, it was unlikely that anyone would betray her for mere money. Thus, the snow sorbet delivered from the imperial kitchen became the primary suspect. Is there any left of that snow sorbet? Quickly bring it here for Miss Bai to examine. The young emperor, hearing Jarwa's words, immediately understood and waved his hand, issuing commands. He wished to present himself favorably before the Queen, hoping to redeem himself, especially since it was his initial distrust that had led to this situation, leaving him in an awkward position. Your Majesty, the Queen developed a rash shortly after her lunch, so the leftover food from noon has not yet been touched. I shall fetch it at once. Jarwa obediently complied, but just as she was about to head to the small kitchen, Bai Shu stopped her. Your Majesty should consider the intentions of the person who orchestrated this scheme and whether they chose to use false pregnancy medicine because they are aware of some inside information. Could it be that this culprit is someone close by? Each question posed by Bai Shu served as a reminder to the Queen. It was true that the snow sorbet was today's special dish. But the reason for using the false pregnancy potion was precisely because the perpetrator knew she had not shared a bed with the Emperor. The brilliance of the false pregnancy medicine lay in its ability to go unnoticed by the imperial physicians until a later time, when it would be revealed. Had the Queen not experienced an allergic reaction to peach kernels, and had Bai Shu not identified the false pregnancy medicine, the Queen would have found herself in an irredeemable position, unable to clear her name. By the time the false pregnancy potion was exposed, where would the Queen be? Thus, The individual behind this scheme must undoubtedly be someone privy to the secrets. This revelation struck both the queen and the young emperor like a bolt from the blue. The emperor promptly issued another command: bring forth all the food the queen consumed at lunch for Miss Bai to examine thoroughly. The queen, having also grasped the situation, turned pale and was about to instruct Jiarua when the emperor preempted her. She quickly added, gather all the palace attendants to the door. No one is to leave. The queen's primary concern was that the lunch had already been tampered with. If they failed to find evidence, the trail would certainly go cold. Your Majesty, the emperor has already taken control of everyone in the palace. There will be no issues, Jiarua reassured her, but as she spoke, she sensed something amiss and glanced at the young emperor, hastily falling silent. The young emperor appeared somewhat flustered, first clenching his right fist and coughing lightly into it, then nervously touching his nose. He thought to himself, if one were to assess the situation, could this truly be laid at my feet? The sudden news of the queen's pregnancy and her subsequent rash would naturally cause him concern. It was not entirely unjustifiable to control everyone in the palace at such a time. Yet, when he finally caught the queen's gaze, he noticed that her once bright eyes now bore a hint of resentment. He promptly yielded, awkwardly stating, I ordered this out of concern for the queen's well-being. You shall decide how to proceed from here on. The young emperor's demeanor was somewhat uneasy. He realized he must first stabilize the queen's emotions. Seeing her face as pale as a sheet of paper filled him with an inexplicable worry. Thank you, Your Majesty. Jiarua, you personally take the others and fetch the food. The queen cast a faint glance at the emperor before directing Jiarua, having once believed that no one in the palace would harbor ill intentions. However, it seemed that was not the case. Jiarua was someone she had brought from her family, having lived together for more than a decade. Their bond was deep, and Jiarua's ties and loyalties lay with her family. Thus, Jiarua was the person she trusted most, and she felt assured that any task entrusted to her would be executed faithfully. Yes, Your Majesty, Jiarua acknowledged, retreating with a sense of urgency. Meanwhile, the perceptive young emperor hurried forward to support the queen, who this time did not refuse. Bai Shu, understanding the situation, discreetly withdrew her hand and stepped aside to await Jiarua's return. It seems that royal beauty is indeed ingrained in their very bones. Not only is Xiao Maqing's visage exceptional, but even the young emperor possesses a commendable handsomeness. Bai Shu mused silently, reflecting on the high standards of beauty within the royal family. The eldest princess was also strikingly beautiful, and the queen exuded an elegance and grace that was beyond compare. The future young prince or princess would surely be no exception. The young emperor was soon to turn 15, and standing beside the queen, they appeared to be a perfect match, a striking pair. Bai Shu stood quietly to the side, while Xiao Maqing's gaze remained fixed on her, captivated by her medical prowess, calm analysis, and poised debate. Each facet of her being left a profound impression on him. Though he had yet to take action, it did not signify a lack of desire or confidence. Rather, he was like a hunter lurking in the grass, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Once the timing was right, he would undoubtedly seize the moment with precision. Sensing the intensity of his gaze, Bai Shu slightly turned her body to meet Xiao Maqing's eyes, her clear orbs reflecting a determined smile. Miss Bai, all the dishes the queen had for lunch are here. The summer heat made the queen's appetite wane, resulting in only a modest amount of food consumed. Jiarua personally brought over a tray containing 6 small bowls, each filled with various dishes, pastries, snow sorbet, and tea. The portions were not large, but they would suffice for Bai Shu's examination. Is this all the queen had for lunch? Is this how you care for my queen? The young emperor furrowed his brow upon encountering the insipid dishes before him. His voice tinged with indignation. After all, she was the queen. How could her midday meal be so carelessly prepared? Not a single piece of meat in sight, and only 2 dishes to boot? Was it possible that anyone dared to slight her, the sovereign of the harem? Your Majesty, forgive us. The kitchen is constantly experimenting with new dishes, hoping to entice the empress to eat more. Jiarua, trembling under the young emperor's ire, knelt to acknowledge her fault. Their sole duty was to serve the empress, and in light of her current state, punishment was inevitable. Do not be angry, Your Majesty. The kitchen has prepared many dishes. It is I who have lacked an appetite lately, so do not blame them. The empress observed the emperor's anxious demeanor, her expression softening somewhat. However, his choice of words was rather inappropriate. How could he refer to her as my queen in front of the prince, the princess, Bai Shu, and so many others? It is my fault for not showing you enough concern. I shall send for some novel dishes, and you need not hide your discomfort from me, the emperor assured, tentatively reaching out to grasp the empress's delicate hand. Upon receiving no resistance, a smile crept onto his lips as he tightened his grip, savoring the softness of her palm. To others, he appeared not as an emperor, but merely as a youthful lad. Though the young emperor's focus typically lay on state affairs, he had neglected to consider that the empress, too, required care. The late emperor had once told him that when he ascended to the throne, he would bear a heavy burden, a burden shared by the vast realm of Dongye and countless households. Thus, he was not only the ruler of Dongye, but also of the Shao family. His responsibilities extended beyond the realm. He owed a duty to the empress as well. Please do not trouble yourself with such worries, your majesty. I shall manage everything, the empress replied weakly, leaning against the emperor's shoulder. Although she was 6 months his senior, her stature was notably shorter, fitting perfectly against him. Very well, I shall not interfere with the empress's affairs. Should such a situation arise again, I shall punish her, the young emperor declared innocently, gesturing towards Jiarhua, a blatant threat that reignited the empress's earlier calm with frustration. Jiarhua, recognizing the delicate rapport between the emperor and the empress, was determined not to let such trivial matters jeopardize their budding affection. Your Majesty, the empress always enjoys a better appetite when dining with you in the evenings, she hastily added, bowing her head and kneeling obediently. Her statement was not without merit. During the sweltering summer, the empress could hardly eat a few bites at midday. The kitchen had indeed prepared a variety of dishes, yet the empress typically partook of only 2 or 3. However, in the cooler evening hours, especially with the emperor present, she could indulge much more. Upon hearing Jiarhua's words, the emperor's spirits lifted considerably. Then I shall join you for lunch here from now on. You may rise. And we shall inspect the dishes first. The young emperor felt a wave of joy wash over him, accompanied by guilt for his earlier flicker of distrust. The empress had, on multiple occasions, lied before the empress dowager for his sake. How could he doubt her sincerity? The empress, listening to Jiarhua, felt a tinge of helplessness. She understood that Jiarhua meant well, yet she genuinely lacked an appetite, not out of petulance, but rather from the oppressive heat. Your Majesty, I can draft some prescriptions and suggest dishes that may alleviate the empress's loss of appetite, Bai Shu proposed, recalling the delightful offerings from the Tianxiang restaurant, which always enticed her appetite, even on the hottest of days. Surely, such dishes would appeal to the empress as well. Then let us heed Miss Bai Shu's words and have the chef learn a few more recipes. The young emperor decided, and the empress said nothing further, awaiting the outcome of Bai Shu's suggestion. With only 5 bowls to examine, Bai Shu worked swiftly, while the grand princess leaned in, eager to discern which dish posed a problem. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Maching had also approached, standing just behind her, his gaze fixed on her rather than the food. He found amusement in her round, fluffy head, a smile breaking across his face. As for Feng Tidian and the others, they, too, were curious to see how Bai Shu would identify the fake pregnancy medicine. Yet no one dared speak up, kneeling silently and stretching their necks to glimpse the truth. Your Majesty, Empress, Your Highness, there is fake pregnancy medicine in this stir-fried bamboo shoot, Bai Shu declared, lifting each bowl to her nose for a sniff. Easily identifying the tainted dish due to her familiarity with the formula, which carried a distinct aroma. Having pinpointed the problematic dish, she raised her head to explain to the group but accidentally collided with someone behind her. Xiao Maching, steadfast as a mountain, did not flinch, but instead caught her with ease, his large hand unreservedly resting on her slender waist, prompting gasps from those nearby. When had the regent taken such liberties? After regaining her balance, Bai Shu, somewhat dazed, exclaimed, I did not intend to do that. Please forgive me, Your Highness. With a serious tone, she apologized, though inwardly she mused. Given our relationship, surely you wouldn't punish me in front of so many? Xiao Maching withdrew his hand, placing it behind him, his fingers gently stroking, lost in thought. Yet delighted by Bai Shu's remark about their relationship. It is of no consequence. I was simply standing too close. You mentioned that there is medicine in the bamboo shoots? He inquired earnestly. Indeed, there is fake pregnancy medicine in the dish. Your Majesty and the Empress may have Feng Tidian and the others conduct further verification, Bai Shu suggested confidently, though she worried that the Emperor and Empress might doubt her. However, Feng Tidian and the others were left in a quandary, as they had no knowledge of the formula for fake pregnancy medicine and could only ascertain whether any substances had been added. Thus, they felt both anxious and eager, torn between their lack of expertise and a desire to witness this fake medicine. Yet their unease was short-lived as the Emperor interjected, there is no need. I trust in Miss Bai Shu's judgment. How could such a vile substance find its way into the Empress's food? A thorough investigation is imperative. despite his youth. The emperor possessed a commanding presence that silenced any dissent. Jurua, go investigate at once. The queen, infuriated, found her breath once again constricted. She slightly rose from the emperor's embrace, her exquisite countenance marred by fury and sorrow. Her fingers trembled as she gestured to Jia. Within the palace, every matter was meticulously arranged, with designated individuals responsible for each task. Thus, the investigation would not prove arduous, as long as the pace was swift and the information contained. The truth could be uncovered. Yet, what alarmed the queen was the sheer malice of the perpetrator. She had always treated the concubines with kindness, not merely hoping for camaraderie akin to sisterhood, but also having never entertained any ill intentions. How could one harbor such hatred toward her? Yes, your majesty. Your health is still delicate. Do not allow your anger to exacerbate your condition. Jia, observing the queen's fury, felt a surge of apprehension. She was privy to the underlying circumstances. The emperor and queen had not consummated their union. Should news of the queen's pregnancy emerge, the consequences would be dire. Hence, irrespective of how ludicrous it might appear to outsiders, the mastermind behind this treachery must be unearthed. The queen must prioritize her health. The emperor watched as the queen distanced herself from him. Seizing the opportunity to comfort her, he drew her back into his embrace, allowing most of her weight to rest upon him. The elder princess, witnessing the tender exchange between her brother and sister-in-law, couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. She maintained a cordial relationship with the queen, often indulging in flower viewing and tea drinking together. Previously, she had perceived their interactions as respectful yet lacking in warmth. However, it seemed her brother had finally come to a realization. Beyond dedicating himself to state affairs, he was now able to devote time to the queen. As for the other concubines in his harem, that was a matter for another day. While the elder princess rejoiced in her brother's newfound affection, her gaze shifted to her uncle, whose eyes appeared transfixed upon someone, unblinking and brimming with tender emotion. She wished to implore him not to change so drastically without affording her some time to adjust. Such overt admiration could easily frighten Bai Shu away. The elder princess felt a sense of disconnection, surrounded by couples while she remained solitary in her beauty. Regardless, she resolved to seek Bai Shu for companionship, for her uncle had yet to claim her. Your Majesty, Your Highness, we have apprehended the culprit. It is Chun Chao. Jia, efficient in her duties, swiftly brought forth the implicated maid. Chun Chao, trembling and kneeling on the ground, dared not lift her head, repeatedly pleading for mercy. Your Majesty, spare me. Your Highness, I was coerced. Her cries, tinged with desperation, failed to elicit sympathy from those present. Lift your head, commanded the queen. Upon hearing her words, Chun Chao hastily obeyed, still begging for clemency. Who coerced you? You have no family. You are an orphan. I have never been harsh with my servants. Speak, who forced you? And how did they do so? The queen, having identified the one who had administered the poison, questioned Chun Chao sternly. She could be a benevolent mistress, yet also the dignified and formidable ruler of a nation. The palace's servants had been with her since the emperor's ascension, and she was familiar with Chun Chao's background. She did not work in the kitchens, but her history was well known. I have no family, yet I am not an orphan. My sister, Chun Fong, serves in the palace of Concubine Zhuang. Concubine Zhuang threatened my sister's life, compelling me to commit this foolish act. Chun Chao sobbed, tears streaming down her face. I truly had no choice. In a moment of confusion, I acted unwisely. She dared not conceal anything. Aware of the gravity of her situation in the presence of the emperor, queen, and the merciless regent, she could only plead for the queen's mercy, hoping for leniency. So, you have been deceiving me all along? You claim to be an orphan, the queen retorted, finding the situation laughable. Had Chun Chao chosen to align with her when threatened, she would have surely offered assistance. Now that the wrongdoing had transpired, seeking forgiveness was an exercise in futility. Your Majesty, forgive me. I did not intend to deceive you. My family was impoverished, and my relatives sold my sister when we were young. I only recognized her after entering the palace, Chun Chao confessed, her heart heavy with guilt. Before entering the palace, she had lived a life devoid of dignity. Her sister's fate remained unknown, while she bore the burdens of a sick mother and an alcoholic father. Entering the palace was her first experience of a relatively comfortable life, where she could eat and dress adequately with a considerate mistress, a life many would envy. Yet, driven by guilt toward her sister, she had acted rashly, and now she deeply regretted her actions. How did Concubine Zhuang come to know that the emperor and I have yet to consummate our union? The queen's inquiry struck at the heart of the matter, rendering the room silent. Apart from Bai Shu and Xiao Maching, the expressions of the others were a tapestry of intrigue. The emperor, slightly embarrassed and resigned, squeezed the queen's hand, whispering, "It is my fault." The queen turned to the young emperor, noticing his ears flushed with crimson and a look of unspoken plea on his face. Surely, he felt a loss of face. To assuage his unease, the queen kindly added, "Rest assured, aside from those beside me, no one else is aware of the matter." She whispered this into the young emperor's ear, unbothered by whether others could hear, and then continued, "By the way, concubine Zhuang, the prince and the young lady Bai, as well as the physicians, should also be aware by now." The young emperor, feeling helpless, was unsure how to respond to the queen's playful teasing, realizing she had not yet calmed from earlier. However, he could only swallow this bitter pill. As she was the queen, the elder princess, her mouth agape in astonishment, appeared as if she could consume a peach whole. "I knew it," she exclaimed. Previously, when she jested about the emperor's singular affections for the queen had always smiled in silence. She glanced at Bai Shu, who remained composed, feeling increasingly unsettled. Could it be that Bai Shu had been privy to this information all along? Or was she simply unflappable in the face of such earth-shattering revelations? Truly, she was worthy of the emperor's admiration. As for the physicians, still kneeling on the floor, their minds raced as they began to perspire profusely. It dawned upon them that all the day's peculiar behaviors were now explicable. Chapter 95, A More Noble Future. The emperor and queen had not yet consummated their union, which clarified everything. However, their current concern was whether they could safely exit the chamber. "Your Majesty, it was my carelessness that led to my slip of the tongue. After reuniting with my sister, I was overwhelmed with joy and inadvertently revealed too much." Chun Chao, having never experienced familial affection, felt a surge of guilt toward her sister. Their family had faced a dire choice. One daughter had to be sold to secure money for food and medicine. This had long haunted Chun Chao's conscience. Thus, after their reunion, she had lowered her guard completely. Yet, after her slip, she had warned Chun Fong not to disclose the information. What she did not realize was that Chun Fong had used this revelation to gain favor with concubine Zhuang. Initially, concubine Zhuang had intended to administer a contraceptive to the queen, but upon learning that the queen was still untouched, she immediately sought out the head of the medicine department to concoct a false pregnancy potion. She simply hadn't divulged the full details to him, as it was their first collaboration and there was no need to expose the entire plan. Can such matters be brushed aside with a mere carelessness? Do you think you can justify your actions to the queen? If it weren't for Bai Shu today, the consequences would have been dire. Have you even considered the repercussions? Jiao Ruo stood guard before the queen, fiercely rebuking Chun Chao. She found Chun Chao's plea for the queen's forgiveness utterly laughable. While a slip of the tongue could be rectified, how could one amend the act of poisoning? As servants, they were acutely aware that a single betrayal would lead to a lifetime of distrust. Having committed this act, who would believe that she would not betray the queen again in the future? Your Majesty, you are the epitome of compassion. Please spare my life.
Chun cao pelit ferventin.
Kneeling and knocking her head against the ground with such fervor that it resonated throughout the chamber. At that moment, she truly recognized the gravity of her transgression. But having narrowly escaped from her shattered family, she was unwilling to meet her demise. Bring forth an investigation into the quarters of Consort Zhuang. We already have eyewitness accounts, and should physical evidence be found, there will be no need for further reports. She will be cast into the cold palace. As for this maid, her fate shall rest in the hands of the queen. The young emperor, rarely making significant decisions in front of the regent, would typically gauge his uncle's demeanor, seeking some semblance of affirmation at a psychological level. Perhaps he had become overly reliant on Xiao, but that had become his habit. Today, however, was different. When he heard the imperial physician declare the queen's pregnancy, he was momentarily dazed, completely out of sorts. Despite his efforts to compose himself, anxiety churned within him. Only upon seeing the queen, pale and fragile in his arms, did he realize the enormity of his misjudgment. He ought to have bestowed upon her more trust and affection, and learned to balance state affairs with the inner court. Ultimately, he recognized his own immaturity. Despite the many lessons imparted by his uncle, he had always hesitated to take bold steps. Thus, drawing on his feelings for the queen, he resolved to begin his journey toward becoming an independent sovereign. As his uncle could not assist him indefinitely, Your Majesty, Consort Zhuang is the legitimate daughter of Du Khan. Could this not lead to complications? The queen had not anticipated that the emperor would go to such lengths on her behalf, and she furrowed her brow. Each concubine in the harem had been meticulously selected by the late emperor and empress, their familial backgrounds not to be underestimated. Moreover, they served as a counterbalance to several prominent officials from the previous dynasty. Thus, should any harm befall consort Zhuang, it could provoke dire repercussions. The emperor is not above the law and must face the same consequences as commoners. How much more so when consort Zhuang has sought to harm you, my queen? I shall show no leniency. As for Duke Han, should he dare to voice dissent, I shall demote consort Zhuang to commoner status and send her back to him. The young emperor was not merely acting out of anger for a beloved, rather, he recognized that someone as scheming as consort Zhuang could not be permitted to remain in the harem. A precarious harem would inevitably lead to an unstable court. Her audacity in targeting the queen today foreshadowed even greater malice in the future. Thus, consort Zhuang must be dealt with. Standing behind Bai Shu, Xiao Maching also noticed the transformation in the young emperor. He felt a sense of pride, finally witnessing a glimmer of a late emperor's demeanor in the young monarch. No longer did he shrink back or hide behind his desk. At this moment, Xiao Shengchen exuded an imposing presence, his eyes radiating authority that dissuaded any opposition. I am deeply grateful, Your Majesty, for your decisive action. The queen regarded the emperor, perceiving him in a new light, and felt a momentary surge of emotion. She then turned to the maid and commanded, Jiarua, take Chun Chao away, let her gather her belongings, and send her to the Xian Jiku. In the end, the queen had spared Chun Chao's life, but only to this extent. The Xian Jiku was a place filled with endless labor, and the maids there ranked far below those in the queen's service. Chun Chao's ability to endure hardship would determine her fate. As for Chun Fong in consort Zhuang's quarters, Bai Shu was confident that Chun Chao would soon witness her true character. Sometimes, the pain of losing something only to have it returned, only to lose it again, is far more agonizing. This would serve as the greatest punishment for Chun Chao. I am endlessly thankful to Your Majesty for sparing my life. I am forever grateful. Chun Chao sobbed, repeating her gratitude thrice as she wept and exited the room. By the time she reached the door, tears blurred her vision, nearly causing her to stumble. She hesitated only briefly before departing, her heart heavy with regret. Yet, the deeds of the past are indelible, and she must come to terms with them. At last, the matter was resolved. Your Majesty, please take some time to rest. I shall escort Shuer out of the palace. The tumultuous event of the false pregnancy had finally come to an end. The Grand Princess, observing the flourishing affection between the Emperor and the Queen, resolved to grant them some privacy, feeling it unwise to intrude upon their intimate moment. However, in her focus on the budding young Emperor, she overlooked the brooding presence of the Regent. Xiao Maching's deep voice finally broke the silence. Your Majesty, have you forgotten something? Today we must discuss rewards and honors. His gentle gaze fell upon Bai Shu, acknowledging the efforts of his dedicated physician, who had not only treated ailments but also solved a case. Surely, his visit could not be in vain. If not, I shall not let him go next time. Xiao Maching's words rendered the assembled crowd mute, a collective understanding of the unspoken acknowledgement hanging in the air. Bai Shu, engrossed in her thoughts, was momentarily interrupted by Xiao Maching's statement. She was hardly one to be swayed by material wealth. Lady Bai, your contributions today have been invaluable. I bestow upon you 100 taels of gold, 10 bolts of cloud silk, a box of pearls, and additionally, a token granting you unrestricted access to the palace gates. How does that sound? The young emperor appeared to solicit Bai Shu's opinion, but in reality, he was gauging Xiao Maching's reaction. Initially, he had considered bestowing a title of princess or something similarly prestigious, but after a moment of contemplation, he felt that Bai Shu's status should be conferred by the regent. Who knows, perhaps his uncle could bestow an even more illustrious title in the future. Chapter 96, Matchmaking. I thank Your Majesty for the generous reward. Unrestricted access to the palace? How utterly splendid. What a magnanimous gesture from the young emperor. Bai Shu was genuinely pleased with the reward. While she did not lack for wealth, a token granting palace access was not something afforded to everyone. Her mother, Jiang Shi, had to await summons or accompany Bai Heng into the palace. Bai Shu's initial impression of the young emperor was quite favorable. He was indeed generous. And the cloud silk was a tribute, reserved solely for royal use. This honor alone set her apart among the noble ladies of the capital. Xiao Maching, attuned to her sentiments, did not grasp the concept of coolness, yet he could sense Bai Shu's delight, which in turn uplifted his own spirits. In the eyes of others, Xiao Maching's demeanor radiated unprecedented warmth. The young emperor soon realized he had succeeded. The reward was commendable, and he remarked gravely, Lady Bai, Your performance today was truly unexpected. It is no wonder the rumors speak of the Prime Minister's great affection for his wife and daughter. While the young emperor expressed his admiration, he could not help but feel a pang of frustration at his own inconsistency. Just moments ago, he had resolved to cease his over-reliance on his uncle and to act independently, yet here he was, faltering at the first hurdle. It seemed he still had much to learn. Please return now. Take my carriage. I have matters of state to discuss with the emperor. Xiao Moqing disregarded the young emperor's internal turmoil. Following this incident, he had formulated a plan. Previously, he had held back from granting the young emperor full authority, fearing his inadequacy. Thus, he had retained most of the power for himself, personally managing all significant affairs. However, witnessing the young emperor's growth, now nearly 15 and capable of standing on his own, he felt confident in gradually transferring more responsibilities to him. This way, perhaps he could carve out more personal time for himself. We shall take the carriage out of the palace. What shall become of the prince? Bai Shu, feeling somewhat fatigued after standing for so long, instinctively began to move her ankles. Yet, Xiao Moqing observed every detail. Fear not. I can return alone. As Xiao Moqing maintained his gaze upon Bai Shu as he spoke, she initially felt no particular sentiment. However, when he mentioned his intention to return alone, a slight furrow appeared on her brow, and she inexplicably sensed a hint of grievance from him. Surely, it must have been an illusion? Otherwise, how could the regent Wang Dongye feel aggrieved? What Bai Shu did not anticipate was that Xiao Moqing could have the guards escort them back first before returning for him. However, he insisted on walking back himself to cultivate an image of a gentleman who is also wronged. Yet, contemplating the urgency of allocating power to the young emperor today, it was evident that any healing would inevitably be delayed. As such, the sentiment of grievance became increasingly palpable, leaving Bai Shu utterly bewildered. Your Highness, it has been quite a while since I last saw Princess Wanner. Would it not be delightful for us to seek her out together and return with the prince once he has completed his tasks? Bai Shu proposed, immediately regretting her words, feeling as though she had been ensnared by beauty. Indeed, beauty can lead one astray. Meanwhile, the princess, with her large, twinkling eyes flitting between Xiao Moqing and Bai Shu, understood the implications all too well. Without hesitation, she readily acquiesced. I, too, have not visited Wanner in several days. Let us go together. The princess sensed that this household lacked her presence. At one moment, she felt that Bai Shu had the regent wrapped around her finger, and at another, she perceived that it was her uncle who held sway over Bai Shu. In any case, her heart brimmed with the desire to play matchmaker. Very well, I shall seek you both once I am finished. It shan't take long, Xiao Moqing said, unable to conceal the smile adorning his face. He was reluctant to keep Bai Shu waiting, so he begrudgingly chose to inconvenience the young emperor, swiftly and efficiently absorbing the necessary information. Sure, do you have a romantic interest? On their way to find Xiao Wanna, the princess could no longer suppress her curiosity, whispering the inquiry into Bai Shu's ear.
No.
Bai Shu's resolute denial instantly chilled the princess's heart. She silently lamented for her uncle, realizing that Bai Shu was yet to awaken to the depth of effort her uncle would expend to win her affection. Is that so? You have encountered numerous young talents. Is there not a single one who has captured your heart? The princess persisted, determined to play the role of a facilitator. Not only was Bai Shu her beloved sister, but should she successfully orchestrate this union, she would undoubtedly hold sway in front of her uncle in the future. What a delightful thought. Young talents? Bai Shu was momentarily at a loss. Had she really come across many young talents? Ever since she traversed into this realm, her days had been consumed with eating, sleeping, and suppressing dew-wenching. Those so-called young talents were all intertwined with dew-wenching, and thus, she held no interest in them whatsoever. Indeed, it is not merely young talents. Age is but a number. A man a few years older might possess a more intricate understanding. The princess was practically bubbling with excitement, nearly uttering the name Xiao Moqing. Observing the mutual admiration between Bai Shu and her uncle, she believed that Xiao Moqing's unusual demeanor indicated deeper affections. Yet, she also understood the nature of women. Bai Shu's natural ease in Xiao Moqing's presence was decidedly genuine, perhaps merely unrecognized by her at this moment. The daughter of the minister Wang? Bai Shu queried with a smile, invoking a look of confusion from the princess, who had never heard of such a person.
Why?
She is the one betrothed to the Duke of Han as his second wife. Bai Shu blinked innocently, unable to contain her laughter, causing the princess to realize she had been jested with. Gazing upon Bai Shu's radiant smile, the princess found herself powerless to retaliate, feigning anger as she exclaimed, I was referring to a man a few years older, say 6 years, quite suitable. How did we end up discussing the daughter of Minister Wang, who is surely at least 20 years younger than the Duke of Han? The princess could not intimidate Bai Shu, despite her serious tone and sorrowful gaze. Bai Shu saw through her. However, since they shared a bond, Bai Shu willingly indulged her, smiling as she soothed. Very well, it was I who misunderstood. Do not be upset, dear sister. Not only did Bai Shu verbally apologize, but she also took action, playfully tickling the princess, which led them both into fits of laughter. You must tell me what kind of man you fancy. And what are the preferences of the Prime Minister and Madam Bai regarding their son-in-law? The princess, thoroughly entertained by Bai Shu's antics, laughed until she struggled for breath, her cheeks flushed, yet she remained mindful of her primary objective. I have simple preferences. I admire good looks, good character, and someone who treats me well. Bai Shu replied offhandedly, as she had yet to encounter a person who stirred her heart. Thus all criteria felt somewhat superficial. Are you merely brushing me off? What do the Prime Minister and Madam Bai seek in a son-in-law? The princess pressed, convinced that Bai Shu's response mirrored the desires of most women. They too desire a gentleman of good character, one who is kind to me. Preferably someone who lives nearby for convenience, Bai Shu reflected, recalling the previous banquet where Jiang Shi had sought out potential suitors. While her mother would accept candidates of slightly lower status, the baseline was always character, with proximity being a bonus. Nearby? That is easily arranged, the princess exclaimed, elated at this newfound information, taking note that the regent's residence and the Prime Minister's manor were merely a few streets apart. Surely, this distance could be deemed close. What do you mean? Bai Shu was momentarily bewildered by the princess's exuberance. Could it be that she wished to play matchmaker for her? Host, can you not see it? The princess is intent on pairing you with the regent. The system sighed, exasperated. Even if its host had never been in love, surely she would not be this oblivious? Of course, I would choose him, Bai Shu declared. If I were to marry in this world, I would choose Xiaomoqing. Did you not say he is powerful, wealthy, and unencumbered by familial constraints? The main reason is that I caught a glimpse of his abs at the Tianqiang tavern. Bai Shu's retorts left the system speechless. After all, it was the system that had initially recommended him. Reflecting on her own thoughts, Bai Shu found them agreeable. While preparing for acupuncture at noon in the tavern, she had indeed noticed the outline of his abs through his thin white silk shirt. Who could resist such an allure? Admit it, you are captivated by his abs. The system unabashedly exposed Bai Shu. Nevertheless, if she truly chose Xiaomoqing, it would grit its teeth and offer support. Nothing, let us go find Wanner. The princess chuckled awkwardly, attempting to deflect the conversation. Sister, it is evident that you are in a much better state now. Bai Shu and the princess consort strolled together, engaging in conversation. Without needing to take her pulse, Bai Shu could discern the palpable happiness radiating from the princess consort, which allowed her to feel at ease, especially since she had been the one to expose the matter concerning the prince consort. Of course, I am currently at leisure, wandering about, and my spirits are exceedingly high. When one's mood is elevated, their health naturally improves. The princess consort, unburdened by concerns, no longer confines herself to a rigid mold as she once did, constantly worrying about the prince consort's feelings and devising ways to conceive a child, feeling the need to compensate him when she could not. Reflecting on it now, despite only a month having passed since their separation, that period feels as though it belongs to a distant past. Fortunately, she made the right decision, and she is grateful to have encountered Bai Shu. It seems your medicinal cuisine can be discontinued. Bai Shu sincerely rejoiced for the princess consort. Her concoctions were merely supplementary. For the true healing of one's heart must come from within. Initially, the princess consort consumed medicine daily, then the frequency diminished, and eventually, it transformed into medicinal dishes, which now appear to be unnecessary. Very well, I shall heed your advice. However, after spending an extended time in the capital, I find it somewhat dull. It would be delightful to venture out and explore. For a brief moment, the princess consort felt a pang of longing, suddenly yearning for the outside world. Since her birth, she had been confined within the palace walls. Though she possessed an exalted status, her life was not lived at her discretion. Her dependence on her royal uncle stemmed not only from the fact that Xiaomoqing had fortified Dongya, but also from a vow she had made deep within her heart at the age of 15 to honor her uncle for a lifetime. At that time, the relationship between Dongya and Nanlu was precarious, with tensions between the two nations reaching a boiling point, and war was imminent. Back then, Dongya lacked the absolute confidence to triumph over Nanlu. Thus, when Nanlu proposed a marriage alliance, the late emperor was tempted to send the princess consort to a foreign land. However, Xiao Maching, also just 15, bravely led the troops at the border, repelling the enemy and securing a resounding victory, thereby granting a glimmer of hope for the princess consort's marriage. Therefore, despite the rumors surrounding Xiao Maching's ruthlessness, the princess consort continued to revere this royal uncle who was merely a few months her senior. Sister, do you wish to venture out? If we were to journey to the northern desert, would you be interested? Upon hearing the princess consort's words, Bai Shu suddenly recalled that if there was no news of the medicinal catalyst by the 15th of August, she and Xiao Maching would embark on their journey to the northern desert. Yet, she had yet to devise a reason to inform Jiang and the others. The northern desert? I am indeed interested. However, would it not be too perilous for the two of us young ladies? Even though the princess consort had spent considerable time with Bai Shu, she was still taken aback by some of Bai Shu's thoughts, such as now, when one might question which maiden would so readily speak of traveling to the northern desert. She truly admired Bai Shu. A person of such audacity and courage deserves to be with her royal uncle. There will be dangers, but the prince will accompany us. He will ensure our safety. Bai Shu spoke with conviction, asserting that as a physician, she would travel thousands of miles to the northern desert for Xiao Maching. He could hardly neglect his own safety. Could he? As for the princess consort, her well-being would be prioritized. With leisure as the primary focus, she would not allow her to take risks at perilous cliffs. Your royal uncle will come too. The princess consort was further astonished. Her royal uncle was to accompany Bai Shu on a date? How could she dare to intrude? She valued her life too dearly.